Chapter 1011. Subject: Latest Class Exploration Quest. The Legacy of the World Knight, a hymn to the World Knights. Posted by Warm Sunshine. Content: World Knights. Have you received the latest class exploration quest, The Legacy of the World Knight? Promise me you complete it diligently, you come back to thank me. I'm crying my eyes out now that I finished the quest. To avoid trolls, let me clarify. I'm a tall, strong 185 centimeters guy, not usually a sentimental or easily moved person, but that doesn't stop me from crying like a baby over this storyline. This quest is just so emotional, so touching, so awesome. I will always love the World Knights. The following content contains spoilers. Please decide for yourself whether to continue reading. Those who haven't leveled up a World Knight, haven't. For those of you who trigger quests or like to check out guides beforehand, this is for you. First, I need to clarify something. Those of you who frequently play online games are probably familiar with those job/functional/special job quests. Each completed quest rewards you with a job skill or uniform, and I initially thought this job exploration quest was like that too, but it's not. It's more like an entry, an achievement collecting side quest, and it also contains a lot of content that expands on the world of Knights and its lore. The quest rewards are also entries from the library. But I want to say, the value of this quest isn't in the rewards, but in the experience. Every frame of the cutscenes in this quest series is a roller coaster of emotions. One moment leaving you feeling cold, the next feeling warm. After watching it, all I can say is, the Church of Light deserves to die. The Holy Sons are truly the best. They deserve it. Having completed this series of quests, I'm now voluntarily working in Valhalla. Just 3 quest lines were enough to keep me glued to Valhalla for an entire day. Okay, enough with my initial impressions. Let's get to the main point. I received the quest at the Adventurers Guild. Since it popped up suddenly, I'm unsure if every player can trigger it, or if I accidentally completed some prerequisite quest. Other players will need to investigate further. This class exploration quest is a chain of quests. The first part involves randomly completing 3 daily quests in the Valhalla dungeon. At first, I was confused when doing these daily quests, thinking it was an official promotion of daily Valhalla quests. But later I realized it wasn't, or rather, even if there was some promotional intent, it wasn't the main purpose. In my opinion, the design of the first quest is intended to allow players to interact with the Holy Sons, gaining a basic impression and exchange. Then, when you encounter the core plot in later quests, you suddenly recognize them from back then. How to put it? It's like those classic martial arts novels. You think you grew up in an ordinary valley, surrounded by ordinary but quirky old ladies and gentlemen, but when you step out of the valley, you discover that these ordinary old ladies and gentlemen were all once renowned figures in the martial arts world. It's that feeling of being surrounded by unsung heroes. Originally, I had never done any of the Valhalla quests, but after watching the story, I was truly amazed by the design. After completing 3 daily quests and getting to know the Holy Sons, you can submit the first quest and receive a memory crystal. This memory crystal works the same way as the ones given out by the Grand Duke of Hell. Activating it triggers a cutscene about the memories of the first World Knight, Wayland. These memory fragments are cleverly designed. Players can easily see that they come from different people. For example, there's the blind Holy Son, Ariland, whom everyone remembers in Valhalla. Then, there's Erland's black-haired companion, Okade, and then there's our universally acknowledged wife, Aelian. Wayland is a holy son of the Church of Light, and the first World Knight, to see through the deception of the God of Light's descent and embrace the world consciousness. He's a muscular man with white fox, half-orc, and giant blood, and the mentor of Aelian and the other Holy Sons. It can be said that he was the one who passed on the faith of the world consciousness to the Holy Sons, thus initiating the professional chapter of the World Knights. This mentor had once faced Shub's mother, gained knowledge from the world consciousness, and passed that knowledge on to the Holy Sons he nurtured. These Holy Sons, under his guidance, all made their own efforts and sacrifices to save the world. At the same time, this mentor was likely the mastermind behind Aelian's first successful escape from the fate of divine descent. Although not explicitly stated in the story, it is hinted at, and Aelian probably doesn't know about this. I think it's probably a good thing he doesn't know, otherwise it would be too cruel. This part of the plot is so impactful that I won't go into a brief description in words. The screen recording is below. Those who haven't triggered the quest can watch it at their own discretion. Video link. After Wayland's memory crystal, the next quest involves the memories of those who secretly worship the Holy Sons of the world under the oppression of the Church of Light. Each of them was the founder of the World Knight class's skills. The memory crystal given in this questline records the first illusion of my beloved Aelian. My little wife is just so adorable. Let me clarify beforehand that I don't have any strange tastes, but when I saw that little white ball of fur, I instantly sold my soul to Lord Lucifer. Hee hee. Anyway, back to the point. In this memory of the illusion, you can see how the Holy Sons fought a bloody battle. A truly bloody battle. They only have one life, yet each one fought without hesitation. They weren't fighting for the false church of light and the faith in the God of light, but to purify the illusion, protect the world, protect the innocent, and protect their companions with whom they spend every day. It can be said that the World Knights truly have the word protection ingrained in their very bones. In their battle, I saw many familiar initial versions of skills. I believe everyone has experienced that feeling of being separated from the real world while playing online games. We know perfectly well that it's just a game designed by the development team, and that there are bound to be skills with specific stats and abilities. But when we immerse ourselves in this world and bring our own character into its worldview, we can't help but wonder, why can this skill achieve these seemingly impossible effects? Chapter 10:12. Previously, some expert players meticulously studied the formula for calculating the actual damage output in this game. From what I recall, actual damage is related to skill power, player numbers, completion rate, and the player's own attributes, equipment, weapons, luck, and even the enemy's defense. The damage and defense settings for skills are easy to understand. However, for skills with special functions, we always simply accepted them without understanding their underlying principles. Why can Guardian Heart unconditionally attract monsters? Why can invincibility lock health and prevent death? Why do certain skills generate specific buffs? When we try to think using the game settings and logic, I believe everyone has these questions. It's as if these settings were imposed on us by the development team. This kind of problem exists not only in this game, but in all games. As players from different dimensions, we can only silently and mindlessly accept these settings. However, in this game world, through this class exploration quest, the development team perfectly solved this problem. At this point, we must mention some basic settings of this game's worldview. Veteran players already know that the emotions and thoughts in this world are a powerful energy capable of guiding the world's primal force, willpower, to achieve various miracles. Magicians invoke willpower through incantations, while other classes rely on accumulated proficiency to unlock skills. The latter is neither intuitive nor easy to understand. However, we can use the skill principles of the two new classes to aid our understanding. The most straightforward explanation of the principle comes from the newly released profession Magician. For those who haven't played this profession or read any guides, let me explain. The Magician's skill principle is as follows. First, through everyday magic performances, they create false illusions. During this process, they can use mechanisms, deception, stage lighting, and sound effects to make the audience believe that the outcome will definitely happen. Then, when the audience witnesses the successful performance, they develop a powerful sense of conviction. The magician can borrow this power from the past, skipping all intermediate steps to directly achieve the result, thus transforming magic into magic. To put it simply, when we first learned math in kindergarten or first grade, to calculate 3 times 3 is equal to 9, we had to place 3 rows of apples, or other props, in front of us, 3 in each row, and count them one by one to get the answer. But once we accept this predetermined answer and memorize the multiplication table, we can skip all the intermediate calculation steps and principles, instantly answering the question. Magicians work similarly. They perform a levitation act with invisible wires in front of the audience, establishing the illusion that they can walk in the air. Then, they can discard the wires and other props and perform the miracle directly. The bard is another example. Everyone knows that bards are logs players. They must spend a lot of time recording their perfect performances before they can use the perfect save file in battle. Compare this to the magician. Can you see the similarity? Both professions could be considered alternative versions of 10 years of practice for 10 minutes on stage, but the underlying principles of their skills are very similar. Miracles, performances, once witnessed and believed can, through some means, draw upon energy and results to repeat themselves infinitely. Previously, we found it difficult to apply this concept to World Knights. However, after completing this series of profession exploration quests, I understood. The principle is the same. The skills of World Knights come from those holy sons who, though lacking the title of World Knight, possess the essence of one. Every battle they fought in the illusion left a profound mark on this world. These are epics written with blood and lives, creating miracles that only they could witness. The holy sons are both performers on the stage and spectators who witness everything. Why does Guardian Heart, attract all monsters corrupted by the evil god within a nearby area once activated. Because the Holy Sons, within the illusion, relentlessly provoke and enrage the monsters to create opportunities for their injured companions to survive, to minimize their attacks, and to give them even a second more to breathe, until they themselves are locked into the monster's aggro and unable to escape. Why does substitute death trigger shared responsibility to lock health? Because the Holy Sons, within the illusion, countless times use their own bodies to protect their companions from imminent death, disregarding their own lives to ensure their companions' survival. And their companions reciprocate with the same self-sacrifice for the sake of the other. Countless failures, injuries, and deaths are necessary to bring about a single miracle. That miracle, witnessed, recorded, and imbued with faith, becomes the belief and conviction in the hearts of the surviving holy children, and thus, skills are born. Each successful use of a skill is a testament to faith in, and commemoration of the miracles created by those who came before. Only by deeply believing in the bonds with one's companions, and in the conviction that the miracles accomplished by those who came before can be repeated, can a miracle be achieved once again. This concept resonates deeply with me. Do you all remember when Aelian first taught the players the Guardian's Heart skill? He said, those who are willing to give their lives to protect everything they cherish are worthy of respect as warriors. Now, after completing this class exploration quest, and looking back at his words, we can truly understand the profound meaning behind the World Knight class. To protect everything cherished, the innocent and the weak, the companions with whom one spends every day, and even this shattered world. Awesome. Long live the great paladin. This class exploration quest is a hymn to the knights of the world. I think the design of this class exploration quest is truly excellent. In the past, I always blindly followed class quests in other games, and the biggest feeling was that the quest story and the skills given were completely disconnected. The skills given were useful, but they mostly had little or no connection to the story, or the connection was very weak. This class exploration quest doesn't give out skills, but it answers the origins of class skills through fragments of memories, fills in the world view, and even improves the main and side storylines, connecting foreshadowing. Seriously, doing this class exploration quest is absolutely worthwhile. Everyone should do it. Chapter 1013. A single person's memory is easily confused and altered, but the memories of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, combined with a network archive from another world, are not something that can be easily tampered with by an evil god. You turn the memory given by Aelian into a class exploration quest, automatically making all players who completed the quest human cloud storage for that memory. As World Knights, they were Aelian's anchor points. In this way, no matter what Nyarlathotep and the God of Light wanted to do to this memory in this divine war, the world faction would have a way to deal with it. And those holy children, who gave everything and ignited the first spark of fire, should also be remembered by the world. The sacrifices and contributions of heroes should not be buried in the dust of history, disappearing in that self-imposed exile. Their past should be remembered and commemorated. He was still unsure of Nyarlathotep's true intentions, but he felt that the renowned god of fun wouldn't simply be content with manipulating Aelian's memories and playing a significant role within them, such as Wayland or Ariland. No, Nyarlathotep likely had a far more complex scheme. For the gods participating in the War of Devouring Gods, their time flowed differently than the outside world. Before the Second War of Gods officially began, MOU still had some time to refine his plan. Although anything is possible before the opponent makes their move, the importance of faith, foundation, and authority, the three essential elements constituting a god, cannot be ignored. MOU muttered as he opened the system backend. It's time to see how far the wildfire ignited by the players is burning. The hidden old man logged in cautiously. Who could understand the pain of achieving the first clear achievement only to be betrayed and publicly announced server-wide by the system? The hidden old man, overwhelmed by emotion, immediately crashed and was kicked offline by the system, and even suffered a panic attack, unable to log in for over 10 days. Actually, it was just a server-wide announcement. It shouldn't have been this serious. The hidden old man had also been betrayed and publicly announced before when fighting the Winter God. Theoretically, he should have gotten used to it after a while. The Clock Tower Town dungeon was notoriously difficult, causing frustration for both veteran and new players alike. The sudden news of a perfect clear, complete with a predestined fate cutscene, caused an uproar on the forums. Players, both acquaintances and strangers, frantically tagged Hidden Old Man, and he was mentioned whenever anyone was researching a Clock Tower Town guide. This caused a major uproar among socially awkward players. Hidden Old Man stated that he had never hated the system of linking game forum accounts to game accounts so much. These past few days, He'd been bombarded with 999 private messages every time he logged into the forum app or website, forcing him to log out. He reluctantly created a new account to browse the forum. After all, the game forum did allow unregistered players to access the site, albeit with some restrictions. Using a secondary account only avoids receiving too many private messages, but it does nothing to reduce the impact of seeing the endless posts about himself on the forum. This creates a vicious cycle where he can't resist logging into the forum to check things out, only to be scared off by the flood of posts and give up the idea of logging in again. As the cycle continues, the hidden old man realizes that he has completely missed the later solo dungeons, another option. The hidden old man, that's clearly a solo dungeon. Why didn't I log in? Frustrated and socially awkward, the man logged in only to beeping in his mailbox. Glancing at the message that his mailbox had reached its limit, he nearly fainted and almost logged off again. Hey, Captain, don't log off. Tranquil Sea, who had been staking out the obelisk at the clock tower town ruins for days, quickly grabbed the hidden old man by the back of his collar. You already missed a lot of quests. If you log off again, you miss important main story content. The hidden old man stopped himself from clicking the log out button. I have a fun quest here. Do you want to join? Tranquil Sea said with a smile. Captain, I've been waiting here for you for days. If we don't do this quest soon, it'd be too late. Here. The quest Tranquil Sea received was related to the new main storyline of the Church of Light. He triggered this quest while doing a magician-related job quest. At that moment, Tranquil Sea had just finished his third performance in the central square of Colensal, the capital city of the Magic Federation. He was planning to change locations and audiences to repeat his magic show, continuing to improve his magic skills and shorten cooldown times. However, a gentleman wearing a top hat and a formal suit blocked his way and asked if he was interested in taking on a next task. The hidden old man immediately became interested. What task? The man claims to be from the Orichalcum Blood Alliance and needs to hire the renowned adventurers of AMT County to investigate a past event, the massacre of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. He demanded at least one magician in the team with connections to the deities of fate and time, one assassin skilled in stealth, and that we obtain irrefutable evidence of the Church of Light's crimes, evidence that could be made public and condemn the Church of Light to the pillory of shame. I think we stumbled upon a core part of the main storyline. The Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. In my memory, this is a new storyline for the healer class? The hidden old man frantically searched his memory. But I haven't played the healer class, so I'm not entirely clear on the details. It's alright, because I already confirmed with Rain and obtained a game recording. The storyline of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation is indeed closely related to Domain Mont Blanc, the founder of the healer class. To summarize briefly, the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation was originally a major producer of orichalcum in the western continent, but it didn't belong to the Church of Light. The Church of Light, in order to seize resources, didn't hesitate to turn the main cities of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation into illusions. Only a few managed to escape, and Doman, the nephew of the then ruler of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, even witnessed a divine descent from the God of Light. Unfortunately, although they escaped, they brought no evidence to prove that the God of Light and the Church of Light orchestrated everything that led to the destruction of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Chapter 1014. The Orichalcum Blood Alliance was a mutual aid and resistance organization formed by the survivors of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. They were named after orichalcum, a treasure that had once brought wealth and prosperity to everyone, but also slaughter and bloodshed, serving as a reminder that the blood feud would never be forgotten. That being said, in reality, very few people actually escaped the disaster in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation in time. Only Doman Mont Blanc himself witnessed this man-made catastrophe, and survived to this day. The vast majority of those who formed the Orichalcum Blood Alliance were wanderers, who had left their hometowns for various reasons such as studying, marrying far away, traveling, or trading. They never imagined that overnight, everything would change drastically, leaving them with nothing but ruin and homelessness. They didn't even know what had happened to their hometowns. They only knew that they no longer had a home. These survivors spent considerable time uncovering the truth of their hometown's tragedy amidst countless lies and cover-ups. They then spent just as much time, paying a bloody price, learning to conceal their identities. It took even more time and effort to find companions who had also hidden their identities, finally managing to gather together, albeit with difficulty. More than a decade had passed in this winding and circuitous journey. The Church of Light had long ago publicly mourned the unfortunate event of the sudden appearance of multiple massive illusions in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, which had devoured towns and mines. They pledged, At the request of Mayor Delmont, who was temporarily assuming charge of all affairs in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, to take over all the territory and surviving people of the Federation, and generously sent their Holy Son to purify the illusions for the remaining inhabitants. Mayor Delmont even colluded with the Church of Light, jointly shifting the blame for the illusions outbreak onto the then powerful Mont Blanc family. This portrayed Doman Mont Blanc's tearful accusations and cries for justice for himself and his family as lies fabricated by the culprits to shirk responsibility. The mastermind cried wolf, while the victims were left with nowhere to turn. Doman Mont Blanc was both lucky and unlucky. Although he sacrificed his vast fortune to join the most powerful and influential old family in the Magic Federation, the Feliz Lock, he managed to save his life and successfully establish himself and study there, but from then on, he could only bury the truth of his hometown's tragedy deep in his heart. The vast majority of victims and their families directly related to this unfortunate event vanished without a trace. Those unaware of the truth were deceived by traitors who had already switched sides, becoming converts to the Church of Light's theocracy. As the memories of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation faded in the minds of unrelated strangers, a division arose among the survivors who had lost their homes and families and, after many years, finally learned the truth. Some had been brainwashed by the Church of Light and no longer believed the truth about Dorman. Others had resigned themselves to their fate, no longer wanting to disturb the remains buried deep in the river of time, only wanting to continue living their own lives. Only a small group of the most persistent individuals formed and joined the Orichalcum Blood Alliance. Seeing that they could not avenge their ancestors in their own time, to clear the names of the dead and make the perpetrators pay, they could only pass on their hatred to their descendants generation after generation, urging them to avenge their ancestors. They had only their burning anger and hatred to rely on, only Doman's testimony to trust. There was no evidence, no support. Those who had truly weathered the storm and suffered were all gone. Only their descendants continued to persevere, lying low, waiting for the day the truth would be revealed, searching for an opportunity to strike the Church of Light. But how long could this hopeless persistence last? The one who approached the Sea of Tranquility was one of the current leaders of the Orichalco's Blood Alliance, Peterson Nofric. Peterson Nofric was a merchant, like his father, grandfather, and even great-grandfathers. It was because his ancestors were traveling as merchants that they escaped the tragedy and survived. But his ancestor's mother, his infant sister, and his childhood sweetheart with whom he harbored unrequited love, all vanished along with the fallen city-state in the illusion. These blood feuds will never be forgotten. Many years ago, his great-great-grandfather led his family from the Church of Light's homeland to the southern continent, and his grandfather then led his family from the southern continent to the Magic Federation, settling down in Corinthal. After traversing half the world and changing names countless times, his family finally managed to survive peacefully. Countless stories unfolded during this time. Enraged ancestors sought justice, but were brutally murdered, leaving behind orphans and widows struggling to survive, while unsuspecting in-laws were implicated and persecuted. Some hatreds cannot be easily let go, especially when the perpetrators stubbornly conceal the truth of what happened, attempting to exterminate all the survivors. This was not something unrelated to them. It was the hatred of their ancestors, passed down through generations, a struggle of life or death. Pi's son Nofulric had noticed the group of adventurers who had suddenly appeared in Colenso long ago. These adventurers, from AMT County, were subordinates of the great mage of the Feliz Lock family, who had been expelled from the family but made a triumphant return. They were all strange supernatural beings, possessing considerable strength and immune to corruption. The druids among them could even purify corruption. More importantly, the Feliz Lock family had long been at odds with the Church of Light. If in the early days, it was merely a facade of ambiguity, that facade was completely shattered after Moya Feliz Lock took in the traitorous saint, Ialian, and bestowed upon him his own surname. Furthermore, after the Feliz Lock family head and the speaker of the Magic Federation, Sal Oria, expelled the Church of Light from the entire Magic Federation, this false ambiguity was shattered. Now the two sides were openly hostile. Although a full-scale war had not yet broken out, Pi's son had heard that a divine war between the two sides had quietly begun, though it had not yet affected the common people. News of the theft from the Holy City's granary arrived from members of the Blood Oath lurking within the city, while other Blood Oath members based in other parts of the Church of Light, or those still maintaining contact with it, also began to report on the god of pastry, the hairy believer, and the strange adventurers. Peterson had no evidence, and felt his own speculations were too far-fetched, yet he had a nagging feeling that these oddities targeting the Church of Light were all part of the same group, the adventurers of AMT County. After contacting Doman, Peterson made a bold decision. Taking advantage of the moment When an adventurer's magic performance ended, he mustered his courage and approached him, making a request that even he himself considered insane, to investigate the massacre in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Chapter 1015. To Peterson Nofelrick's surprise, the magician accepted his impulsive commission with remarkable ease, even unusual excitement. The truth behind the covered-up tragedy in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation remained an indelible pain in the hearts of everyone in the Orichalcum Blood Alliance. Almost all those who experienced it firsthand were dead, and the only survivor, Doman, was treated as a sinner and a liar because of his vested interests. The truth was treated as a lie, the victims were persecuted, the ignorant were misled and deceived, and no one could seek justice. Even in a magical world where memories could be read and history rewound, verifying the truth from so long ago was an extremely difficult task. It required near-divine power, not to mention simultaneously fighting against another god with malicious intentions. Yet the magician agreed without even blinking an eye. Peterson walked home in a daze, only truly feeling the reality when he arrived late at night at a gathering place in the basement of a small theater to share the matter with the other members of the Blood Alliance. Humans are such strange creatures. When others refuse to help, they go to great lengths to persuade them to. But if someone agrees too readily, even to the point of completely ignoring the difficulties and troubles, they worry that the other person is just being perfunctory. Is they really reliable? Another member, Angelina Carrara, asked worriedly. You're not even sure who they are. She was a gentle-looking middle-aged woman, dressed in an evening gown perfectly suited for going to the theater, wrapped in a fur shawl. She clearly came from a wealthy, upper-middle-class family. Her brown hair was styled in large curls, meticulously groomed, and casually draped over her shoulders. He's an adventurer from Hampshire, I'm pretty sure of that, Peterson gestured. He's wearing that kind of badge. So what did you promise him? Reputation, money? Your soul and all your possessions? Another man with a pipe, Carlos Sandre, asked sarcastically. Karlov was a clerk at the Civil Court of the Magic Federation. He always liked to elevate his status and style with a pipe, a top hat, and a three-piece suit to better blend into the upper class. Whether he succeeded or not, he always managed to get some special information. Nothing, Peterson said hesitantly. That's the strange thing. He agreed so readily, as if he received a divine revelation the moment I finished explaining the request, as if some being had given him a reason to accept my commission, or maybe I was tricked, and he just agreed haphazardly, and then forgot about it. A moment of silence fell over the group. A plump woman, Mrs. Molly Henderson, suddenly spoke up. I think I can trust those adventurers. I asked them for help before, though it's just simple errands and emergency jobs, nothing compared to these godlike missions, but they always complete them perfectly. Although I don't know why adventurers always ask me if I'm good at housework magic, and always mistakenly call me Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Molly Henderson ran a flower shop selling flowers, mutated plants, and magical herbs. She had messy, coppery red hair and looked like a frantic but kind housewife. Anyway, I believe they won't lose anything for us, she added. You didn't give them your real name or reveal anything you shouldn't have, did you? Karlov confirmed. What? Of course not. I'm not stupid, Peterson retorted angrily. I disguised myself and protected my identity. Of course, I contacted him in the name of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance, and only gave him a mailing address, the one at 34th Street, the one we rarely use. This won't and can't cause us any trouble, and old Doman said we can trust the adventurers of Hampshire. Then there's nothing to worry about, Angelina smiled gently, as if reassuring both sides. This can only benefit us, not harm us. The worst outcome is that their mission fails, and we can pretend it never happened and continue. We continued with our lives. But if they succeeded, we would achieve the justice and revenge we always dreamed of. Shouldn't we offer them some help? Molly asked. I'm not saying this to criticize you, Peterson, but you handled this rather carelessly. The issue of the payment wasn't a big problem. We can chip in more money after it's done. We're all people of status and position. As long as our ancestors' grudges are cleared and we're no longer the target of their hatred, it will be a long-cherished wish fulfilled for all of us. I believe everyone would be willing to pay more. But just leaving everything to strangers to handle like this seems a bit inappropriate. Then what can we do to help? Peterson asked. We're not powerful superhumans, at best some mediocre magicians. We only have a vague understanding of the truth of what happened back then. None of us witnessed everything firsthand, not even our ancestors. Doman only knows what happened to him, only knows who was behind it all, but he doesn't know what actually happened within the city-state back then. What has always sustained us is the belief in our hearts, the hatred of our ancestors, the pain of our anonymity, the indelible mark on our bodies. Rather than pointing fingers at the adventurers and offering some practically useless help, it's better to completely trust them. We can't help them, but the Orichalcum Blood Alliance. But we can, Angelina pondered. Adventurers always have to travel to the ruins of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation to verify the truth of what happened back then, and many of us are still on the Western continent. Perhaps we can provide them with assistance, openly or secretly. Then how do we contact that adventurer? Do you have his contact information? He can't get letters from our mailboxes, Karloff asked. Peterson hesitated. I don't have his contact information. I think this is safer. We don't need to contact the adventurer individually, Angelina smiled. We only need to contact the Lord of the Felislok family, the Lord of AMT County. Chapter 1016. MOU received a ball invitation from the nobles of the Magic Federation, personally delivered by Saloria. MOU, a ball? He took the invitation with a puzzled expression, while the shadow dragon leaped out of his shadow, scrambling up his shoulder and trying to decipher the words on the invitation. Saloria chuckled. It's just a traditional social event in the Magic Federation. Men and women dress up in their finest attire, using flashy dances and loud music as cover to discuss matters unsuitable for public discussion. You two shouldn't look at me with those strange, gossipy eyes. In most cases, these discussions don't involve any scandalous topics. She sat down on the sofa, picked up her teacup, and took a sip of black tea. Besides, she continued, those pink-hued rumors about you and Ialian have already spread throughout the Magic Federation, intentionally or unintentionally, thanks to your and your adventurers' efforts. No one is more determined than the Church of Light to oppose the Felislok family now. MOU coughed awkwardly. You know the organizer of this ball. It's Counselor Locke Hughes. But I heard that the one who really wants to meet you through the ball isn't him, but Angelina Carrera, the second wife of a minor nobleman of little renown. It's said she has some familial ties with Grandpa Doman. Saloria said, winking meaningfully at MOU. As the speaker of the Magic Federation and the head of the Felislok family, Saloria was an expert on these troublesome interpersonal relationships. MOU felt that if MOU were to handle these matters, the great mage probably wouldn't last an hour. No wonder MOU gave up the position of family head without hesitation. He truly couldn't do it. Of course, MOU felt he couldn't do it either. Everyone has their own strengths. MOU's strength is game design. As for external liaison, it's better to leave that to his sister from another world. Related by blood. I thought there weren't many survivors left in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. MOU scratched his chin. Looks like that was just my misunderstanding. Do you know why she contacted me, sister? Grandpa Doman might have given me a hint. Saloria smiled. It's a good thing. She briefly explained the situation with the Orichalcum Blood Alliance. Although these people are just a makeshift group of ordinary people filled with hatred, they still have considerable resources and connections within the Church of Light. If used well, they can become a surprise force. At the very least, they are a very useful group, infiltrating various industries. The Church of Light used orphans as spies to infiltrate various factions. Now it's time for them to taste the bitter fruit of their actions. Cause and effect, the cycle never ends. MOU shook his head with a smile. Fate always has its own unique, wicked humor. Speaking of which, it seems a major upheaval has occurred in the holy city of the Church of Light. Saloria's smile reached her eyes, uncontrollable. I heard their granaries were attacked by some kind of octopus-like evil god, and completely emptied overnight. Now those high-ranking church officials are almost starving, ha ha ha. This was naturally the players' doing, but the Church of Light never truly understood who their enemy was. The God of Light and Nyarlathotep might know a little about the situation. However, the God of Light wouldn't openly proclaim to his church, yes, our enemy is the world consciousness of this planet. We're going to fight the whole world. MOU estimated that the God of Light might have subtly informed his confidants, such as the Pope or other high-ranking officials, but judging from the current chaotic reaction of the Church of Light, he might not reveal all the information. Even if the Pope and other high-ranking church officials knew of the God of Light's intention to become the supreme God above the world, they might not know that MOU and the adventurers were their true enemies. This lack of information is also inextricably linked to the fact that the God of Light has been sealed away by Drake for nearly 170 years. For over 170 years, the God of Light was sealed within a separate space created from bubbles. A portion of Nyarlathotep was sealed along with the God of Light, while another projection wandered the world. This portion of Nyarlathotep most likely impersonated the God of Light, using the opportunity of his other half becoming one with the God of Light to steal the God of Light's identity, appearance, and even the prayer interface for his followers. This is why, For over 170 years, the God of Light has stopped directly responding to the prayers of the Church of Light and its followers, and no longer publicly giving divine pronouncements, only communicating with the Pope or his spies. The God of Light communicating with the Pope and his spies is actually Nyarlathotep. His seclusion from the public reduces the possibility of failing in his role and exposing his true identity. After all, the Church, secretly manipulating a rival god, is far more interesting than failing at playing a role himself. Nyarlathotep might still be secretly attempting to corrupt the Pope and other high-ranking members of the Church of Light. Of course, given the sheer evil of the Church of Light, this probably wouldn't require much effort from Nyarlathotep. This means that the Church of Light's most prized intelligence system reports directly to Nyarlathotep, this evil god, and this amusing god likely won't share information with the Church of Light's subordinates, simply because it's more fun and entertaining this way. And the spies used by the Church of Light to observe the world cannot directly look at gods, illusions, or world consciousness. This means that in the spies' eyes, players with world consciousness anchors are all blinding white lights. Even if the world consciousness within the players is relatively small, far less capable of causing permanent damage to the spies than Leah's true form, the longer they look, and the more players enter their field of vision, the greater the damage. MOU believes that few spies would foolishly stare intently at the white light, players, that could harm them, when they can't see any useful information. In every major operation the players undertook, MOU would have them impersonate other factions to thoroughly muddy the waters. Therefore, in the eyes of the Church of Light, the ones constantly shifting blame were always the demons they had fought for years, the evil god Cthulhu, Shub Nicholas, and even the Earth Mother of all spirits, not the exceptionally active adventurers of AMT County. People tend to interpret new things based on what they are familiar with and already know. If they remain unaware of or fail to notice the existence of new things, they will continuously use old rules to explain new phenomena, even if there are significant differences between the two. Chapter 1017. Yes, strangely enough, the Church of Light never truly noticed the adventurers of AMT County, nor their powerful and peculiar abilities. They only knew that the rebellious son of the Felizlok family, who was always at odds with them, had seduced and protected their apostate holy son, and raised a group of meddlesome adventurers. Most of these AMT County adventurers were extraordinary individuals or professionals, including a group of druids capable of purifying corruption. That was all. Admittedly, the Felizlok family had indeed expelled all Church of Light forces from the Magic Federation's territory, and had indeed broken ties with the Church of Light, but the Church of Light was not surprised by this. In the eyes of the Church of Light, the people of the Magic Federation were a group of ambitious, faithless madmen. In fact, it's quite astonishing that the Magic Federation, this behemoth occupying the eastern continent, could tolerate the Church of Light for so many years. This is probably inseparable from the Church of Light's possession of the world's only purifying power. Therefore, after the Magic Federation obtained the Druids, who were said to be able to purify corruption, they didn't hesitate to kick the Church of Light aside. This is easy to understand. If the Pope of the Church of Light were in the same position, he would have done the same. In fact, for him, their power didn't even need to actually possess that purifying power. As long as people believed they could purify, that was enough. This is also the view of everyone in the Church of Light towards those self-proclaimed purifying druids from the Magic Federation, the messengers of the southern continent's all-spirit Earth Mother, liars. They didn't believe anyone could truly purify the corruption of evil gods. They considered it a hoax, because they themselves had done it. The Church of Light was simply puzzled that the Magic Federation and the Earth Mother of all spirits had taken so long to learn to deceive. They even mocked these gods, their naivete and foolishness, never considering that these purifications might actually be genuine. For a group of liars, the truth is often harder to accept than the lies they become accustomed to telling. Yes, the Lord of AMT County did possess some ability. He was a newly born god of order, nurtured by the Magic Federation with all its resources, possessing divine power capable of moving mountains and creating seas, and perhaps some extra good luck, but that was all. It wasn't a major feat. The Magic Federation had gods, and so did the Church of Light. The Church of Light didn't take this god of order too seriously, at most cursing him a few times when recalling Aelian's betrayal. Indeed, many strange things had happened over the past year. For example, Aelian suddenly and inexplicably decided to help quell the beast tide in AMT County, and then even more suddenly betrayed the Church. Given the widespread rumors of his male favorites, the Church of Light firmly believed that the evil sorcerer had seduced the naive and innocent Holy Son. For example, the Winter God's sudden initiation of a divine war, and his even more sudden defeat, but that was the work of Angelma, the favorite of the Dark Goddess, and the newly born see God. Even hearing that, Angelma was surrounded by a group of undead priests and sailors. The Church of Light found it nothing strange. The undead were the servants of the Dark Goddess, and Angelma herself was called the Undead Queen. It would have been strange if she hadn't been surrounded by undead. The demons of the southern continent are stirring, having launched a large-scale attack on the Church of Light's tax collectors, stealing vast quantities of grain. The theft of the granaries in the holy city of Jalanda is also highly likely the work of the same group of culprits. Meanwhile, the Earth Mother of all spirits is also causing trouble, having created divine messengers, even riding the offspring of black goats everywhere. There is only one plausible explanation. Shub Nicholas has successfully gained control of the Earth Mother of all spirits. Recently, a new goddess of pastry and her hairy messengers have appeared within the Church of Light's kingdom. The hairy messengers are all orcs, meaning this goddess of pastry is likely from the north. The Church of Light hasn't yet figured out her origins and motives, but new gods always seem to be there to seize faith. All these strange occurrences seem to have a plausible explanation, and none of this has anything to do with the adventurers of AMT County. I just can't understand it. How could the Church of Light be so stupid? The Goddess of Darkness leaned back in her chair. Isn't it all obvious? It was all done by the same group. But the people of the Church of Light don't have our divine perspective, Jenna explained with a smile. They can't access as much information as we do, nor can they see everything happening in the world in real time. When the Lord of AMT County switched places and joined this game of the gods, Heterochromia was still imprisoned in Yog-Sothoth's sealed timeline. That's true, but Milktooth clearly knows everything. I can understand him though. Not revealing the truth is much more interesting than directly telling the mystery. Jenna shrugged. I love watching the Church of Light jump around and completely misjudge the situation. It's quite entertaining, the Goddess of Darkness admitted. But I still think that old geezer Pope is incredibly stupid. I mean, doesn't he find it strange that people capable of purifying corruption have appeared in both the Southern Continent and the Magic Federation at the same time? If he really believes that people capable of truly purifying corruption have appeared in both places, purifying the polluted people, that would indeed be a very suspicious thing. Jenna shrugged again. But if a liar thinks a lie spread from them to the Southern Continent and then to the Magic Federation, then it's just a lie spreading from person to person. Everyone has learned to lie. It's not a big deal. As bystanders, we can see very clearly, but those involved, only seeing fragmented information in front of them, are always like being in a fog, unable to see the cause and effect, the past and the future. He laughed. After all, dear, when I told you that a small butterfly flapping its wings could create a storm, you had that expression on your face that completely couldn't connect the two things. The Goddess of Darkness suddenly choked. Let's not talk about that kind of dark history anymore. He urged. Shift the focus to the ball. I want to see what that lady is up to. The Goddess of Darkness was clearly engrossed in watching the drama. Jenna didn't mean to expose her friend's shortcomings. After a brief recap, he switched the perspective of fate back to the Magic Federation. Chapter 1018. The siblings had a long, heart-to-heart talk in the Mage Tower. The following evening, at Celoria's request, MOU returned to the main house of Felizlock. Hedenius was waiting for him in the main house, with a smile on his face, a set of exquisite and magnificent formal robes beside him. There are many rules for attending such balls, said the best-selling author from the Magic Federation, a frequent attendee of various balls, cocktail parties, and tea parties. Wearing a formal suit made by our Felizlock family's in-house tailor is one of them. I'm sure there are many skilled tailors outside, but if our suits aren't made by the same person, it would suggest discord within our family, or some unresolved internal conflict. MOU, that's quite an arbitrary assumption. He began to understand where those rumors about MOU's discord with his family had come from. As one of the most mysterious behind-the-scenes power holders in the Magic Federation, the Felizlock family is naturally under constant scrutiny. However, while some things are merely wild speculation, others are deliberately revealed by us to guide their interpretations and judgments. Sidro Diaz snapped his fingers, and the butler, along with male and female servants, swarmed around MOU, some pulling at his clothes, others trimming his hair. After a considerable amount of time, these professional stylists finally withdrew, satisfied, and a dazzlingly handsome lord was born. The Felizlock family's in-house tailor was indeed exquisite. The black magic robe was meticulously embroidered with the Felizlock family's crest and the world emblem of AMT County, while the collar and hem also bore the Magic Federation star emblem. Various gold and silver threads and tiny magical gems formed an intricate and noble pattern, yet it blended perfectly together, without appearing jarring or dazzling. From the materials to the craftsmanship, Everything fully reflects the long-standing heritage of the Felislok family. In the simplest terms, it looks expensive. His hair, untouched since arriving in this world, was meticulously groomed by the servants. First, the maids applied a magical ointment to soften, smooth, and nourish it, giving it a refreshing shine. Then, the butler trimmed the frizz and split ends appropriately, while retaining most of its length. Finally, it was tied back into a neat and dignified little ponytail with a thin golden silk ribbon, exuding the style of medieval French nobility. Except for the absence of curls at the temples. Even his nails were meticulously cared for, neatly trimmed, and coated with a clear, glossy polish. "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Mou said speechlessly. "I thought it was just a small ball." "Yes, in terms of scale and level, it is indeed a small ball." Sidrodius, without any qualms, smiled and rested his chin on his hand, watching his sworn brother suffer, showing no intention of helping. However, this is Moya Felislok's first public appearance in social settings since being expelled from the family and then returning. If we don't take it seriously, those minor nobles will gossip. Mou sighed softly. Sigh, living in a large family is really tiring. Ha ha ha. Sidrodius clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Indeed. You used to say that all the time. He winked playfully at Mou, then went to change into a pale violet robe. This somewhat frivolous and flamboyant color suited him perfectly. Come on, brother, tonight I'm your protector. Mou's shadow inexplicably twisted. The ball was being held at a manor near the outskirts of Kolensal. According to the social butterfly Sidrodius, this manor was the most popular venue during the Kolensal social season. Most prominent figures, or organizers wanting to appear prestigious, would go to great lengths to rent the space. The owner was also a shrewd businessman. As long as the price was right, nothing would be refused. The Felislok family's main residence was quite a distance away. When they arrived at the manor by carriage, almost everyone was already there, but no one objected to the Felislok family's lateness. Rather, everyone considered it the norm. Moya. Sidrodius. As the apparent host of the event, Councillor Locke Hughes warmly welcomed each guest at the entrance. Thank you both for coming. Speaking of Moyu, I must thank you. Your druids have been a great help. My territory has finally escaped the shadow of pollution. The number of vibrant citizens is increasing, and recently, several newborns have been healthy and free from pollution and deformities. Not to mention, the citizens have even been able to try growing grains and vegetables with the help of the druids. All thanks to you. Perhaps to curry favor with Moyu, and the Felislok family, or perhaps out of genuine gratitude, Councillor Hughes spoke particularly loudly, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the ballroom. The excited nobles immediately surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Many of them were members of the Magic Federation. Some had already built druidic purification halls in their territories and enjoyed the benefits of purification, while others had been waiting in line for a long time and came specifically to try and curry favor to get ahead. Hedenius moved around Mou with the ease of a border collie, dismissing those he needed to dismiss with a few words. His skill was astounding to Mou. With his escort, Mou passed through the foyer and corridors smoothly and successfully entered the ballroom. The ballroom was even more crowded, but compared to the impatient nobles outside, the people here were more discreet, knowing how to read the room and find the best opportunity. Everyone's gaze was subtly fixed on him. Even a corporate slave would feel a little nervous in such a situation, but Mou's mind inappropriately conjured up a bunch of melodramatic scenarios of innocent girls/green tea bitches at balls/banquets, scenes that had recently become inexplicably popular. Instantly, instead of feeling nervous, he felt like laughing. However, this was a proper social ball of the Magic Federation, not a place for some low-IQ, love-struck fool to wander into. After exchanging pleasantries with a group of people of varying importance within the Magic Federation, a graceful, elegant brown-haired woman in layers of magnificent ball gowns approached. Lord Moyu, would I have the honor of dancing with you? Chapter 1019. The newcomer was none other than Angelina Carrera. She was dressed with exceptional elegance and grace, carrying a pink, fluffy feather fan that partially obscured her face, perfectly conforming to the social etiquette expected of a ball in the Magic Federation. Since Mo, you had already been informed by Saloria that this woman was the true organizer of the evening's gathering, the Lord did not directly refuse her invitation. He simply and politely expressed his lack of dancing skills, asking for her understanding, before following the lady onto the dance floor. Many people were already dancing with complete concentration. Mou and his companion glided onto the dance floor like fish, causing little disturbance. Just as Saloria had said, the nobles of the Magic Federation held balls not for romance, but for legitimate business discussions. In these settings, the dance steps performed are a kind of incantation passed down from ancient times. By stepping in specific positions according to a particular rhythm and beat, a magical barrier is formed around the dancer. Within this barrier, all offensive spells and curses are nullified, and a one-way sound barrier is created, preventing sound from escaping while allowing external sound to penetrate. The dancer's movements are also quite unique. Women hold a fan in one hand and lift their skirts with the other, while men keep their hands behind their backs. There is no physical contact between them. They simply move in sync with each other, advancing, retreating, dodging, and swaying in circles, a perfect example of polite mutual vigilance. Legend has it that holding such dances for negotiation is an ancient custom passed down among magicians, specifically to guard against magicians, humanoid weapons who, during negotiations, might silently unleash spells, or even large-scale forbidden spells, to attack at any moment if a disagreement arises. The two sides negotiated in public, under the watchful eyes of many, their movements forming a continuously constructed defensive array. Their hands were fixed in specific positions, ensuring no contact with each other's bodies. This effectively prevented conflict and bloodshed during negotiations. Even if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would respect their status and leave amicably, as if they were simply performing a normal dance, effortlessly preserving face for both sides. MOU thought the person who devised this method was a genius. Maintaining a defensive array and negotiating simultaneously was already mentally taxing enough. It was difficult to concentrate on casting attack spells. The defensive array was constructed from both sides' mana and dance steps. Any error or stagnation in mana flow would be immediately detected by the other side, allowing them to strengthen their defenses. The close proximity of the two sides would also put pressure on mages skilled in ranged attacks. Men with their hands behind their backs, women wielding fans, weapons. These preset scenarios seem to allow mages to conceal melee weapons for defense or attack, but anyone who actually makes a move at a noble's ball will face social death. Of course, there are no gender restrictions for those dancing. Men can dance with men, and women with women. This semi-public negotiation venue, which essentially guarantees equality and safety for both parties, while leaving room for deterrence, is truly tailor-made for mages. If two mages of similar social standing, but who are strangers, want to conduct a relatively fair and safe negotiation on sensitive matters, choosing such a ball is far more suitable than choosing a secluded mage tower that is extremely advantageous to one side, or a desolate wilderness where they can ambush each other beforehand. The two assumed their positions, taking opposite steps. A moment later, the magical field was complete. MOU spoke. Madame Carrara, you specifically sought me out tonight. Is there something you wish to discuss? Angelina, her face partially obscured by a pink feather fan, chuckled softly. Of course. I've been commissioned by a civilian organization, the Orichalcum Blood Alliance, to discuss a mutually beneficial deal with you. The Orichalcum Blood Alliance. I heard of them. They suffered unjustly due to the greed of the Church of Light, struggling to survive amidst generations of lingering hatred, hiding their identities to evade persecution and cleansing. MOU said meaningfully, I believe we share a common enemy and aligned interests. Cooperation would be a great asset. In that case, let's skip the time-consuming and energy-draining probing and get straight to the point. What does the Orichalcum Blood Alliance want to achieve? What can they offer to achieve this goal? Are they willing to? What price will it cost? Angelina hadn't expected the Lord to be so direct. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind in an instant. She took a deep breath, suppressing the unrealistic urge to flee, and chose to trust. The Orichalcum Blood Alliance pursues justice and revenge. They hope to reveal the truth of the tragedy to the world, expose the hypocrisy of the Church of Light, and let those deceived by the Church of Light recognize what a hideous monster their faith in truly is. A resolute light shone in her eyes. They are willing to pay any price to fulfill this wish. No matter what. The connections and influence hidden within the Church of Light, their accumulated wealth and resources, even their insignificant lives, can all be offered up. She paused, then added hesitantly, if it doesn't endanger their lives, that would be best. After all, most of them are just ordinary people with families. They're only participating in this alliance of revenge to escape their hunt and survive. To destroy their current lives for the hatred of their ancestors seems a bit too much. MOU couldn't help but laugh. He roughly understood these people's stance and purpose, the only thing he wasn't sure about. You can rest assured about the strength of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance members. We will not involve them in battle or danger. I don't even need their names or information. My adventurers, and I will find a way to uncover the dirty deeds of the Church of Light and expose the truth to the world. In return, I only require those Orichalcum Blood Alliance members who want to participate to do one very simple thing. To sincerely pray to the world's consciousness. Angelina Carrara confirmed in surprise. That's all? That's all, MOU repeated with a smile. Chapter 1020. After the dance, the two exchanged friendly farewells, and MOU returned to Sidrodias' side. Looks like you had a fruitful time? Sidrodias asked with interest. Perhaps. MOU smiled. Sidrodias shrugged noncommittally. Come, it's a rare ball, and there's still more business to discuss. I already done a simple sorting for you. That group over there is what I dealt with, and you need to meet this group over here. MOU once again felt the terrifying power of this legendary playboy and acknowledged socialite of the Felizlock family. Looking at the vast crowd ahead, he couldn't help but shiver. Meanwhile, Angelina Carrara went to the empty study on the second floor and hastily wrote down the prayer the Lord had told her on parchment. No need to do anything else, no cost required, just sincere prayer to the world consciousness. It sounded like a great deal. But she also knew that free things are often the most expensive, and things that can be solved with money are usually not the real problems. I need to discuss this with everyone, she muttered, using their Orichalcum Blood Alliance's unique communication method to send out the message. When he returned to his mage tower, exhausted from the ball, Liao reported good news to him. The most radical and enthusiastic members of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance had all chosen to pray to the world consciousness. This development was exactly what he had expected. The world consciousness was the oldest belief in the world. Even though times had changed and gods had evolved, few people directly believed in the world consciousness these days, but most knew a little about it. To illustrate, it's like how all Asians know the story of Panga creating the world and Niwa creating humans, but later generations mostly worshipped Guanyin or Buddha. The same applies to this world. Gods have replaced world consciousness, and newly emerging powerful gods have seized the ancient and declining deities, generation after generation, evolving into its current form. But for the members of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance, they already have a deep-seated hatred for the Church of Light, so they naturally won't faithfully and devoutly believe in the God of Light. Going back to believing in world consciousness isn't a difficult matter for them. Overnight, Liao listened to countless prayers and successfully connected with these newest anchor points. For MOU and Liao, the communication methods used by the Orichalcum Blood Alliance were too old-fashioned and inefficient to the point of being a waste of time. Rather than having them communicate through meetings and relaying messages, it was better to directly pray to world consciousness to establish anchor points. MOU didn't need all members of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance to join the World Alliance's battle. Angelina's words were quite blunt. Some were there for revenge, while others were simply forced by circumstances to join this civilian organization driven by revenge, seeking a better life, and were unlikely to make significant sacrifices. This meant that opinions within the Orichalcum Blood Alliance might not be unified. If they were left to discuss whether and how to cooperate with the World Alliance, it would likely lead to endless meetings and a prolonged period without resolution. But praying to the world consciousness and establishing an anchor point was different. Those willing could participate voluntarily, and those unwilling to take the risk wouldn't be forced. Furthermore, becoming an anchor point for the world's consciousness wouldn't require them to sacrifice anything. Leah could naturally obtain information through their eyes, much like Nyarlathotep used the orphan spies sent by the Church of Light, without even needing to communicate with believers in the guise of a god. The process of transmitting intelligence was also much more covert and simple. The members of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance didn't even need to actively operate, further reducing the risk of exposure. Leah quickly compiled information on these new allies. They were scattered across the world, with nearly half in the Magic Federation, a small portion in the southern continent, and a smaller fraction within the Church of Light's theocracy. Of this smaller fraction, the vast majority were ordinary people living in anonymity, with a few extraordinary individuals, and even a few low-ranking nuns, priests, and clergy. While none of these individuals held high positions, and couldn't access the secrets of the higher-ups, they were numerous and widely dispersed. The subtle changes in the daily lives of ordinary people, what they see, hear, and feel, can reflect the Church of Light's ruling policies and current events. With a fragment of world consciousness comparable to the mainframe, Lydia can accurately extract the few but crucial pieces of information from a sea of mundane, ineffective data. The addition of these allies means an update to Lydia's database. More observation points, more data, and sources of the world's core energy. Lydia can gain resources from these people that they themselves are unaware of. Ordinary people, usually overlooked by the gods, can also wield immense power. This information, extracted from the ordinary people of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance, enriched Leah's database, illuminating many previously unexplored town maps within the Church of Light's territory. Leah also gained access to various intelligence from within the Church of Light's perspective. Today's prices, geographical information, local customs, mineral resource distribution, the game database of the world consciousness rapidly expanded, transforming into information usable by the player and injecting it into the player's game system, anchor point. Besides this information, Leah also obtained intelligence recorded by these ordinary people regarding the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation massacre. In MOU's understanding, exposing the crimes committed by the Church of Light was not particularly difficult. What the members of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance lacked was the ability to obtain evidence and historical truth, but the World Alliance, possessing the power of time and destiny, could easily uncover the truth. By acquiring certain tokens that can be used to pinpoint the target's history and injecting sufficient world core energy into the authority, the long-buried truth can be revealed. A more crucial question is, who, and how, will present these truths to the world? The storyteller is equally important. Doman Mont Blanc was a participant in the events, yet few believe his words today because his identity and stance are questioned. To protect themselves, the Church of Light will spare no effort in smearing their enemies and destroying their credibility. Regardless of whether what the enemy says is true, the Church of Light only needs to ensure that its own followers do not believe it. Chapter 1021. Sometimes, the truth of a news event itself is important, but the person and the way the news is presented are equally important. If the person revealing the truth is a notorious liar, then the credibility of the truth itself will decrease. Once the seed of doubt is planted in people's hearts, the effectiveness of evidence verification will plummet, and hard-won evidence will be treated as forgery. This matter cannot be rushed. If you cry wolf too often, when the wolf actually comes, no one will believe you. The evil deeds committed by the Church of Light over the years are not limited to this one instance. Only by collecting all the evidence and overturning the good image that the Church of Light has long cultivated among its believers can the most effective blow be dealt. MOU and his group cannot keep crying wolf to wear down people's accumulated fear and anger. They must strike hard enough to completely destroy the Church of Light's faith. The Orichalcum Blood Alliance is a resource, an ally, and, more importantly, an opportunity to destroy the Church of Light's faith. MOU had no intention of wasting this opportunity. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju returned to Desmond Town with a backpack full of food. This small town, though seemingly deserted, possessed all sorts of facilities, but had fallen into disrepair due to the gradual relocation of its inhabitants. The town's only church was managed by a scarred old man, who also served as the town's acting mayor. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju's journey across half the continent wasn't entirely fruitless. While continuously teaching culinary skills, she had also gained many followers with considerable connections and influence, including some quite capable and eccentric individuals. She obtained some fake identities from them, and combined with cosmetics, wigs, and makeup skills most girls possessed, she could create several disguises. One of the identities is almost entirely fabricated, Natalie Desmond, a side quest reward obtained by the cat at the Wushan Ju reception desk by chance. The quest was initiated by Barbara Desmond's nurse. Barbara Desmond was a terminally ill, bedridden, yet unusually wealthy old woman. Before she died, she desperately wanted to eat a long-lost hometown cake, but no one knew the recipe except her deceased mother. She only remembered that the cake was called brown snow peak cake, made with chestnuts, a specialty of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. The old woman's nurse happened to be a follower of the god of pastry. On the day the middle-aged nurse anxiously approached the cat at the Wushan Ju reception desk, the cat was teaching how to make butter cupcakes in that town. As a confectionery enthusiast well-versed in delicious desserts from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, the cat at Wushan Ju's front desk realized almost immediately after hearing the nurse's description that the task was to make a Mont Blanc chestnut cake. What's more, the system thoughtfully provided a complete recipe, supposedly created by the Lord himself, with an authentic flavor personally certified by Doman Mont Blanc. The cat at Wushan Ju's front desk completed the cake after only 2 attempts. After the old lady had eaten the cake her mother had been longing for, she breathed her last peacefully. The nurse then handed the cat the old lady's prepared will and a certificate of identity. Barbara Desmond was from the town of Desmond, her father was from Desmond, and her mother was a survivor of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Her family was small. She had a son and a daughter, both of whom died young, leaving her alone to live to the end. Before her death, she made a will, leaving her house and money in town to the nurse, who had cared for her all her life, and a property in Desmond and a certificate of identity to anyone who could fulfill her dying wish, namely, anyone who could make Brown's Peak Cake. The old lady's son and daughter died in a robbery, but to prevent distant relatives from seizing the inheritance, Ms. Barbara Desmond never announced their deaths. Therefore, regardless of gender, anyone who could make Brown's Peak Cake would be recognized as her son/daughter and inherit the property in Desmond. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju restaurant thus acquired the identity of the old lady's daughter. Natalie Desmond, this long-deceased girl, inherited the old lady's father's property in Desmond, a shop in the front and a workshop in the back, complete with a large yard. Even more perfect, the house was originally a bakery. The old lady's parents were renowned pastry chefs. The father was skilled at baking bread, and the mother was an expert at making various desserts and cakes. After years of running their business in a small town, they moved out with their earnings to a wealthier town, where Barbara was born. There was no better place for a pastry chef to hide her identity. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju felt that this was a storyline specially set up by the development team for her, or any player who had triggered the God of Pastry questline, and even better, this storyline included a player's house. The cat at Wushan Ju's front desk had only ever rented a bakery in Corinthal City before, and hadn't yet managed to buy a player's house. She never imagined that in this game, all roads lead to Rome, and she could even get a house for free while doing story quests. She was absolutely ecstatic. Natalie Desmond had never returned to the town of Desmond in her life, and the townspeople didn't recognize her. The hand-drawn portrait on her identity card only showed her appearance at age 12. The Church of Light's management varied across different regions. In some towns, due to manpower shortages, as long as they could collect the head tax, the priests wouldn't care too much about the identity card photos not being updated on time. Drawing the portraits was also extremely troublesome, requiring specialized artists, and the quality of these artists varied greatly, whether it looked like the person was entirely a matter of personal judgment. The identity card the cat at Wushan Ju's front desk received only showed a round face, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. No specific features were discernible. It was universally applicable. And it was even a black and white sketch where the hair color was barely discernible. Therefore, people often only update this identity image, which is so different from the real person, a few times in their entire lives. Since no one can recognize them anyway, what difference does it make whether they are adults or children? For residents, who have lived their entire lives on the church's land, the Church of Light's identity verification is not as strict as it is for outsiders. It is so rudimentary that it can be described as perfunctory. Chapter 1022. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju, thus assuming the identity of Natalie Desmond, checked into the town of Desmond. From the shared surname, it's clear that although the old lady rarely returned to the town, her father's family held considerable influence. Perhaps for this reason, even after marriage, the old lady hadn't changed her surname, having married into the family. After clarifying her background, the cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju put on makeup and a wig, disguising herself as an ordinary baker who bore no resemblance to the god of pastry, and casually returned to inherit her grandfather's bakery. The scarred uncle with a face, who also served as the acting mayor, and the town's only priest of the Church of Light, was also surnamed Desmond. In reality, he was Natalie's never-before-seen uncle. According to the gossipy Andes in town, he returned home decades ago, a descendant of the old town mayor's second son, who wandered the world with his belongings and never returned. He was supposedly a superhuman, possessing a strong physique, but he had been wounded in some battle, causing him to walk with a limp. A long knife scar ran across half of his right cheek. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju carefully examined his appearance. She thought that without the scar, this NPC could be considered wildly handsome. With the scar, although he was somewhat frightening at first glance, after a while, he also possessed a strange, wild charm. This uncle was unceremoniously called Uncle Scar by the village children, meaning Scarface, and the uncle didn't mind, responding to whatever they called him. Over time, the townspeople almost forgot his real name, habitually calling him Ska whenever they mentioned him. When the cat at Wushan Ju's reception desk went to the town church with that oddly shaped identification, she was still a little uneasy, but she quickly realized that Uncle Scar seemed to be hiding some secret. He was like a hidden monk from Shaolin Temple, bearing scars that seemed to tell a story, silently going about his business, completely indifferent to the various events happening in town. He simply took the document from the cat at Wushan Ju's reception desk, registered it, stamped it, and returned it. Aside from pointing her to the old bakery, he didn't say a word or ask a single question. This behavior was very unlike that of the Church of Light. The cat at Wushan Ju's reception desk subconsciously compared Uncle Scar to all the NPCs who had appeared in the story, but couldn't find any similarities. She could only secretly add him to her list of suspicious, intriguing NPCs, intending to investigate the storyline later. After completing the formalities, she arrived at the old bakery now registered under her name. In this town, she would no longer be an adventurer from AMT County, but rather Natalie Desmond, the baker and daughter of Barbara Desmond. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju was intrigued by this kind of quest where she could disguise herself as an NPC. The old bakery she inherited was dilapidated, much more rundown than the shop she had rented in Colonsale, but the grounds were enormous. The entire old bakery was a small villa. The front, facing the street, housed a spacious shop and a bread-making kitchen, complete with a double-layered red brick oven, a small flour mill, and even a whole fermentation room. The fermentation room had a flue connecting to the bread oven within its walls. The craftsmen who built it were clearly skilled bakers, having calculated the flue's length and heat transfer to perfectly control the temperature within the fermentation room. Furthermore, the bricks and stones used for the oven, flue, and fermentation room were of reliable quality, requiring no renovation. Behind this was a 3-story residence connected to a large courtyard. Although surrounded by other houses on both sides, it enjoyed good light and views, and the land area was ample enough to cultivate small plots for growing fruits and vegetables. The bakery and residence were somewhat dilapidated, and the design was outdated. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju took out her own design plans, hired villagers to renovate, and then went outside the village on a motorcycle to the holy city of Gerlanda to complete a shared mission. When she returned to town with a backpack full of food, the renovation was finished. The townspeople simply assumed she had gone out for a few days during the renovations, and no one suspected her connection to the food theft in the holy city. The ignorant townspeople were completely unaware of the horrific events that had occurred in the holy city, 30 kilometers away. These days, the townspeople were genuinely happy that they had a new baker in their town. You see, ever since the Desmonds, the baker and pastry chef, moved out of town, this increasingly declining town had been without a baker. People either baked their own bread or had to buy it from neighboring towns. Although hard bread could easily last a month or two, going to a neighboring town was always much more troublesome than buying it locally. But this town simply couldn't retain its inhabitants, a fact the townspeople were well aware of. If they had money and resources, they want to move away as soon as possible. Despite being so close to the holy city, the mountains hindered travel, making life worse than in a remote town. No resources, no local specialties, only a head tax levied according to the standards of towns near the holy city. The annual tax was astonishingly high, and after layers of exploitation, it wiped out every penny a person had accumulated in a year. The Church of Light was always adept at striking the right balance. Even a tiny bit more, and the people might be crushed, leading to rebellion. But the Church of Light never overcharged, always making people feel that by slightly compromising and enduring a little more, they could meet their annual KPIs. There were also some shrewd people in the town who saw through everything. They were among the first to flee. As time went by, more and more people moved out, but few returned. The townspeople were eager to escape this dreadful place, leaving behind only those with no other options but to silently endure. They harbored resentment, yet were powerless to do anything about it. Over time, this resentment transformed into a lifeless, apathetic state. People toiled hard every day, earning money, scrimping and saving, and paying the exorbitant poll tax at the end of the year. A year's work was wasted, yet they had lived another year peacefully, unsure whether they had gained or lost. The arrival of the new baker was like a clear spring flowing into this stagnant pool, breaking the silence. Chapter 1023. The new bakery, or rather, the old one, has finally reopened in the town of Desmond. The cat at Wushan Ju's front desk hummed happily as she opened the door, welcoming customers. This shop features a completely different decorating style from Colensel's, more rustic, simple yet possessing a unique charm. This decor not only better suits the tastes of the local customer base, but also allows the cat at Wushan Ju's front desk to experience different styles of shop design. If all shops had the same style, running a small business would become repetitive labor, losing its aesthetic appeal. On either side of the main entrance, along the street wall, are 2 large arched windows, one on each side. Outside the windows are folding wooden windowsills that can be lowered. Originally, these would open to reveal a classic European-style town counter, allowing the shop owner to conduct business directly with the outside world. However, the cat at Wushan Ju's front desk doesn't intend to use this design. She's the only owner, she doesn't need so many counters, and she can't manage them all by herself. She simply modified the 2 windowsills. The outer folding wooden windowsill opened to display potted flowers and plants, while the inner one was transformed into two bar-style single-seat areas along the wall, complete with bar stools, where people could relax and enjoy cakes and drinks. Yes, drinks. Most areas within the Church of Light did not have a tea drinking tradition. Currently, tea mainly circulated within the Magic Federation and Southern Continent. Once tea entered the Church of Light's territory, it naturally became an expensive pastime enjoyed by the upper class, unaffordable for the common people. The most popular drink in the Church of Light region is actually a wine made from the fruit of the Radiant Lily. The Radiant Lily, a magical plant capable of absorbing pollution, is not actually the same plant as a regular lily. Its fruit is a sweet fruit with a large amount of white endosperm and a hard purple skin. Because of its extremely high sugar content, it ferments very easily after ripening. This fruit is free of any pollution. Drinking its juice or wine produces a blissful, euphoric feeling without any addictive effects. The followers of the Church of Light greatly enjoy this beverage. The Radiant Lily needs 3 years to produce a large quantity of fruit. This fruit wine is currently only found in the Church of Light region. Even the cat at the front desk of Wushanju only heard of its existence after arriving in the Western continent. As a druid, she always carries some Radiant Lily seeds in her backpack, which she specifically bought from Gnawing Ball. She cleared a small plot of land in her backyard and repeatedly encouraged the Radiant Lilies to grow, finally producing a considerable amount of fruit. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju, brimming with curiosity, cut open a ripe fruit that exuded the aroma of alcohol and took a bite. She smacked her lips and blinked. Isn't this a yogurt-flavored cocktail? With a point of reference, things became simpler. White peach yogurt, grape yogurt, passion fruit yogurt, yogurt soda, even frozen for a fruit yogurt parfait. All the fruits used were grown in the backyard, making complete self-sufficiency possible. The backyard plot was also utilized to its fullest potential by the cat at Wushanju's front desk. The outermost ring was planted with magical vines. These plants, each with their own little temper, effectively protected the home, driving away any malicious prying eyes and thieves. And because they were carnivorous, they even caught and devoured the insects in the yard. Yes, these magical vines really did have gaping maws capable of chewing, making them the Osirian continent's version of the demon flowers, the kind that didn't emit a foul odor. Then, there were various fruits, apples, white peaches, and oranges, as well as climbing grapes and passion fruit. The cat at Wushanju's front desk had specially built a climbing pergola, and the vines, grown rapidly by the forces of nature, covered the pergola, forming a natural, shady pavilion. She placed a reclining chair and a small round table under the trellis, a perfect spot for a relaxing afternoon nap. If she felt like reading, she could even pick and eat fresh fruit. The land beneath the fruit trees wasn't wasted either. It was all planted with various vegetables, and even a small plot was used for wheat. However, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju didn't expect to achieve flour self-sufficiency with this wheat field. Planting wheat here was merely a cover for the large amount of dubiously sourced food she carried in her backpack, preventing any India's townspeople from reporting her to the Church of Light. People in mountain towns aren't necessarily all honest. Those who harm others without benefiting themselves are everywhere, regardless of region or race. Human nature is inherently evil. The only difference lies in whether upbringing can suppress this ugly nature. She didn't believe these followers of the Church of Light were all harmless saints. This property, complete with a shop and a garden where one could even grow plants, was both an essential tool for progressing the quest and a quest bonus. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju didn't want to lose this NPC identity, and the property that came with it due to some operational error. The 3-story residence was completely separate from the shop and bakery, creating entirely private spaces. The first floor contained the entrance, living room, kitchen, and family room, and even a separate, larger reception room. The second floor had the master bedroom and guest bedroom, and the third floor was a storage attic. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju slightly altered the layout, retaining the house's original Victorian-style decor. The structure of the first floor remained largely unchanged, except that the furniture and furnishings were completely refurbished. All the moldy and rotten furniture was discarded and replaced, and the wallpaper and flooring were also replaced. The second floor underwent the most significant changes to the bathroom. Although players don't need to use toilets, after daily battles and travels, bathing remains a crucial part of life. The receptionist at Wushanju renovated the entire bathroom, more than doubling its size, and replacing it with the most advanced and luxurious bathtub of the era. Enjoying a lactic acid-based cocktail while taking a bath in the game is an incredibly enjoyable experience, especially since there's no need to worry about drinking alcohol and fainting. So what if you die? Players aren't afraid at all. Unafraid of death, Players can repeatedly try all sorts of unhealthy but fun, dangerous but fun activities in the game without any harm to their real-life physical or mental health. Chapter 1024. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju decorated the master bedroom on the second floor to her liking, even replacing the bed with the largest, softest, and most comfortable one. As for the guest bedroom and the third floor attic, there wasn't much major work done, just some minor repairs and renovations. This alone cost the cat at the front desk of Wushanju all the holy coins she had earned in the territory of the Church of Light. She even had to exchange her adventure coins and resources for a large amount of holy coins from the system to cover the construction costs. This was a considerable sum. A wealthy customer obviously earns more respect from the townspeople than a strange baker who has just moved into town. In just a few days, Natalie Desmond's good reputation had spread throughout the entire town. Everyone who mentioned her couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this cash-paying boss. Nothing much was happening in this small town. Aside from routine work, there weren't many ways to make money. Natalie's house renovation alone was enough to boost the town's GDP by several percentage points. Of course, people in this era didn't have the concept of GDP. However, spending money too readily attracted thieves and hooligans. But as an adventurer, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju wasn't afraid of ordinary people at all. The magical plants planted outside the courtyard alone were enough to make these petty thieves cry for their mothers and suffer a terrible fate. When Scarface from the church rushed over with his heavy sword, he saw the hooligans being held upside down by their ankles and dangling in midair, while the new baker was still dressed in her cute puff-sleeve nightgown and nightcap, yawning sleepily, showing no signs of being frightened. The man stammered. Scarface slung his greatsword behind his back, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed one in each hand, tied them up with rope, and led the wailing thugs away. The cat at Wushanju's front desk couldn't help but notice that Scarface's great sword was remarkably similar to the great swords wielded by the World Knights. No, it should be said, very similar to those used by the Holy Sons of the Church of Light, except that Scarface didn't wear silver armor. He didn't even wear a priest's robe. Every day he wore a simple outfit resembling a rough cloth jacket, looking like a tough, rural farmer from an American small town. He used a lightweight yet strange leather strap and metal sword holder to secure his great sword, worn diagonally on his back. Magnets were attached to the leather straps to hold the great sword to the holder. This design was quite interesting, and the cat at Wushanju's front desk couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. She became increasingly certain that this scarred man harbored some kind of backstory, possibly connected to the Holy Sons of the Church of Light, and was likely the objective of her mission in this side quest of Desmond Town. However, the scarred man's appearance was quite unlike that of a Holy Son. He had black hair and green eyes, and was a large, muscular man, completely contrary to the heterochromatic eye's usual taste. Moreover, he was taciturn, rarely uttering a word. Unable to elicit any information, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju had to focus her attention back on the bakery's opening. Because the Church of Light was issuing a warrant for the Gouda pastry throughout the region, a poorly drawn wanted poster for the Gouda pastry was posted on the bulletin board in the church's front hall, which the scarred man cleaned daily. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju had no intention of showing off her baking skills here. She diligently followed the bread recipe she had found in the attic of the third floor of the house, a recipe belonging to Natalie's grandfather, a Desmond baker, and made the delicious bread that the people of Desmond Town remembered. It has to be said, Desmond the baker truly possesses considerable skill. No wonder his family is so wealthy, and no wonder Miss Barbara is so rich. In this era where even flour is adulterated, their family meticulously uses pure, carefully sifted flour, and their fermentation methods are exceptionally refined. This is evident in their exquisitely crafted, temperature-controlled fermentation room. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju replicated several of Desmond the baker's classic breads, as well as his wife's chestnut cake. This approach avoids revealing his status as a pastry master, reinforces Natalie's family's heritage, and allows him to experiment with bread recipes from the game, a win-win situation. However, when it comes to labeling the product, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju can't recall the cake name that flashed through the quest, so he simply uses his own name and labels it Mont Blanc Chestnut Cake. On opening day, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju neatly arranged freshly baked Desmond black bread on the bread rack in the center of the shop. These black breads were much softer and tastier than the inferior breads from other areas of the Church of Light, yet the crust remained hard, allowing them to be stored for a long time without spoiling. Combined with the town's limited customer traffic, this allowed Wushanju's front desk cat to work only sporadically, baking bread every few days, with the shops opening or closing the rest of the time being irrelevant. This way, logging off or temporarily leaving town to do quests wouldn't arouse suspicion from the townspeople. The 3 Mont Blanc chestnut cakes were placed in a glass display case protected by refrigeration runes. Every time a small cake was sold, the cat at Wushan Ju's front desk would take a new one from its game inventory a few moments later to replenish the stock. To the customers, it looked as if the baker was making cakes on demand, constantly restocking with fresh ones. Desmond Black bread was very popular, and the slightly more expensive Mont Blanc chestnut cake and various lactic acid drinks also sold well. Whether they placed an order or not, many townspeople sat for a while at the bar by the window, enjoying the familiar view they had never seen from this angle before, and then left satisfied with the experience and sense of accomplishment of participating in the town's hottest topic. The shop was bustling for a while before quieting down again. Only a few customers remained, enjoying their desserts and drinks. Wushan Ju's front desk cat took out another chestnut cake and placed it on the counter to fill the empty space. Just then, the shop door was pushed open again, and the bell hanging on the door rang. Uncle Scar entered. The burly man glanced up at the jingling bell on the door, paused for a moment, and then cautiously walked to the counter. He was clearly just there to join the fun. He looked around, and just as he was about to order, his gaze fixed on the small cake, unable to look away. "This cake, what's it called?" he asked with difficulty. The receptionist at Wushan Ju was completely bewildered. Scarface was literate, and she hadn't misspelled the Osirian script, Mont Blanc chestnut cake. "Would you like a slice, Scarface?" Chapter 1025. Upon hearing the name Mont Blanc chestnut cake, the usually taciturn man, who presented himself as a tough, unyielding figure, suddenly had tears welling up in his eyes. "One, please," he said in a hoarse voice. The cat at the Wushan Ju reception desk, unaware of his reaction, still brought him a piece of chestnut cake and a cup of orange-scented mulled wine as a token of gratitude for Scarface's nighttime police call to apprehend a thief. Scarface chose a seat in the far corner, quietly eating and drinking, tears silently streaming down his face. The cat at the Wushan Ju reception desk, hiding behind the counter, secretly observed him, feeling that the way Scarface sipped cake and wine reminded him of the long-lived Wolverine drowning his sorrows and reminiscing about past friends. The most poignant aspects of life are the fading of heroes, the graying of beauties, the exhaustion of talent, and the tragic fate of beautiful women. If 3 of these are combined in one person, it often creates a classic. To the cat-like receptionist at Wushan Ju, the mystery surrounding this NPC deepened even further. She felt this NPC must have some connection to the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, since currently, only NPCs from there reacted to this unusual chestnut cake. Perhaps even Scarface's surname and identity were fabricated. He didn't seem like someone this small town could produce, much less a descendant of the old mayor's second son, who had wandered the world with his belongings and never returned. As a superhuman, his actual age might even surpass that of the old mayor. The townspeople weren't superhumans, so it made perfect sense that they couldn't discern anything amiss. The cat-like receptionist at Wushan Ju had a sudden inspiration and secretly cast an appraisal spell on Scarface, failing 5 times in a row. The system simply popped up a notification. Your level is too different from the level of the current target being appraised. Appraisal unsuccessful. Wushanju's cat at the front desk? ? Although nothing was appraised, this notification still revealed something. Wushanju's cat at the front desk is currently climbing the divine rank. Her title of Goddess of Pastries is spreading like wildfire throughout the Kingdom of Light Church, causing her divine rank faith to skyrocket, currently at LV 130. She is currently ranked first on the Life Skills player ranking. The combat players are aiming for a different combat ranking. Their leveling paths are clearly different from Wushanju's cats, making a direct comparison difficult. According to the Osiria Continent's Transcendent Level classification, Wushanju's cat at the front desk is now considered a king-level powerhouse, essentially equivalent to a city lord. In an MMORPG setting, adventurers who travel far and wide will always, gradually, become stronger than NPCs. This is not uncommon. The NPC class mentors of yesteryear gradually stagnated, only able to watch as adventurers grew stronger, embarking on farther journeys, and encountering even more powerful mentors. This is the class journey in online games. Strangely, this seemingly ordinary priest, secluded in the small chapel of the Church of Light in this desolate wilderness, actually possessed a level far exceeding the king level. The system's ability to provide such a notification indicates that the opponent might even be a whole major level higher than her. Only a clear level advantage can completely counter the miraculous comeback from a successful roll on the appraisal skill. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju's restaurant grew increasingly curious. Uncle Scar had finished his cake. He sat blankly in the corner, staring at the empty plate for a while, then went back to the counter and left a generous tip. It was delicious, but too sweet. Ding! System notification. You have triggered a hidden quest. Please develop a Mont Blanc chestnut cake / Blanc snow peak cake that will completely satisfy Uncle Scar. Food that evokes memories is often the first step towards the truth. Finally, the hidden quest. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju's restaurant eagerly darted into the kitchen, fiddling with a not-too-sweet yet delicious chestnut puree. You see, in some places, the highest praise for a dessert is not sweet. Of course, not sweet doesn't mean completely devoid of sweetness. That kind of thing shouldn't be called a dessert. A truly delicious dessert should be like first love, innocent and sweet, with a subtle, refreshing sweetness, like a sweet breeze, captivating the soul, yet not cloyingly cloying. This is no easy task. But the cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju is full of enthusiasm and confidence. The god of pastries can definitely make delicious pastries that meet everyone's expectations. Isn't it just a chestnut puree cream cake? She used this delicious treat to pry open Scarface's mouth and uncover the secrets hidden beneath that muscular man's 8-pack abs. The hidden old man and the tranquil sea are ready to set off. The cybernetic combat puppets, which couldn't be used in the dungeon before, are finally ready to go. Every joint has been adjusted to its optimal state, all the slots for weapons, hidden weapons, and powders are filled to the brim, and a huge pile of blank teleportation scrolls has been stockpiled. This time, the two didn't intend to follow the convoluted rules of the Church of Light. They planned to employ a stealth strategy, infiltrating the church's territory entirely undetected. As players with dual bodies, their sustain and resupply could be handled by their second body, located in AMT County. By remaining completely hidden, they wouldn't need to interact with any hostile NPCs within Church of Light territory, and therefore wouldn't be subject to identity checks, thus eliminating the need for disguise. They carried enough teleportation scrolls to record their locations and teleport back and forth multiple times. Even if they accidentally offended someone, they could teleport away and return to continue the mission once things calmed down. The Elder of Concealment was very satisfied with this logic. The only problem was that the evidence-gathering quest from the Orichalcum Blood Alliance seemed a bit too difficult. The Tranquil Sea spent considerable effort finding a simple, old-world map in the AMT County Library. The map depicted the western continent as a fragmented wasteland, and they located the former site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation on that map. The best way to find evidence is to return to the crime scene, the reclusive old man, a seasoned reader of detective novels, confidently stated. Time may obscure most clues, but some traces will always remain. Tranquil Sea wholeheartedly agreed. Since it required a quick operation that concealed their movements, the two didn't team up with other players. Today's Rain boss was still developing ancient ruins on the planet's dark side these days, only able to connect remotely from time to time as an external brain. Chapter 1026. Today, you, the player's undisputed external brain, is currently exploring a mysterious ruin, possibly the burial ground of the god of craftsmen and art, with her regular team. They encountered some minor hiccups along the way. The significant progress made in the Clock Tower Town dungeon caused some instability among the team members, forcing them to temporarily disband and return to complete a new dungeon before resuming their efforts. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. These recurring minor setbacks didn't significantly impact their overall progress. At most, they would have to revisit the map a few times, which could even be easily resolved with teleportation scrolls. In games, you can't be too frugal with items, or you end up with a bag full of basic potions after completing the game. Led by the sealed artifact, the little doll of the god of craftsmen and art, you and her team finally found the Divine War ruins that Doman Mont Blanc's team had once explored. The rain today convinced them that this quest, involving Doman Mont Blanc and the god of craftsmen and art, was either related to the main storyline or at least a significant side quest. This side of divine warfare was located in the central eastern part of the planet's dark side, quite far from the nest of 10,000 demons. Even with flying mounts, it took them several days to finally find the place. High-level monsters swarmed everywhere, making every step incredibly difficult, not to mention the purple mist that rose every few hours. The mist was highly polluted. For ordinary people, breathing its air would easily cause their SAN value to plummet and drive them into madness. For the players, however, this was the perfect opportunity to transform into octopuses and blend into the monsters. After a grueling ordeal, using every means at their disposal to traverse the hordes of high-level monsters, they finally reached the center of the ruins and set up a makeshift camp in the safe zone. Although it was called a safe zone, the players all had a vague sense that the high-level monsters avoided the center because something there frightened them. Currently, this entity had not yet awakened. Tu Ji, along with Liang Daohanfei, Lai Tiaoya, and others, set up several tents. Shi Yuanfang built a campfire and stove in the clearing enclosed by those tents for cooking and boiling water. Nie Qiu and her disciple, Wituasi Liang enthusiastically went to gather some local ingredients from the surrounding area. Shi Wang de Hong, who was very interested in the history of the Oziria continent, had already wandered around the ruins, hoping to discover something interesting. Jin Tianyu chose a tent next to the campfire, took out a simple desk, chair, and oil lamp from his backpack, and began to work. She bought a Worldline drop from a player named Ikoduyu, the work notebook of archaeologist Roraland Medhust. For reasons unknown, and by whom, much of the text in the notebook was covered in black paint or similar pigment, and several pages bore traces of a purplish-black slime, resembling monster blood. Perhaps due to a combination of intellectual and physical pollution, the notebook constantly emitted a pale purple smoke, which reduced the sanity of its possessor. This pollution was like continuously emitted formaldehyde. Even if the druids purified the existing pollution, new pollution would emerge from the notebook after a while. For ordinary people or native scholars of the Oziria world, this would likely be a very annoying experience. The players, however, didn't see it that way. Today, Rain and Gnawing Ball, two healers, took turns guarding the notebook. As healers, their sanity value would automatically trigger the heart lock effect to reset it once it dropped to a critical point. In other words, the faster their SN value dropped, the higher the chance of it being reset. Simply put, the lower their SN value, the fuller their SN value seemed. It's a bit absurd, but it's true. For the healers, they weren't afraid of their SN value plummeting, they were afraid of their SN value remaining firmly stuck at a value far from triggering hard lock, say, 99%, unmoving. After obtaining this working notebook, today, Rain used her connections with the Lord to gain access to the Colenso library. She left her half-orc body in the library, so when she needed to find information, she could simply log out and log back in with a different body, very convenient. Today, after much searching and comparing various materials, I painstakingly pieced together a story. Lady Laurelyn Medhust was a short, grumpy old woman who loved archaeology and dedicated her life to the archaeology of the continent of Oziria. She made many significant discoveries throughout her life and published numerous papers to further research and explore the significance of these discoveries, unraveling the mysteries behind them. The exploration of the burial site of the craftsman and the god of art was the last archaeological expedition of her life, with clear documentation. This archaeological expedition was organized and funded by Domain Mont Blanc, a member of the Magic Federation and a direct survivor of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation massacre. The team included many big names from various fields, and even several muscular, physically imposing mercenaries, who appeared to be highly skilled fighters, but seemed to have ties to the Church of Light. What struck me as odd was that the team's initial objective didn't seem to be archaeology. It was only later, when Ms. Lauraland, an archaeology expert, used her connections to forcibly join the group. Ms. Lauraland Medhust recorded, "These wretched mercenaries, well, I'm not questioning their fighting ability, they are indeed quite capable, and each of them even knows some of the Church of Light's purification spells. Considering Domain Mont Blanc's dislike of the Church of Light's reputation, this is really suspicious. I mean, they have no reverence for archaeology whatsoever, they seem more like they're searching for something." At every new location, they would use the pretext of protecting the team's safety to ransack the place, their actions rude and uncouth. They would often knock over stone pillars and sweep away important artifacts, all to open a certain box underneath. This is absolutely unacceptable in the field of archaeology. I complained to Doman several times, but that stubborn old man just smiles. I'm sure that old fox has his own plans. That despicable Doman. I'm very curious. What could possibly make Doman set aside his years of hatred and cooperate with his enemies? Or perhaps, these people aren't truly enemies? I once saw Doman chatting happily with one of the black-haired mercenaries. His demeanor didn't seem like feigned politeness towards an enemy, it was more like concern for a junior he hadn't seen in years. Chapter 1027. Later, Ms. Lauraland Medhust continued, "Later, I had the opportunity to inquire with that old geezer Doman. The young man with black hair and green eyes was named Samar Medici. He and his companions were indeed from the Church of Light, but judging from Doman's overly cheerful expression, perhaps there was more to the story. I remember Doman came from a long-destroyed federation within the Church of Light's territory. He said he had no family, no clan, no elders, but I didn't think that was true. People always say that you only need 6 people to know everyone in the world. Even the smallest, most remote place will have connections with other regions. Even if the Church of Light wanted, or even tried, to completely erase this place from the map, someone would always escape from there, whether before or after. Oh, don't misunderstand. I fought Doman my whole life, and I will continue to fight him until the day I close my eyes in peace. I always disliked this cunning old man, but I also sincerely wish he could find traces of his past and his loved ones, no matter how many generations or how many blood ties separate them. No one should have to endure loneliness. Today, with the rain, I feel a warmth in my heart. This Granny Rollerin is quite stubborn but soft-hearted. But, could this Sommer Medes be an important NPC? Today, with the rain, I took out my little notebook, wrote down the name, and continued translating Granny Rollerin's work notes. Besides her daily rants about Doman, this old woman also recorded many strange things that happened in the archaeological camp. Numerous high-level monsters swarm around this ruin, seemingly drawn by the divine power it contains. However, they merely surround the site, never venturing inside, as if fearing some powerful being. Every morning and evening, a purplish-black mist spreads through the ruins. This mist, heavily polluted, instantly drives anyone who comes into contact with it insane. The archaeologists use special tents for shelter, but mercenaries from the Church of Light still need to repeatedly cast divine spells to dispel the mist and stabilize their minds. Here, the threat of monsters pales in comparison to the madness of their companions. Every so often, attacks occur from crazed teammates, the vast majority of injuries and bleeding stemming from friendly fire, a truly troublesome situation. Fortunately, we're adventurers immune to pollution, Jinryu muttered. But that's not all. Something strange is lurking in the camp. No, not human, not anyone in our group, and I'm not insane. I know what I'm seeing. Marble statues. Countless marble statues moving on their own. As if they were alive. Statues? Yes, I know, we're in the tomb of a god. This is the burial place of the god of craftsmen and art. It's long been rumored that the god of craftsmen and art has fallen, his authority and concepts seized and devoured by other gods. There's a hypothesis in academia that the god of craftsmen and art was taken down by the combined forces of fate and darkness. The god of craftsmen and art is a humanistic god born in a new era, presiding over craftsmanship, creativity, and whimsical ideas, possessing the power to infuse objects with emotion, giving them human-like life. Perhaps, darkness targeted him because of this power to give life to objects, so similar to the immortal power of the goddess of darkness. Therefore, darkness took away the power of craftsmen and art to sculpt dolls and mold clay into human form, while fate gained a pair of magical hands. But is that all there is to the truth? I feel that some earth-shattering secret is hidden beneath this land. An earth-shattering secret? Jinryu tilted her head curiously. What secret could be greater than darkness and fate devouring craftsmen and art? Could it be that the god of craftsmen and art hasn't truly died? Or does he have some hidden plan? The god of craftsmen and art. She searched through the archives, somewhat troubled. There's not much information. It only shows that he's the god the dwarves have always worshipped. So, should we ask the dwarves to investigate? She scratched her head in frustration. But what does all this have to do with the god of light? What is Doman searching for here? What he's looking for is most likely unrelated to archaeology, but it involves revenge, so it must be related to the god of light. But what is the connection between the god of light and the god of craftsmen and art? Jinryu flipped through her work notes again, finding the later passages too vague and frantic, with more and more words being crossed out. With her current knowledge, she couldn't decipher what Ms. Rowland was trying to convey. So she skillfully logged off, switched characters, logged back in, and once again stood inside the colon cell library in her jackalwork form. Lord Moya had used his connections with Sal Aurea to grant her access to most of the library's contents. As long as it didn't involve the secrets of the Magic Federation, Jinryu had the right to access it. Sal Aurea had even instructed all the library staff to assist Jinryu's research. Jinryu arrived at the library's duty desk, startling the dozing staff member on duty. Tonight's duty officer was a short, brown-haired girl named Shirley, a cheerful and adorable, but incredibly knowledgeable magic researcher. She worked at the Colensal Library, just so she could read the books during her night shifts. Jinryu had previously asked her to look up information. Shirley, who had been dozing off on the counter with her head on a book, jumped up at the sound of footsteps. Yawning, she looked at Jinryu. I'm awake, I'm awake. Adventurer, what are you looking for tonight? Information about the god of craftsmen and art, Jinryu replied, like his biography, appearance, habits, abilities, and so on. The god of craftsmen and art. Shirley muttered as she sat up. In my memory, he's a god with an eccentric personality. Probably because he's obsessed with artistic creation. The reason is that, unlike other gods, he doesn't respond and protect his followers constantly. Instead, he disappears intermittently, busy with his artistic creations, only appearing once in a long period of seclusion. Therefore, people never know whether he is alive, dead, or simply engrossed in creating a work of art, hence the lack of news. This style is very much like an artist, isn't it? Her gaze searched the bookshelf for something, then she exclaimed with delight, "Ah, it's this one." She pulled out a thick book and handed it to Jinryu. Jinryu looked down and saw a solemn, blonde-haired god glaring angrily at her on the book's cover. Chapter 1028. To be fair, the god of craftsmen and art was quite beautiful. Long golden hair styled in the once popular half-loose, half-pigtail style, light-colored eyes, androgynous, even somewhat feminine, face adorned with striking, heavy makeup. However, his expression was quite serious, not at all like a benevolent deity. His wide-open eyes were filled with anger, or perhaps passion. He wore a Greek-style white robe with one shoulder button, revealing his bulging chest and biceps with a mixture of naturalness and deliberate intent. His left hand held a carving chisel, while his right gripped a heavy-looking carving hammer. These two objects perfectly explain the origin of his muscles. At first glance, Jinryu was startled by his terrifyingly cold gaze and makeup, but after a few more glances, he seemed less bothered. While this is an avant-garde deity that would make even the most sensitive straight men cry out and flee in terror at first glance, it's no more bizarre than the players lining up in the World Plaza. A bit scary, isn't it? Shirley said understandingly. I was startled when I first saw this cover too. He doesn't look like a fallen god at all. In fact, quite a few people believe the god of crafts and art is still alive, the evidence being that his form hasn't changed. The connection between a god and his form is very close. Most gods' forms directly reflect their state, and believers and many theologians judge a god's state based on his form. But this isn't always entirely accurate. Most statues are unpainted marble, granite, or wooden sculptures. Unless, like the god of winter, he's smashed to pieces by Annie, it's difficult to determine whether a god is asleep or dead. Some gods/humans appear to be alive, but have actually been gone for some time. Of course, there's also the possibility that these gods haven't truly perished. Every god possesses unique abilities and methods of self-preservation, and some gods, like the goddess of darkness, will go so far as to shed their skin and be reborn from the brink of death to achieve certain goals, such as changing their authority. Perhaps this god of craftsmanship and art also has his own little secrets. Today, Yo-Yu opened the biography of the god of craftsmanship and art. This book was written from a third-person perspective by a neutral theologian, and all historical facts are corroborated by corresponding evidence and sources, so it should be considered relatively credible. She read it carefully. Enrico Lecchios, the god of craftsmanship and art, was born into an ordinary family of believers in the Church of Light on the Western continent. His father was a stonemason who specialized in sculpting various idols for the Church of Light. Enrico displayed astonishing artistic talent from a young age, learning carving from his father even as a child. At first, he lacked the strength to wield a sledgehammer, so he could only sculpt clay figures. Yet, whatever he sculpted was incredibly lifelike. The small animals he made seemed ready to run on the ground, the miniature humans lived their unchanging daily lives in equally miniature villages, and the statues of gods almost immediately gained the gods' approval. By the time he came of age, his fame had spread throughout the entire continent. Every piece of his work was sold for exorbitant prices, and everyone was proud to own one of his creations. Craftsmen all hoped to create perfect works like his. The artisan's faith began to converge on Enrico, who gradually gained mysterious powers. The statues he sculpted seemed to acquire a kind of life, coming to life under his control. People didn't know if this was a mechanism or magic, simply calling it a miracle. The string-controlled puppet is Enrico's earliest work of living dolls. Initially, he controlled these lifelike puppets with thin strings, later experimenting with hiding the strings and adjusting them to mechanisms built into the puppets' bodies. Finally, he could use metal, silk threads, and some unknown, wondrous liquid to replicate all the internal organs of a human body, and use these mechanisms to bring the puppets to life. Unfortunately, due to the immense effort, money, and materials required to create a single puppet, almost no one could replicate the making of these living dolls. As time passed, this exquisite technique was not fully passed down. Some of the techniques were learned by alchemists to create their crudely made but cost-effective alchemical dolls. Enrico created the divine hierarchy of sculptor, mechanic, puppeteer, and marionetter, gradually stepping from a behind-the-scenes artist and sculptor into the spotlight, becoming a symbol, a legend of an era. Although his appearance differed greatly from the dwarves' usual taste, his craftsmanship, skill, and aesthetics captivated the vast majority of them. The dwarves revered him as an ugly god. Perhaps due to this contamination, after becoming a god, Enrico's appearance underwent a strange change. His expression grew increasingly angry, gradually transforming into a form that the dwarves desired. Today, Yu once again made notes in her little notebook. Puppet master, looks like a new profession. Isn't a mechanic a subsidiary profession of a magician? Speaking of which, this shift from behind the scenes to the forefront also feels a bit like a move towards magicians. Magicians are on the path of fate. Is this why Enrico offended fate? Yu looked at the book for a while longer. First, make the puppets and statues lifelike, then install mechanisms to make them seem alive. Once enough people believe, these puppets can really come to life, at least for a short time. This method is very magician-like. First, obtain a result through lies and illusions, then use this predetermined result to make the fake real, gaining some kind of living power, or rather, the power of immortality. This again infringes on the interests of the goddess of darkness. However, no matter what, the fake puppets never truly gain natural life, so her authority contains no natural elements. Yu turned back to the book cover and gazed at Enrico's face for a longer time. For some reason, she felt a strange sense of familiarity about the face beneath the heavy makeup, yet she couldn't quite place where she had seen it before. Perhaps I never truly seen him, she murmured to herself. Maybe I just have light-eyed blonde hair, and my light glow PTSD kicks in. Chapter 1029. Try this. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju placed a plate of Mont Blanc chestnut cake in front of Scarface. These past few days, Scarface had developed a habit of having breakfast at her bakery. Although her shop wasn't open every day, Scarface seemed to come by almost every day. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju was already considering hiring a small NPC helper in town. The shop owner could have a relaxed, lazy persona, but that was obviously not so friendly to customers who wanted to enjoy good food. The longer she spent in this game, the more involuntarily the cat at the front desk of Wushanju began to see these NPCs as living, breathing people. She knew, of course, that they were just a bunch of vivid data, acting according to the logic of the system's preset personalities, and that even if they didn't eat or drink, there wouldn't be any real problems. But in this VR MMORPG game where you're completely immersed, sometimes believing that these NPCs truly exist in some other world, even if they only exist in a game server, gives you a completely different, almost realistic gaming experience. Every fantasy game, frankly speaking, is a game of make-believe. Naturally, the more realistic and less reliant on imagination, the more fun it is. Scarface glanced down at the small cake, the distorted scar on his face twitching almost imperceptibly. I didn't order this. I wanted a ham and cheese croissant today, with that new bitter. What was it again? Black coffee. The cat at the Wushanju reception desk turned and brought out his breakfast. Your order is all here. The chestnut cake was complimentary. Consider it a small favor, try it, and see if it suits your taste. I've been adjusting its sweetness lately. Is it because I said it was too sweet? Scarface took the plate and said, You don't really need to adjust it for me. I'm not a big fan of sweets anyway. But if a cake is too sweet, can't you just reduce the amount of sugar when making it? Adjusting the recipe isn't that simple. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju said righteously, Sugar in a cake isn't just a seasoning. It's a crucial component in whipping egg whites and maintaining the shape. Reducing the sugar will affect many related aspects, including the firmness, texture, and other aspects of the taste. It's a domino effect. Anyway, try this one first and see if it suits your taste. Scarface's scar twitched a few more times, like a wriggling earthworm. With a slight resistance, he picked up a spoon, scraped off a little bit of cream, and put it in his mouth. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju couldn't help but mutter, You weren't this reserved the first time you ate it. Uncle Scar, however, showed a surprised expression the moment the spoon touched his tongue. It's delicious. Their voices rang out almost simultaneously. The cat at the front desk exclaimed and said joyfully, Really delicious? You're not kidding me. Really delicious. Uncle Scar's expression was very sincere. His surprise was genuine. The sweetness has lessened, making the chestnut aroma even more pronounced, and the cream flavor has become richer. I really like this rich, autumnal feel. The cat at the front desk carefully examined his expression, as if judging whether he was telling the truth, while Uncle Scar tried to widen his already small eyes. attempting to appear more believable. "It's still too sweet, isn't it?" she asked. It wasn't that she actually noticed Scarface's unusual behavior, but the system hadn't given any notification of task completion, which was suspicious. The task required making a small cake that would completely satisfy Scarface, and clearly she hadn't met the passing standard. Scarface coughed awkwardly. "It is a little sweet, but it's really better than last time." "No, I can't say that. The last one was also very good. It had the original flavor of this kind of cake. I just prefer this version. It would be better if it were a little less sweet." "I understand." The cat at the front desk of Wushanju collected the plate and asked casually, "Uncle, you seem to have fond memories of this cake?" Scarface, who had just taken a sip of coffee, choked abruptly. "Perhaps." He didn't intend to continue, so the cat at the front desk of Wushanju had no choice but to give up, taking the small plate back to the kitchen and putting it in the sink. Indeed, these tasks weren't so easy to bypass. NPCs might be intelligent, but their mouths were incredibly tight. After washing the dishes, she composed herself and laid out all the ingredients on the counter again. If it's a bit bland, then I work on the chestnut cream." The players at Green Pine Sanatorium had traversed magnificent snow-capped mountains, lingered for a long time beneath scenic snow-capped lakes, and then headed west, slowly making their way towards the V-shaped opening of the Holy Mountain Range. They were true casual players. Even though they logged in for long periods each day, this relaxed travel style of walking and sightseeing, stopping for a few days at each breathtaking view, was undeniably inefficient. Of course, most of the players who were resting were patients with illnesses or disabilities. They didn't enter the game to prioritize efficiency in completing tasks. Instead, they were able to better enjoy this otherworldly realm. Initially, Sunflower and White Crow, familiar with computer code, would mutter things like, "The modeling is so detailed, how many programmers lost their livers and hair on these landscapes?" Later, when they climbed to the summit of a snow-capped mountain for the first time on their own two legs, gazing into the distance, no longer did thoughts of code or modeling arise inappropriately. Only a heart overflowing with a bittersweet, overwhelming sense of emotion and awe filled them. White Crow, who lost both legs in an accident in his childhood, was even more deeply affected. He had always thought he would be forever confined to a small room by this accidental disability. He never imagined that through an online game, he could briefly regain the feeling of having legs and attempt achievements completely impossible in reality. Whether in reality or in a VR game, what's done is done, what's seen is seen. Even if it's just data, what does it matter? To him, this place is real enough and beautiful enough. He deliberately turned the motion perception to the highest level. With each step he took, he could feel the hardship of climbing the mountains, the soreness and tension in his leg muscles, the chest tightness and shortness of breath caused by the lack of oxygen at high altitudes. These were experiences he had long forgotten, experiences he could no longer imagine. But in the dream world provided by this game, he could savor the beauty of this pain. Chapter 1030. Sometimes, feeling pain is a kind of happiness. After leaving the mountain lake that everyone loved, Baya continued on his journey with the main group. Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave the beautiful and tranquil sapphire-like lake, everyone believed that even more beautiful scenery awaited them ahead. The players of the Green Pine Sanatorium team weren't keen on using mounts. Most of them suffered from various injuries or ailments in real life, blindness, disability, mobility issues. They preferred to experience the world on their own 2 feet, only using flying motorcycles when faced with insurmountable obstacles. They all enjoyed the bittersweet feeling of muscle soreness, liked helping each other stretch and relax during rest periods, and enjoyed the stimulation of endorphins, and adrenaline from these activities. Players recovering from trauma gained so much from this game, not just the scenery they never had the chance to experience, the support of like-minded friends, and the emotional relief and healing. Most survivors of accidents and misfortunes struggle to move on from the pain of losing a part of themselves, falling into a cycle of despair and self-pity, forever confining themselves to a small world, whether it's a bedroom, an apartment, or a closed-off world belonging only to their own hearts. Sometimes, people aren't entirely without hope, they're just defeated by despair, unable to climb out of the abyss on their own. Even knowing that warm sunshine still lingers in the distance, they fear they can't reach it even with all their might. So, to protect their wounded, dwindling inner strength, they choose to shut themselves off, pushing away their remaining family and friends, afraid of hurting others, and even more afraid of hurting themselves. Although willpower doesn't exist in the primordial world, sometimes optimism and pessimism can indeed lead to drastically different outcomes. Life is never perfect. Optimists will always find joy and beauty on life's bumpy road, while pessimists will only ever see the pits and stumbling blocks on the ground. Thus, happy people climb upwards in a cycle of happiness, while pessimists grow increasingly angry and despondent in their repeated dissatisfaction and curses. Dark emotions are like an inescapable quagmire, pulling at their legs, engulfing their bodies, dragging them down little by little, suffocating their mouths and noses, preventing them from crying out for help, and leaving them to crumble slowly in silence. After entering this game, the players of the recovery mode unexpectedly discovered that their cycle of pessimism had been broken. Before, every day they would wake up in physical pain and restless sleep, experiencing darkness before their eyes, whether physical or metaphorical, and despising their own worthlessness. Because of accidents or illnesses, many felt they had become useless. Now, they wake up refreshed after a perfect, deep sleep, carrying with them the slightly faded yet still beautiful memories of the game, like a fleeting dream, and begin the new day's challenges with hope. Initially, the rift between the two worlds caused pain and discomfort for the players. One moment, they were an invincible, healthy person in the game, the next they were back in the painful reality, making them want to hide in the game forever, escaping everything. Game companies are almost cruelly strict in this regard. Even players on rest are limited in their online time. Once the game system detects that a player's physical condition is no longer suitable for the game, they are logged off and forced to eat, move around, and rest before being allowed to log back in. To experience the world of normal people they crave again, these players have to confront a reality they dislike and actively improve their health. Those suffering from anorexia due to physical and mental illness eat unappetizing, nutritious meals. Those desperately needing rehabilitation, but always avoiding it, are forced to obediently cooperate with therapists' instructions, and those who have lost their sight or hearing begin to use their other senses, trying to discover more beauty during this unavoidable offline time. Since there's no escaping it, one must accept it. Enduring this temporary suffering yields a reward well worth the price of admission. Sufficient rest, a changed mindset, a positive attitude, and perhaps even a subtle spiritual uplift. These players, who have taken time off, can feel their physical condition gradually improving after entering the game. Many who are financially well off have even begun to undergo more novel treatments. Artificial limbs, corneal transplants, new drugs, technology is constantly advancing, always bringing innovation and breakthroughs. These players have personally experienced what it means for technology to benefit humanity. Even though it's just a game, it has genuinely brought them an irreplaceable sense of happiness. It's even a beneficial cycle. To play the game, they have to cooperate with treatments to improve their physical condition. The better their physical condition in reality, the fewer limitations they face in the game, and the more game content they can experience. A cool breeze blew from the forest, carrying the stench of wild beasts, indicating the presence of ferocious creatures nearby. Previously, most players in the sanatorium were unable to fight, and could only regretfully detour to avoid them. But now, their abilities in both reality and the game have increased, and many game restrictions have been lifted. At least, fighting monsters in the wild is no problem at all. It's a level 66 monster, a lone, demonized two-headed tiger. The leader, Pine Tree, accurately located the source of the scent and cast an identification spell on the monster with one head larger than the other on its neck. Can we fight it? Sunflower asked eagerly. We should be able to. There are many of us. Pine Tree commanded in the team channel. Everyone, form ranks. The sanatorium players quickly formed ranks and spread out in specific positions. Most of the sanatorium players were shaman dancers and bards. After all, these classes are best suited for singing and dancing and playing casually, while Pine Tree himself had trained as a world knight to protect everyone. Their team also included a melee spearman who could rack up 7 kills at Changbanpo, who could occasionally tank when the main tank went down due to his high damage output. Although he himself had some complaints about this, he only grumbled a few times, and when it was time to hold the line, he would still step up without hesitation. These are the reliable players who say one thing but mean another, even if teammates make basic mistakes like the main tank forgetting to use shield stance and failing to hold aggro. They will still do their best to ensure the team's survival, despite their reluctance. Chapter 1031. Over this period, the players of Green Pine Sanatorium have figured out an effective method for fighting monsters. Their individual strength might be slightly weaker than that of ordinary players, but that doesn't matter, because online games are inherently team-based. Unlike single-player Souls-like games where solo combat requires frantic button mashing, in online games, as long as there are enough players, even world-class boss monsters can be killed. Sometimes, even a single hit from one player isn't enough to share the loot. Missing a single skill cast can mean missing an achievement. The Green Pine Sanatorium team doesn't have many tanks, and melee classes are also rare. Most are shamans and bards. In terms of pure combat strength, they might not be as strong as most normal player teams, but when they spread out at a certain distance, forming a well-organized battle formation, the overlapping buffs can stack their effects to a terrifyingly high level. Moreover, they had coordinated many times before, knowing where to stand to simultaneously protect which teammates, which directions to defend against attacks from, and what combos to execute. While there are many makeshift teams in the world, a well-coordinated team can often achieve twice the results with half the effort. A pine tree activated its protective power, drawing the aggro of the demonized two-headed tiger. The melee fighters swarmed in, firmly blocking the tiger's rear from the left, right, and other directions. Now it was time for the ranged support classes to shine. Boosting morale, increasing resistances, amplifying attack power, breaking defenses. When it comes to boosting their own morale and crushing the enemies, support classes are the experts. After a fierce half-hour battle, the demonized two-headed tiger collapsed under the onslaught of the recuperating players. A few curious onlookers crouched down and poked the still liquid tiger's body with twigs. Can this thing be eaten? Is it tasty? How do you eat it? So, some companions who had trained as magic chefs and druids dismembered the demonized tiger into 8 pieces, purified it, and placed it on the barbecue grill. The recuperating players ate with gusto, their mouths glistening with oil, showing none of the dawdling or difficulty swallowing one might experience in real life. Eating in a healthy, uninjured body always makes for a better appetite, and in the game, even dishes made with excessive oil, sugar, and salt have no effect. This not only doesn't affect the health of the dead or artificial alchemical doll bodies the adventurers use, but actually makes the food taste even better. There's even an added emotional bonus from happily sharing their prey with friends. Eating well in the game doesn't have no real-world impact. Players whose appetites were affected by physical injuries and pain in reality, gradually developing into a psychological aversion to food and even eating, unexpectedly rediscovered the joy of food in the game. Without the influence of physical pain in reality, even if their souls still resisted food and the act of eating, the wonderful aroma of the dishes rekindled their appetites. The perfectly healthy bodies in the game, having expended a lot of energy, calories, in battle, would naturally and instinctively seek food to replenish themselves, even alchemical dolls. Stimulated by the aroma, their mouths watered, the long-lost feeling of hunger stimulated their brains, and the pleasure of eating was deeply etched into their souls. Even upon exiting the game and waking from the dream, many players felt as if a switch had been flipped within their souls. Many patients have surprisingly regained their appetite, at least no longer displaying a grimace at the sight of food, no longer treating each meal as torture. They even actively seek to eat, and eating gradually becomes something to look forward to again. Eating well, sleeping well, maintaining a good mood, engaging in proactive and appropriate rehabilitation/exercise, and having a regular sleep schedule are the foundation of health. After achieving these, every patient struggling on the road to recovery seems to have activated a speed-up cheat code in the game, Earth Online, visibly recovering every day. Even with various statements from the development team, the game continues to be recommended and spread among patients. Of course, players remember the development team's instructions not to treat the game as a treatment or medicine. However, since they are already confined to their hospital beds due to injury and unable to do anything else, they might as well take the opportunity to play a game, which is better than wasting time staring idly at the white walls of their hospital room. While this game requires an application, making the entry requirements higher than other publicly operated games, anyone genuinely interested in playing will eventually succeed after 3 or 4 applications. It's certainly more troublesome, but the delayed joy from these setbacks, combined with the game's exceptionally engaging content, makes the experience even more enjoyable. It's like pushing your limits to get into a prestigious university or participating in a lottery, knowing the odds are against you. The joy of winning is always more intense. On the contrary, those who come with malicious intent are repeatedly rejected. They couldn't help but suspect that the game company was using some kind of big data model to pre-screen players, but they were powerless to do anything about it. The game company clearly didn't want their business. They wouldn't take money offered to them. All they could do was frantically complain. Trying to smear the company was futile. Other normal players got their applications approved easily, unlike them, who experienced being completely excluded from the game. Their smear posts were baseless, and only fueled the doubts and rebuttals of both new and old players. The trolls' outbursts on various platforms were like stones sinking to the bottom, failing to make a ripple. Many accounts were even dug up by curious netizens, revealing various hidden stories, forcing them to sheepishly delete their posts and close their accounts. While there are many bandwagoners, a good game will always have fans who spontaneously defend it. This kind of fan loyalty was something even the development team might not have anticipated. It's precisely because of the game company's exceptionally solid, uncompromising approach, even proactively eliminating any unnecessary profits, that the game's reputation has improved so much, and its sales figures have become increasingly impressive. The initial screening of normal players has also ensured a comfortable gaming environment. The quality of a game's environment is greatly influenced by the target player group the development team aims to attract. A high-quality player base will continue to drive the positive development of the game environment, preventing a chaotic and unhealthy environment that will cause most normal players to quit. In a good game environment, order is established, and the ecosystem of experienced players mentoring new players will only improve. If the target audience is wrong, and the development team provides no guidance, the entire game will become chaotic and unhealthy, leading to a situation where bad money drives out good, driving away all normal players, and causing the game to decline. The good gets better, and the bad gets worse. This is a strange yet common ecological cycle. Now, MOU no longer needs to worry too much about the player base and the game environment, but for a planner who is destined to lack slacking off, a proper rest is impossible. Because the second battle of the gods has officially begun. Chapter 1032. Detected that you have logged into the God War illusionary realm with a secondary account. Anchor point successfully connected. Analyzing the special illusionary realm structure. Beep beep beep. Analysis interfered with by the power of an external evil god, resulting in error. Warning. Warning. Analysis cannot be completed smoothly, resulting in an unknown error. Garbled prompts kept popping up. An error alarm sounded frequently, finally subsiding after a while. Beep. Analysis failed. System intervention is limited in this battle, and intelligence acquisition is limited. Lord, you have to rely on yourself. MOU couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was the first time Leah had let him down, and she did it so confidently. Truly worthy of being the useless, world consciousness sprite he knew. The arrow was on the bowstring, and had to be released, but the boss let him down at this moment, so MOU, as the worker, could only grit his teeth and bear it. Isn't this just playing a deduction game without a guide or hints? It feels pretty cool. The mist before him gradually dissipated, and MOU found himself standing in a European-style square. A fountain of moderate size still stood in the center, surrounded by European-style houses. It was difficult to determine the exact size of this area. It could be a village, a town, or even a city. To the west of the square was a gate leading out into the wilderness, beyond which lay thick mist. A metal plaque hung on the dark gray gate, bearing the words, Mist Town, in the script of the Osiria continent. Many pedestrians were coming and going, their clothing and styles common to the Church of Light or the Osiria continent. It seemed this place was within the Church of Light's sphere of influence, or at least under its influence to some extent. MOU blinked, looking around, and realized this place didn't belong to any of his familiar memories. Misty Town. Initially, I'm considering two possibilities. One, this scene does exist in a certain memory's timeline, but in that memory, Aelian, as a participant, didn't have much of a deep impression of that place. Or perhaps, this entire scene's timeline was pieced together by Milk Fong, and doesn't exist in reality. The current information wasn't enough for MOU to make a judgment, but considering his opponents were Milk Fong and Heterochromia, it was best to treat this as a completely new instance. Suddenly, a light drizzle began to fall. MOU didn't know what would happen here, so he didn't leave rashly, but simply found a nearby awning to take shelter from the rain. The number of pedestrians in the square had decreased significantly, leaving only people hurrying by with umbrellas. And from the mist behind the western gate, the figures of a group of people slowly emerged. MOU couldn't help but look towards the gate. The first to emerge from the mist and enter through the gate was a burly man with silver hair and fox ears, carrying a heavy sword. MOU immediately recognized him. Wayland. So, this is the Holy Sons group? He watched the figures emerging from the mist more intently, trying to identify them. Following Wayland was Oliland. Behind them were the Holy Sons, a long list of names that had barely crossed MOU's mind without leaving much of an impression. Each of them was covered in grime and blood, their faces etched with deep weariness and sorrow. It was a sorrow born of an inability to resist the weight of life, a sorrow tinged with death and despair. Their eyes were vacant, like a group of living corpses blindly following their instincts. Their bodies might still be alive, but their hearts seemed dead. Aelian walked at the back of the group, now small and thin, surrounded and protected by several other Holy Sons. His eyebrows were lowered, His long eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes, like the others, were vacant, looking much like the expression Mou had when he first met him. Perhaps even worse. Mou carefully observed his every move, and finally concluded, this alien was most likely the real person. But that Wayland seemed a little off. His eyes flashed with a cunning glint, full of eager anticipation, quite different from the other holy sons. This one was most likely Nyarlathotep. The god of fun seemed only concerned with obtaining more fun, not caring much about concealing his identity. Mou suspected that these clues might very well have been provided by Nyarlathotep himself, just to see if anyone could see through his disguise. This might also be a fishing tactic, because only those not part of this instance's God War participants would notice Nyarlathotep's deliberate slips and react. These reactions themselves could very well expose the existence of the God War participants themselves. This time, Mou's cybernetic combat avatar had a completely new, unremarkable face, and his clothing was also very ordinary, allowing him to blend naturally into the scene of Misty Town. He quickly glanced at the pedestrians in the instance. At this moment, everyone in the square, whether under umbrellas or getting soaked, stood up straight, staring intently at the group of holy sons walking into the town through the main gate. Even those who aren't god-level beings are naturally sensitive to gazes directed at them. For superhumans, this sensitivity is even more pronounced. With everyone watching, Mou's scrutiny blended seamlessly into their gazes. If he avoided their eyes, he would only attract more attention. So Mou relaxed and, along with the NPCs, openly stared at the holy sons. The holy sons seemed very familiar with the town. Perhaps they had been stationed here before, only to return after a mission. They didn't seek help from anyone, nor did they exchange glances with the townspeople. They simply marched in unison, with wooden steps, deeper into the town. The townspeople began to stir, many silently following behind the holy sons, their movements strange. Mou also blended into the crowd, trailing behind at a distance. Chapter 1033. The holy sons silently advanced in the drizzling rain, like a funeral without a coffin. Judging from their wounds, bloodstains, and sorrowful, numb expressions, the holy sons seemed to have just barely escaped a bloody illusion, perhaps even losing many companions in the process. Unlike the players, the bodies of the holy sons who died in the illusion could not be brought out. The players' souls did not belong to this world, and their spirits were not corrupted by the illusion. Once the body died, the soul, immune to corruption, would be automatically repelled by the illusion, and the body to which the soul had been attached would become completely inanimate and ejected by the illusion. Except for the initial outbreak of the illusion, a mature and stable illusion has the characteristic of only absorbing humans. Apart from the items carried by those entering the illusion, other creatures and items cannot be absorbed. The Osirian magical world has various theories about this, but one widely accepted theory is that most inanimate objects lack a spiritual domain, which limits the impact of corruption on them. The items carried by those entering the illusion may not actually enter the illusion itself. What follows are likely projections of those items constructed from the individual's own thoughts. People believe that certain personal belongings have entered the illusion with them. This belief causes projections of those items to appear when the illusion engulfs them. A theory derived from this conjecture is that upon entering the illusion, all individuals fall into a state of slumber/coma, waking only as spiritual entities, with the objects they carry being projections of their consciousness. Their evidence is that the illusion exists within the dream realm, and should therefore be merely an illusion. However, no one has yet been able to prove the validity of this theory, and many have raised objections. Their arguments are quite credible. Demons can traverse the dream realm, and even the illusion itself, and this traversal is not limited to the spiritual body. Demons can carry matter through the dream realm from one place to another, meaning that both spiritual and material entities can coexist within the illusion. Mou, on the other hand, tends to believe that whether matter can enter the illusion is directly related to whether it is contaminated. Contaminated items will remain in the illusion, but if the contamination is purified, they can escape the illusion again. The evidence is that if a player dies in the illusion, their soul will escape first, but their body needs to be purified by Leah before it can be retrieved. The holy sons are different. Despite the support of various purification techniques from the Church of Light, the holy sons are killed by the various monsters and traps within the illusion, which is essentially being killed by contamination. Regardless of their previous purity, or whether they have become vessels for the contaminant, at the moment of their death, they would all be swallowed by the pollution. The holy sons who died in the illusion, without the purification of some special power, would only remain in eternal slumber within the illusion, unable to escape again. Mou didn't know if this was a sequel to the illusion in Aelian's memory. The memories Aelian had given him didn't cover what happened after leaving the illusion, and when they went to the illusion, They set off directly from the holy city, stationed themselves outside the illusion, and didn't pass through any misty town. Most importantly, Aelian now looked slightly older than in that memory. Mou felt this was a grafted memory, a distorted and pieced-together creation of Aelian's memories after Nyarlathotep read some of them. The scene might be fake, but the emotions touched upon by those invoked memories were real. Little Aelian's silver hair was covered in water droplets. He lowered his head slightly, letting the water droplets slide down his face, leaving several streaks. Those water droplets were probably not all raindrops. Mou's heart clenched painfully. The holy sons walked silently to the center of the town, their steps like those of someone attending a funeral for their comrades. The townspeople and NPCs who followed them also stopped, keeping a distance from the holy sons, not daring to approach, yet glaring angrily at them. Mou, with his ordinary face, blended into the crowd, mimicking the movements of the NPCs. Although his pace was slightly slower, the townspeople's movements were uneven, some fast, some slow, so they didn't attract much attention. Mou could sense the NPC's subtle attitude towards the holy sons. Fear, disgust, anger, but no reverence. This wasn't right. The holy sons were the Church of Light's most useful human weapons. They had rendered great service to the Church of Light, purifying countless illusions and attracting numerous believers. These townspeople shouldn't have this attitude. Mou suddenly realized something. This illusion was Nyarlathotep's masterpiece. He had touched upon Aelian's most painful memories, glimpsed the softest part of Aelian's heart, and witnessed his deepest resentment. Mou suddenly remembered that in Hugh's town, Nyarlathotep had disguised himself as a little girl, attempting to incite conflict between Aelian and the people. Mou successfully resolved the crisis, but Aelian's reaction exposed his inner weakness to Nyarlathotep. What Aelian hated most was being misunderstood, hated, and betrayed by the ordinary people he and his companions had risked their lives to protect. He couldn't bring himself to wield a sword against them, yet silently enduring everything would render the sacrifices of his comrades, who had died bearing heavy responsibilities, meaningless. For the holy sons, the meaninglessness of their sacrifices was more painful than anything else. Nyarlathotep intended to use this method to ignite Aelian's anger and resentment, forcing him to retaliate. Once Aelian retaliated, brandishing his sword against innocent civilians, he would be betraying his own protective instincts. This betrayal might resonate with a certain concept held by Nyarlathotep. After all, in the town of Clock Tower, the theme of betrayal had been thoroughly manipulated by Nyarlathotep, who was controlling everything behind the scenes. This round is a psychological battle against Aelian. Perhaps Nyarlathotep wants revenge for the previous divine war, or perhaps he simply wants more fun. This time, he has set his sights on Aelian. But where is Heterochromatic right now? Chapter 1034. In this divine war involving 3 participants, Nyarlathotep had already laid himself bare as bait and launched an attack on Aelian. However, the God of Light remained inactive, and Mou couldn't discern anything amiss. Neither within the Holy Son's ranks nor among the surrounding crowd did anyone appear to resemble the one with the heterochromatic eyes. Either his disguise was too good, or the identity he had rolled for hadn't yet been revealed. Both were possible. The crowd surrounding the Holy Sons gradually began to stir, and Mou's mind raced. The judgment of the divine war depended solely on the wavering of will. Nyarlathotep was employing a psychological strategy. If these townspeople began to slander and attack the Holy Sons, and Aelian showed even the slightest subconscious wavering, then the divine war would fail. Therefore, the best defense was to disrupt the townspeople's offensive rhythm before anything even began. However, if he made a move, he would expose his presence. Then, with the heterochromatic eyes in the shadows, while the townspeople were in the open, the situation would be extremely unfavorable. Mou couldn't be sure if the current Aelian possessed complete memories. His state seemed off, more like the version of himself before he met Mou. Even more critically, the system failed to analyze the illusion, leaving Mou completely clueless about the plot. Without a script, he could only muddle through, and it was only a matter of time before he slipped up. He quickly glanced around and noticed that the Holy Sons had already removed their heavy armor. Aside from the thorn rings, they wore no other jewelry, only pure white robes, and carried heavy swords forged from orichalco steel on their backs, probably pure orichalcos, since after the Church of Light seized the orichalcos mines from the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, it was practically free for them. On the other hand, among the townspeople, besides those dressed in hemp clothing, there were also many wearing hunter's attire and other low-grade, lightweight armor. Many carried bows and arrows, daggers, and metal weapons or tools. Mou stealthily moved to the most crowded area. A townsman stepped forward, raising his axe towards the group of Holy Sons. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Get out of town." Before he could utter the word "get out," he felt a tremendous force pull his axe backward. He instinctively gripped the handle, but the next second, he and the axe flew backward, crashing into the crowd. The townspeople gasped, more people screamed, and the scene descended into chaos. The holy sons, completely unaffected, looked up at the crowd in bewilderment, only to witness an extremely bizarre scene. All metal objects, along with their owners, were flying around in the air, sometimes being sucked from right to left, sometimes from left to right. Adults wailed, children cried in terror, and a crowd stumbled and fell, losing their balance and tumbling about. No one had the time or energy to care what the townsman had just said, or what he was trying to do. The holy sons, who had been expressionless and lifeless just moments before, suddenly snapped out of their daze. They loudly reassured the people and rushed to help rescue them. Several sharp-eyed holy sons had already noticed that the problem stemmed from the metal objects and shouted for people to drop any metal items they were carrying. Mo Yu, who had been secretly manipulating the magnetic field ring from behind the crowd, was satisfied with his work. Watching the townsmen fall and bruise, then being rescued one by the holy sons, he figured he had most likely passed this test. The judge, Gadley, who controls the rules of the Divine War, upholds logical deduction. The NPCs in the Divine War illusion may have initial settings, and will perform logical deductions based on changes in the illusion, making logically sound next moves. However, ultimately, these NPCs are third parties controlled by Gadley, and are not controlled by any single participant in the Divine War. Nyarlathotep, as the creator of this instance, can only imbue these NPCs with an initial setting of hatred for the Holy Sons. MOU speculates that this emotional imposition isn't simply written into some back-end OC attribute settings as dislike or fear. No, this hatred, fear, and doubt likely stem from some initial plot setting, such as the Holy Sons doing something in the illusion that affects the town, and then logically deduced by the rules represented by Gadley. Nyarlathotep cannot control these town NPCs, nor can he manipulate their emotions in real time, otherwise, this Divine War illusion would be too biased towards Nyarlathotep, resulting in unfairness. Gadley will not allow the Divine War to lose its fairness. This means that by slightly altering the plot or logical conditions, adding new values or calculation formulas, entirely different results can be derived. Humans are complex beings. When faced with crisis or injury and immediately rescued, they are generally unlikely to develop any resistance or aversion towards their savior in the moment. Even if such feelings existed beforehand, they are quickly diminished. This stems from the biological instinct for self-preservation. When facing the threat of injury and death, previous conflicts become like childish squabbles, easily forgotten with a laugh, or at least resolved another day. MOU had just secretly cast a magnetic field ring that allowed him to freely control the strength of the magnetic field, using magnetic force to attract or repel metal. He had been rapidly adjusting the size of the ring, pulling it closer and further away, switching between attraction and repulsion, causing people to be tossed about by the immense magnetic force, even flying through the air. It was practically a giant Magneto spellcasting, leaving the naive townspeople dazed and terrified. Those wearing only small pieces of jewelry were at most pulled a few times by the magnetic force, but those carrying dangerous metal weapons were more severely affected. Many were stabbed by their own knives, swords, sickles, and other sharp weapons. The townman who had first raised his axe broke his arm and chopped himself in the thigh, bleeding profusely. Now, there was no longer any disturbance. Some were even frantically begging the Holy Sons for treatment. The Holy Sons were equipped only with pure orichalcos, a magical metal unaffected by magnetism. Given their strength and physique, even if they carried other metal objects, they wouldn't be as affected as ordinary people. They could withstand it. This made the Holy Sons the only group standing intact on the field. MOU himself had already taken advantage of the chaos to lie down in the crowd and groan incoherently. While acting out his own miserable state as if he had been caught in the crossfire, he secretly observed Waylon's expression, even waving to Ialian, who had rushed into the crowd with the Holy Sons to help. "Little Holy Son, save me." Chapter 1035. Ialian was checking on the wounded scattered on the ground when he heard the call. He looked up at MOU, paused for a moment, then got up and ran towards him. "Are you all right?" He knelt down in front of MOU, reaching out to check for any possible injuries. MOU was unharmed. He took Ialian's hand and gently squeezed it. Ialian, the ageless half-elf knight, who looked only 17 or 18 despite being 317 years old, was currently just a slightly immature, slightly older little dumpling. He clearly couldn't fully understand the meaning of MOU's sudden action. Startled, He quickly pulled his hand back, his face full of confusion. MOU? ? Oh no, this little knight seems to have no memory. That possibility isn't out of the question. The types of devouring god wars are varied, and the rules are different for each. MOU had previously inquired about the devouring god war from the goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness. It was said that to ensure fairness, Gadley would impose temporary restrictions on the winning side, preventing any one side from maintaining an advantage for an extended period. Ialian was the winner of the previous round, and with MOU as their ally, they were undoubtedly in a winning position. Gadley clearly didn't care about having one more or one less person, as long as the participants followed his rules. Their team was 2 against 1, so it was normal for one of them to be weakened by memory limitations. However, while normal, it wasn't entirely convenient. Having failed to form a team and frightened his teammate, MOU was quite troubled. Fortunately, although the little knight was somewhat puzzled, he didn't immediately run away but carefully checked MOU over. You're perfectly healthy. You were probably just startled and fell. Don't worry too much. MOU was deeply moved, grasping Ialian's hands earnestly. Little holy son, you saved me. Please allow me to repay your kindness. I will serve by your side. Ialian, The Lord's plan to find an excuse to build a relationship and form a team failed. Ialian did not accept his request. This wasn't surprising. The Holy Sons were under the strict control of the Holy Sword Knights of the Church of Light, so they couldn't just casually recruit townspeople as servants. But MOU didn't intend to succeed immediately. He simply wanted to leave everyone present with the impression that he had become a fan of Ialian because of this unexpected event. This way, when he wandered around Ialian later in the story, it would be plausible and wouldn't arouse suspicion. At most, he'd be seen as a pervert, but the producer was thick-skinned and not afraid at all. The plot of this illusion was still a mystery. The more opportunities MOU had to interact with this group of Holy Sons, the more confident he was in uncovering the secrets of the plot. Compared to the outcome of the God War, being treated like a freak and even getting beaten up a few times by Ialian's older brothers wouldn't be a loss. Besides, he didn't believe Ialian would bear to see him get beaten. Even if he lost his memory, Ialian should still have some deep-seated familiarity with him. Unfortunately, there were still enemies lurking, and Nyarlathotep's version of Wayland was also watching from not far away. You couldn't reveal any trace of his older authority, as the wood celestial maiden used to lure the night cat. That would be too conspicuous. He didn't want to attract the attention of 2 cat thieves instead of stealing the cat. After helping MOU up, Ialian ran off to continue weaving through the crowd to help. MOU watched him for a while, then joined the effort to help the townspeople. This approach allowed him to avoid suspicion of being the instigator, integrate with the townspeople, gain their trust, and obtain relevant information about the plot. As a corporate slave, MOU was adept at skillfully using a few well-introduced, but abruptly ended pieces of gossip to pique people's interest in chatting. He used this acquired skill to dominate the break rooms of the various companies he had worked for, winning the hearts of countless cleaning ladies. You never guess that the most knowledgeable and resourceful people in a company are the cleaning staff, because they wash the boss's teacups and take out the trash. Their knowledge of the boss's whereabouts and schedule is even more comprehensive than a secretary's. The unsuspecting townspeople quickly fell into his trap of smooth talk. Oh dear, that was dangerous. What happened? I think it was the wrath of the gods. He knelt beside the wounded, bandaging their wounds, and glanced meaningfully at the first man wielding the axe. The townspeople nearby were taken aback, then after a moment's thought, they suddenly realized, indeed. It happened the moment Dick tried to attack the Holy Sun. Could it really be divine punishment? Well, to be honest, Dick is quite pitiful. His wife and daughter didn't escape alive from the illusion's mist. It's understandable that he harbors resentment towards the Holy Sons. Gossip is human nature. Once it starts, people begin to share what they know. But weren't the Holy Sons here to break the illusion? What's the use of getting angry at them? They're here to help us. MOU feigned confusion. That's true, but... A nearby resident let out a long, drawn-out sigh. At first, everyone thought the same thing, but after that incident, it's hard to look at those Holy Sons with a normal heart anymore. MOU? ? That incident? Was there really some hidden plot twist? The fog has expanded more than 3 times its previous size. If it continues to expand like this, it's spread into the town. We should have escaped while we still could. Sigh, we shouldn't have believed them. Another townsman spat angrily on the ground. They're utterly useless. Every time they enter the misty illusion, they go in unscathed and come out utterly defeated. The illusion devours the flesh and blood of their companions, and only grows ever larger. What kind of useless holy sons are they? Enough. Is this the time for infighting? Didn't you see that Dick has been punished by the gods? It even affected us. There must be dangers within that illusion that we don't know about. The fact that the holy sons can't purify it proves its danger, doesn't it? Alas, we harbor resentment towards the holy sons, yet they still selflessly help us who are suffering divine punishment. Some people spoke up for the holy sons, wiping away tears as they spoke. Mou listened to the townspeople's argument and made a judgment. The townspeople weren't a monolithic group, their opinions weren't unified. Some thought the holy sons were utterly useless, not only failing to resolve the illusion, but also causing it to expand. Others believed the holy sons must have done something that further triggered the calamity. Still others spoke up for the holy sons. Chapter 1036. The sudden unexpected event disrupted the townspeople's plans. The holy sons, who extended a helping hand, won their favor, while Mou, wandering among the crowd, gleaned considerable plot information. This town, called Misty Town, is nestled among the holy mountain range. Due to its altitude and climate, it is perpetually shrouded in thick fog at dawn and dusk, making travel difficult. 3 days ago, an illusion suddenly appeared outside the town. Before the illusion appeared, some saw a white monster resembling a fallen apostle in the distance, and then the illusion erupted. A few people were lucky enough to escape into the town, while those closer to the illusion were swallowed up, their fate unknown. The holy sons were urgently summoned to rescue them. However, the holy sons had already entered the illusion twice, each time suffering heavy losses, failing to rescue a single town resident, and causing the illusion to continue expanding. The townspeople's initial hope turned to frustration, confusion, and unease, and now, an overwhelming rage stemming from the uncertainty surrounding the fate of their loved ones. This is hardly surprising. When people face peril and are unable to save their loved ones, they often seek the help of a more powerful hero. When they discover that even these admired heroes are powerless, they vent their anger on them. It's as if these heroes must succeed, risking everything to rescue them. Injury or death in the process is insignificant, and any sacrifice is considered perfectly justified. If they fail, they turn around and stab the wounded heroes in the back, yelling, "Why are you so weak? So useless? You can't save anyone?" This is a case of venting one's incompetence on others, as if that's a way to escape inner pain and guilt. Mou could understand my foot. He never understood these people who believed, "I'm weak, therefore I'm right, the strong must help me." They were incapable, yet they acted as if the whole world owed them something. Mou had encountered many such people in his life. In school, if they didn't understand something, they would copy others' homework, regardless of how busy others were, insisting on being taught. Even with advanced internet technology, they couldn't just search for explanations online themselves. At work, it was the same. "I can't seem to be the best excuse." They always expected capable employees to do everything for them, and if work wasn't finished, it was always someone else's fault. They were only enthusiastic when it came to collecting their paycheck. Not to mention the frequent incidents of violence against medical staff. Mou couldn't understand these people who pushed all their incompetence, misfortune, and responsibility onto others. If they can't pin the blame on someone else, they blame the heavens, the earth, the gods. It's never their fault. These people lack logic. They just want an outlet to vent their emotions, a scapegoat to take the blame, without truly considering solutions. A person with sound logic would see the holy sons as their only lifeline. Even if that lifeline is ineffective, even if they are all in dire straits, it's still better than them trying to save themselves. Instead of rushing to curry favor with the holy sons, providing them with sufficient supplies and logistical support, they cause trouble and incite them to fight. Isn't that just plain insane? It's better to channel energy into good causes. If we don't focus our efforts and instead waste them on internal strife, even if we could have rescued them originally, this mess might ruin it. However, finding the root of the problem makes it easier to find the right solution. While gathering intelligence, Mou used his essential workplace conversation skills, subtle persuasion, and after a flurry of chatter, he successfully corrected the distorted logic of all the townspeople. The town person named Dick, who had initially tried to attack the holy sons, collapsed to the ground, sobbing and curled up in a ball. The holy sons, on the other hand, knelt beside him to comfort him. "This illusion is complex and dangerous," Oliland said. "During our 2 explorations, we did lose several companions, and we haven't yet found anyone who has strayed into the illusion, but we will re-enter after a short resupply and rest. Please remain calm." Mou stroked his chin. He suspected that this God War instance actually had 2 parts, one within this misty town, and the other within an illusionary realm shrouded in mist outside the town. Currently, he hadn't found any trace of the heterochromatic eyes in the town. Perhaps the heterochromatic eyes had been led to a character within the illusion. It seemed he had to venture into this illusion within an illusion. MOU currently had two choices: openly join the Holy Sons group, or secretly follow them, but neither might escape Meltuth's notice. MOU watched thoughtfully as the Holy Sons finished cleaning up the mess and entered the inn to rest in unison. Aelian followed at the back of the Holy Sons group, giving him a questioning look before entering the inn. MOU gave Aelian a big, friendly smile. The young saint blushed slightly, and quickly turned his head away. Watching the saints enter the inn, MOU immediately turned and headed out of town. He had a slight quirk. When faced with a problem with only two options, A and B, he always liked to create his own C. As an unconventional game designer, he had to break free from rigid thinking, forge his own path, and create something extraordinary for everyone. MOU stepped directly into the illusion, once again experiencing the sensation of passing through a thick jelly-like wall. It wasn't that he was overconfident, he was currently using the body of a cybernetic combat puppet, whose actual combat power far exceeded the set combat strength of the saints in the illusion. Besides, even if the puppet died, it would simply be a matter of exiting the game and returning next time. As a game designer from another world, MOU himself was a seasoned gamer, and a member of the Fourth Calamity with considerable gaming experience. What was a difficult illusion for the saints might not be so for him. Upon entering this dungeon within a dungeon, the previously silent useless system, Leah, suddenly beeped again. Illusion detected. Resuming analysis. MOU stopped in the mist, awaiting the system's next prompt. Successfully analyzed special illusion, Misty Manor. Misty Manor. This is a manor nestled in the mountains. The owner here is very hospitable, and always willing to lend a helping hand to travelers who have lost their way in the mist deep within the mountains. Traveler, if you accept the manor owner's help, please abide by the rules set by the manor owner. This is the most basic etiquette. Chapter 1037. MOU keenly sensed that this instance was somewhat different from the other illusions. From the quest description he had seen so far, this instance felt like a typical locked room mystery from a detective novel, even incorporating elements of supernatural tales. Considering that the creator of this instance was Nyarlathotep, also from another dimension, its unique style seemed quite natural. A question setter, who was also a contestant, wanting to stump the other contestants, would naturally choose a question that was beyond their comprehension, one that only they were good at, and that the other two had no experience with. For some reason, Gadley hadn't listed this beyond comprehension question as a violation. MOU guessed that this might be because many gods in this world had already come into contact with knowledge from other worlds, and even Gadley himself was already accustomed to this knowledge. Taking advantage of the lingering fog, MOU took the opportunity to pull out a new replacement face and clothes from his system inventory, quickly changed into them, and had a brand new character again. With so many townspeople, Meltuth probably wouldn't care about the disappearance of an ordinary NPC. He walked on for a while longer, finally emerging from the mist and appearing in a forest. The forest was pitch black, but through the gaps in the dense foliage, he could vaguely see lights in the distance. MOU walked in that direction for a moment, and sure enough, the view suddenly opened up before him, revealing a brightly lit manor in the woods. The manor was surrounded by a tall, dark iron fence, the gate tightly locked, with two lanterns lit on either side of the entrance. A small, bronze bell, resembling those commonly found in church bell towers, hung above the right side of the gate. There were no signs or markings at the entrance. There was no semblance of order anywhere. The path ahead presented no danger. After a moment's thought, MOU gently pulled the rope of the bronze bell that dangled from the iron gate of the manor. A jingle. The bell emitted a clear, unusually loud sound, its tinkling echoing through the night forest and startling a flock of birds into flight. MOU was slightly startled. He waited quietly at the gate for a while, estimating the distance it would take for the person inside to hear the noise and reach the manor gate. When there was still no movement beyond the estimated time, he calmly and gently pulled the rope again. This time, the gates of the manor house opened quickly, and a strangely shaped creature, resembling a dog-like yet human-like being, walking upright on its hind legs with a slightly forward-leaning posture, seemingly wearing rubber, waddled out. The creature was even wearing a gray-black tailcoat, looking very much like the classic style worn by an old English butler. MOU calmly watched the strange fellow stagger to the iron gate. He wasn't afraid, nor did he flee. He simply stood at the door with his usual formulaic smile, and gave the strange creature a slight nod. "Hello, excuse me for disturbing you. I am a lost traveler. The fog in the forest is too thick to pass through tonight. I hope your esteemed owner will allow me to stay the night." Welcome, welcome. The strange creature also nodded to MOU. You are a polite guest, that's good. My master is always happy to accommodate well-mannered guests. I am Butler Yugasi. Please wait a moment, I will open the door for you. MOU smiled and said, actually, I have some companions who have been separated from me and are lost in the jungle. Could you lend me a pen and paper so I can leave a note? That way, if they also follow the light here, they will know that I am staying at the manor. Of course. The butler handed over a fountain pen and a piece of parchment from between the iron bars, then continued to focus on opening the door. MOU took the opportunity to quickly write down the rules he had discovered on the parchment. Ariland, this illusion is not any kind of illusion you are familiar with. Please do not flip it, or you will face a worse situation. This illusion operates according to certain rules. By acting according to the correct rules, you can survive and have a chance to find the townspeople you have come looking for. The following are the rules. 1. The owner of this manor is willing to provide lodging and assistance to polite and well-mannered guests who are lost in the forest. 1. Assistance is welcome, but guests receiving assistance must not violate the host's rules. 2. The polite way to ring the doorbell is to ring it softly once, patiently wait for the person inside to reach the door, approximately 300 heartbeats, and then ring it softly again. The doorbell is loud. Please do not ring it rapidly for an extended period. 3. The butler, Yugasi, has a very strange appearance, resembling a dog wearing a gelatinous human skin and walking upright. However, under no circumstances should you attack him, nor show fear, disgust, or other disrespectful expressions. Treat his appearance as an illusion or curse, and treat him with politeness and normalcy. P.S. I am a friend, unwilling to see the Holy Sons suffer pointless deaths here. Even if you don't believe me, it's alright, at least for the safety of the Holy Sons, try these rules. P.P.S. Give my regards to Ialian. He quickly folded the parchment slightly, revealing only Alalan's name, and placed it under a stone in the brightest spot of the light, ensuring that anyone entering would see the conspicuous parchment at a glance. Squeak! The iron gate was finally opened by the butler, Yugasi, who grinned, revealing a long, protruding, dog-like snout and a long, lizard-like tongue, beckoning to MOU. Guest, come in with me. MOU maintained his signature smile, and followed the butler through the gate without hesitation. Even though no one touched it, the iron gate slammed shut behind MOU. The scene was too classic a horror movie. MOU didn't feel fear, but rather a sense of anticipation, like, this is exactly how it should be. MOU hadn't played many horror games himself, but he played quite a few, and this sudden horror mystery scenario was actually quite to his liking. Yugasi glanced at him subtly, a hint of confusion in its small, cloudy, yellowish-green lizard eyes. But it didn't sense any fear or disrespect from the traveler, and could only suppress its appetite, acting according to the rules. The manor owner's rules bound the travelers, and also bound the monsters who worked there. These were the rules of this world. Fair, selfless, yet cruel. It walked to the main house of the manor, opened the heavy, carved golden sandalwood door, and bright, warm light poured out from inside, accompanied by music. Please come in, guest. Chapter 1038. The open gate of the manor was like a dividing line, separating two worlds. Outside, it was pitch black, with shadowy figures lurking in the woods like countless ghosts. Inside, it was brightly lit, the light warm and inviting, giving a false sense of security. People subconsciously feel that places with light are safe, but you knew that this place might be more dangerous than outside. No player entering a horror game would choose to stay in a safe but boring place until the game ended, and MOU was no exception. He leisurely followed the butler along the red carpet laid out at the entrance into the manor, curiously inquiring. Besides me, does your manor take in any other lost travelers? Quite a few, Butler Yugasi replied. At this time of day, most of them are dining in the restaurant. Don't worry, you see them soon. MOU nodded, focusing his attention on the interior structure of the manor. Most Western mansions feature a large foyer upon entering, with high ceilings, grand chandeliers, and luxurious staircases leading to the second and third floors. However, this mansion's layout was entirely different. Upon entering, one was greeted by a deep, long corridor, with two horizontal corridors connecting to the left and right sides, forming an inverted T-shape. The butler led MOU along the vertical stroke of the T-shape. Several rooms stretched out along both sides of the corridor, with long, red carpets covering the floor to welcome guests. Symmetrical wall lamps hung at short intervals, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. After walking a short distance, two double doors appeared before him. The butler waved his hand, and the doors swung open with a whoosh, revealing another long corridor. This corridor was made of glass, offering a clear view of the central garden through the glass on both sides. One side featured a small bridge and flowing water, while the other was filled with blooming flowers. Bright low lights illuminated both sides of the corridor and various artificial landscape features in the garden, ensuring the view was not obstructed. You keenly sensed that lighting was a crucial element in this instance. After passing through the glass corridor, the butler opened another double door, leading to a brightly lit dining room. A long rectangular table stood in the center of the dining room, with many people seated on either side, along with several strangely shaped monsters. Mou's gaze swept over the people and monsters, lingering briefly on a woman with a child before moving on to the next. The long table held 33 people on both sides, 5 of whom were monsters. The table wasn't completely full. Strangely, the humans didn't immediately fill all the empty seats, preferring to leave some good spots unoccupied, mingling with the monsters, clearly bound by some rule. Most of these humans were dressed like the townspeople outside, probably those who had been misled into the illusion. Their faces showed fear and unease, indicating that something terrifying had happened to them. 3 of the 5 monsters closely resembled the butler, looking like bipedal dogs dressed in humanoid rubber. Mou suspected they were some kind of variant of ghouls from the Cthulhu mythos. The other 2 monsters were pure white, slender, and hunched over, with tiny, twisted feathers, wings, and various superfluous limbs growing from strange places on their bodies. One of them even had a second, closed-eyed humanoid head hanging from its side. They appeared to be fallen ones, likely related to the Holy Sons, who had sacrificed themselves in the dungeon. The scene was incredibly eerie. Mou had no doubt that any Holy Son would draw their sword the moment they saw this. No, it should be said that the Holy Sons' repeated failures to enter the dungeon were perhaps because they started fighting the moment they saw the butler outside the door. In a supernatural tale of rules, resorting to force was clearly not a good choice. Without any guidance, the Holy Sons' approach to solving the puzzle was completely wrong. Their immediate choice to fight upon seeing the monsters was understandable. After all, this choice had saved them countless times, and was the precious experience that had allowed them to survive until now. They had no reason to choose any other means of response. Any hesitation would lead to their death. Of the 100 illusionary experiences, this decision was correct 99 times, except this time when they encountered a completely illogical and contradictory set of rules. This is the cunning of Nyarlathotep's choice of this divine war theme. Even if everything in this illusion may not have actually happened in reality, its constituent elements come from fragments of Aelian's early memories. To Aelian, whose recent memories have been erased, this place is no different from reality. However, the Holy Sons cannot break free of this illusion. Each time they enter, they only sacrifice more lives and escalate the conflicts with the townspeople outside. This means that Aelian cannot break this vicious cycle. He will either die in the battle within the supernatural rules, or his beliefs will crumble when attacked by the ordinary people he and his companions are protecting in the town, giving Nyarlathotep the opportunity to devour him. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep, disguised as Wayland, watches the entire performance with relish. Mou speculates that the heterochromatic-eyed individual is likely within this supernatural rule, and may even be the manor owner who has yet to appear. Mou quickly gathered his scattered thoughts and turned to the butler, who had led the way. "Excuse me, where shall I sit? I'm late, and I don't want to mistakenly sit in someone else's seat. That would be extremely impolite. I'm sure the courteous butler knows which seat is mine. After all, if a conflict arises between guests, it wouldn't be good if it were attributed to your negligence, butler." The butler's smile froze, and the prepared lines were swallowed back. Its expression shifted rapidly, finally settling into a somewhat insincere smile. Yes, you're right. Please follow me." It skipped over the nearest seats and led Mou to an empty one, pulling out a chair for him. "Please sit, this is your seat." "Thank you very much." Mou maintained his composure perfectly, sitting down in the chair the butler had pulled out without hesitation, even though the seat the butler had chosen was right in front of 2 fallen sinners, and opposite him sat a woman with a child. His composure drew admiring glances from the ordinary people around him, whose faces were trembling with fear. Mou returned their gazes with friendly smiles. Chapter 1039. After Mou was seated, the butler, Yujiashi, produced a huge menu from somewhere and placed it in front of him. Mou smiled, accepted it politely, and then turned to the first page. The first page he saw was a full page of restaurant rules written in black ink. Restaurant rules. To ensure the manor owner has a pleasant dining experience, please abide by the following rules. 1. The manor owner enjoys a lively atmosphere. When the restaurant is full, the owner will arrive to begin the evening's banquet. 2. Before the owner's arrival, guests are free to converse and communicate in the restaurant, but must observe etiquette. 3. Do not speak while eating or sleeping is an ancient custom. Unless the manor owner asks a question, guests may not speak or whisper during the meal. 4. The meals are provided by the manor's kitchen and are complimentary for guests. There is no right to choose. 5. The manor is located deep in the misty mountains, and ingredients are hard to come by. Guests must finish their meals regardless of taste. After the meal, no food scraps should be left on guests' plates or within 1 meter of their surroundings. 6. All maids in the restaurant wear black and white maid uniforms. There are no maids in red. No maids in red. If a guest sees a maid in red, please report it to the butler, Yugasi, immediately. 7. There are no monsters among the guests. 8. Maids in red will. Please do not. MOU raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced around the empty seats at the long table. Currently, besides the magnificent host seat at the head of the table, there are more than a dozen empty seats on either side, which should be roughly equivalent to the number of the Holy Sons team who have not yet successfully entered the dungeon. In other words, they had to wait until all the Holy Sons were present before they could dine. MOU was instantly relieved that he had left a rule hint for Ariland, otherwise, he would have been waiting here forever. The reason Ariland was specifically mentioned was because, besides Wayland, this decisive and ruthless male guardian was the most intelligent and reliable, and his words carry considerable weight among the Holy Sons. Now that Wayland's identity had been taken over by Baby Tooth, and Ialian was in his amnesiac state, only Ariland could be relied upon. Since the banquet wouldn't begin until everyone arrived, this was a time for free conversation. The butler handed out the menu and left, leaving only a few maids in black and white striped tutus standing against the wall in the dining room. MOU carefully counted, there were 6 maids in total. There are a few points to note regarding the dining rules. One is that once the mealtime begins, no one may speak except when called upon by the manor owner to answer a question. All food provided by the manor must be eaten, or rather, completely disposed of by some means, ensuring that no food or scraps remain within a 1 meter radius of oneself. This 1 meter radius is quite large, given the current density of people sitting at the table. A significant portion overlaps. This means that those who cannot finish their food are likely to secretly throw it to others, and those whose areas overlap are essentially collectively liable and must coordinate their defense. The description of food scraps is also subtle. Inedible bones, fallen crumbs of pastry, will these also be included? MOU thinks it's highly likely they will be. The description "there are no monsters among the guests" contradicts the 5 strangely shaped guests currently at the table. However, it's also possible the rule is hinting that these guests, despite their unusual appearance, are actually useful allies. Like those ghouls who seem capable of chewing and swallowing anything. Then, there are 2 rather strange rules regarding the red-clad maid. Most supernatural tales include rules about non-existent monsters or phenomena. Once people witness these monsters or bizarre phenomena, they enter a state of the underworld. These monsters/bizarre phenomena represent both danger and often an opportunity to access the true storyline. After roughly assessing the rules, MOU glanced at the next page. The second page listed today's menu. Today's menu: appetizer, lime, grapefruit, brandy, liver pate with bread slices. Salad, artisan sausage salad. Soup, creamy offal stew. Cheese platter, aged cheese assortment. Main course, roasted tomahawk steak. Dessert, kidney pudding. Drink, Bloody Mary/rose mulled wine. Choose one. MOU couldn't help but frown. Each dish looked rather bizarre, mostly offal and meat, and the portion seemed enormous. MOU subconsciously felt that the source of these offal and meat products was not simple. Moreover, the tomahawk steak clearly had large bones. A normal person wouldn't be able to gnaw on those huge and hard bones. MOU put down the menu and said to the mother and son sitting opposite him, "Hello, is your husband named Dick?" This question obviously caught the woman's attention. The fear on her face immediately relaxed. Yes. Is he alright? He's alright. Although he'd taken a nasty fall, broken his hand, and even chopped himself with his axe, he was still alive overall. MOU smiled and said, "My partner and I accepted his commission specifically to rescue you. I'd like to know, which other townspeople from Misty Town are still trapped here?" The table was long, but everyone was focused on this newcomer, who had safely settled in upon entering. MOU's words quickly garnered a response from the townspeople, who excitedly waved their arms, pointed at themselves, and mouthed the words frantically because they dared not speak loudly. A rather comical sight. MOU said, "Everyone, don't be too excited, just raise your hands. Also, please look at each other's raised hands. If you know each other, nod. If there's someone you never seen before, please point them out. 33 people minus 5 monsters left 28. They hesitantly raised their hands, peering around to confirm their identities. Those they recognized nodded in greeting, and soon those they didn't know were isolated. The man's clothing also seemed a bit off. The fabric and tailoring were too elaborate, making him look unlike an ordinary mountain villager. Seeing that the other villagers, who had already confirmed their identities, were all staring at him and pointing fingers at him, the man awkwardly lowered his hand, touched his nose, and surrendered, saying, Okay, I'm indeed not a local of Misty Town. I'm a merchant who was unfortunately caught up in the illusion while passing through the town. This man had shoulder-length light green hair, and his emerald green pupils were surrounded by a golden ring, making him look somewhat unusual and not like a simple, ordinary person. Chapter 1040. To be honest, MOU didn't quite believe his explanation. This man looked more like a meticulously dressed superhuman. Judging from his mannerisms, he seemed to have some social standing, more like a nobleman than a businessman. Oh! A merchant, MOU said with a smile. Judging from your clothes, they look quite expensive. You also seem to have some status. Your demeanor isn't that of an ordinary person. Why are you hiding your identity and blending in with the townspeople? Ahem. The man coughed awkwardly again. I was worried that you were only hired by the townspeople to rescue them, and would abandon me. Take me with you. I have plenty of money. I can give you a large reward if we get out. That's negotiable. Although MOU wasn't particularly interested in the man's offer, he casually agreed. How should I address you? Ong Nong. MOU's straightforward answer seemed to relieve the man, who immediately gave a name. MOU nodded slightly, accepting this title that sounded very much like a pseudonym. Having noted down this man disguised as a townsperson, MOU then turned his gaze to the 3 people who hadn't raised their hands. Of the 3, one wore a saint's robe, and had several scars on his face, neck, and hands, but MOU was unfamiliar with his appearance. If this person wasn't a teammate of Ialian and the others, then he was very likely related to the creation of this illusion. Considering that the saints didn't even know what the strange tales of rules were, MOU felt it was highly likely the latter. The other 2, though not townspeople, were dressed similarly to the itinerant merchants MOU was familiar with. Cloaks for protection from wind, sand, rain, and snow, breathable linen clothing, warm leather jackets, and a style where pockets were hidden everywhere on their gear. MOU suspected these 2 were the real merchants heading to or passing through the town. However, because of the unpredictable presence of Ong Nong, MOU didn't directly confirm the 2 men's identities with the townspeople. After all, merchants come and go, some follow fixed routes, while others appear unexpectedly due to changing routes. The townspeople could only recognize the former, not necessarily the latter, and there was no need to prematurely escalate the situation while uncertainties remained. Having a general idea of the situation, MOU smiled and said, My companions will probably need a little more time to get in. That's perfect. The banquet will only begin after all the seats are filled and the host arrives, so we can use this time to talk. Don't worry, everyone. Our goal isn't just to rescue the townspeople, but to rescue as many people as possible. We will do our best to achieve this goal, as conditions permit. To achieve this goal, I have a few rules that I hope everyone will follow. 1. To be rescued, everyone must unconditionally cooperate with our actions and obey our commands. Here, I want to clarify. Sometimes, due to the urgency of the situation, I won't have enough time to explain why we're doing things this way. Just remember, do as I say, and you will have the best chance of survival. In the aftermath, if you have any questions, I will provide answers and a debriefing. His gaze swept over everyone present, and seeing that they were all listening attentively, he continued, 2. We are only willing to help those who voluntarily join our team, and those who violate my rules will be kicked out. Everyone is primarily responsible for their own safety. Those who cannot bear this responsibility have no right to blame anyone else. We will prioritize helping teammates, but this does not mean that joining our team guarantees absolute safety. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor by destiny. If you suffer any accidental injury due to your own mistakes or simply because of bad luck, then you better accept your fate. Anyone who tries to shift their responsibility onto their teammates or onto us, and who not only shows no gratitude but also seeks to repay kindness with ingratitude, will be the first to be kicked out of the team and dealt with. Of course, I will restrain those in the team and we will allow for any instances of teammates sabotaging each other. If you have any doubts after joining the team, you can come directly to me. We will not necessarily consider anyone outside our team as an enemy. We will only deal with matters objectively, repaying kindness and settling scores. We can cooperate, but we will only prioritize the safety and interests of those within our team. Let me be clear from the start. Although we are here to rescue people, this is ultimately a voluntary charitable undertaking, not a responsibility or obligation that requires us to risk everything. This is a dog-eat-dog world, and we don't have to save every piece of trash. Someone who has entered and exited countless illusions multiple times, saved many lives, and will continue to save many more in the future, is far more important than those of you who would die from a mere stumble in an illusion. Therefore, please face reality, and make your choice based on your own wishes. Joining my team doesn't guarantee your survival, but your chances of survival will be much higher than if you fight alone. If you believe in your own abilities, you can choose not to join. I join. The woman with the child on the other side said eagerly, I understand everything you said, and I'm willing to abide by it. Once someone made a statement, others would rush to follow suit, and suddenly the townspeople were all anxious. Me too. Me too. MOU then had Lia create a temporary team. Because it was within the illusion, and the participants were NPCs, this thing had limited functions. It could only display a small team list on MOU's side, showing the names and avatars of all those who wanted to join. After each person who wanted to join announced their name, their avatar, and name would appear in the team list. Although this function couldn't provide real-time communication or remote communication, it was still quite useful for counting heads and identifying identities when there were many people joining. After a quick round, everyone except the person wearing the saint's robe had joined the team. MOU glanced at the names in the team list and revealed a meaningful smile. Well then, since we still need to wait for people and have plenty of time to kill, let me first introduce this illusion. This is a special illusion called Rules of the Strange. Before I arrived, you had probably already experienced some of the eeriness here, right? This illusion operates according to certain special rules. Those who obey the rules will be unharmed, while those who violate them will be punished. That's quite similar to my style of doing things. Chapter 1041. Aelian felt he had forgotten something. It was a very mysterious feeling. His suspicion was baseless and unfounded. He wanted to ignore it, but this inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. He was surrounded by familiar companions, still eating, living, and doing missions in the illusionary realm together, just like before, but something seemed different. He felt empty inside, as if something very, very important was missing. Wait a minute, why did he mention before? Aelian was somewhat confused. He looked at his hands, lost in thought. He felt his hands shouldn't be so small. He should have grown a lot since then. Since what? Aelian suddenly felt a headache coming on. He raised his hand to rub his temples, a gesture that caught Erland's attention. What's wrong, Aelian? Are you feeling unwell? The tall and slender Ariland leaned forward slightly, and touched Aelian's forehead. No fever. Ariland, Aelian called out, don't you think something strange? Strange? A little? Erland's answer gave Aelian a glimmer of hope, but his heart sank back down the next second. Did you eat something bad? You look a little off. Aelian shook his head in disappointment. It's nothing, probably just my imagination. This sense of unease reached its peak when he encountered that strange man in Misty Town. That man seemed to recognize him, but Aelian was absolutely certain he had never seen that face before. His actions were also reckless, even somewhat lecherous. Ariland had taught him how to protect himself when he was very young. Boys need to learn to protect themselves when they're out and about. Aelian remembered Ariland lecturing him with a stern face. If someone has this kind of expression on their face. Ariland quickly made a lecherous face, then smoothly switched back to a serious expression, and uses all sorts of inexplicable reasons to approach you, touch you, grope you, and make unwanted advances. Then you should accidentally knock them to the ground, and then, without seeing them, break their third leg. Aelian memorized this process perfectly. Ariland later even taught him how to accidentally knock someone away, and how to disarm these bad guys through various unfortunate accidents. Recognizing danger and protecting himself was effortless for him. But in the very moment this textbook example of harassment occurred in Misty Town, Aelian had no intention of crippling the other person. He even wanted to ask if they knew each other. It's really strange, both the oddball and himself. Aelian was preoccupied. He had spent the entire evening absent-mindedly with the Holy Sons at the inn, tossing and turning all night. When he entered the illusion again with Ariland and the others, he seemed rather listless. Ariland, the ruthless but worried mother figure, seeing this, pulled the child from the back of the group to her side. Their mission this time was somewhat unusual. Many residents of Misty Town were outside the town when the illusion erupted and were caught in it. The Holy Sons were here to rescue them, so they couldn't arbitrarily reverse the illusion before confirming all the townspeople were dead, otherwise they would turn good people evil. They had already entered twice, and apart from the iron fence of the forest manor and the seemingly unkillable monster guards, they hadn't seen any living people and had even lost several companions. This time, no one had any expectations. They just wanted to get out of here alive, but none of them knew how. The monsters roaming outside the manor were far too powerful. They couldn't defeat them in a direct confrontation. Even with their previous desperate efforts, they had only managed to escape. Trying to bypass the monsters and enter the manor seemed like a pipe dream. Suddenly, Aelian's sharp eyes spotted a piece of parchment lying on the ground in front of the manor's iron gate, under the circle of light cast by the street lamp. A stone was pressing down on it, a parchment they'd never seen before, and even the header of the parchment bore the name Ariland. Aelian tugged at Erland's sleeve and ran over to retrieve the parchment. He glanced at it quickly, and when he saw the closing line, "Give my regards to Aelian," he couldn't help but think of that strange, that strange man from before. And so, Ariland was inexplicably given a letter by Aelian. Ariland instinctively glanced at it, about to tell Aelian not to pick things up from the ground, but the name at the top of the letter froze him in place. It was eerie to suddenly find something bearing one's own name appearing in a hallucination, yet the contents of the letter read like a message from a kind friend. Ariland quickly read the letter, folded it a few times, and put it in his pocket. He hung his head, his right hand fiddling with the parchment in his pocket, his mind racing, as if two little figures were arguing frantically about whether to believe the letter's contents. The Holy Sons were marching in pairs and long lines. Because Ariland had called Aelian to the front, Wayland, who had originally been leading the way, was now at the back. With the two at the very front stopping at the gate, the rest of the line gradually closed in. Wayland's figure soon came into Aelian and Erland's sight. "What's going on? Why are you all gathered here?" Wayland asked casually, a hearty smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Ariland glanced at him, then suddenly made up his mind. He released his hand from the letter, not taking the parchment out of his pocket, and simply said lightly, "I'm wondering if we were wrong about what we did before. Killing monsters we see, isn't that our usual practice?" Wayland shrugged, seemingly unconcerned, but his light-colored eyes held a strange inquisitiveness as he scrutinized Ariland. "Perhaps this illusion is a little different." Ariland turned to all the Holy Sons and said, "I have an idea I want to test. Whatever monsters you see emerge from this manor, please treat them as ordinary people whose appearances have been altered by the illusion's curse. Do not draw your swords, do not fight, do not show any fear, disgust, or disrespect. Control your emotions. Everyone, until I order this test to end, display your best manners and upbringing." Chapter 1042. The Holy Sons were hearing this command for the first time, and they all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. But despite their confusion, their long-standing trust in Ariland led them to obey. The Holy Sons had always been a unified group. Their countless life and death experiences had taught them that only their companions were trustworthy, someone they could unconditionally entrust their backs to, even their lives. Especially in the perilous illusion, trust itself was closely linked to survival. For example, when someone shouted "get down," only those who quickly complied would survive. Those who insisted on "why get down" would be snatched up by a swooping monstrous bird. Survival of the fittest. The Holy Sons, who had survived to this point, had long since learned to stick together for survival. Ariland didn't explain further. After confirming that everyone understood and would obey, he rang the doorbell as instructed on the note. A crisp doorbell rang through the night, shattering the tranquility. In that instant, the Holy Sons felt a strange power wash over them, as if cleansing them from head to toe and imprinting them with the mark of that power. In that split second, they seemed inexplicably protected by some being. Their allies switched, transforming from enemies in the monster's eyes into guests. "What happened?" Biss slowly exhaled. "I feel like something's different." "It's the power of rules," Ariland said, instinctively reaching into his pocket and stroking the parchment. "This illusion is different from others. Here, there might be a high-level being who grasps the concept of rules, perhaps even a god." A slight thought flickered in Aelian's mind. He murmured absently, as if lost in thought. "Order?" "What?" Ariland didn't hear him clearly, and turned to look at Aelian, only to see Aelian's face filled with confusion, large question marks in his clear eyes. Ariland, question mark. Aelian, question mark. They stared at each other for a moment, one suspicious, the other bewildered, neither understanding what had happened. After a few seconds, Ariland decisively gave up. He glanced at Wayland leaning against the iron fence, found nothing amiss, and looked away again. The 300 heartbeats had been counted. Ariland rang the doorbell again. This time, everyone tensed up. Smile politely, and don't touch your weapons, Ariland whispered to the crowd. Line up. Remember, whatever you see is an illusion. Treat them as ordinary people. A sharp, piercing creak came from nearby. The mansion gates opened, and from the golden light streaming in, stepped a monster dressed in an exquisitely tailored butler's tailcoat. In an instant, the holy sons held their breath. A few instinctively reached for the great swords on their backs, but a stern glare from Ariland stopped them, and they quickly lowered their hands. Good evening, everyone. May I ask what brings you here? The butler asked politely. The monster butler looked like a long-muzzled hound that walked upright on its hind legs, wearing an ill-fitting human skin. If it weren't for the warning on the parchment note, Ariland would probably have drawn his sword the moment he saw this monster. But then again, in all his years of fighting in Ireland, he had never seen a monster who wore a perfectly tailored, impeccably pressed tuxedo and spoke with aristocratic honorifics. The parchment was right. This butler seemed more like a human manifesting a monstrous appearance due to some kind of curse. This didn't mean the butler's suspiciousness or danger had diminished. Rather, in everyone's eyes, the scene was even more perplexing. However, because of these suspicions, the holy sons were able to calmly ponder the mysteries of this illusion, no longer reacting with a mindless urge to draw their swords at the slightest provocation. Aliland quickly recalled the contents of the parchment and tentatively replied, "We're lost in the woods. May we ask for lodging?" Of course, of course. Who hasn't encountered some minor troubles while traveling? My master understands the difficulties travelers face in these mountains and forests, and he's happy to lend a helping hand. However, please remember to observe proper etiquette within the manor, and respect my master's preferences and rules. I am the butler, Yugasi. Please wait a moment. I open the door for you. May I ask what your master's preferences and rules are? Aliland asked decisively. Oh dear, my master has quite a few quirks. It's too much to explain in a short time. Butler Yugasi's smile was particularly sinister. Rest assured, everything is fair to all guests. No matter where you are in the manor, if you observe carefully, you have the opportunity to gather information about the rules of your area. I hope everyone will refrain from acting rashly before obtaining the complete rules, lest you break any taboos. And what happens if we break a taboo? Asked one of the holy sons, Colamandro. Breaking the rules will result in anything from being expelled from the manor to death, and of course, there are many unknown possibilities in between. If you're really curious, why not experience it for yourself? The butler, Yugasi, extended his lizard-like tongue, licked his protruding canine teeth, and then opened the iron gate. Please come in, everyone. It seemed to be eagerly anticipating the holy sons breaking the rules. Its eerie smile sent chills down their spines. Laska, who preferred 5 times the sweetness, muttered softly, "Is it absolutely necessary to go through this door?" Yugasi's expression suddenly changed. It abruptly looked up at Laska, about to react, when Aliland interrupted, "I'd like to ask, have any other guests entered the manor to rest before?" "Yes, quite a few." The butler turned to look at Aliland, his expression softening. "There are unusually many travelers tonight. Oh, by the way, a very polite gentleman mentioned that he had some lost companions, who were lost in the jungle. I remember he left them a note." The butler's gaze swept over the now empty ground, and a wide smile appeared on his face. "Perhaps you are the companions he's waiting for?" "Perhaps," Aliland smiled back. "Could you take us to see that gentleman?" Chapter 1043. The holy sons formed 2 long lines, following the butler into the manor. They too passed through long corridors and a central garden, arriving at the dining room. However, the atmosphere in the dining room was completely different from when the butler had left. The monster was still the same, but the people besides the monster no longer seemed fearful. They chatted and laughed, as if they were genuinely invited guests awaiting the manor owner's arrival for a banquet, their previous awkwardness gone. The butler's smile vanished abruptly, his lizard-like yellow-green eyes fixed on the overly polite, suspicious man who had been the last to enter the dining room. The observant Aliland noticed the butler's gaze, and walked towards the man without hesitation. The man had clearly noticed them as well. He paused his conversation with the woman opposite him, stood up, and gave Aliland a slight nod with his left hand on his chest, a gesture most commonly used in the Oziria continent. Lowering his voice, he quickly said, "Okay, to use some connections. He asked me to help you." Hearing the familiar name, Aliland instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was him. In the past, I might have said he was meddling again, but this time, we really need help. Mou smiled. No need to be polite. I happen to have some experience dealing with these kinds of special illusions. I basically brought the situation under control now. If you don't mind, please cooperate with my actions. By the way, please don't rush to sit down yet. Let me explain the dining rules and corresponding procedures. The Holy Sons exchanged glances, and finally, with Arlen's approval and Wayland's indifferent gaze, gathered before MOU. Thus began an emergency crash course for these Holy Sons, who had never played the rules of the strange game before, and only knew how to speedrun through brute force. The reason the Holy Sons weren't allowed to sit down first was because of the first rule of the restaurant. The manor owner enjoys a lively atmosphere. When the restaurant is full, the owner will arrive to begin the evening's banquet. The manor owner's arrival condition is a full house, not everyone being present. Therefore, as long as no one is seated, a strange bug can be created, preventing the next event animation from triggering. Having a game designer play the rules of the strange game is perfect. Moreover, rules belong to the realm of order. Making rules, abiding by rules, and punishing those who violate the rules are simply means to achieve order. Whether Naya simply overlooked MOU's control over the order, or deliberately chose a topic her rival excelled at, MOU decided to accept this offer first. As for whether there were any other tricks up her sleeve, they wait and see. Using Okade's name to establish his own identity was a high-stakes gamble. MOU had heard bits and pieces about Okade's acquaintance with Ollieland from Okade. He pieced together the timeline, and felt it was highly likely the two had already met at this point in time. Moreover, the characters in this illusion were likely replicas from memories, maintaining only a consistent persona. Their actual timelines within this illusion, and their memories of this particular point in time, might not be entirely accurate. MOU took a gamble, and he clearly won. Okade was a shrewd strategist skilled in cultivating relationships. If he heard through some channel that his lover, or crush, was trapped in an intractable illusion, he would most likely use his connections to seek outside help, a plausible explanation. In this illusion, the judge, Gadley, only judged whether the story was logical, not whether it had actually happened in reality. If he was merely disguising himself, that would suffice. Of course, this explanation might gain the trust of the Holy Sons, but it might not, and most likely wouldn't, fool the old liar, Nyarlathotep. However, MOU never intended to deceive Nyarlathotep. He only needed to pique Nyarlathotep's interest, to make this god of amusement find it interesting, very interesting, and he would successfully complete his mission. If we consider Nyarlathotep as a special player, isn't arousing player interest just the game designer's forte? MOU concisely yet meticulously explained the strategy, and key points of the battle to the Holy Sons, ensuring everyone understood before summoning the butler again to lead them to their seats. The butler, who had observed the entire event from the corner of the restaurant without finding any violations, was now twitching, its small eyes gleaming with a fierce light, looking anything but approachable. But rules are rules. Whether the butler was happy or not, serving guests who hadn't broken the rules was its duty. Even if it was dissatisfied, it could only suppress its anger and obediently lead the way. Whether it was intentional or unintentional revenge by the butler, or just a coincidence, or perhaps Nairuko's malice, Ayalian was seated in a corner diagonally opposite MOU, quite a distance away, right next to Wayland. MOU deliberately sighed quietly, giving Ayalian a smiling look. The silver-haired little dumpling blinked, a faint blush rising on her thin, delicate face. She subtly turned her head away, avoiding MOU's gaze. After everyone was seated, the only empty seat at the table, behind the host's seat, suddenly revealed a large, carved door. The butler respectfully stepped forward, opened the door, and helped the manor's owner out. The scene resembled an old eunuch assisting Empress Dowager Tsushi. The manor's owner's right hand rested lightly on the butler's raised arm, as he slowly walked towards the table. MOU calmly raised a finger, gently touching it to his lips, making a shushing gesture. The townspeople, mostly ordinary citizens, all lowered their heads slightly, only daring to observe the manor owner out of the corner of their eyes. MOU and the Holy Sons, however, observed the manor owner openly, and without fear. MOU also secretly observed Ong Nong, who also looked up at the manor owner with equal confidence. Ong Nong even noticed MOU's probing gaze, and gave him a bright smile. This guy is even more suspicious. However, he wasn't the only suspicious one. The manor owner was also very suspicious. Chapter 1044. The manor owner was tall but very thin. He wore a French-style lace-trimmed shirt, a black vest with gold trim, and a pair of pristine white leather gloves. His lower body was clad in black, gold-trimmed, tight-fitting trousers matching the vest, and black leather boots adorned with gold buckles and sapphires. He had brilliant, flowing blonde hair, meticulously curled and styled with the aesthetics of 17th and 18th century English and French aristocracy when it came to wigs. The hair at his forehead and temples was deliberately curled neatly, creating a voluminous, thick look. The slightly longer sections were tied into a low ponytail with a blue silk ribbon, making him appear as if he had stepped out of an old oil painting. His skin was deathly pale, and coupled with his thin frame, it suggested some kind of illness. As the butler helped him to his seat, he always covered his mouth with a gold-threaded handkerchief in his other hand, coughing occasionally. Mou guessed that the manor owner probably had some lung problem, if these appearances weren't feigned. The manor owner sat down in the only empty seat, his golden eyes sweeping across the room, his expression cold, his gaze lowered, his long eyelashes fluttering. This familiar expression momentarily stunned Mou. Somewhat familiar, unsure, let's look again, maybe he's faking it. Celoria was right after all. In this chaotic battle where there are two or more professional con artists, and everyone is hiding their identities, the sudden addition of an outsider might not be a good thing. Finding the right teammate among a group of con artists is the biggest challenge. Mou's gaze swept over the manor owner, Onan, Wieland, and the little dumpling, then he stroked his chin meaningfully. The manor owner's long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. He spoke slowly, his voice clear but tinged with a hoarseness from a cold and cough. Have all the guests arrived? Then, let the banquet begin. The manor owner raised his right hand, and gently clapped the lower half of his left. Upon hearing this, the butler entered with a group of maids carrying trays, their movements synchronized as they removed dish after dish of food and placed them in front of each guest. Then, they left with the maids, clearly heading to the kitchen to prepare the next dish. Only the manor owner and his guests remained in the dining room. The manor owner's manners were clearly impeccable. He kept his head down, intently working with the food on his plate, showing no intention of attending to the guests. The appetizer looked perfectly normal. Two diagonally sliced baguette-shaped pieces of hard European bread sat in the center of a large, white plate, topped with a thick, brown solid sauce, presumably the so-called liver pâté. 2 slices of lime, and a spoonful of grapefruit pulp were draped diagonally to the side. Mou cast an appraisal spell, and the system immediately displayed the result. Lime, grapefruit, brandy, liver pâté with bread, rich in vitamins, the lime slices and grapefruit pulp, combined with liver pâté made with brandy to remove any fishy smell, served with slices of not so delicious but carefully fermented hard European bread, can be considered a very high-class appetizer, provided the questionable source of the liver is ignored. Warning, may contain human blood and offal products, may contain monster blood and offal products. 100% contains extremely high concentrations of contamination. There's a certain probability of contamination and mutation after consumption. I can't eat this, Mou thought regretfully. But this made the operation much simpler. As agreed beforehand, he reached out to the woman in front of him, and she immediately handed him her and her child's plates. Mou picked up the plates, shoved the food into his mouth, deftly stacked the empty plates, and handed them back. The whole table began this assembly line operation. Because Mou was flanked by monsters resembling fallen sinners, the only person who could deliver food to him was the small-town woman with the child sitting opposite him. This woman was also the only one whose identity could be clearly found in the plot, making her a reasonably trustworthy NPC. Although she initially showed obvious fear, she was also a sufficiently clear-headed and calm woman. She decisively allied herself with Mou when he showed goodwill and demonstrated his combat power, and now she carried out the plan without the slightest hesitation. She handed him food with her left hand, and collected the empty plates with her right, completely unfazed by Mou's decisive act of shoveling food into his mouth. Mou didn't actually eat the food. Although his cybernetic combat doll was different from ordinary dolls, possessing an externally accessible storage pouch in its stomach for temporarily storing food or other items and activating digestion mode via the system when needed, Mou, unsure if the food contained any hidden secrets, simply stored it all in his system inventory the instant he touched it. The rest was all an act. A pile of plates filled with food silently circled the table, returning to their original empty positions. After finishing his appetizer, the manor owner contentedly dabbed his lips with a handkerchief. Looking up, he saw his guests slowly setting down their empty plates, seemingly having licked them clean. Manor owner? Were they that hungry? He clapped his hands again, and the butler returned with a maid to serve the food. This time, it was a salad consisting only of scarlet sausages, devoid of any greens. All the guests repeated the act of passing and clearing away plates with disgusted expressions. Mou, once again putting on a convincing performance, stuffed all the food into his backpack. He also paid attention to the monsters' eating habits, noticing that both ghouls and fallen sinners devoured their food cleanly. The ghouls even sniffed around, clearly unsatisfied. It seems these ghouls and fallen sinners are the intended escape route for the guests in this instance design. These monsters crave contaminated food, are insatiable, and would be more than willing to dispose of these troublesome meals for the guests. However, this creates some new problems. If these monsters are fed the entire table of food and absorb too much contaminated power, could they transform into some kind of completely uncontrollable enemy? Under the current rules, they are temporarily bound by their guest status, and won't suddenly attack and start eating people. But what happens after this dining period ends? Could these monsters, who have eaten all the food for the guests, preventing them from turning into monsters, or breaking the rules and facing certain death, become terrifying beings that the guests cannot handle during this long night, taking their lives? Chapter 1045. This is a multi-pronged scheme. First, by forcing guests to eat bizarre, contaminated meals according to the rules, and allowing them to throw the food into other people's territory for self-preservation, this is the first step. Ideally, the guests will feed the monsters all the food, leaving not a single scrap, and everyone will safely pass this hurdle. In a worse scenario, someone, in order to protect themselves, will betray others, hastily discarding food at the last second, sacrificing others to save themselves. With the violator appearing, the manor owner, the butler, and other forces, the boss monsters in the supernatural tales, can then conveniently intervene and obtain a new batch of dinner ingredients. MOU believes that the human/monster blood or internal organs in those meals are probably the last body parts left behind by the violator. Afterwards, the monsters fed with the contaminated meat of the violators by the guests will likely become exceptionally powerful, and because the mealtime has ended, they will be stripped of their guest status. The monsters, no longer bound by their status, are highly likely to become a new threat at night, wreaking havoc. This was the second plan. MOU's hands moved rapidly, gathering food as his mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, his brow furrowing slightly. This divine war instance was becoming increasingly complex, with each layer intricately linked to the next. The first layer was the conflict between the townspeople and the holy sons within and outside the illusionary realm. This was a human trap set for Ialian's personality and past, perfectly aligned with Nyarlathotep's preferences and style. The second layer was this entire illusionary realm of strange rules. From a macro perspective, this strange rule realm itself transcended the level of this world in terms of its subject matter. It was clearly the work of Nyarlathotep, this otherworldly god. Yet, the rules happened to fall within MOU's domain of order. It was difficult to say whether the god of music had any other considerations involved. The third layer involves the power struggles within the illusionary realm of rules of the strange tales. Aside from the devouring god war, the most significant main quest for Nyarlathotep, the heterochromatic eyes, and Ialian, successfully completing the rules of the strange tales can be considered an important side quest for them. However, this important side quest introduces many other factions: the Holy Sun, the townspeople, and unknown third-party monsters, and the people of the manor. Currently, it can be largely confirmed that the two opposing forces in the rules of the strange tales are the people of the manor, led by the manor owner, and the guests, who have mistakenly entered the illusion and must seek the manor owner's protection. The guests include the Holy Sun and the townspeople. These two sides share almost identical goals: to break through the rules of the strange tales and escape the illusion. The unknown third party consists of several individuals whose identities are currently difficult to categorize, including the strange Onan, two figures resembling traveling merchants, and the Holy Sun, who appears to be at the core of the illusion. During the previous bug-exploiting period, MOU specifically confirmed with Olliland that Olliland and the others had no recollection of the figure wearing the Holy Sun's robes and covered in suspicious wounds. Instead, they successfully confirmed some characteristics of the two fallen ones, proving that these two monstrous fallen ones were Olliland's teammates, who were killed at the manor gate. As for the unidentified figure wearing the Holy Sun's robes, he was very likely the fallen one who suddenly appeared, the culprit behind the illusion's core, as the townspeople had mentioned. However, considering that this illusion itself was artificially created by Nyarlathotep using special methods, this Holy Sun was equivalent to the unfortunate traveling merchant in Nyarlathotep's triple illusion. His personal resentment had no necessary connection to the illusion's content. He was merely a vessel chosen by an evil god. MOU hadn't yet figured out the purpose of these unknown third parties, but he suspected that unknown might be a secondary account of the heterochromatic-eyed individual. If the two traveling merchants weren't suspicious and were just NPCs like townspeople, then the real unknown third parties were probably only the heterochromatic secondary account and the unidentified holy child used by Naya as building materials to construct the illusion. Assuming this conjecture was correct, the logic of these unknown third parties actually belonged to the first layer of the devouring god war, rather than the internal forces of the third layer of the rules of the strange tales. In that case, their incongruity here would have a sufficient and reasonable explanation. The other force opposing the guests was the people and monsters of the manor. The people of the manor were divided into the manor owner, the butler, and the maids. The maids had two forms. In the normal situation, the surface world, they were black and white dressed maids, and in the abnormal situation, the inner world, they were red-clad maids. The conditions under which the red-clad maids would appear, and what their appearance represented, were currently unclear, but he was fairly certain that the red-clad maids had high combat power, and would most likely enter a battle upon their appearance. Monsters are an even stranger force. They lack consciousness, possessing only instinct, and are bound by the rules of the arena. Given that the people of the manor represent the rule-wielding faction in this strange tale of rules, monsters could very well become tools for them to prey on guests. MOU felt that categorizing monsters under the manor's people's faction was plausible. However, the existence of the manor owner remained a mystery to MOU. MOU felt that this manor owner seemed to belong not only to the third level, but also to the first level. He suspected this was also an account belonging to the heterochromatic being. Based on MOU's extensive gaming and work experience over the years, he was absolutely certain of one fact. Any player with more than 2 alt accounts would inevitably attempt to dual client or even multi-client using a single or multiple devices. Otherwise, what's the point of creating alt accounts? MOU had once heard of a foreign gamer who used as many as 14 consoles with corresponding monitors, mice, and gamepads in a certain MMORPG, forming a multi-character team to successfully complete a high-difficulty dungeon. Of course, to achieve this, financial resources, brainpower, mental fortitude, and agility are all indispensable. Such players with ingenious ideas and the perseverance to pull off such feats probably only exist a handful in any world, but since humans can do it, there's no reason why a god in a magical world couldn't dual client. MOU had controlled both his main account and an alt account simultaneously shortly after entering this world. The heterochromatic being's level was far higher than his, and this wicked god with malicious intentions had spent his entire life obsessed with creating alt accounts. MOU absolutely refused to believe that he couldn't use these alternate accounts simultaneously. From the moment this manor owner appeared, he began mimicking some of Ialian's classic expressions and gestures. For a moment, even MOU was almost fooled. The only one capable of such deliberate behavior was probably the heterochromatic one, who had always coveted Ialian's body. Chapter 1046. It's not that Nyarlathotep is incapable of such a thing, but in the previous round, Nyarlathotep suffered a defeat in the divine war by impersonating Ialian, losing a chunk of his flesh. MOU felt that this god of amusement wouldn't repeat the same mistake so quickly. The same game content, the first time it's fun, the second time it's jail time. Nyarlathotep isn't some god who firmly believes in getting back up from where you fell. Of course, MOU also considered whether Ialian might have accidentally acquired the hidden identity of the manor owner, but after carefully examining the logic, he felt it was impossible. As the controller of the rules in the third layer of the strange and fantastical illusion, the manor owner's authority is far too great. If Ialian possessed the identity of the manor owner, then the first layer of the divine war trap set by Nyarlathotep targeting Ialian's heart would collapse on its own. The two are logically contradictory, and don't make sense. Therefore, the only one who would spontaneously imitate Ialian's actions, attempting to muddy the waters and mislead others, is the one with the heterochromatic eyes. By the time he finished considering all this, dinner was nearing its end. The food and drink served had all been placed into MOU's system inventory, neatly categorized and stacked in several slots. The table and floor were spotless, not even a drop of spilled sauce. The manor owner had finished his portion. He lowered his eyes, picked up a silk handkerchief, and lightly dabbed at the corner of his mouth, wiping away the sauce. "Guests, are you satisfied with tonight's dinner?" Having been spoken by the host, the guests could only mumble in response, "Satisfied, satisfied." "I hope you're satisfied," the manor owner said. "Welcome again to my misty manor. I am the owner of this manor, Issa Borel." He had barely finished speaking when he erupted into a fit of excruciating coughing. The manor owner quickly covered his mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing incessantly. MOU noticed a faint blood seeping from the handkerchief he was holding. It seemed the manor owner was quite ill. This sudden illness interrupted the manor owner's speech. After coughing for a while, he finally calmed down and waved his hand listlessly. "You may all rest in the small reception room next door. The butler will escort you to your respective room shortly. You can make yourself at home here, play and enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Stay as long as you like. You can even stay forever." With these meaningful words, the manor owner, Issa Borel, once again rose with the butler's help and staggered into the door behind his seat. The door closed again and vanished after he and the butler entered. Mou, relying on his cybernetic combat avatar, boldly got up and walked to the spot where the door had disappeared, feeling around but finding no trace of it. It seems this instance doesn't want anyone following to investigate the secrets hidden by the manor owner, but a door that disappears can't stop the game planner and longtime player with boundless curiosity. This door is impassable, but judging from Issa's words, it doesn't seem like the guests are to return the way they came through the door leading to the corridor. Mou scratched his chin and looked at the maids remaining in the dining room. "Ladies, may I ask how to get to the small reception room?" Upon hearing this, the maids lined up in 2 rows on the right side of the dining room, bowing slightly respectfully. "Esteemed guests, please come this way." Mou followed their raised hands, and saw a large door that had appeared on the right wall of the dining room, leading to what appeared to be a warmly furnished reception room. Mou nodded to the holy sons and the townspeople before entering the reception room first. This small reception room was slightly smaller than the dining room, decorated in a distinctly classic European style. Heavy Baroque curtains and large floral wallpaper lined the walls, while soft carpets covered the floor. The furniture was all luxurious mahogany with gilded accents. A coffee table stood in the center, surrounded by pairs of long and short sofas, forming a rectangle. Several armchairs of different styles were placed by the window, seemingly scattered and disorderly, yet not in a way that felt uncomfortable. Rather, they possessed a pleasing design aesthetic. There was even a rocking chair in the corner, eerily empty, yet it swayed rhythmically back and forth. Across the wall directly from the main entrance was a red brick fireplace. The firewood already lit, the flames flickering gently and radiating a pleasant warmth. On the right wall of the reception room was a row of liquor shelves, in front of which was a long round bar, perfect for men to drink, chat, and while away the time. This reception room had the feel of an Agatha Christie novel. It seemed as if a bloody incident wouldn't do justice to its furnishings. Mou wandered around and found a framed picture on the wall near the bar. Inside wasn't a photograph or a painting, but a piece of parchment with rules written on it. Yike Lounge operating rules. The lounge is open daily from 5 p.m. to 3 p.m. All drinks are complimentary and unlimited. Guests may request them from the bartender. Every guest entering the lounge will receive a complimentary drink. Guests must finish their drink before leaving. Adding any unknown ingredients to drinks is prohibited. Drinking other people's drinks is prohibited. Wasting drinks is prohibited. Food is permitted in the lounge area, but the bartender only provides peanuts and fennel beans. All guests must leave by 12:50 a.m. Guests who refuse to comply and remain in the area will be solely responsible for any resulting incidents, including but not limited to injury, danger, or disappearance. There is only one bartender in the lounge, and the bartender will not wear any mask or face covering during working hours. If a guest discovers a second bartender wearing a mask in the lounge area, please leave the area immediately and report it to the manager. Another rule sheet. Mou memorized the rules and returned to the sofa area in the center of the reception room. Unsurprisingly, he found another parchment on the coffee table. Small reception room rules. The small reception room is open daily from 5 p.m. to 3 p.m. Guests may rest and converse in the small reception room. Free eating and smoking are permitted. Please do not disturb other guests eating or smoking. Guests are requested to maintain the facilities in the small reception room. Any accidental damage to any furnishings will require compensation. The rules were surprisingly brief, not even mentioning any possible monsters. Mou placed the rule slip back on the coffee table and looked back at the door. Guests were still filing into the dining room, but Mou caught a glimpse of a red figure through the open doorway. Is it the red-clad maid? Appearing at this time? Chapter 1047. Mou hurried back to the door, but this time when he looked into the restaurant, he didn't find anything unusual. No one present was wearing red, and red is a very conspicuous color. He couldn't have been mistaken. What are you looking for? A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar, clear yet somewhat childish voice asked softly. The red-clad maid mentioned in the restaurant rules. Mou looked down at Aelian. He, who used to always look up at nights, now felt a little uncomfortable with this perspective. I think I just caught a glimpse of a red figure. Did you see anything unusual? Aelian shook his head earnestly, his small appearance showing remarkable reliability. No, We all had a division of labor, keeping an eye on those suspicious individuals. I was in charge of the maids. All 6 maids were normal. MOU wasn't surprised by this, but subconsciously glanced at the SAN value on the system interface, unexpectedly finding that the value remained unchanged. He was currently using a secondary account. Due to the materials used in their creation, while the cybernetic alchemical doll possesses a certain degree of resistance to pollution, it cannot compare to the absolute resistance granted by MOU's own body's world barrier, and is thus still affected by pollution to some extent. He initially thought that seeing the red-clad maid might be a special effect of his decreased SAN value, but it seems that this guess is not quite correct. He is still unclear about the trigger conditions for the red-clad maid and the masked bartender, and even what role these 2 special monsters will play in this rule-based mystery. Speaking of which, shouldn't this rule-based mystery also have a storyline, while the purpose of this god-devouring war is to create conditions for the 3 god-level beings to devour each other? A low-level dungeon without any storyline would be incredibly boring. As a veteran planner and player, MOU would never create a dungeon devoid of substance so perfunctorily, and he believed that Nyarlathotep, the god of entertainment, would certainly not cut corners like that either. Nyarlathotep enjoys observing humanity's struggles and suffering, and even more so, their forced choices, both right and wrong, when faced with tangled threads of fate. Therefore, compared to a simple clash of rules, a complex storyline often creates more twisted entertainment. Every world is full of classic stories rife with suffering. With Nyarlathotep's abilities, discovering and choosing an interesting script wouldn't be difficult. This script might even originate from the memories of the holy sons like Ialian, only now, through Nyarlathotep's artistic manipulation, it's transformed into a bizarre tale of rules and mysteries. Unfortunately, Ialian didn't tell MOU about every illusion he experienced over the past 300 years, and even if he had, it might have been pointless. The initiative to set the questions lies with Nyarlathotep. He can twist and modify these stories at will, changing them beyond recognition. Even knowing the original version might only lead to being misled by that version and making incorrect judgments. Therefore, it's better to know nothing at all. After all, they can deal with whatever comes their way, and they can't afford to make mistakes. Since leaving the dining table, the Holy Sons have been on edge. They first let the townspeople into the small meeting room, while they themselves stood between the living and the monsters, using their own flesh and blood as a natural firewall. They gripped their weapons tightly, wary of the ghouls and fallen ones. Even the youngest, Ialian, was assigned to keep an eye on the maids. "Could you continue watching the maids for me?" MOU leaned down slightly and whispered in Ialian's ear also, "Keep an eye on your mentor Wayland. He seems a bit different than usual. I suspect he might be possessed by something." Ialian rubbed the tips of his ears, which were slightly hot from MOU's breath, glanced suspiciously at Wayland, and ran back to his side, pulling on his mother's hand and whispering to her. MOU couldn't help but smile. Ialian at this age was truly adorable. With his reliable holy sons around, you could temporarily ignore the monsters and focus on studying the new rules in the small reception room, and the plot still hidden in this instance. Nyarlathotep, disguised as Wayland, continued to play his role with unhurried ease, enjoying the drama he had orchestrated, showing no intention of interfering. MOU didn't have time to concern himself with him for the time being. After confirming that the red-clad maid had temporarily disappeared, he returned to the empty bar and rang the service bell. Ring ring. A young waiter emerged from a small door that suddenly appeared beside the liquor rack. His face was uncovered, allowing MOU to clearly see his blue eyes and rather handsome features. The waiter wore a 3-piece tailcoat and waistcoat similar to the butler's, only darker in color, made of slightly inferior fabric, and with simpler decorations. He grinned, flashing a standard A2 smile. "What would you like to drink, sir?" What are your choices?" MOU asked with interest. "Each guest receives a complimentary drink. I recommend tonight's special, Traveler's Heart." The bartender maintained his fake smile. "An adventurous soul, a sincere heart for exploration, coupled with a spirit of desire and greed. It perfectly suits your temperament. Any other options? If you don't like our special, we have more common choices. For example, you could try this Burden of Compassion, or this Tossing and Turning Love." "Oh, so everyone's drink is a custom-made special?" MOU feigned surprise. "How interesting. Instructor Wayland. He, never one to miss a good spectacle, invited, come and try some of our fine wines." The drinking process was already written into the rules, inescapable. Even Nairuko, who created this illusion, had to obey the established rules. Therefore, Wayland, without any objection, walked over carrying his great sword. "What's this person's special drink?" Mou's eyes gleamed with genuine curiosity, even more so than that of a comedian. The bartender's smile froze for a moment. This, he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his face, constantly glancing at Wayland. But Wayland offered no help, instead flashing a hearty smile and saying, "Go ahead, I want to know too." Chapter 1048. Mou admitted that watching the bartender agonize over whether to reveal the name of the complimentary special drink that could expose Nyarlathotep's identity was indeed quite amusing. He didn't know if Nyarlathotep, as the person involved, found it amusing, but since this god of amusement had designed this segment, he certainly wouldn't care about the possibility of becoming the amusement himself. The bartender closed his eyes, resignedly saying, "Disorderly pleasure. It's all chaos and disorder, all just a joke. Pleasure born from endless suffering is the sweetest liquor." He forced a smile. "Would you like a drink?" "One, of course," Wayland answered crisply. "Why not?" He looked at the bartender, flashing a wide smile, and, equally eager for drama, pointed to Anand not far away, saying, "Come on, see what his special drink is this time." The bartender glanced at Anand, his pupils slightly contracting. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He looked exactly like a poor employee, unprepared and forced to give a speech in front of all the shareholders and investors by his incompetent boss. Mou almost felt the same way. Sigh, the iron fist of the working class hardened unexpectedly. The bartender wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, forcing a smile, and said, that one didn't come to order. Should just tell us quietly." Nyarlathotep's version of Wayland coaxed charmingly. "Isn't it better if he doesn't know?" Bartender, Do you want to hear what you're saying? All right then. Mou, a fellow office worker, kindly offered to help, shouting, "Everyone come and line up to get your complimentary drink." "Oh right," he turned to the bartender, "give me the traveler's heart." The bartender responded meekly, as if he'd been given PTSD by his boss's unexpected move, or perhaps grateful for Mou's offer. Gone was his previous cunning and scheming demeanor. He fiddled with the concoction for a while, then hurriedly handed over Mou's complimentary drink. A specially crafted, multicolored cocktail served in a martini glass. The outermost ring was a gradient from purple to blue to green, while the inner part was a large mass of orange-red liquid representing greed. Floating in the center of the orange-red liquid was a dark red mass the size of an olive, like a pulsating liquid heart. The color deepened and solidified towards the center, until at the very core it became a tiny black dot. A blood-red olive was stuck in the glass with a toothpick. The cocktail looked beautiful, but there was an inexplicable sense of unease about it. Drinking it would surely contaminate one's health. But Mou didn't hesitate much. He switched to his healer form, picked up the glass, and downed it in one gulp. The crowd that had gathered to watch looked on in disbelief. In an instant, countless strange fleshy parts burst forth from the cybernetic combat doll Mou was using. Flesh buds frantically pushed through the skin, flesh tore open, and round eyes popped out of the wounds. People screamed and retreated, while Alien ignored Alalan's attempts to stop him and took a few steps forward. Ding, system notification. Your current SAN value has reached the critical point. The passive skill, Heartlock, has been automatically triggered. SAN value reset. Mou's rapidly decreasing SAN value abruptly stopped. The next second, as if time had reversed and everything reset, the eyes that had just emerged from his wounds rolled back into smoke and vanished. His cracked skin healed instantly, and the granulation tissue withered and fell to the ground, crushed into dust like withered leaves. The screams of the crowd instantly caught in their throats. Mou calmly put down his glass, dusted himself off, and shook off a pile of withered branches and debris. He was another newly forged, top-tier adventurer. Everything that had just happened seemed like a fleeting illusion. Wayland raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of amusement. The bartender handed over his disorderly pleasure, a drink served in a butterfly-shaped champagne glass. The dark purple liquid shimmered with endless stars, like a colorful, dark night sky. The appearance of this drink was probably every client's favorite design, and every contractor's nightmare. Nyarlathotep was immune to any contamination. In fact, he was contamination itself. Wayland, however, was supposed to fear contamination, so he feigned a divine spell of light, purifying the drink before promptly drinking it. Nothing happened. Wayland rose to give way, and the next Holy Sun nervously stepped forward to receive his special drink from the bartender. Those who had just been informed, or had checked the rules on the wall, already knew that this drink had to be drunk, and only they could drink it. They had been terrified before, but after seeing two powerful figures demonstrate the correct way to drink it, their anxieties gradually subsided. The big shots seemed reliable. They should be able to stall them until the end, right? The Holy Sun's drinks were mostly similar, signifying sacrifice, dedication, commitment, and heavy responsibilities, except for Erlands, which represented the loss of a comrade. Most of them knew purification spells themselves, a few didn't. For example, the young Aelian was helped by Ariland and his companions. Just in case, Mou also switched to Druid and cast a purification spell. Aelian also finished his drink of Guardian of Order. Erland's gaze towards Mou grew increasingly strange. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on his drink, he quietly pulled Mou aside. Who exactly are you? You didn't use the purification spell of the Church of Light. I never seen anyone recover from that kind of corruption. Mou didn't explain much. He simply pulled up the long sleeve of his robe, revealing his right ring finger, and waved it in front of Erland's eyes. The Ring of Thorns. Ariland wouldn't mistake this thing. He lowered his voice and said, You're the administrator? Mou raised his hand in a shushing gesture. Shh, don't make a sound. I have my own secrets, my own past, and my own mission. He winked meaningfully at Ariland, and a mental storm instantly raged through Erland's mind. Words like spy, high-ranking church official, secret ace, and all the church secrets and rumors he heard before flew around in this whirlwind. Ariland still couldn't guess this person's true identity, but the fact that the other party possessed the administrator's Ring of Thorns significantly increased his trust in him. Chapter 1049. The ring Mou was wearing on his alternate account was actually the thorn ring that Aelian possessed. Aelian had tampered with his thorn ring set. The one he always wore was the true ring used by the administrators, while the one Mou couldn't remove from his main account was actually the twisted version worn by the Holy Sons. When Aelian entered the Golden Land, he removed the thorn ring and his alternate account's login device earring, entrusting them to Mou for safekeeping in case of emergency. At that time, Aelian had already gained some favor from the illusory and real authorities, and no longer needed the thorn ring to mobilize those authorities. For him, the ring held far more sentimental value than practical use. However, after triggering the divine descent in the Golden Land, Aelian would inevitably lose his human body, and both the thorn ring and the login device earring would be at risk of being lost. Rather than losing these important items, which might give Miltooth and Heterochromia an opportunity, it's better to keep them in the Lord's hands beforehand. They might come in handy sometime. When he suspected that the content of this dungeon was related to Ariland and the other Holy Sons, Mou put the thorn ring on his alt character's hand. As the saying goes, when you're out in the world, your identity is what you give yourself. As long as he possessed the token and could mention the name of Erland's other half, Mou wasn't worried about the Holy Sons not believing him. After all, the Holy Sons in this dungeon were just dungeon NPCs generated by the Devouring God War based on a set of memories and character settings, much like computer-controlled characters. Ariland couldn't possibly pull out her phone on the spot to call Okade, or leave the illusion to go to the Hall of Heroes to verify, so naturally she could only believe whatever Mou said. After this divine war ends, everything that happened in the instance will be like sea foam, bursting and disappearing in the first rays of dawn, leaving nothing behind. This misleading information about identity will cause no harm. With Mou, the Druid, and the Holy Sons of the Church of Light present, they easily cleansed the contamination from the wine. People peacefully finished their drinks, found comfortable spots, and waited for the steward to appear and take them back to their rooms. Mou used the purification opportunity to observe everyone's personalized complimentary drinks. Each complimentary drink was directly related to the drinker's characteristics, obsessions, etc. The townspeople's complimentary drinks were unremarkable and ordinary, focusing on trivial matters or family affairs. The two suspected traveling merchants were only concerned with financial costs and travel safety. The Holy Son, whom no one recognized, was suffering unbearable pain, probably related to the broken seal. And Anand's was indeed problematic. The bartender's complimentary drink was called the Art of Deception. It was a green liquid served in a classic flat-bottomed glass. Even standing beside it, you could smell the cocoa liqueur and vodka, but through the clear, colorless glass, it appeared as a crystal-clear green mint liqueur. The ice cubes piled up like an iceberg in the glass were like the cold heart of a con artist. The name, appearance, and even taste of each drink were intimately connected to the drinker, as if it were Nyarlathotep's biting mockery. Mou increasingly felt that this whole thing stemmed from Nyarlathotep's twisted sense of humor. He raised an eyebrow at Wayland, who returned a hearty smile that belied his appearance. All right then. It seems Nyarlathotep wasn't too bothered by his first-round defeat to Aelian. While he had initially targeted Aelian, he now indiscriminately wanted to destroy everyone. He even included himself in the attack. Of course, such trivial matters meant nothing to Nyarlathotep, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, everyone else was. The bizarre rules and strange tales provided a good starting point. The bartender's antics dragged all the players in the God Wars from the shadows into the spotlight by Nyarlathotep's self-destruction tactic. To be honest, Aelion and Nyarlathotep, whose identities had always been relatively clear, didn't suffer much. In fact, Nyarlathotep's actions further confirmed MOU's teammates' identities. MOU's own losses weren't significant either. Because he was using the shell of a cybernetic combat doll, there was still a layer of separation. The adventurer-slash-player attribute in the system's anchor point clearly caused a misjudgment by the rules, failing to accurately interpret his characteristics such as Otherworld Planner, Executor of World Consciousness, and God of Order, only perceiving Adventurer, and some strange and unimportant emotional attributes. Of course, MOU wasn't a love-struck fool. Those compassionate and restless expressions probably stemmed from his rambling thoughts while contemplating the dungeon's content. Upon closer examination, it seemed plausible, but in reality, nothing quite made sense. This error might not affect Nyarlathotep's judgment of him. After all, Nyarlathotep had faced him, and Aelion head-on in Nyarlathotep's triple illusion. However, the heterochromatic eyes, previously sealed in the bubble space, clearly didn't know what kind of being the Lord of AMT County was. In short, in this round, the heterochromatic eyes suffered the greatest loss. Although the identity of the manor owner remained a mystery, Onon's disguise had been exposed by Nyarlathotep. Aelion's identity was now clear, and the heterochromatic eyes' attempt to impersonate Aelion to gain MOU's trust had failed. This round could be considered Nyarlathotep's direct attack on the heterochromatic eyes, striking at the con artist's Achilles' heel, almost breaking his defenses. Onon's expression twisted slightly, though not dramatically, but it didn't escape the Lord's eyes, who had been secretly observing him. After a few seconds of stiffness, Onon managed to maintain his fake smile, picked up his glass, declined Wayland's insincere offer of purification assistance, and slunk away to a corner of the small reception room, dejectedly chugging his drink. The exposure of his disguise was a foregone conclusion, and Heterochromia wasn't foolish enough to be oblivious to the situation or still harbor unrealistic expectations. His continued facade of composure was merely a way to save face. MOU immediately wanted to applaud Nyarlathotep, who was disguised as Wayland. He suddenly had a new idea. The shrewd lord approached one of the mentors with a smile. "How about we cooperate?" Chapter 1050. While MOU and Aelion were diligently conquering the devouring god war, the players were also working hard, diligently grinding through the game. Today was a sunny Saturday. Shirchini went to the supermarket early in the morning. Humming a song, she returned home carrying bags of shopping supplies. She neatly organized the groceries and household items, made herself a non-alcoholic mojito, and then returned to her desk to promptly open the Instant Fire voice chat software to start her new game. With a beep, login successful, a notification popped up on the voice chat software. Player today's Rain has logged in. The computer screen on the desk was playing gameplay footage downloaded from the game's cloud server. The desk was piled high with dense materials and notes, all of which were game content she had summarized and organized herself, including mind maps and cheat sheets. People kept logging into the voice chat channel. They were all her regular teammates. They had just finished a raid in the game last night, and with nothing to do on Saturday afternoon and not yet time to log in, they decided to review and analyze their gameplay. Like other large-scale, high-difficulty raids in MMORPGs, this game's challenging dungeons also require players to spend time outside of the game reviewing, analyzing, and analyzing them. However, the content of the analysis is noticeably different. In other games, it's about studying tactics, positioning, timing of skill usage, and arranging skill sequences based on personal and teammate habits. While these aspects significantly impact success, they are often tedious and time-consuming tasks that many players dislike experiencing. But in this game, since the challenging dungeons are essentially mystery-solving games, the game analysis feels like playing a murder mystery in real life, which is quite popular with players. Some expert players have even developed a convenient software tool specifically for reviewing gameplay. This little gadget allows players to easily receive and import game replays sent by teammates, automatically placing them on the same timeline and displaying them side by side in small windows on the same screen. Players can switch between large and small screens at any time to compare and cut the timeline. Each replay window can display teammates' avatars and names, making it very user-friendly and easy to identify. It also supports adding tags and notes to the timeline, making it very convenient to find suspicious locations and items. During replays, a presenter can be selected to control the screen, and other teammates can directly see the screen shared by the presenter. Since being posted on the forum by expert players, this little software has been highly sought after by players of high difficulty dungeons. Today, after trying it out, I recommended it to everyone in my fixed team. If only the replay software had a voice chat module. This way, we have to open another app. The speaker crackled with complaints from Nyochiochio. Jinryu turned on her mic and chuckled. We could give feedback on this on the game forum. If there's enough demand, the developers might consider adding the feature. There are truly amazing people in this game. 2G's voice came through. Has everyone uploaded their recordings to the cloud? Oh. I see. Let's begin. Shirchinyu, also known as Jinryu, picked up her cup and took a sip of her mojito. The strong minty flavor instantly washed over her, making her feel refreshed. The instance they were currently reviewing was something new they encountered 3 days prior at the ruins of the craftsman and god of art's burial grounds. Back then, her teammate Tones of Hope had discovered a massive hammer over 3 meters tall beneath a mist-shrouded chasm at the edge of the ruins. It looked almost identical to the carving hammer used by the god of artisans. The remaining 0.1% was due to a huge crack on the hammer, destroying much of the carving, and a purplish-black mist constantly seeping from it, likely the source of the nearby mist. Tones of Hope dared not act rashly. After a brief inspection from a distance, she immediately returned to camp to gather reinforcements. Their entire team rushed over, only to be automatically pulled into an instant illusion upon entering within 3 meters of the giant hammer. After the familiar, brief feeling of suffocation and dizziness from passing through jelly-like walls, they found themselves suddenly in an ancient temple. The temple's architecture resembled that of ancient Greek temples, with massive, towering columns supporting a high dome. Lifelike marble sculptures were everywhere, though now many were toppled or broken, their shapes and features barely discernible. Despite its ruin, a glimpse of its former grandeur and exquisite craftsmanship remained. As the group marveled and examined the surroundings, suddenly, Jinryu had a flash of inspiration. Don't you think the architectural style here looks familiar? A little? Indeed. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I don't think I ever been to a place like this. Did you see it on a forum? I know. The sewers of Gerlanda. There's a similar place in the Clock Tower Town instance. It's the sewer leading out of town in Drake's 2 solo instances. The group racked their brains, quickly recalling the source of this sense of déjà vu. But isn't this the temple of the god of craftsmen and art? Hopeful Tone asked doubtfully, how can it be so similar in style to the sewers of the Church of Light? Did the development team get lazy? Did they use the same model? No one could answer this question at the time, but after they had briefly explored the temple over the past few days, today Rain finally had time to start comparing and researching. She pulled up the dungeon recording from Drake's solo instance and dragged the 2 scenes into the software for a side-by-side comparison. These 2 scenes are indeed very similar. With her initial intuition now supported by evidence, Jinryu concluded, first, the building materials. Both sides chose marble and waterproof blue bricks. To the naked eye, I can't tell which one is older. The similarity is astonishing. If it's not the work of the same artist, it's at least from the same lineage. She shifted her perspective, and all her teammates saw the detailed comparison of the waterway mechanisms on both sides in the shared screen. It's not that they're completely unrelated, but they're practically identical. The question is, why is the temple architecture of the god of craft so similar to that of the god of light? Poetry in Distant Play said, did the god of light commission the god of crafts to build a city? Is the god of crafts a subordinate of the god of light? Or did the god of crafts grow up in the Church of Light and learn its artistic style? Since everyone's guessing, let's guess big. Bright Knife Bandit said, I bet the god of crafts is a secondary account of the god of light. Chapter 1051. For a puzzle-solving work, players/readers/viewers with an omniscient perspective can always magnify even the smallest clues, making all sorts of bold guesses and assumptions. After all, there's no harm in being wrong, and what if you guess right? However, this conjecture was widely accepted by everyone. That makes sense. Thinking about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. 2G's voice rang out. The god of light has so many alt accounts, surely some of them will become gods, right? Otherwise, why would he go through all that trouble? Actually, looking at the life of the god of crafts, Enrico Lecchios, he did indeed grow up in the home of a sculptor from the Church of Light. His aesthetic sense would have been greatly influenced by the Church of Light, which makes sense. Today, Yoyu flipped through her notes, but from a gameplay perspective, if Enrico is an alt account of the god of light, the storyline will definitely become more interesting. I vote for that possibility. Yoyu's perspective is tricky. That's a bit over the top, but it's logical and well-founded. The development team wouldn't use the same model as the God of Light just because they're lazy. This is definitely foreshadowing. A hidden clue. It's important. Scanning. I vote for the alt account. Today, Rain couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, there's another reason I voted for the alternate account. This hypothesis can connect all the clues I found about the God of Crafts. She opened her notebook. Based on the history books I found in the Corinthia library and the information I gathered from the dwarves, I compiled the following information. Enrico Lecchios, the god of craftsmen and art, is a god of the new era. His appearance can be traced back to the Pantheon, almost a contemporary of the god of light. However, the cult of craftsmen truly flourished in the later stages of the Great Advent. This stage is also slightly later than the rampant expansion of the Church of Light's power. You could say his progress was similar to that of the god of light, just a little later. Oh, and to prevent you from not understanding, I briefly draw a timeline here. Today it's raining. I opened the notes section of the software and simply typed in the timeline. Chaos era, Pantheon era, God War era, Age of Divine Silence, Great Advent era, present. Enrico's personality is eccentric. He often disappears in bursts, only responding to the prayers of his followers after a long time. This is interpreted by his followers as an artistic retreat. They believed Enrico was so engrossed in artistic creation that he neglected the prayers of his followers. But there's another explanation for this. Today's Rain said, the Light God character on the dual account Craftsman alt wasn't online at all during that time, causing the Craftsman's mailbox to be constantly overflowing with unread messages. That makes sense! That makes sense! There's another small clue. Today's Rain continued. In the Clock Tower Town dungeon, when the player team first soloed Drake, I was very curious about one thing. Drake's stats included the skills Master of Destiny and Locksmith. I couldn't understand this before, only thinking that the developers wanted players to be able to pick locks and do other things when controlling Drake later on. This was intentionally designed to create a possible ending, but now it seems it might also be a foreshadowing. Drake didn't learn the Mastery of Fate skill, but rather the Mastery of the Ways skill associated with the God of Light and the God of Crafts. Wow! Everyone cheered, but some voiced doubt. Wait a minute. Even if the God of Crafts is a secondary account of the God of Light, are the skills shared between the two accounts? I think there's a rather blurry line here. Jinri Yoyu thought for a moment. The skill templates of gods are most likely not interchangeable, just like the class skills of players. For example, suppose a player can dual box, and their main account is a priest but their secondary account is only an assassin. The secondary account definitely can't use the main priest's operating table skill. The authority of God should also be like this. The high-ranking God of Light doesn't have authority over crafting and can't directly use class skills. However, she drew out her words, paused, and continued. Just like we experienced in games, in some situations, there are loopholes in class skills that can be exploited. For example, there was a player on the forum whose character stats weren't high enough to train as a mage, but that guy was a die-hard mage enthusiast. He learned the spell pronunciation from game videos posted by other players on the forum and successfully cast a fireball. Apparently, the success rate was low at first, but after mastering the trick, he could cast spells without using any skills. It's quite an achievement. Is it a minor bug or an Easter egg feature? Oh, I saw that post too. That player is really amazing. What a dedicated mage he must be, wiping away tears. Seriously, he can even conjure fireballs himself. Why doesn't he just buy an alchemical shell? Master, ahem. Anyway, I think the inherent attributes and abilities of the shell are one thing, but the player controlling the shell is equally important. The knowledge and skills possessed by the player can be used to some extent no matter what shell they're in, and most the effect will be a little weaker. So, according to this reasoning, the God of Light is also very skillful, able to make props and crafts, and even pick locks, steal, and hide things. It's just that when he's in his own shell, he can't use his authority to perform these skills, and can only rely on his own abilities and proficiency, so the effect and efficiency are slightly less than the God of Crafts. Is that what you mean, Rain-sama? Exactly. Rain-sama praised. Since the gods themselves possess these skills, it's only natural that their followers would also possess some. Indeed, of course, these clues, these little Easter eggs scattered here and there, could perhaps be explained with completely different reasons, or they might just be the production team deliberately creating a mystery, but I personally believe this is not something I made up out of thin air. The evidence is, the Goddess of Fate and the Goddess of Darkness are staunchly pro-world factions. They have always considered the God of Light and the evil god as enemies, yet they didn't hesitate to attack the God of Crafts first. This behavior alone is enough to prove that the craftsman's identity is questionable. Truly a master, Even copying a god's homework is done in such a refined and elegant way. However, there's still one question I haven't figured out, said today's Rain, that is the craftsman truly dead? Or is the god of light simply putting away this body and temporarily logging off to switch back to his main account? Do you think Grandpa Doman's archaeological team was formed to investigate this question? Chapter 1052. Possibly. Absolutely possible. Doman is also a staunch anti-light god faction. His investigation of the crime scenes of the goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness certainly isn't to cause trouble for the two goddesses. Is this Grandpa here to perform an autopsy? To finish them off if they're not dead? But how do you know if an alt account is dead? Successfully deleted? Yeah, there aren't any official GMs among the gods who can ban accounts. If we follow the player's example, if the body dies, can't you just pick it up, clean it up, and use it again? Based on players, the integrity of the physical body might be somewhat important, said Jin Ryoyu. Just as our bodies must be regenerated after being damaged, gods might have a similar mechanism. However, I think the most important elements for becoming a god are the three essential elements: faith, foundation, and authority. As long as these three exist, a god shouldn't be considered dead and can be resurrected indefinitely. Based on the god wars we participated in or the information we gathered about gods, most god deaths are related to the loss of faith, the loss or damage of the foundation, and authority primarily affects a god's abilities. Authority makes gods vulnerable, fragile, and easily killed, but losing authority doesn't mean a god will immediately die. For example, Adon, who did many evil deeds, inevitably met his demise. He lost the faith of the North and had his foundation containing power and authority stolen, which is why Annie beat him to a pulp. I also heard of the god of time. What was his name again? The old man of time? He died because he escaped to the distant past and lost the faith of his followers? I think so, but I remember the old man of time's death was also related to his own change of foundation, something like the new version versus the old version. A historical paradox arose, causing him to be directly erased from existence and shattered into several pieces. Playing with time is a dangerous thing. This must be the so-called grandfather/mother paradox, right? Wait a minute, according to this theory, the god of craft still has followers. The dwarves and craftsmen don't believe their god is completely dead, so the faith in the god of craft still exists, right? But wasn't some of his authority divided up by fate and darkness? The masterpiece was given to fate. This only means that some of his authority was taken away, but whether it was all is hard to say. If that's the case, then the soul of the god of crafts is the god of light, his faith still exists, and his authority might not have been completely devoured. As for the foundation, I don't know what happened. So does that mean this alt account isn't completely dead? I think what the Doman organization came to find was the foundation of the god of crafts. Today, Yoyu stroked his chin. His foundation stone was mostly destroyed by the two goddesses working together, but it still existed and was eventually found by Doman's expedition. I suspect that part of the foundation stone is that sealed artifact. The little doll of the god of crafts and art. Holy crap! Everyone exclaimed in unison. So, the quest clue we've been holding onto is the quest objective we need to solve? That's what I think. Think about it, this little doll possesses many of the god of crafts abilities, and some concepts that weren't eaten. Authority is often placed within the foundation stone, which fits perfectly. And the little doll is alive and can grow. This is suspicious enough. Fortunately, it's only at the mysterious level right now, far from being a god. I suspect that its low level is due to being beaten down by the two goddesses. I see. Today, Yoyu dragged the video's progress bar, continuing along this line of thought. From the beginning, the little doll pointed to this ruin, indicating that the ruin. What else is calling to it? There might be something even more dangerous hidden in the ruins, like a larger foundation stone. A single small doll might not be a threat, but what might happen if the two are combined? It could greatly increase the possibility of the craftsman's resurrection. I suspect this is the real hidden content of the temple dungeon we're currently working on. To stop the craftsman's resurrection. Holy crap! Wait a minute. Let me think. So, the small doll was safe when it was with the NPC because it was far from the ruins, but now we brought it back to the ruins, using it to find something else we don't even know what it is. But if these two things really meet, it could cause a huge problem with the craftsman's resurrection? Isn't this design a bit too cruel? It's practically making us players the sinners. It shouldn't be that serious, right? The game's development team is quite conscientious. They don't like plot-driven deaths. They probably created several possible endings, preparing to scare us. Well, there's a possibility of it going wrong, but isn't that thanks to the great Yo-Yu? However, this danger is indeed difficult to avoid. We don't know exactly what the hidden object is. To find it and completely destroy it, we need to use the little doll. This means we can't take the little doll away from the ruins for safekeeping. Although we've been carefully storing the little doll in our system inventory so far, if we actually encounter that hidden object, it might forcibly trigger some kind of CG animation. This is really hard to avoid. Yo-Yu, the voice of Nyo Chio rang out. I have a suggestion. It's time we got one? No, 2 more reinforcements. Today's rain, If everyone agrees, we can bring in the expert Salty Fish. Her boyfriend is an expert in sealed artifacts. Wendell from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. If she can get Wendell to help us, wouldn't it be twice as effective and significantly reduce the danger? Great idea. Agreed. Wow, NPCs joining the battle? I never experienced that before. Are the NPCs Salty Fish recruited finally going to be useful? That's a really good idea, Today's Rain laughed. Chio, then please contact Salty Fish and see if she's interested in joining our adventure. Okay, I contact her right away and send her the recording so she can catch up. Gnawing Ball excitedly, wait for my good news, everyone. She temporarily left the voice channel, obviously rushing to contact her friends. Let's continue with the dungeon. So far, we successfully explored the first level of the map, killed 3 guardian gargoyles, and established a temporary camp on the first level. Chapter 1053. Huh? You mean, you want me to bring Wendell along to your dungeon raid? Salty Fish exclaimed in surprise. It involves the secrets of a crafting god who is suspected to be an alt of the god of light, sealed artifacts, and the resurrection of gods. Damn, this is so interesting. I want to come. Wendell would probably be very interested in this, but I don't know if the NPCs in this game have that much freedom. Can they really leave their permanent locations to raid dungeons? Relax, you can even date, this is just raiding. I send you the current recordings. Gnawing Ball's voice came through the voice chat software. We're still exploring the first level of the temple dungeon. Based on the murals on the temple walls, we estimate this temple should have at least 3 levels. 1 above ground and 2 underground. The underground part is probably the truly interesting main structure. How many legitimate gods would build their main temple underground? This craftsman god probably has some issues. I received the file. Xianyuitu complained. I take a look and catch up on the progress. I see what Wendell says when I log in tonight, and then contact you again. The game video sent by Nyo Chio was an edited and trimmed version, with a lot of unnecessary footage removed, leaving only the essential content. Xianyuitu opened the video, took out a bag of pretzel bread, and leisurely ate while watching. The video started when Nyo Chio approached the giant carving hammer. She and the entire squad were teleported into the temple. The players quickly but methodically spread out to a distance that would allow them to expand their search area, while also supporting each other and resisting danger. They began to systematically explore the temple for clues. The magnificent buildings, the collapsed statues, the intricate sewers. Nothing escaped their eyes. Or rather, their cameras. Xianyuitu didn't pay much attention to the clues hidden in the decorations and models. Anyway, with the expert Jinra Yo-Yu in the team, and Nyo Chio would provide her with a final, dehydrated version of the complete answer. She was more interested in the guardian statues emerging from the depths of the temple. These pure white, perfectly proportioned marble sculptures were all exquisite beauties. Every fold of their clothing was sculpted with extreme detail, comparable to masterpieces of the Renaissance. They held weapons as if alive, and could even cast magical spells. Even through the computer screen, she could feel the breathtaking beauty of those statues. This beauty struck directly at the soul. A single glance could deeply move one. Lifelike. The word lifelike took on a more tangible meaning in her eyes. This is the work of the god of art. Xianyuitu murmured. The production team is truly amazing. Meanwhile, the amazing production team, or more accurately, the amazing producer, was being led by the butler through a row of lifelike white marble statues. The communication with Nyarlathotep's version of Wayland was much easier than expected. After all, that's how it is in a 3-way battle. Sooner or later, 2 will join forces, even if it's just a superficial alliance, a facade masking underlying discord that could turn on each other at any moment. Cooperation is simply a way to avoid being isolated and caught in the middle. After a brief exchange of their willingness to cooperate, the butler, who had left with the manor owner earlier, reappeared, dispersing the group and leading them to their rooms in batches. Guests who haven't finished their drinks, please wait here a moment. Those who have finished can return to their rooms first. The butler said this, smilingly surveying everyone in the room before his face fell in disappointment. Everyone had met the criteria for leaving. The monstrous butler, Yugasi, glared angrily at the bartender, who shrank back and helplessly shrugged. Perhaps due to the butler's displeasure, Mou was left last in line. Everyone else left with the butler or maids, leaving him all alone in the reception room. Before leaving with Ariland, Ailian gave him a worried look. Wayland, clearly not so concerned about the fate of his temporary ally, casually drew 2 fingers across his forehead, making a cool, otherworldly goodbye gesture. Mou gave Ailian a reassuring look and offered Nyaruko a polite, fake smile. The butler reappeared after a while, a fake smile plastered on his face. "Guest, please follow me." He led Mou down a completely different path. Mou had noticed several times before that the doors in this manner were controlled by monsters, appearing or disappearing at will. This time, the butler opened a new door on the left wall of the reception bar. Mou had no idea where it led, but he had no choice but to follow. This door led to the second floor. After walking up a long marble staircase and through a corridor filled with art pieces and sculptures, the butler led Mou to a floor-to-ceiling window. It drew back the heavy curtains, opened the glass door, and respectfully extended its hand towards the door. "Please." The floor-to-ceiling windows were all made of stained glass, and you could only vaguely make out a blurry blonde figure standing on the balcony behind the glass. He smiled slightly, then strode confidently out onto the balcony. This was a luxurious viewing balcony, overlooking the central glass corridor Mou had passed through earlier. From here, leaning against the balcony railing, one could take in the flowers, plants, bridges, and flowing water below. A small table sat in the center of the balcony, with a chair on each side. On the table was a 3-tiered pastry stand similar to an English afternoon tea stand, but instead of tea, the drinks served were chilled champagne. The estate's owner, Issa Borel, was leaning against the white marble balustrade at the edge of the balcony, a half-full champagne glass in his hand. His movements were elegant and graceful, yet also carried a hint of affected pretension. He was still imitating Ailian, trying his best to strike that classic pose of downcast eyes and indifferent expression, but ultimately the soul within the shell was different. Something was always missing. Ailian's empty, wooden eyes were the helplessness of being squeezed to the last drop by the Church of Light, the high walls he erected around his crumbling heart, and a silent, desperate cry under immense pressure. Only fellow helpless laborers could understand that silent, deadened spirit, the helplessness of having nowhere to struggle but to stand guard until the very end. That deep resonance within the soul was something the God of Light could not see through, learn, or imitate. Chapter 1054. Although initially taken aback by the manor owner's appearance, Mou quickly noticed the obvious flaws in the heterochromatic eyes after careful observation. There's a subtle difference between genuine emotion and an actor's performance. Especially since the heterochromatic eyes were now adjusting their angle, trying to present Mou with their most handsome and beautiful perspective, staring at him with a blatant, obsessive gaze that sent chills down Mou's spine and made his hair stand on end. Mou was indeed attracted to good looks, but he was also intellectually inclined. Before being drawn to Ailian, he thought he was a completely straight man. But in reality, gender wasn't that important to him. Physical appearance only needed to be pleasing to the eye. What he loved was that brilliant yet restrained soul. Ailian would never look at him with such a conquering and lustful gaze. The knight was always reserved and cautious. Even with 1,000 loves hidden in his heart, Ailian always prioritized Mou above all else. The knight always considered first whether his feelings would trouble his lord, and whether his lord would accept such love. In Ailian's mind, his own priority was always last. Therefore, Ailian's eyes held only adoration, respect, and love, so pure that even Mou was moved. But precisely because of this, Mou never felt threatened or hostile towards Ailian. Some people enjoy torturous, passionate love stories, some prefer cunning and forceful acquisitions, but Mou preferred to be looked at with equality, respect, and even cherishing. Ultimately, when looking for a partner, you need someone who respects you. If someone lacks even the most basic respect, whose eyes are full of contempt, and whose constant refrain is, "Who else in this world would like you but me?" it's better to throw them in the trash as soon as possible. Don't look for a partner in the trash can. This applies to both men and women. Some people's love is about mutual support and companionship. Some people's love is about competition, a relentless struggle to determine who's superior. Some people, however, never seem to grasp their own strength and status, always trying to control and manipulate their partners to preserve a face they already lack. They have no say in public, yet at home they insist on being the absolute ruler, but they lack any real ability, only offering unsolicited advice. Thinking about it, if they were truly capable and their suggestions were always correct, why wouldn't anyone listen? Mo doesn't know how others manage their relationships, nor does he want to, but he only accepts love based on equality, respect, discussion, give and take, where both parties contribute and bear equal responsibility. The fact that their relationship has developed to this point is directly related to Aeolian's personality. Perhaps one should even thank the Church of Light for nurturing Aeolian all along. But the heterochromatic eyes are different. In the world of the God of Light, there is only profit, plunder, possession, and betrayal. For him, deception is the best means to achieve his goals. He flaunts his beauty, as if that alone can move and control Mo. Little did he know that his attitude of treating people like lecherous fools would actually trigger the rebellious psychology of intellectual lovers. Mo was not attracted by his appearance at all, and his mind was filled with the old-fashioned trope of looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, without a trace of romance. Mo, Ha, do you think I'm stupid? Issa Borel, ? He inexplicably sensed hostility from the person before him, but he couldn't understand why his attempts to please would provoke such hostility. Isn't this the type he likes? Could the intelligence be wrong? But that mixed-race succubus spy didn't report it like this. The blonde manor owner tossed his hair, placed his champagne glass on the table, took a step towards the man, and reached out to put his arm around his waist. Mo was prepared, subtly dodging the attack, turning slightly to walk around the table, a distant smile on his face. I wonder what brings the manor owner here so late at night. Don't you recognize me? The manor owner's tone carried a hint of sadness and reproach, a sarcastic tone. I recognize you, of course I recognize you. Mo maintained that distant smile and tone. So what if she has heterochromia? Who wouldn't recognize her? If that's the case, you should know that we are natural allies, Issa said, his tone carrying an innate condescension and self-righteousness, practically radiating a fatherly air. You should help me win this victory and stop helping other guests cheat. Dude, do you know your cosplay is seriously out of character? But as a seasoned office worker who has struggled for many years, Mo's greatest skill is smilingly dealing with a boss who exudes a fatherly air, loves to pontificate but knows absolutely nothing, and trying every means to extract the other party's true intentions, then guiding their thinking towards a solution he prefers. So he put on his work-appropriate smiling mask, feigning complete ignorance. Is the outcome of this illusion itself important? I thought the divine war was just about mutual devouring, so the life or death of the guests in this illusion shouldn't affect the outcome of the divine war. Not at all. Mo's reaction seemed to trigger a certain paternalistic tendency in his heterochromatic eyes. Creating a connection to trigger the devouring is certainly one method, but it's not the only one. The winner in the game between gods also has the opportunity to devour a portion of the loser's power. You can think of this illusion as a gamble. Each side puts a chip into the pool, the winner takes everything, the loser loses everything. I see. Mo tapped his chin, this resolved his long-standing doubts. If the devouring divine war only required creating a connection between gods, why go through the trouble of creating illusions with storylines or special rules? In this light, this illusion seems more like the board game Nyarlathotep played with the goddess of fate. Therefore, Mo concluded, in this strange tale of rules, each faction represents a god. The victory of that faction signifies the victory of that god. Even if each god remains steadfast in their beliefs, without any wavering or acceptance, a winner can still be determined through this board game. Exactly. Chapter 1055. That's the downside of being a novice in the battle, too little information, and you always be at a disadvantage. The rules of the God War aren't explicitly written down and given to every participant. Whether you get the correct rules is a test in itself. Mo didn't believe everything Isa said, but a skilled con artist always mixes lies with the truth to make the lies seem more believable. The fact that winning or losing in the illusion equals winning or losing in the God War is logical, and there are precedents from other gods to support it, so Mo felt this part was credible. Of course, when he finds a chance to be alone, he have to switch accounts and verify with the two ally goddesses. However, what Mo found strange was that, as a skilled con artist, the one-eyed persona impersonating Aeolian was too unreliable. Wait, does the one-eyed persona really understand Aeolian? Mo's mind raced. Since losing his companions and mentor, Aeolian had been isolated and helpless within the church. He had almost completely concealed his true nature, meekly becoming an empty puppet. Whichever illusion the Church of Light asked him to resolve, he would resolve, obediently serving as a sharp blade without complaint. Yes, Aeolian possessed many cunning schemes and tricks to deceive the church, but while he was still there, none of these were seen through by the Church of Light. This sesame-filled dumpling was, in the eyes of the Church of Light, always a soft, white, and glutinous ball inside and out. Before the sesame-filled glutinous rice ball reveals its filling, who would know it's sesame-filled? It's not that MOU is just bragging, but Ayalian only started living like a human being after arriving in AMT County following the beast tide, and most of the credit for that goes to MOU. Of course, the efforts of those random, eccentric players who constantly challenge Ayalian's worldview, as well as Charloria and Ayalian's biological parents, Ray and Elena, are also indispensable. All of this occurred in AMT County, completely outside the Church of Light's observation range. Given that Ayalian is always surrounded by world consciousness or numerous divine authorities, those spying on him have no way to spy through the holy runes. Therefore, the only channel through which the God of Light obtains information is Edward. MOU's mind instantly conjured up those spy reports filled with nonsensical content like, God, Ayalian's body is tainted. Ayalian uses his looks to please the king. Ayalian is such a green TB*TCH. Why does Teacher Moyu always like silver-haired men? I remember he said in class that he liked older, learned wise men, and then compared it to the role Hei Tong was currently playing. Using his looks to please, check. Trying to touch him right away, check. Being a TB*TCH, check. Older and learned equals paternalistic lecturing, check. From a certain perspective, the replication of the heterochromatic eyes was almost perfect, except that the template he copied was completely wrong. Good news, the veteran actor is indeed a veteran actor. Bad news, veteran actor, you got the wrong script. Good heavens, the murderer? No, the biggest contributor to this divine war has been found. It's you? Edward. This deduction was confirmed when Isaac opened the silver cover on the three-tiered English pastry plate on the small table. The first tier contained slices of dry bread topped with stinky herring, the second tier contained durian tarts, the third tier was the most pungent. A small silver bowl held a dish of strangely odorous pickled bamboo shoots, topped with a small mountain of unprocessed, smelly, greasy intestines. Raw, and there it was. A dish of utterly stench, relayed by Edward but completely failed to replicate. Finally understanding the situation, MOU's brow unfurrowed, and he smiled broadly, like a gentle spring breeze. The bewildered man glanced at the heavily scented pastries on the three-tiered platter, and inwardly wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. This lord really likes these stinky foods? Look at his gloomy face just now, and now he's all smiles. The God of Light, who had been anxiously worried that his intelligence was wrong and his act was unconvincing, finally relaxed. It seems the intelligence was accurate. It's just that this lord's temperament is somewhat eccentric. Well, lovers always bicker, but that doesn't affect the overall situation. I remember you like to eat these. Issa gently played the role of a doting male concubine, a role full of paternal affection. It's a wonder how he managed to blend these two seemingly unrelated attributes together. It's truly remarkable. MOU watched as the dessert platter was laid out one by one, his smile widening. He first picked up the most ordinary-looking durian tart, took a bite, and chewed happily. Then he pushed the most disgusting dish, pickled bamboo shoots and raw pork intestines, towards Itong. MOU's smile this time was no longer the formulaic, fake smile he gave to the shopkeeper. It was genuine, his eyes filled with affection. I love this, but I know you love it even more. I also love watching you eat. He picked up a silver fork from the platter, plucked it into the intestines with a plop, rolled it around, and held it to Itong's lips. Here, let me feed you. Ah. The love-filled expression on Heterochromia's face froze instantly. What kind of couple are they? Playing this game so seriously? Ayalian, you're having a tough time. Reluctantly, but forced to continue the act, he obediently opened his mouth. Ah. MOU smiled, his eyes filled with affection, but without a second thought, he shoved the entire section of intestine down his throat. Even the God of Light almost vomited from the sour, foul, stinky, greasy stuff, but being a skilled con artist, he stubbornly shut his mouth and chewed with feigned enjoyment. MOU leisurely withdrew his fork, watching with satisfaction as the God of Light pretended to easily chew the stinking intestine full of excrement and fat. The classic "are you doing this on purpose or by accident?" meme flashing through his mind. The judge was eating braised pork intestines, while the God of Light was eating raw, unprocessed intestine sashimi. MOU had even seen flies swarming around it for a moment. MOU, enjoying his sweet and delicious durian tart, watched with amusement as the God of Light grimaced as he chewed on the raw intestines, his face contorted in rage. He could almost hear the splattering and popping sounds of the intestines sliding and bursting in the other's mouth. Eat shit. Heterochromatic eyes. Chapter 1056. Isaac Borel, the manor owner played by the man, with the heterochromatic eyes, painstakingly finished the dish of pickled bamboo shoots and raw intestines under MOU's persistent feeding. Before he could fully recover, MOU shoved a mouthful of stinky herring bread into his mouth, nearly choking him to death. Whether it was lucky or unlucky, gods don't simply die from eating foul-smelling food. Having endured such an unbearable stench, Issa, whose already pale face was now ashen and on the verge of death, grabbed a champagne glass and gulped down a mouthful before he could barely wash away the strange taste. Even more unfortunate was that champagne was a sparkling wine. He drank it too quickly, the bubbles didn't have time to dissipate before he swallowed it, and as a result, a moment later, Issa let out a loud burp. The stench he had been forced to swallow surged back up in double force, nearly killing him. He retched repeatedly, leaning against the table, completely unable to spare a thought for MOU. MOU leisurely rose, stepped onto the small balcony, and drew back the heavy curtains. Sure enough, he found the butler waiting outside. He smiled and said, "Isaac's old ailment seems to have flared up again. He'd like to rest here. Please take me back to my room." The butler glanced through the stained glass and saw his master hunched over, leaning against the table, looking like he was about to vomit. He said considerately, "Yes, sir, please follow me." They left via a different route, walking along the corridor, outside the small balcony, through the entire second floor, and then downstairs from the other side of the manor. The entire path circled back to the T-shaped area MOU had seen when he first entered the manor. MOU remembered there were many rooms here. This time, the butler led him into a long corridor, the horizontal stroke of the T-shape. This corridor seemed to encircle the mansion, with countless rooms stretching out on one side and glass windows on the other, offering a direct view of the large garden outside. MOU followed the butler for a while, and then saw the Holy Sons gathered together, with several open doors behind them. Wayland, still clutching his great sword, glanced at MOU and couldn't help but burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the Holy Sons. Just as MOU was wondering what was going on, the system beeped, reporting, "You achieved the epic achievement Eat Shit, you, gaining 10x favor from Nyarlathotep, 30x favor from the Goddess of Darkness, 30x favor from the Goddess of Fate, and 100x favor from the World Consciousness." The system rattled off almost everyone who had a grudge against the God of Light, and countless god-level beings were watching this special battle of devouring gods through some mysterious means. MOU glanced speechlessly at Nyarlathotep, who wasn't even pretending. Nyarlathotep must be having a blast watching the God of Light eat shit, right? Ariland, unaware of the situation, assumed MOU was a reinforcement brought by Okade and proactively approached to ask if he was alright. "I'm fine." MOU nodded to him, then casually asked, "You're all staying here tonight?" "Yes, Instructor Wayland is in that room, and Aelian and I are in this one." Ariland pointed to their rooms. "The rest of you are staying in that area." MOU nodded, silently noting it down. Unfortunately, Aelian and Arlen shared a room, making a late-night visit less likely. The butler continued walking for a while before stopping. MOU quickly bid farewell to Arlen, agreeing to discuss the new rules later, and then caught up with the butler. MOU's assigned room wasn't far from the Holy Sons' rooms, only 7 or 8 rooms away. The rooms were arranged much like hotels in the original world, one after another, each with a room number, though these numbers weren't consecutive, looking rather strange. Aelian and Arlen's room was 1308, while MOU's was 1907, with various numbers mixed in, making the pattern unclear. However, in the Cthulhu world, not everything is meaning. MOU was already used to not getting too caught up in inexplicable information in this world, lest it affect his mental health. The butler had already opened the door for him. MOU noted down his room number, and took the key from the butler. The room was similar to a single double room in a hotel. The interior was fairly spacious, but the furnishings were extremely luxurious, making it feel somewhat cramped. In the center of the room stood a vintage-style, carved four-poster bed. The headboard and footboard were made of white-painted, gilded oak, carved with chubby little cherubs holding bows and arrows, resembling Cupid. MOU leaned closer and touched one of the arrowheads, finding it extremely sharp. What if this statue suddenly came to life in the middle of the night and shot him with an arrow? That wouldn't be good. He noted this potential problem and continued to check his surroundings. The mattress was very thick, and the sheets and blankets were very clean and tidy, looking very comfortable to sleep in. On either side of the large bed stood a bedside table, also made of gilded white oak. The drawers were empty, except for a lit candlestick on the tabletop. MOU gently pushed the candlestick away, afraid the flame might ignite the nearby bedding and cause a fire. Next to the bedside tables were heavy curtains. MOU pulled them back and found that the room had no windows. Behind the curtains hung an oil painting depicting a group of villagers carrying torches, marching towards the manor house in the painting. MOU stroked his chin, feeling that the painting was probably related to the plot of this instance. There was nothing else behind the curtains. He drew them back and looked at the wall opposite the bed. There, against the corner, was a dressing table, and on the wall hung a large, ornate mirror directly facing the bed. MOU was somewhat speechless. A mirror facing the bed was considered unlucky, and even from a scientific point of view, waking up half asleep in the middle of the night and catching a glimpse of one's own reflection could easily startle one. Besides these furnishings, there was a small door on the right-hand side of the entrance leading to a cramped bathroom, and a simple wardrobe on the left. Although MOU didn't have any luggage to store, all his belongings were in his system inventory, readily available. MOU wandered around the room, finding no rule slips, so he grabbed his keys and went to find Olliland and Ialian to gather information. Since this was a place of supernatural rules, each area must have rules to follow. His room didn't have rule slips, perhaps others did? Chapter 1057. There is indeed a note in our room, Ialian said. He had just checked the room, and now, familiar with the place, he led MOU into the room, closed the door, and pointed out the note stuck behind the door. Oh, it was behind the door. MOU leaned closer to read the rules note carefully. Accommodation rules. To ensure all guests enjoy a good and comfortable sleep, please abide by the following rules. 1. After 11 p.m., please remain in your room according to the designated number of guests. No visitors are allowed. 2. The rooms are not soundproof. After 3 p.m., please sleep soundly and refrain from making noise that may disturb other guests. 3. Breakfast is served in the restaurant from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Guests may go to the restaurant for breakfast on their own. 4. The guest room is equipped with bathing facilities, and the water supply from the faucets is normal. No blood will come out. No blood will come out. No blood will come out. If any red liquid appears, it may be residual rust from the water pipes. Please do not worry. 5. Open flames are prohibited in the guest room when unattended. 6. Room service is not provided at night. Oh no! After reading the rules, MOU thought to himself, this is bad. He rushed back to the room and found that the lit candle on the bedside table had blazed brightly while no one was around, turning into a jet of flame. Fortunately, MOU had moved the candle earlier, and he had only been gone a short time. The flame hadn't yet ignited the bedding and curtains, it had only blackened the wallpaper above the bed, raised the temperature in the room considerably, and emitted a strange, acrid smell. As soon as MOU's gaze fell on the candle, the flame gradually shrank, returning to its normal bean-sized size after a dozen seconds. MOU breathed a sigh of relief and searched behind the door. Sure enough, he found a piece of parchment lying on the ground by the wall behind the door. The rules on this piece of paper were exactly the same as the ones MOU had seen with Ialian, clearly indicating that the rules were universal. Ialian followed MOU in, noticing the wallpaper blackened by the candlelight. You didn't extinguish the candle when you went out. Yes, my rule slip fell into a crack in the wall. I didn't notice. MOU said somewhat regretfully. Fortunately, these rules aren't instantaneous. If left unattended, the open flame will become uncontrollable and ignite surrounding flammable materials. This is the consequence of violating the rule. Also, MOU drew back the curtains, showing Ialian the oil painting. I think the flames, or more accurately, the fire, are closely related to the content of this illusion. Since MOU learned that winning or losing in an illusion was equivalent to winning or losing a divine war, his enthusiasm for studying the plot had increased considerably. However, the clues in this strange tale are quite limited. He can only guess that this place is probably a table, and the setting of the other world, the red-clad maid, the masked bartender, and even the blood-stained pipes, is most likely located in that other world, which they haven't been able to trigger yet. A frail manor owner, a strange manor nestled in a misty mountain forest, areas with intricate rules in every corner, and paintings seemingly hinting at the manors burning by the villagers. What kind of story could all these elements form? There's no clock here at night, Ialian said. There's only a grandfather clock in the small hall outside the guest rooms. I glanced at it before coming in. It showed 10:30 p.m. There are no windows in the rooms either, so you can't see the sky outside. Judging between dangerous and safe times is also a problem. MOU extinguished the candle, went outside, and glanced at the clock Ialian had mentioned. He could synchronize time with Lia, but this was an illusion. Who knew what tricks they might pull regarding time? By this time, everyone had finished reading the rule slips in their rooms, and since it was still within the safe time frame, those living nearby chose to extinguish their candles, or take their candlesticks outside to discuss countermeasures. MOU looked around. The holy sons were all there, as were most of the townspeople, especially the mother and son he remembered so vividly, the monster, and the holy son he didn't recognize. Onan and the others were nowhere to be seen. As another incarnation of the god of light, Onan was probably vomiting in his room. It was better that these people weren't there. MOU gathered everyone together and began to discuss how to deal with the situation at night. Actually, according to the rules, the response should be quite simple. Go back to your rooms and sleep until dawn. Don't open the door if you hear any noise at night, just keep quiet and be careful to prevent fires. According to the rules, it's safe to go out after 6 a.m., MOU said. The difficulty lies in judging the time. However, he smiled, I'm quite confident about this. If you trust me, you can wait until after 6 a.m. when I notify you before coming out. To prevent illusions from misleading you in the illusionary realm, please be extra careful and use logic. For example, if conditions permit, I will first go and ask the most capable mentor, Wayland, to come out. I won't knock on the townspeople's doors first. MOU smiled at Nyaruko, who playfully winked at him. Aelian and Aliland frowned simultaneously. What I urgently need to know now is, has anyone found out what exactly happened in this manner? MOU continued, has anyone obtained any clues, notes, diaries? Or has anyone seen those red-clad maids and masked bartenders, who are said to be non-existent according to the rules? A hand trembled as it rose. It belonged to a male townsman. MOU looked at the townsman. He didn't remember the man's name, but he vaguely recognized his appearance. Please speak. When the maid led me there, I took the opportunity to inquire. She told me a few things. The owner of this manor, Isaborel, is very wealthy, but his health is poor. He likes to entertain travelers who get lost in the mountains, providing lodging, food, water, and even changes of clothes, but he doesn't charge any money. Travelers can stay as long as they want. But strangely, the travelers always disappear inexplicably, regardless of. The woman said it was the travelers leaving, but she never saw them depart. Every time a traveler disappeared, the manor owner's complexion improved considerably. If no travelers stayed for too long, one or two of the maids and servants would mysteriously disappear, and the manor owner would become healthy the day after they vanished. He grew increasingly frightened as he spoke. She didn't say it explicitly, but I feel that manor owner is probably cannibalistic. Travelers, servants, they're all his prey. His health improves only after he eats people. Chapter 1058. I see, the cannibalistic manor owner. This theme is quite fitting for this kind of supernatural tale. MOU stroked his chin. The maid in red and the masked bartender were probably servants eaten by the manor owner. Their ghosts, or rather, their obsessions, remained in the manor's inner world, becoming monsters in this supernatural tale. According to the god of light, the devouring god war can either directly attack the gods, corrupting them through identification, or it can be decided through a gambling game. This Misty Manor supernatural tale is essentially a game of werewolf played by the 3 devouring god war participants, and it's a game of elimination. Whichever side wins, the winner swallows the loser's chips. The people in the manor and the guests are 2 opposing forces, but if you break these 2 forces down further, there are some intricacies to explore. The manor owner, the butler, and Onan are undoubtedly on the side of the god of light. However, according to the information gathered by the townspeople, the maids and bartenders, or male servants, are also within the manor owner's hunting range. The red-clad maid, the masked bartender, and other monsters might even have a grudge against the manor owner. These forces could perhaps be put to good use. The Holy Sons and the townspeople likely belong to another faction. But strangely, this time Nyarlathotep chose the identity of Wayland. As Aelian's mentor, Wayland's identity in this game is actually one side. If the Holy Sons lead the townspeople to victory, Nyarlathotep and Aelian's side wins. Both sides win, but a world with injured heterochromatic eyes is born. Provided Nyarlathotep doesn't stab us in the back. The monster and that holy child, like the core of the illusion, are like tools for clearing the level, yet also like time bombs. Their exact role here is uncertain. Does anyone know any plot clues? MOU asked again, and this time everyone shook their heads. He glanced at the antique clock on the small table in the recessed area of the corridor. 10:55 p.m., consistent with the time displayed in the instance by the system. So MOU said, it's almost time. Everyone go back to your rooms, lock your doors, and get some rest. Don't make a sound, keep the fire under control, and wait for our wake-up call tomorrow. Oh, and after you get back to your rooms, check if there are any books, paintings, or diaries. If so, write down the contents. We exchange clues at breakfast tomorrow." The nervous people hurriedly slipped into their assigned rooms. Aalian looked at MOU worriedly, and MOU nodded to him, watching him return to his room before returning himself. Because a fire had almost broken out, he dared not light any more candles, and instead cast a fluorescent spell. Magic is still the most useful in a pinch. He closed the door, locked it, checked the room for any extra people hiding inside, put the candles in his backpack, broke off the arrow from the little angel's hand on the bedpost, confiscated all the sharp objects, and finally covered the mirror on the dressing table with a sheet and tied it with rope. Having completed these preparations, MOU nodded in satisfaction. He had learned from all the ghost stories he had read in his youth, taking precautions against potential pitfalls. Feeling confident that everything was in order, MOU lay down on the bed. Tonight, he might still have to try to break 1 or 2 rules to trigger the inner world and explore more clues, but currently, he had more important things to accomplish. He logged off, switched accounts, and logged back in. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the Lord's body in the Mage Tower. The time flow of this devouring god war was different from the outside world. Although it was only the first night inside, several days had already passed outside. As soon as MOU got up, his stomach rumbled loudly, and he was starving. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, took care of his personal needs, and then took out a spare bento box from his backpack and hurriedly started eating. While eating, he opened the magic book system backend and glanced at the abbreviated player report sent by Leah. The craftsman god is a heterochromatic alt? The goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness knew about it and attacked the craftsman god? The craftsman god is skilled at commanding living statues? MOU's pupils contracted. He sensed that things were not simple. The player's dungeon exploration was still ongoing, but the information Leah had gathered was already quite shocking. MOU felt that the two goddesses might still be hiding many things from him. After quickly resolving the issues of rest and supplies, MOU teleported directly to Lazel City and hurriedly knocked on the door of the city lord's mansion. The two goddesses had just been watching the live stream and didn't show any surprise at MOU's sudden arrival. MOU was still led into the stargazing room. He glanced at the snacks on the table, then at the images of the various manor rooms on the projector, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Did you two enjoy watching the live stream? Very much. The goddess of darkness nodded honestly, especially when you fed the heterochromatic eyes. Cough cough. That part was very interesting. Interesting as it may be, when you two were explaining the devouring god war, did you overlook any important information? MOU asked with a forced smile. Nothing particularly important. Jenna pondered for a moment. The most important rule is recognition and devouring. As for the theme, scene, and content of the god war, they vary greatly, each one different, entirely depending on your opponent. We reminded you of this before. Even we had no way of knowing that Milktooth chose the rule of the strange in this round. That's not what I meant. MOU shook his head. The important information you two overlooked is that you launched a devouring god war against the god of crafts and successfully devoured him. We did indeed launch a devouring god war against the god of crafts. The goddess of darkness nodded, however. You're not entirely correct. We didn't manage to devour him. We only managed to seize a portion of his authority. Jenna added, the god of crafts is missing, but faith remains. Most of his foundations are destroyed, and their whereabouts unknown. This divine war can hardly be considered a victory. It was a bitter struggle. Furthermore, the god of crafts is merely a minor deity of the new generation. We feel there's no need to share this matter. MOU frowned slightly. So, you two didn't attack the god of crafts because you thought he was a minor figure under the god of light? A minor figure under the god of light? The two goddesses seemed to be hearing this for the first time, even more shocked than MOU. Wait a minute. MOU raised his hand, a bit annoyed. Let's go over this from the beginning. What were your reasons for attacking the god of crafts in the first place? His domain of art doesn't seem to overlap with your authority at all? Chapter 1059. MOU rushed over so hastily, naturally because after reading the information from the players, he was worried that something had gone wrong with his alliance. If the god of craftsmen and the god of art were truly a secondary account of the god of light, and had been devoured by the combined forces of the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate, such a significant matter should have been mentioned when the rules of the devouring god war were first discussed. It wasn't something that needed to be kept from allies. One of the enemies that Aalian and MOU were facing this time was also the god of light. Even if a hero doesn't dwell on past glories, he should at least say something like, back when we dealt with that secondary account of the god of light, we did this and that. Although the goddess of fate was always worried that unnecessary hints would cause a butterfly effect, this kind of information was generally more beneficial than harmful. Unless an ally had ulterior motives, there was no need to hide it. If they were fighting fiercely when trouble broke out in their own backyard, that would be a real problem. But MOU didn't think that the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate had any ulterior motives. When he subtly brought up the matter, the two goddesses not only pondered for a moment, but the goddess of fate even assumed he was blaming them for not informing him about the various minigames and betting schemes that might appear during the Devouring God War. This reaction was quite strange. Generally speaking, when someone is hiding something and about to be exposed, even if they won't willingly and honestly confess, they will still be thinking about what they're concealing, and their expressions and demeanor will inevitably give them away. The two goddesses didn't react this way at all. It seemed as if they genuinely didn't know. Contrary to the goddess of fate's guess, MOU didn't care whether they had informed him of the information that various minigames and betting schemes might appear during the Devouring God War. When the goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness explained the Devouring God War, they had subtly hinted to him several times that while the themes and forms of the war were varied, only the rules of recognition and mutual fusion of similarities were universal. All other elements would change. Therefore, whether it involved gambling, board games, or strange rule-based narratives, it ultimately depended on the host of the Devouring God War. MOU had anticipated this, and was well aware of it, so naturally he wouldn't cause trouble for the two goddesses. The God of Light's alternate account was crucial information in MOU's eyes. If the two goddesses were intentionally concealing this fact, then he would have to reconsider the stability of this alliance. However, the expressions on the two goddesses' faces when they heard this matter seemed even more surprised than his own, which was quite subtle. MOU calmed down and thought for a moment, then realized a problem. Players' imaginations tend to run wild. The fact that seeing blonde or silver hair triggers PTSD is something only players would do, because players are exposed to a condensed, multi-perspective story with a clear theme and simple elements, easily triggering their own associations. All other living beings in this world face a piece of history they inhabit, and each being can only see the piece of the puzzle they are in contact with. Even if the goddess of fate has a much broader perspective than ordinary people, it cannot be said that she can grasp all the truth. After all, even the world's consciousness itself may not be able to do so. One reason players believe the God of Light is an alt is because the two goddesses attack the God of Crafts, but this is a line of thinking ingrained by the numerous cultural products of the original world. Foreshadowing must have a result. If a hunting rifle hangs on the wall, then someone in the novel must be shot with it. This line of thinking is simple and clear, but it doesn't entirely fit reality. It's like doing math problems. In the multiplication table, 3 times 3 equals 9, and 1 times 9 also equals 9. Two completely different motives can lead to the same result. Players speculate that the two goddesses are targeting a secondary account of the God of Light, which, besides the bias that righteous characters wouldn't easily attack anyone other than the villains, also lacks information regarding their motives. In MOU's understanding, the authority of the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate has no overlap with that of the God of Crafts. When gods wage war, they generally tend to choose concepts bordering their own authority to expand their territory. This not only makes success easier and more convenient to control, but also avoids incompatible conflicts between authorities. It's not without conflict, the goddess of darkness explained. He's targeting my domain, even my authority. I possess the authority of annihilation, from which arise the concepts of destruction, death, and immortality. This immortality is not equivalent to life, it's more like a critical state rejected by death. Annihilation is incompatible with nature-based life, a fact even I cannot change. But the concept of immortality originates from my own mastery of puppetry, a spell I created. Puppetry is not equivalent to the life of nature-based authority, nor is it equivalent to destruction within annihilation. It lies between the two, more like a tool. Therefore, even when I shed my skin and transfer authority, I still retain this spell, only imbued with different concepts. MOU recalled the Golden Legion in the Golden Land, and suddenly realized, living statues. The God of Crafts has been relentlessly researching this field. He starts from the perspective of lifelike works of art. Because statues and paintings are so similar to humans, the uncanny valley effect causes people to unconsciously believe that the artwork is alive. This concentration of willpower brings the artwork to life, achieving the effect of immortality. Exactly, the goddess of darkness said with satisfaction, pleased with MOU's intelligence. I can directly imbue any object with the concept of immortality, and the God of Crafts can make people mistakenly believe that his works are alive. These two things are fundamentally different in their principles, yet their results are remarkably similar. Through this similarity, He has already begun to erode my authority. After noticing this, I decided to join forces with Genis to fight back. We're not the type to let ourselves be bullied, Genis said. Besides, Enrico isn't exactly a likable fellow. But at the time, we didn't find any unusual similarities between him and the God of Light. Enrico did indeed come from a family of artisans within the Church of Light's kingdom, and the style of the Church of Light in his work didn't arouse our suspicion. But now, thinking about it, that suspicion does have some merit, the Goddess of Darkness pondered. The only thing we're certain of is that the one we devoured had no soul. We always thought that he cut off his tail to survive, leaving behind a portion of his authority and foundation for us to consume, while the real him had already escaped. Perhaps he really did escape, just not in the way we thought. Chapter 1060. In this world, there are no truly merciful gods. Mercy towards one's followers is the limit, leniency towards one's adversaries. Such beings would have long been buried in the wilderness, unable to survive. The Goddess of Darkness is not a weak god. Perhaps this is why the world's consciousness entrusted her with the most aggressive power of annihilation. She knows when to lie low and when to strike. When her prized puppetry became the target of other gods' theft, the Goddess of Darkness decisively chose to strike. Compared to the Goddess of Darkness, who wields supreme power, Enrico Lecchios, the god of craftsmen and art, is a weak, newly emerging god of humanity. He is eccentric, not a follower of the world's consciousness, not someone the Goddess of Darkness intended to win over, and does not possess significant power. Such a being, overestimating his abilities, attempts to devour the core conceptual power of a more powerful and older god. He is truly courting death. Seeking death? Yes, Enrico wasn't the first god in history to do so. There were far too many gods like him, overestimating their own abilities. In the ancient era of divine wars, the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Fate devoured several such arrogant and overconfident individuals every day. They were long accustomed to it. After all gods are geniuses, who have achieved the most in their respective fields, and geniuses, who have never faced suppression, and have always had a smooth path to success, are often only a hair's breadth away from being fools. Not to mention the winter god Phrase's repeated triumphs against all odds, which made other gods think they had the script of a protagonist in a fantasy novel, challenging those far above their level and becoming invincible, only to be utterly crushed the moment they dared to provoke him. So, the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Fate weren't intentionally concealing the fact that they had jointly devoured the God of Crafts. They simply didn't consider it a significant topic. Although the age of divine wars had long ended when the God of Crafts was hunted down, and the devouring of gods wasn't as frequent as it used to be, to these two well-informed goddesses, it was merely a matter of taking a flight to somewhere for a less than perfect lunch. In fact, because the lunch itself was rather unremarkable, it was quickly forgotten and completely unworthy of mention. Okay, he was indeed ignorant. However, during this meal, there were indeed some unusual circumstances. The god of craftsmen and the god of art were indeed lured to the dark side of the planet by the two goddesses and ambushed, but the god of craftsmen and the god of art were quickly defeated after the attack. Only after the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Fate had devoured a portion of his authority and foundation did they belatedly realize something was amiss. Faith, foundation, authority, these are the three essential elements to becoming a god. But a god possesses more than just these elements. A god has a self, a soul. This is why the battle to devour a god is so difficult. A god needs to find validation as a point of entry to breach the opponent's defenses. Just like a cyber attack needs to find vulnerabilities in the opponent's firewall, I understand, Mou said, showing his understanding. However, that devouring was exceptionally easy, the Dark Goddess recalled. We encountered almost no resistance. The opponent offered only a slight resistance, like a gecko shedding its tail, leaving behind a large chunk of authority. By the time we finished eating that tail, its true soul had already vanished. I absorbed most of the concepts of puppet manipulation and art/aesthetics, while Jenna set her sights on nimble hands. A pair of skillful hands goes well with board games, Jenna said meaningfully. Don't you think? We know the god of crafts shouldn't be truly dead, his followers and faith remain. Aside from the foundation and authority he deliberately gave us, he probably hid some important trump card somewhere. But strangely, since that divine war, we haven't found any trace of him. Over time, we assumed he's dead. The Goddess of Darkness shrugged. Even if he's not dead, after this desperate struggle for survival, his power must have declined considerably. We haven't figured out his purpose in doing this, and we never thought it was anything important before. Jenna said, but if he really is a variant with heterochromia, this strangeness makes sense. This divine war was originally a test launched against us by the god of light. Initially, he only targeted Gaina, not anticipating the combined attack of the two of us on the planet's dark side. He immediately realized he couldn't defeat both of us simultaneously, so he decisively abandoned this secondary account to survive, completely concealing his true identity. We didn't even discover his true identity. The goddess of darkness gritted her teeth in resentment. That's not surprising. Although I control fate, all I can see are the fate lines of that body. Jenna's tone held a hint of frustration. I can't see the origin of the soul within that body, that belongs to the realm of the Grand Duke of Hell. Enrico Lecchios is neither a saint nor a god. We had no reason to doubt his identity initially. But now that we have such doubts, I will investigate Enrico Lecchios' life again, carefully examining his destiny. Perhaps we can find some clues. Jenna spoke with increasing excitement, her tone revealing an undisguised eagerness, like a child who has discovered a new toy. If you two need it, I can also contact the Grand Duke of Hell. Perhaps he can offer some assistance. MOU once again flashed his signature business smile. Also, I'd like to confirm if there's anything you two have forgotten, maybe some trivial matter, or perhaps a few bites of some divine snack you accidentally ate, that you need to tell me. The goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate exchanged a glance, both suddenly feeling a little guilty. MOU's smile gradually froze. Could there really be something? The goddess of darkness flipped her right hand, revealing a small, transparent crystal bottle enveloped in darkness within her palm. Inside the bottle was a swirling, churning storm of yellow sand that crashed against the bottle's walls. The storm twisted and hissed inaudibly, occasionally revealing a swaying yellow figure that looked strangely familiar. MOU didn't recognize it at first glance, but after a few more closer looks, his pupils dilated in shock. Ah Huang? The storm paused for a second, then pounded against the bottle's walls with even greater force and fury, as if protesting MOU's dog-like address. Chapter 1061. Good heavens! Hastur, the Yellow King, who had vanished since the War of the Winter Gods, had actually been captured by the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate. MOU's professionally maintained smile finally crumbled. After the initial shock, his brain began to work. A series of relevant and unrelated clues lit up his mental palace, logically aligning themselves one by one, forming a line of guiding lights leading to the answer. Angelma is a subordinate goddess of the goddess of darkness, so the goddess of darkness would naturally be watching her battle. With the goddess of fate present, almost like a live broadcast, they could easily observe the entire battle. Their perspective was even more comprehensive and direct than anyone else on the battlefield. They could easily discover Ah Huang's escape and silently appear on Hastur's anticipated escape route, laying a trap beforehand and ensnaring him while he was focused on fleeing. The goddess of darkness, wielding annihilation, possessed ample power, while the goddess of fate provided the perfect observer and lucky ally. Together, they ambushed a projection of an otherworldly evil god amidst the chaos, quickly, quietly, and smoothly capturing the target without attracting the attention of anyone. In a place unknown to anyone, Hastur was imprisoned in that small crystal bottle by the goddess of darkness. Judging by his current size, he had probably already been quite eaten by the two goddesses. So what does Ah Huang taste like? MOU hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help asking the question. It tastes a bit grainy, somewhat like pepper or chili powder. We prefer to grind him into a seasoning. The goddess of fate answered quite naturally, without a hint of unease. It goes very well with the braised dishes the adventurers make, the goddess of darkness added, seemingly unsatisfied. I'd like to sprinkle some on my honey-glazed duck feet. So you two actually ate it? MOU paused, momentarily unsure whether the fact that this world was under attack by the gods of the Kreese system, or that the gods of this world were grinding the Kreese gods into powder, and eating them, as seasoning, was more absurd. Ah Huang's temper flared even more, banging on the bottle even harder, even turning the sandstorm's color from yellow to black. The goddess of darkness remained unfazed, even somewhat pleased. He tastes better when he's angry. Want some to try? No, thank you. MOU politely declined the goddess of darkness's offer, but inwardly, he was screaming wildly. Essential skill for office workers. No matter how much your mind is in turmoil, your face can still maintain its composure, at most a slight stiffness in your expression. But why didn't you tell me about this before? No wonder we hadn't heard about Ah Huang's whereabouts for so long. MOU had thought that after seeing the winter god's fate, he had fled back home in terror. Well, because this isn't something that would significantly impact our battle strategy. The goddess of fate was slightly embarrassed. Ah Huang's projection is already under our control, and will no longer pose any threat to this world. However, we can't be entirely certain that the true form of that otherworldly evil god won't create more projections, and continue to descend upon this world. From this perspective, rather than telling you that Ah Huang has been dealt with, thus exposing our true strength and making you lower your guard and become careless, it's better to let Ah Huang remain missing. Mou silently gathered his strength, then gritted his teeth, finally having to admit that the goddess of fate was right. Her logic was crystal clear. The elimination of one projection of the Yellow King, Hastur, didn't mean Hastur's true form was completely annihilated. If Hastur didn't invade this world again, everything would be fine. If he did invade again, then there would still be a projection of the Yellow King in this world. Whether Mou knew the Yellow King's current fate or not wouldn't affect the overall situation. In fact, it might be better if Mou didn't know, because given his proactive nature, he would diligently prepare defenses against the evil god. Knowing that Hastur's projection had been eliminated by the two goddesses would certainly make one feel at ease, but in this chaotic world, complacency is the most dangerous state. Rather than letting Mou sleep soundly at night, it's better for him to constantly maintain a sense of crisis and be mentally prepared for the possibility that the evil god might suddenly appear from somewhere. Moreover, this way, the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate can remain hidden behind the scenes, quietly observing and waiting for their opportune moment to strike and eliminate the world's enemies. The fewer people who know about their power, the better. As for why Leah didn't tell them, naturally, it's because Leah also agrees with the goddess of fate's logic, believing this to be the ideal situation. Mou once again clearly realized that the goddess of darkness was the world's first chosen savior, wielding the ultimate weapon entrusted to her by the world's consciousness. In this situation, the deeper she remains hidden, the more beneficial it is to the World Alliance. It can only be said that Mou, this hired hand of the world consciousness, had not yet fully gained the trust of these veteran gods, high-ranking officials. The boss doesn't share all his plans and thoughts with his employees. Even the most enlightened boss doesn't do this with his closest confidants. Mou is quite philosophical about it. You do what you're paid for, and there's no need to worry about things that aren't your concern. As long as there are tall people to hold the line if things go wrong, that's enough. As long as he wasn't betrayed, and someone at the top could make decisive, logical decisions, then this company had already outperformed 99% of its competitors. However, the fact that the two goddesses were willing to tell him the truth showed that their trust in Mou was deepening, which was generally good news. Having resolved a major doubt in his mind, and agreed on a joint investigation of the god of crafts with the two goddesses, a huge weight was finally lifted from Mou's shoulders. But the matter wasn't over yet. He still had to rush back to continue the second half of the divine war. Although the two goddesses observed the entire illusionary realm of rules and strange tales, they were unable to offer any help or advice due to the rules. Anything done would be considered cheating by Gadley. The fact that participating gods could have alternate accounts to enter and exit the illusionary realm wasn't actually a violation, because not only Mou had an alternate account, but Nyarlathotep and the god of light did too, and Nyarlathotep was even a projection avatar, or perhaps part of a projection avatar. Seriously, the only one in this divine war without an alternate account was Aelian. Wait, a portion of Aelian's soul was divided by the Grand Duke of Hell using his soul authority, and he's currently acting as the boss in the player purification battle within the illusionary realm. Oh well. If all the participants violated the rules, then the rules themselves are flawed. Gadley is a very measured giant serpent. Naturally, he wouldn't create a flawed set of game rules. Chapter 1062. While a certain lord was juggling multiple accounts, fighting godlike battles, running dungeons, and dealing with workplace intrigue, leaving him overwhelmed with work, Salty Fish had successfully persuaded her boyfriend to join the grand adventure exploring the burial grounds of the dark side craftsman and the god of art. Wendell Belderlad, naturally, had no intention of missing out on this adventure. As Sealed Object 001, the unknown observer, curiosity was his nature, and he had no reason to refuse the opportunity to simultaneously observe the revitalized sealed objects, remains of gods similar to himself after their demise, and his girlfriend, whose body and soul were both remarkably unique. Upon hearing Salty Fish's invitation, Wendell readily agreed, then picked up his phone and transferred all the work at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's station to Edward. After Edward's succubus. No, Dream Demon bloodline fully awakened, he hardly needed sleep anymore. But that didn't mean he was willing to work 2 jobs day and night. Hearing Wendell's methodical handover of tasks, the entire city seemed exhausted. Could we apply to temporarily transfer someone else? Edward asked listlessly. I'm not saying this lightly, but this outpost only has the 2 of us working year-round, and now you're going on a business trip too. We simply can't manage. Yes, since the mission was to investigate the illusion at the burial ground of the god of artisans and art, Wendell naturally and skillfully submitted a report to the Bureau of Anomalies, incorporating the investigation into the official operation, and even securing a considerable amount of investigative funding from the director. Wendell, a seasoned veteran of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs investigations, showed no remorse whatsoever in the face of Edward's rebuke. Reassigning people temporarily isn't realistic, but AMT County has no shortage of adventurers. So many adventurers have obtained the qualification to be dispatched investigators by the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs investigations of the Magic Federation. If you have too many tasks, just assign the missions directly, right? Edward's dull blue eyes suddenly lit up. Good idea, he murmured, his eyes blazing with excitement. He didn't complain anymore, but readily accepted the office key from Wendell, and as he turned to leave, he subtly adjusted his top hat towards the lazy bum standing to the side. Salty fish, eh? She had a feeling she triggered some incredible chain of events. When they returned, this outpost should still be intact. Right? Don't worry too much, Wendell reassured her. Edward is a very capable investigator. He handled these daily tasks. Salty fish, eh? I'm not worried about my little wife not handling daily tasks, but I'm worried he'd be messed up by the adventurers. No, to correct myself, I'm worried he'd be messed up and I won't be there. But she couldn't say such outrageous things to her boyfriend, so Salty Fish reined in her wild imagination and pulled out a long-distance teleportation scroll. The two of them, one human and one NPC, traversed most of the planet and appeared on the other side. This long-distance teleportation scroll was specially bound by Yo-Yo and the others before entering the dungeon. The landing point it recorded was located at the entrance of the bottom of the Rift Valley at the edge of the ruins, about 100 meters away from the giant hammer left behind by the god of crafts. It was right in the safe zone outside the illusion, allowing Wendell to carefully observe the giant hammer before entering the illusion. Judging from the craftsmanship, the patterns, and the aura, this giant hammer truly belonged to the god of craftsmen and art, Wendell concluded. But it's not a sealed object, it's more like a man-made entrance. So this illusion is man-made? Salty Fish grasped the key point. To be precise, it was created by a god. Wendell was somewhat puzzled, but his curiosity was also ignited. I only sensed a divine power, the power of the god of craftsmen and art. But why would a god create an illusion, and then use their own weapon as an entrance? Is that strange? Salty Fish asked, puzzled. Not really. At the level of gods, pollution is no longer a particularly terrifying thing for them. Some gods avoid illusions, while others actively utilize or even create them. There's even a special kind of illusion called a god's vault, Wendell explained. Gods use sealed artifacts belonging to them, or those they happen to obtain, to create illusions with specific operating rules. These illusions have independent energy supplies, and can exist independently of the god. Even if the god dies, the illusion won't disappear. They're perfect for storing special items, secrets, or imprisoning beings that are not tolerated by the world. Wow! Salty Fish's eyes sparkled. So, this place is a god's vault. That's possible. Wendell nodded. But we can't rule out other possibilities. He started walking into the illusion, but was stopped by Xianyuitiao. Wait, let me confirm. You said you weren't afraid of illusions. You weren't lying to me, were you? Even if we can't purify this illusion, you have a way to escape from it? Yes. Wendell adjusted his glasses. Don't let my current position as the head of the Sealed Item Detection and Management Department fool you. When I was an investigator, I frequently entered and exited all sorts of strange illusions to investigate. In fact, investigating illusions is my specialty. What does just the head of the Sealed Item Detection and Management Department mean? Xianyuitiao was caught off guard by this sudden change of heart, and couldn't help but glance at Wendell. However, after confirming that she wouldn't lose a boyfriend by casually taking an NPC into an illusion, she felt relieved and took Wendell's hand, walking towards the edge of the illusion together. They passed through the illusion barrier smoothly and arrived at the first level of the temple, where Jinri Yo-Yo and others were waiting for them. Chapter 1063. The advantage of having an NPC boyfriend familiar with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's procedures to participate in a dungeon is that the mission rewards inexplicably increase. After Wendell and Jinri Yo-Yo and the others reunited, Wendell registered all team members in the mission list on his mobile app, and everyone immediately received a mission update notification. Ding! Your mission has been updated. Anomaly Investigation Bureau Special Mission, The Burial Ground of the God of Crafts, current status. Preliminary investigation underway. Event rating, A, recommended for experienced investigators to conduct under the guidance of senior personnel. Event location type, illusion. Event description, the God of Crafts and Art, referred to as the god of crafts, mysteriously disappeared for many years. According to reliable sources, he attempted to erode the Dark Goddess's concept of puppetry through living sculptures, and was therefore ambushed by the Dark Goddess and the Goddess of Fate. In this ambush, the god of crafts, knowing he was no match for the combined attack of the two goddesses, sacrificed his own life, leaving behind a portion of his foundation stone and authority as bait before disappearing without a trace, never to be seen again. Some say the god of crafts has fallen, referring to this site of divine battle on the planet's dark side as his burial ground. But in reality, the god of crafts did not perish at this site. Strangely, although no deity truly died, after the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate finished their meal, the severed limbs and remains discarded here coalesced into a sealed artifact, and the weapons left behind by the god of crafts began to release corruption, forming an illusion. Several teams have explored and investigated this place over the years, but the mystery remains unsolved, and the truth remains hidden in the dust. Incident Investigation Recommendations. 1. Investigate the whereabouts and truth behind the death of the god of craftsmen and art. 2. Investigate whether the god of craftsmen and art is connected to the god of light. 3. Investigate another unknown sealed artifact left behind by the god of craftsmen and art, and prevent the god of crafts from making a comeback. Related file. Domain Mont Blanc's Archaeological Investigation Team Files. Investigation Rewards. Investigators who fully uncover the truth of the incident will receive rewards according to their contribution. The more detailed and accurate the investigation, the greater the reward. Wow! Jean Ryoyu exclaimed in surprise. So the mission prompt was actually triggered in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's mission. I was wondering why I hadn't triggered any text prompts yet. It seems bringing Wendell in was a super correct decision. Nyo Chiochio proudly rubbed the tip of her nose with her index finger, puffed out her chest, and was extremely pleased with herself. All the investigation suggestions for this mission are related to the god of crafts. Isn't the answer obvious? Captain Tuji suddenly had a brilliant idea and shouted, "The god of crafts is just a secondary account of the god of light." Silence fell over the illusion. The player system was as if it were dead, showing no reaction whatsoever. Everyone, Wendell adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, "To decipher a mystery, one must start with the evidence, peel back the layers, and arrive at the answer through reasoning and logic, rather than arbitrarily determining an answer and then piecing together arguments to prove its correctness. The former can break through the fog and lead to the hall of truth. The latter, at best, can only prove that a certain viewpoint is possible. The world is vast, and events are complex. There will always be a few pieces of the puzzle that are universally applicable, appearing by chance. That's often how fallacies are born," the ruthless bandit suddenly realized. "In other words, we can't just give you the answer, we have to find the relevant evidence and clues step by step to deduce and trigger the plot." We can't skip steps," Tuji lamented. Players quickly realized how wonderful it was to have an NPC in their party, who knew the illusion's exploration process so well. They no longer had to wander aimlessly in this clueless illusion. Previously, players not only had to find clues and answers, but also find the quest themes themselves. They were essentially creating their own problems and solving them themselves. However, deciphering the developer's intentions wasn't easy. Even with an external brain like today's Rain, players were still completely baffled, unable to trigger quest hints, and even less able to understand the quest content. Now, with Wendell around, players could simply ask for help when they were confused. Just ask him what to do next. Wendell always rambles on and on, offering profound advice, and the players always manage to glean clues and instructions from it. Hopeful Tone teared up. "So it wasn't that we didn't know how to do the dungeon, it's that we forgot to bring an NPC." Everyone looked at the suggestion of Gnawing Ball with admiration, and then at Salty Fish, who had managed to hook up with a powerful NPC with even more admiration. "Wait a minute," Tuji asked doubtfully. "So this quest requires dating an NPC to trigger? That's so weird." "No, I think we might have made a mistake in some steps." "It's raining today," Conan-like, pondering with his chin resting on his hand. The Hopeful Tone borrowed the sealed artifact doll from the Abnormal Affairs Bureau, which means this mission itself is related to the Bureau. "I guess we should have gone through the investigators' procedures, for example, reporting to the Bureau after discovering the ruins, then running back and forth between the two sides multiple times, advancing layer by layer until the Bureau sent a high-ranking NPC to assist in the investigation." Considering there are only 2 people stationed at the Bureau, it's either Edward's mistress or Wendell. The chances of this job ending up with Wendell are 50%. "So," said Gnawing Ball, "we used connections to skip a series of intermediate steps, and went straight to the final high-ranking NPC leading the team?" I think so. Everyone looked at Salty Fish with even more reverence. Salty Fish, eh? How strange. Wendell, eh? Although he didn't know exactly what these adventurers were imagining, he felt like he'd gone from a fellow puzzle solver to a mentor holding the answers to a test. But the problem was, while he was indeed an observer of the unknown, he didn't know the answers either. But not knowing the answers didn't matter. Wendell was familiar with the Bureau's investigative methods gained through the lives of countless investigators over centuries. Standing atop these mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he could naturally see further than standing on the shoulders of giants. Therefore, Wendell unlocked the access these unofficial investigators had to view the Doman Archaeological Survey Team's files. Chapter 1064. Doman Mont Blanc's archaeological investigation was a joint operation that began 108 years ago, but lasted for 7 years. Of course, initially, the investigation wasn't focused on archaeology. Doman Mont Blanc, as a member of the Magic Federation Council, used his parliamentary authority and his connections with the Feliz-Locke family to persuade Rekar Cavendish, who had just taken over as director of the Bureau of Anomalies, to forcibly launch the investigation. Many forces were involved in this investigation. The Magic Federation Council and the Bureau of Anomalies were obvious examples, but Doman Mont Blanc also unusually hired a number of mercenaries. However, these mercenaries were skilled in the purification magic of the Church of Light. Over the 7 years, people came and went. Countless people came, searched the site, and left disappointed. Many investigators went in upright and came out horizontally. In the end, only Doman Mont Blanc himself, a few mercenaries, and the archaeologist who joined last survived. Wendell did not participate in this operation. Although he had been in the Investigation Bureau for a long time, his main purpose in infiltrating the Bureau, using his special abilities, was to facilitate his own feeding. At the time, the site of a divine war wasn't a place full of unknowns and mysteries in his eyes. A god had unfortunately perished there, nothing more. Things only became interesting when the archaeologist unearthed a doll there. But that doll was far too weak. It couldn't even be considered a relic of a god, at best a toy, not even worthy of being sealed away. Both Doman and the investigators involved in the mission reached the same conclusion. Even Wendell, responsible for testing the sealed artifact, only glanced at the request from a colleague before deciding to return it. The archaeologist took her trophy home and died peacefully in her home decades later. Doman, disappointed by its fruitless investigation, ended the entire effort. Wendell had no idea what the counselor was looking for, and the action hadn't piqued its curiosity. Even if curiosity was Wendell's nature, a well-informed observer wouldn't just paw at anything it saw like a cat. Its curiosity was stirred when, at the Bureau of Anomalies investigation station in AMT New City, it saw the little doll, now at the insightful level, once again. This time, the little doll was worthy of its personal sealing. In just a few decades, this thing, once comparable to a toy, had grown into a secret-level sealed artifact, possessing some concepts and even a degree of activity. Wendell was intrigued and couldn't resist flipping through the relevant files. He discovered that the little doll's growth was mainly due to the adventurers, who inexplicably and foolishly died time and time again in the illusion. Wendell, this little doll is a bit strange, but those adventurers seemed even stranger. He couldn't immediately determine which he was more curious about, and ultimately simply recorded the little doll according to the regulations of the Bureau of Anomalies, linked it to the archaeological team's relevant files, and stored it in the warehouse. If he weren't a complete idiot, neither this illusion nor that strange sealed artifact would have so easily caught Wendell's attention. Wendell knew these adventurers possessed strange abilities. They were somewhat similar to elves, all connected by a peculiar mental network. What the native inhabitants like Wendell, the NPCs the adventurers called them, could only be accomplished by staring into the void, the adventurers could do simply by using their phones. After Wendell remotely unlocked the archive access using his phone, that clever adventurer, Jinri Yoyu, quickly sat down by the campfire at the temporary camp, entering a state of staring into the void, presumably already perusing the archives. The monsters on the first level of the temple had been temporarily cleared. Several players in the team had dual bodies, and their backpacks were well stocked. The fact that this team had managed to persevere this far meant that the players weren't reckless. While Jinri Yoyu was reading the archives of Doman's archaeological expedition, the other players were also working on their respective areas of responsibility. Some were cooking, some were making milk tea, some were taking landscape photos. Everyone was busy with their own things. Wendell was also given a warm cup of milk tea by Shinyu, and the two of them strolled around the temple, holding their teacups, like a young couple on a date in a museum. It was even more comfortable than most museums, because museums generally don't allow milk tea inside. So what kind of guy is the god of crafts? Xianyu asked with a hint of gossip, sipping the tapioca pearls from his milk tea. Although she was a writer, piecing together clues wasn't her forte. Just like her ID, salted fish, she avoided work whenever possible when not producing content. Tasks like reading archives and searching for clues were best left to the Rain Today expert. As for gossip about the god of crafts, she wasn't tired of talking about it. Wendell tried hard to recall. As a sealed artifact left behind by the old man of time, the unknown observer had lived for an extremely long time. Even though history was no longer under his control, he had indeed personally experienced those times, and upon careful thought, he could indeed recall quite a few memories. I don't know much about art, Wendell frowned. This god's reputation isn't widespread. From what I remember, he rose to power in the western continent, but inexplicably gained the adoration of the dwarves. This is quite subtle. The dwarves criticize his appearance and poor aesthetic sense, yet they seek his protection to create better works. Salted fish, Well, that perfectly matched her stereotype of dwarves. Even Wendell couldn't quite explain how the god of crafts became a god. In his own understanding, climbing the ranks to become a god of art and crafts was difficult. The former might be easier, since the skill of a craftsman is obvious. A highly skilled craftsman, given enough time, could eventually reach a high enough position. But art is an ethereal and undefined thing. A beautiful and captivating work can be called art, and so can something shockingly ugly. Wait a minute, perhaps this is why, even though the dwarves considered the god of crafts ugly, he was still able to become a god? Chapter 1065. Wendell fell into thought halfway through his sentence. He felt a flash of inspiration pass through his mind, but couldn't quite grasp it. Just as he was searching for that inspiration, Salty Fish continued, picking up where he left off. Beautiful things can be called art, and ugly things can also be considered art. Black and red are still red. The god of crafts probably took advantage of this, exploiting the loud and boisterous dwarves. Dwarves are inherently a pragmatic race, rife with discrimination, and loud. But their own aesthetic sense is always controversial, despised by various races. With all this noise and commotion, doesn't the god of crafts gain traffic? Don't believers and fans appear? As a talented writer in the original world, who had suffered from the fan wars, and only wanted to create good content, Salty Fish was intimately familiar with this operational model. First, they selected two inherently antagonistic and volatile factions, then infiltrated them using fake accounts to stage a scene, taunting and mocking the opposing side. While everyone was still bewildered, a major battle erupted, with both sides exchanging insults and trending on social media, even causing passers-by to get kicked. Thus, everyone started tearing each other apart, inexplicably becoming a chaotic mess, ending in utter devastation. Those who were diligently creating content found their happy haven collapsed overnight. Those who fought passionately looked around in disbelief after the dust settled. Only those who had instigated the conflict amassed a fortune in online traffic, solidified their fanbase, and rushed to the next battlefield to stir up trouble. A lazy bum often sighs, lamenting that the harmonious and mutually supportive online era is gone forever. Now, only this game can bring her back to the joy of yesteryear. Thinking about it carefully, how could a god choose dwarves? Simple-minded, greedy, enemies-making, and foul-mouthed trolls, as his followers without any problems? And besides, isn't the scope of the god of crafts business a bit too broad? Speaking of which, the scope of art is quite vast. Art includes representational and abstract forms, including sculpture, painting, literature, poetry, dance, drama, and even performance art, almost encompassing every aspect of humanities. Art is the expression of human emotions, a carrier of history, and an exchange of ideas. From this perspective, the god of crafts can use it to attack many gods. But the god of crafts is just a minor god. What merit does he possess to obtain such great power? The craftsman and the god of art were stonemasons. He started out as a stone carver, then expanded into wood carving and other sculptural crafts, and later into painting, Wendell continued, following Xianyu's train of thought. But if we're talking about why he was able to expand his authority so quickly, it's probably because the divine positions in these areas were vacant. Before his appearance, there were no gods in charge of the arts. Huh? Xianyu exclaimed in shock, such important cultural fields, and no gods at all? A surprising fact, Wendell nodded. I never thought about this much before, but extraordinary beings always like to fight tooth and nail for supreme authority, especially for positions related to nature. They're always highly sought after. As for fields related to the humanities, knowledge, history, magic, and even law are all popular choices. A user suddenly had the illusion of watching students choose their colleges after the college entrance exam. Art schools are so unpopular. It's unavoidable, Wendell smiled, offering a more realistic reason. Art requires financial support. It's a hobby of the upper class. The marble, oil paints, canvases, and brushes used for creation are extremely expensive, and the finished products have little practical use for most people. Paintings and sculptures can't be eaten or used, they can only be looked at. But when people are starving, survival is their only thought. Beauty, ugliness, sorrow, anger, the emotions these artworks express are of no benefit to them. For overly sensitive people, prolonged exposure can be polluted, adding insult to injury for ordinary people. Even the god of crafts himself primarily collects the faith of artisans. The art aspect seems like something he imposed upon himself. It's only because no one objected that this title and the associated faith gradually fell upon him. In fact, compared to the title god of crafts in art, the abbreviated god of crafts, on the contrary, it's closer to his essence. By the way, this abbreviation was also proposed by himself, and he encouraged his followers to call him that. Salted Fish suddenly understood. I see. I always found it strange that crafts, strictly speaking, are defined as decorative items with certain artistic attributes that fulfill daily needs. Only the most exquisite handcrafted items can probably be considered works of art. The abbreviation God of Crafts, compared to God of Artisans and God of Art, can be considered a subtle demotion. I thought this abbreviation was something his enemies came up with to belittle him, or that it was a translation issue where one word from each of the two authorities was taken as the abbreviation. I never imagined that only the abbreviation was accurate. That's right. Every time a believer calls upon the God of Crafts, his authority is strengthened, Wendell affirmed. In other words, in the name of the God of craftsmen and art, craftsmanship is his true profession, while art is because the divine position is vacant, and even if the trademark is blatantly registered, there is no one to complain. But this kind thing knows that this name is misleading, so it uses a name with two interpretations, one that fits reality, and the other that corresponds to the abbreviation of the god's name to subtly change the concept. This is just a word game of substituting concepts. Salty Fish quickly realized the trick. This style full of deception really sounds like the god of light. But why substituting concepts? Gnawing Ball, who was squatting to the side, holding a cup of milk tea and secretly eating her girlfriend's CP food, asked with her clear eyes, looking like she didn't understand, wasn't the original name good? It wasn't bad. Salted Fish racked his brains, and came up with a rather straightforward example. The title of God of Craftsmen and Art sounds high-class and impressive, attracting greater artistic authority, but frankly, this deity isn't truly aligned with art. He's forcibly adding authority to himself, essentially a fabricated figure. It's like saying he graduated from Harvard University, and people usually call him a Harvard graduate, but if you look closely at his diploma, lo and behold, his alma mater is Harbin Buddhist Academy. You could say he's lying, since he only used an abbreviation, but you could also say he's not lying, since the facts aren't quite right. Gnawing Ball instantly understood, as expected of Salted Fish, such a vivid analogy. Chapter 1066. Since they're all lies, why not just flaunt the title of God of Art? Gnawing Ball continued, curiously asking. Because the faith of believers brings pollution, Wendell adjusted his glasses and replied, there is power in this world, therefore misunderstandings and lies also have power, but without a true foundation, they are ultimately rootless, creating enormous pollution and backlash. Ideally, the essence of a deity should align with the understanding of believers. The NPC began to explain the key points, and the players, who had been scattered about, quickly gathered around, not wanting to miss a single moment of this CG animation containing important information. Gods possess extremely long lifespans. The moment they become gods, they relinquish everything that made them human. Their bodies are replaced by divine forms, their consciousness corrupted by faith. Former friends, family, and lovers become other short-lived beings, unable to grow old with them. Stepping into the endless future, they become a new race, a new existence, a new, lonely being. Becoming a god, while granting unparalleled glory and immense power, also brings greater danger, endless loneliness, and the terror of losing everything. All the information preserved in the foundation stone is what a god truly possesses, everything that belongs to them, their past, present, and future. Wendell's tone was tinged with desolation and sorrow. In gaining everything, a god also loses everything. Even the information deeply etched into the foundation stone is not necessarily eternal. Over the long course of time, the thoughts and preferences of the gods change with the environment and the faith instilled within them. Centuries later, when they look back at their former selves, they might be shocked to find themselves transformed into the very thing they once despised, or perhaps, everything has changed beyond recognition. He looked at Salty Fish. Miss Salty Fish once told me a very interesting story. A wooden ship sailing at sea, each part decaying, people would replace that part. Centuries later, every plank on this ship is no longer the same plank as before. So, is this the same ship as before, or a new ship? It's the ship of Theseus. Today, Rain exclaimed excitedly, her eyes filled with gossip as she looked at Salty Fish and Wendell, clearly conveying the question. Is this what you talk about on your dates? This story is very interesting, and I think it applies equally to the gods. Wendell said, the records in the foundation stone will slowly decay over time, like planks. The gods may forget them, replace them, or resolutely recarve and solidify them. If the essence of the deity recorded in the foundation stone perfectly aligns with the believer's understanding, the deity can effortlessly replace and repair the planks. However, if their understandings differ, the deity will struggle. The more the foundation stone erodes, the greater the corruption and influence on the believer's faith. The deity might be like an elderly person with dementia, waking up to find they remember nothing, accepting whatever the believer claims them to be. One man's meat is another man's poison. I cannot deny that some deities are indifferent to their appearance. Their only goals are immortality and power, even if they were to transform from a wooden boat into a steel vessel. But many gods, however, cling tightly to the last vestige of themselves left within their foundation. Gods gradually expand their business scope through concepts that border their authority. Wendell, having spent so much time with the Salty Fish, a term for someone who is easily manipulated or idle, had adopted an adventurous style in his vocabulary. This is the simplest method of expansion, like. He looked down at the milk tea in his hand. Like this, a milk tea seller can add selling milk, fruit tea, even coffee, cocktails, and small cakes to accompany tea. These are all normal concepts of overlap, but I think probably no one would sell large, completely unrelated furniture while selling milk tea. The principle is the same. Gods also have operating costs. As their business expands, they have to solve related problems for their followers. But if the new business area is something the god is completely unfamiliar with, or if there aren't enough followers for the new business, or the power of their authority isn't fully in place, then they have to expend more effort to fulfill the followers' demands. If they don't do a good enough job, they will lose the followers' faith. The more faith is lost, the less people trust the gods, leading to the gods losing their authority. Losing authority only in a small part of the business is one thing, but believers' faith in a god is often a holistic one. Disbelief means complete disbelief, and the god will lose all customers, facing bankruptcy and closure. This explanation was so down-to-earth that the crowd looked at Shianuitio with a hint of teasing. What do you guys talk about on your dates anyway? Ahem. Shianuitio coughed awkwardly, his face slightly flushed. So, this god of art is quite clever. Knowing that his skills can't meet the needs of his customers, believers, and not wanting to receive bad reviews and lose customers, he simply plays word games. It's like how burger shop ads always include a small disclaimer. Image for reference only, actual product may vary. If someone questions the quality of his art, he can simply claim to be the god of craftsmanship. Besides, artistic aesthetics are subjective. Everyone has their own opinion. Some say it's beautiful, some say it's ugly, and some say they don't understand it. As long as there are enough brainwashed followers to create a buzz, the number of followers praising him will only increase. This approach sounds more and more like the god of light. Hopeful Tone found it increasingly suspicious. However, the system still didn't react. It seemed that reasoning was still reasoning. Even NPCs telling stories wouldn't work. They needed concrete evidence. Everyone could only turn their expectant gazes to today's Rain, who had finished reading the file. Rain, is there any useful information in the file? Tuji asked hopefully. There really is. Today's Rain said with a smile. Grandpa Doman truly lives up to his reputation as a transcendent being who has battled the heterochromatic for many years. He organized a team here to find a symbol, or rather, a mark. An inscription? Everyone repeated instinctively. Yes, this inscription is the irrefutable proof that connects the god of light to the trumpet. Chapter 1067. A mark that connects the god of light to his alternate body. Could it be a holy mark? Salty Fish reacted quickly. That's right. Rainy today gave her an approving look. According to the records, Grandpa Doman witnessed the god of light descend through the holy mark brand on his friend's body. From then on, he believed this holy mark was the anchor point for the god of light to locate his backup body, and he began consciously searching for and recording those with similar marks or extraordinary individuals. This thing must be hard to find, right? Tattoos can be hidden anywhere on the body, covered by clothes, and you can't see them at all. hopeful tone, exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, if you already have a specific target, it's easy. You can just get a group of people to put a sack over his head, strip him naked, and check for any markings. But if you don't have a target, you can't just grab anyone on the street and strip them. The ruthless bandit, speaking through his teeth, gradually fell silent under the slightly reproachful gazes of the crowd. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Wait! I'm not a pervert. Ahem. Today, Rain coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention back from a certain player's outburst, as everyone thinks, apart from the Holy Sun's markings being on the back of their necks, which are relatively fixed in location, the markings on other lower-level characters must be very well hidden. In the long span of thousands of years, Dolmen has only discovered a few suspicious individuals bearing holy markings, but these few small victories have confirmed his conjecture. In fact, we witnessed the same scene in the Golden Land before. The God of Light descended through the holy rune on the back of my wife's neck. I also think this logic is very smooth. So, our goal in this instance is to find the holy rune mark? I asked twice. To be precise, the remains of the God of Crafts bearing the holy rune mark, said Today Rain. I checked that little puppet. It doesn't have any holy runes. Connecting this goal with the investigation suggestion, the logic is also smooth. The remains of the God of Crafts are most likely the so-called other unknown sealed object. If we find this sealed object, we find the remains of the God of Crafts, and we can confirm the God of Crafts' death. If the sealed object/remains don't exist, then it means the God of Crafts is still alive. Further, assuming we find the holy rune on the remains, then we can confirm that the God of Crafts is indeed an alt of the God of Light. Destroying the other unknown sealed object, and the little puppet will most likely eliminate the possibility of the God of Crafts returning. Today Rain snapped his fingers. Bingo! The entire strategy guide is out. Now we just need to follow it. As expected of Rain, the master. An external brain is reliable. Everyone exclaimed happily. Wait a minute. I only been in this game for a short time, I said, raising my hand after pushing myself to death twice. What does the holy mark look like? Today Rain quickly opened the forum. Wait a minute, I remember seeing high-resolution pictures of the holy mark on the forum. Apparently, there was an octopus-like creature who tried to jump from a height to attack his wife's back. When his wife threw him over her shoulder, he happened to record the complete image of the holy mark, and while he was in jail, he had nothing better to do than take a screenshot of the video. Found it. It's here. She quickly posted the close-up, high-resolution image in the team chat, then quickly downloaded an image of the holy runes from the Divine Descent altar in Bell Tower Town from the forum. This thing also has a living attribute. It moves and opens its eyes, so there might be some subtle differences in the screenshots. By the way, these screenshots are all of the Holy Children's runes. It's possible the God of Light created different versions for non-Holy Children's alt accounts as well. You can use this as a reference. All the players clicked on the pictures and examined them intently, except for Wendell, who wasn't in the channel. He watched the players suddenly staring blankly into the void, his curiosity growing. Xianyuitia noticed this. She pulled up her system mail, dragged out the pictures, inserted them, selected Wendell's email address, and clicked send. Wendell's phone vibrated. Curious, he opened it. It was indeed a picture email from Xianyuitio. His curiosity satisfied, Wendell was as content as a large cat being stroked, almost purring. Gnawing Ball, who had witnessed everything, took a big gulp of bubble tea. These girls' CP, couple, moments are so sweet. No wonder she's a fanfiction master who loves sharing sweet moments. Even her own romance is so easy to portray as an NPC boyfriend. I learned something. Now that they had a goal and a strategy, and everyone had eaten, drunk, and resupplied, it was time to venture into the 2 underground levels of the temple to begin their exploration. Speaking of which, can Lord Wendell fight? What's his class? Shaman Come Dance asked with a giggle. Of course he's... Salty Fish suddenly stopped. Yes, she knew her boyfriend's job title, but she didn't know what his combat class was. She turned to look at Wendell, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. All investigators in the Bureau of Anomalies are skilled in using magical firearms, Wendell replied earnestly. But for some reason, I felt his answer seemed somewhat evasive. A writer with a keen eye for words narrowed her eyes. However, the next second, her attention was drawn to Wendell's actions. When Wendell worked in the capital city of the Magic Federation, he always wore the uniform of a supervisor from the Bureau of Anomalies. This uniform was a white, slim-fitting 3-piece suit, vest, and shirt. But unlike ordinary suits, this uniform, designed for the supervisor's convenience in fighting and maintaining order, seemed to be inspired by European-style military uniforms, combining practicality and style. The reason I was always captivated by Wendell when I first saw him was partly due to how incredibly stylish this uniform was. Unfortunately, after Wendell moved to the new city of AMT for work, perhaps because he no longer had a boss constantly watching him, this seasoned office worker became much more relaxed, wearing whatever was comfortable for him in his personal clothes and rarely wearing his dashing uniform properly. This time, upon hearing about the mission to the illusionary realm, he specifically changed into this uniform, even putting on the cloak he didn't need in the office. So, at this moment, Wendell leisurely raised his hand to adjust his white gloves, then lifted his cloak, revealing a brown leather gun belt and heavy weapons hidden beneath. Chapter 1068. Wendell's cloak was a veritable arsenal of heavy weaponry. Having played many games and seen similar designs before, this was truly the only one that looked so cool and suited her taste. The long cloak, made of some kind of magical material, had a remarkable drape. When Wendell stood still, it perfectly covered his hands, revealing only the front of his uniform and belt. But lifting the cloak revealed a dense array of weapons fixed to it, not only heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, revolvers, and various other weapons, but also rows and rows of bullets of all types, and countless throwing knives. This cloak must be imbued with spatial runes, right? Otherwise, how could it look so light on the outside while packed with so much stuff inside? His movements as he drew and retrieved weapons were exceptionally dashing and stylish, a completely different style from Edward's. Edward always exuded an aura that made you want to tease him in various ways, while Wendell's gentle demeanor always carried an inhuman air. The contrast was off the charts, his S-type personality at its peak. A lazy bum slurped his saliva, instantly typing out 3,000 words in his mind. Wait, how do we get all these guns and ammunition? Hope, also a sharpshooter, stared wide-eyed, tears of envy streaming down her face. She almost wanted to strip off the equipment and wear it herself, but then she knew that an NPC who could produce such high-level gear must have incredibly high combat power. Wendell flicked his wrist, lifting his cloak again. A leather belt cinched his waist and chest, and on the belt were sliding holsters and ammunition magazines, like several modules. This is the supervisor-level combat gear of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs. It can automatically reload weapons and ammunition in response to the user's mental energy. He swiftly drew his twin pistols from his waist, deftly spun them around, and then holstered them again. The next second, the holster module slid off automatically, replacing them with a heavy firepower, magic-powered, foldable Maxim machine gun. Of course, this thing's official name in this world wouldn't be that. Wendell flicked the magical mecha in his hand, and the machine gun-like device automatically unfolded, flipped, and assembled in a second. With a series of crisp, pleasant clicks as parts snapped into their slots, a proper heavy firepower machine gun turret was erected before everyone's eyes. Holy crap, isn't this a magical version of a humanoid exoskeleton mech? Wow, that's some serious firepower. You're amazing, salty fish. How did you manage to snag such a powerful NPC? After demonstrating his firepower reserves, Wendell put away his weapons and smiled gently. I have some other self-defense skills. Of course, I hope I don't have the chance to use them here. The players instantly understood. This meant he had a trump card. A limit break ultimate move? The saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With such a powerful NPC by their side, as a safety net, the players suddenly felt reassured, walking with renewed confidence. Of course, they also knew that even with such powerful firepower, this NPC was mostly just for show and not real combat strength. But if our own NPCs can wield such powerful equipment, it means they have a chance to acquire similar items in the future. Players all know that items implemented for NPCs will eventually become items for themselves. As long as the development team can create the models, there's no reason for them not to let players use them. Not to mention, this adventure might even give us a sneak peek at the in-game effects of this equipment. How can anyone stay calm? Even quite a few players in the team, both male and female, huddled around Xianyu Tiao, rubbing their hands shyly and muttering, Xianyu, could you put in a good word for me and let me touch Wendell's gun? Aw, don't misunderstand. I mean those in his cloak, not the one in his pants. Mrs. Xianyu, I wish you both a long and happy marriage. I mean, could you ask Wendell to pull some strings and give me some new equipment? Xianyu Tiao, question mark. Do you guys even need to listen to what you're saying? Forget about guns or backdoors. I haven't even touched them. What right do you have? These weapons look so tempting. Xianyu Tiao heard Jinryu mutter, but in the end, Wendell still didn't say what class he is. Is he a sharpshooter? Or a high-end advanced class of sharpshooter? Did the developers reveal the equipment before even deciding on the class name? The player's conversation, as heard by Wendell, was still specially translated by Leah. In this version, all the Super Game-related comments about the version, the development team, equipment, and even explicit content were omitted and censored by the considerate Leah. Therefore, this sealed artifact master had no idea what the players were excitedly discussing. He only felt that the adventurers' reaction seemed a bit too enthusiastic. The entrance to the temple's underground level had already been discovered by the players. It was located at the deepest part of the temple, beneath a pile of collapsed stone statues in a semicircular rear hall. The players used Earth Wall and Void Fist to clear away the obstacles for a long time before successfully opening the entrance door. This door was like a cellar, a square flip-top. Pulling back the flip-top revealed a deep cavern, with only a simple steel ladder extending from the entrance into the darkness below. Before descending, under Wendell's supervision, Jinri Yoyu took out the small doll of the craftsman god from her system inventory. The heavily sealed doll struggled in her hand for a moment, then Jinri Yoyu firmly pressed it down. Seeing no way to escape, the little doll remained still for a while, before reluctantly raising its hand and pointing towards the large door. Today, Yoyu manipulated the little doll, moving it around several times, trying all the cardinal directions, before finally stuffing it back into her system inventory. We definitely have to go down. The thing's exact location is roughly northeast, but we probably have to go down and remeasure it for a more precise location. Just to be safe, we should try to minimize the number of times we use the little doll. She had already felt the little doll's resistance in her hand gradually increasing. Perhaps the next time she took it out, its power would increase again. The closer they got to the unknown sealed object, the more dangerous the little doll became, and the higher the probability of failure with each use. She wondered if they or the NPCs could suppress it, or perhaps the development team would uncharacteristically arrange a plot-driven death? Chapter 1069. MOU's cybernetic doll alt opened its eyes in the guest room. It was still lying on the bed, in the same position as when it logged off. The room was quiet and dark, but there was a distinct smell of blood and acrid burning. He didn't move rashly, but first looked at the instance time displayed in the upper right corner of his vision. 001, MOU frowned. He remembered that when he switched characters and left the instance, it was 11:30 p.m. He had run around for so long, and even had a short meeting with the two goddesses, yet only about an hour and a half had passed in the instance. Even if there was a time difference between inside and outside the instance, such a short time felt off. He stared at the time for a while, then mentally called out to Leah. Leah, is time still passing in the instance? Leah didn't reply directly, but a line of blood-red text popped up in MOU's vision. You have entered the inner world. The inner world is an independent instance space, separate from the main illusionary realm. No matter how long you stay in the inner world, when you leave, you will return to the moment before you entered, provided you can leave alive. These blood-red characters faded in and out with the blood-flowing effect, which didn't seem like something Leah would do. While the world consciousness was now quite adept at creating scene effects that players liked, Leah wouldn't waste energy on a lord she knew well. MOU sensed a familiar power of rules from these characters. It seems Leah can't be relied on in the inner world. This is the God War domain controlled by Gadley. The Crimson characters continued. The inner world is a hell for rule breakers. Within this strange tale of rules, there is only one inner world. The inner world cannot be flipped through special means. To leave, following the rules is the only way out. Those who lose their lives in the inner world, or those who miss their deadline to leave, will all perish and become food for gods or watchers. After displaying these basic rules, the Crimson characters vanished completely. MOU sighed inwardly and silently sat up on the bed. Those few lines of text conveyed a lot of important information. The inner world is a hell for rule breakers. This means that a crucial way to enter the inner world is to break the rules within the strange tale of rules. Of course, the rules violated cannot be instantly fatal, otherwise, if someone dies, there's no need to enter the inner world. Within this strange tale of rules, there is only one inner world. This means that all rule breakers will enter this place. Although the inner world is an independent space, it's not a single-player instance. Rather, it's an instance where all violators participate. The meanings of the third and fourth sentences are quite clear. To leave, one must play by the rules of the Gadlians, otherwise, they will lose the God War and become food for the participating gods or the Gadlians. MOU did indeed violate a rule that wasn't immediately fatal in the guest room. He left a burning candle in the unattended room. Although it didn't cause a fire, the flame suddenly grew larger after he was out of the guest's sight, blackening the wallpaper above the bed and leaving a strange, acrid smell in the room. MOU's entry into the other world is most likely due to violating this rule. Violating this rule was, of course, a result of a series of unfortunate coincidences. Because the rule had fallen from behind the room door, MOU couldn't find it. Although he noticed the candle's suspicious nature, he merely moved its position, not extinguishing the flame before leaving the room. But MOU had only intended to violate a minor rule that night to enter the other world. This outcome suited him perfectly. Any veteran horror game player knows that in games with both sides of the story, no matter how terrifying the other world is, it's a place players must explore. The developers put a lot of effort into creating terrifying scenes in the other world not so players would avoid it, but rather to place much information, past events, and clues unavailable in the main world within it. In the rule-based horror games MOU had encountered, strictly adhering to the rules would at best only ensure survival, but to achieve a perfect completion and the true ending, one would often need to slightly break the rules at appropriate times. This is perhaps because rigidly adhering to the rules would forever confine one to the world controlled by those who set them. To combat the strange tales of rules and win the divine war, one must transcend the mundane and rise to the level of the rulers themselves, gaining the power to fight back. This strange tale of rules is a game of cards played by the gods, and at this moment, MOU, Ialian, Villain, Onan, and even the Manor's master, Issa Borel, are merely characters in this game. To win this divine war, one must take risks. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. MOU silently got out of bed and cast a silent, fluorescence spell using meditative chanting, illuminating the small guest room. As he had expected, the guest room in the alternate world looked like it had been burned, the wallpaper charred and blackened, barely retaining its appearance and a few functions. MOU pulled back the tattered curtains, mostly burned away by the flames. The oil painting not only had its frame blackened, but the scene within it had indeed changed. The manor in the painting was now a sea of fire, and the townspeople who had previously been there were now erecting a massive execution rack in the manor's courtyard. If MOU wasn't mistaken, this alternate world was the manor of the real timeline, the true manor that had experienced the main storyline. The seemingly harmonious manor in the surface world, hidden beneath its rules and supernatural tales, was nothing more than a playground formed from the resentment of the dead. MOU's current clues are still very limited, but as a seasoned game developer and veteran player, he can already conjure up a plot in his mind. Deep in the mountains lies a strange, misty manor. The ailing manor owner, generous and hospitable, shelters lost travelers without regard for cost, actually using them as medicine to prolong his life. When travelers are insufficient, the manor owner ruthlessly turns on his lowly servants. The entire misty manor is the manor owner's hunting ground, and the bizarre rules within are merely a means for him to select prey and add to the fun. However, this hunt cannot continue indefinitely. Eventually, someone will discover the manor owner's evil deeds and rebel. The scene depicted in the oil paintings in the guest rooms is likely the manor's true end. Chapter 1070. The surface world appears real, but it's actually a virtual present timeline, while the inner world seems ethereal, but it's actually the real history that happened in the past. This setting, contrary to the player's instinctive perception, is very deceptive and conforms to the general rule that the surface and inner worlds exist as mirror images of each other. The two timelines are intertwined and will constantly trigger a rotation mechanism due to certain opportunities. Here, violating the rules is the opportunity to enter the inner world. Within the real timeline of the inner world, this manor is very likely to be burned to the ground by the townspeople who discover the truth, and the manor owner is very likely to be sent to the execution rack. If the main storyline really ends like this, then this is the trap that Milktooth dug for the perfect identity of the heterochromatic eyes. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much for someone with heterochromia to obtain the status of the manor owner, who wields the most authority in the supernatural tales. If there were no hidden pitfalls, why wouldn't Milktooth take this privileged position for himself? Surely Milktooth doesn't actually have any ulterior motives towards someone with heterochromia. The holy children, who entered from the surface world this time, actually correspond to the people who destroyed the manor in the underworld era. They are powerful outsiders capable of shattering the illusory balance and facade maintained by the manor owner. This gives Milktooth a truly valuable status. The leader of the holy children is a hero capable of achieving the true ending and leading everyone to safety. This plot is somewhat based on the famous vampire countess. Whether it's Elizabeth Bathory or Countess Leicester, they're all very similar. The vampire countess drinks human blood to gain immortality and lasting beauty, and maids become her best targets. In this illusion, regardless of whether the manor owner is a vampire or not, Both he and the butler possess some kind of monstrous attribute. Low-ranking servants might become the manor owner's prey, essentially no different from travelers, but confidants like the butler are already part of the monster camp. This alone constitutes a decent basic plot, but if you were to create this rule-based horror game, he might add even more designs to enrich the content. For example, creating suspense to distract the player, scattering clues throughout the two worlds, or even adding powerful and difficult to deal with monsters to the other world. This isn't good. Following the planner's perspective, MOU broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't afraid of puzzles in the other world. Solving puzzles was a piece of cake for him. But the presence of difficult to deal with monsters in the other world was almost a certainty. Not to mention, the previous plot repeatedly mentioned. The red-clad maid and masked bartender, who never got a chance to appear, definitely existed in this alternate world. Even though the cybernetic combat dolls were armed to the teeth, their opponents were all demons and monsters, possibly possessing instant death abilities. It had to be said that MOU, with his slightly weaker combat awareness, was indeed a little apprehensive. Even as a veteran player who frequently engaged in combat, and having undergone special training from Ialian, these drills with escape routes were completely different in terms of mindset from real, blood-soaked battles. The training effect and actual combat were worlds apart. MOU knew his own limitations, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and go for it. As the dominant force in the previous round, they had already been weakened by Gadley in this divine war. Whether it was Ialian's amnesia or his current fighting strength limited to his childhood form, both had significantly diminished the strength of the world faction. MOU considered himself a strategist. While he could hold his own against a true strategist, his combat prowess was undeniable. He was no match for a professional fighter like Ialian. If the battle were taking place in the surface world, he would have tried his best to drag Miltooth and the Holy Sons into the fray. But this was in the inner world. MOU had already gone to great lengths to prevent any potential transgressions from affecting innocent characters. Theoretically, he was the only one in the inner world. MOU sighed inwardly. It seemed that ultimately, he alone would bear the heavy responsibility. Fortunately, the cybernetic combat puppets had ample firepower, and even if they died, the losses wouldn't be significant. After adjusting his mindset, MOU checked his weapon inventory, ensuring all weapons were in working order, before opening the door to his room and stepping into the hallway. In the quiet night, the sound of the door opening was exceptionally loud. However, maintaining silence was the rule in the guest rooms of the surface world. Violating the rules would result in death and entry into the inner world, but once inside, the guest room rules might not apply. Having come all this way, MOU naturally wanted to explore the inner world. Even if it involved some risks, it was just standard procedure. A certain game planner was carefully calculating the risks and expected rewards when he heard the door open not far ahead. MOU? ? Who else broke the rules? The room number on the open door was 1308, the room of Ialian and Olliland. Olliland and Ialian opened the door and came out. They both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw MOU. Why are you here too? This was completely unexpected. You couldn't help but take a few steps forward and ask in a low voice. Following the rules yields limited information. The red-clad maid from the restaurant and the masked bartender from the bar haven't shown up. We still don't understand what this place is, Olliland said. You caused a small fire with an unattended candle, violating the rules of the guest rooms, just to enter this other world? Although there was a slight misunderstanding, it must be said that this male Madame Saint's mind was indeed quite sharp. We suspect there are quite a few monsters here. Coming here alone is far too dangerous, Ialian said considerately. We're here to help. MOU felt a warmth in his heart, but realistically, his combat strength was far superior to Ialian's current, weakened, state. Just the two of you coming to help? MOU smiled and reached out to ruffle Ialian's hair. The little saint didn't dodge. When we came up with the plan, it was already curfew, so we couldn't notify anyone else. Besides, we weren't sure if breaking the rules would lead to any bad consequences, so there was no need to risk our companions. Chapter 1071. In the considerations of the Holy Sons, the safety of their companions is always the top priority. For them, they themselves can be harmed, but their companions cannot. MOU was both happy and worried about the addition of Ialian and Ariland. He was happy that their combat power had greatly increased, but worried because now all members of their world faction were here. If they were all wiped out at once, they would be finished. However, on the other hand, the worst thing in a horror movie is to act separately, making it easy to be picked off one by one. MOU stroked Ialian's silver hair again, still feeling unsatisfied, and opened the system's regional minimap display. The map of the inner world was basically the same as the outer world, so the areas you had previously passed through and recorded in the outer world were automatically lit up. Not only the guest rooms and dining room, but also the second floor corridor and small balcony. From the illuminated areas and the entrances to the unknown passages leading into the darkness, you could roughly deduce the manor's structure. The first floor was basically explored. The more important areas should be on the second and third floors. I wonder if there's a basement here. Generally, people would choose the basement to dispose of a body, right? So what are you looking for here? Olliland asked. The core of the illusion? No, the way to break this illusion should be different, Mou said. This inner world represents the reality of the past. We first need to understand what happened in this manor. I suspect the manor owner used travelers and low-ranking servants as medicine to treat his own illnesses. He and the butler must have killed many travelers. We need to find evidence of the manor owner's crimes, such as murder scenes, murder weapons, and personal belongings, to break the false peace in the outer world. The only question now is, should we go to the second floor first or continue investigating the first floor? The second floor will most likely lead to a direct confrontation with the manor owner, while the first floor will likely encounter the red-clad maid and masked bartender, who didn't appear earlier. So where's what we're looking for most likely located? Ariland asked bluntly. Mou, that's hard to say. The manor owner probably wouldn't kill people himself. The second floor is more like his usual living quarters. The kitchen, Ailian suddenly said. Mou and Ariland both turned to look at him. There must be a kitchen next to the dining room. The butler and maids bring in the food from there, Ailian recalled. Although the dishes looked presentable, the blood and contamination in the meat indicated that they weren't made with normal ingredients. A bloody incident must have occurred in the kitchen. He tilted his head again, thinking carefully for a moment. Besides, when you entered the reception room, you said you saw the maid in red, but the maid I was staring at didn't seem unusual. Thinking about it carefully, could you have seen the maid in red in the kitchen? Mou recalled the layout of the dining room. The dining room was rectangular, with the entrance door on one of the shorter sides. Directly opposite was the head table, and the staircase leading to the second floor. With his back to the entrance door, the door to the reception room was in the center of the right side, while the left side was precisely where the butler and maid had appeared when serving the food. After I entered the reception room, the crowd was behind me, and I only saw a flash of red. But if the kitchen door had suddenly appeared and opened, with the two doors facing each other, I could very well have mistaken the maid in red in the kitchen. Red has the strongest penetrating power. It can be clearly identified even from a distance. Then let's go to the kitchen first. Having identified their target and location, Mou was overjoyed. If Ailian weren't still so small, he would have loved to kiss him on the cheek. If he actually did that, he'd probably be killed on the spot by his male mother, Olliland. This mother-in-law was clearly far more terrifying than Elena. Mou dared not act rashly, and could only suppress his thoughts and focus on his task. The manor in the inner world was different from the brightly lit house in the outer world. Here, it was dark, charred, and damp, like ruins left after a fire had been extinguished by water. Everywhere was a dilapidated and desolate sight, with many places even impassable due to the fire damage. The three of them wandered around for quite some time before finally returning to the dining room. While the rules of the surface world no longer apply in the inner world, according to the hints he received upon entering, there should still be a separate set of rules operating within it. You recall the rule in the restaurant, obscured by black stains. Red-clad maids will. Please do not. Perhaps the rules of the inner world are connected to those erased rules in the surface world? The restaurant now resembled one in the surface world. The long table in the center was overturned, one leg broken, and the walls and floor were covered in blood, ash, and other stains. Each of the four walls had a tightly closed door. Ariland stood in the center of the restaurant, now clad in silver armor, a greatsword in hand, his bright emerald green eyes warily observing his surroundings. He walked directly to the large door on the left and flung it open. The kitchen was teeming with red-clad maids, who all turned their heads sharply, dozens of pairs of red eyes fixed on Mou. Mou, excuse me. Sorry to disturb you. He slammed the door shut again. Run! The slammed door couldn't stop the red-clad maids who had already locked onto their prey. The wooden door trembled violently, as if enduring a tremendous attack, as if it would shatter at any moment. Ariland and Ailian both caught a glimpse of the densely packed red-clad maids behind the door, but neither of them made a move to run. Mou ran a few steps, seeing they didn't move, and pulled Ailian. Hurry, they're about to break out. Ailian shook his head, drawing a short sword from his waist. Despite its small size, his young face radiated an unyielding determination. You go first. We hold them off. We never run away when someone needs our protection. MOU, Damn, that's really cool. He quickly assessed the situation and the levels of the people present, figuring that with his cybernetic combat avatar's firepower and the combat strength of the two holy sons, this fight wasn't unwinnable. So MOU smiled, switching to combat mode. But I'm not some weakling who just obediently hides behind others, waiting for them to risk their lives to protect me. Chapter 1072. Although Laya was suppressed by Gadley in the otherworld, she could still perform basic automatic target acquisition. MOU glanced at the enemy numbers 24 and slowly exhaled. 3 versus 24, not bad, right? The difference in numbers was huge, and the level couldn't completely suppress her. MOU's level was slightly higher, but Aelian was currently only at his childhood level, while Olliland had already entered the secret realm level, roughly equivalent to Aelian's level when facing the beast tide. But since ancient times, there have been countless battles where the few defeated the many, and the weak defeated the strong. The key was still brains. Fighting these red-clad maids in a PvP encirclement battle would be a certain death sentence, but the problem is, they now had the opportunity to turn this battle into the classic Fire Emblem heavy armor roadblock and siege defense. MOU decisively asked, You two, are you willing to follow my command? Ariland, Aelian. It turns out that MOU's previous efforts to cultivate goodwill by waving the banner of Okade were quite effective. Ariland had a strong affinity for MOU. After simply listening to his plan, she relinquished command, activating her guardian heart and standing at the wooden doorway. Aelian gripped the doorknob. Shall I open the door? Ariland took a deep breath. Open. The kitchen door opened towards the dining room, and the moment Aelian opened the door, MOU's desperate swamp formed on the kitchen side of the door. The maids in red rushed out the moment the wooden door opened, but the first maid in red fell into a muddy swamp that suddenly appeared at her feet with a splash. Red maid number 1? Her eyes widened in bewilderment, her mouth splitting into 4 petals like an alien's, emitting a hoarse roar. The red maid behind her continued to squeeze through the door, a second maid stepping on her shoulders to push her further down. Red maid number 1, That's too much. Red maid number 2 was completely oblivious to number 1's anger. She was still struggling to step on the shoulders of those before her to cross the swamp and squeeze through the narrow doorway when she was slammed down on the head by Ariland's swung heavy sword, swaying a few times before falling into the swamp, also knocking number 1 completely into the swamp. Red maid number 3 completely ignored number 2, who had lost her balance and was sinking face up into the mud, and didn't care about number 1, who had completely sunk into the mud and disappeared without a trace. She stepped on number 2's stomach and walked out. To turn the tide of the 3 versus 24 situation into a 1 versus 1 battle, MOU used the broken table to block the wooden door, forcing it to open only a third of the way. This was just enough for one red-clad maid to barely pass through. Any more would cause a jam. Just as MOU had predicted, like the random NPCs in the previous fantasy fairy tale version of the Golden Land God War, the red-clad maids possessed extremely low intelligence, comparable to the NPCs in PC games from 20 or 30 years ago. Once they focused on an enemy, they would only move forward without turning, and they didn't understand any cooperative combat. Any slight difficulty in their movement would immediately turn them from allies into enemies, causing them to interfere with each other and fight amongst themselves, drastically reducing their combat strength. The red-clad maids were basically all at the king level. Each one individually was stronger than the 2 holy sons, but with such mutual obstruction, they couldn't unleash their king-level power at all. Ariland, of unknown alien descent, stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a slender and well-proportioned build. While not possessing the bulging, powerful muscles of Wayland, he was still lean yet muscular, displaying considerable strength and wielding a heavy sword with the agility of a small knife. Wearing the silver armor forged from orichalcum, every holy son, except for the young Aelian, became a heavily armored knight. Simply blocking the doorway, the monstrous red-clad maids attacking with their mutated nails and teeth couldn't break through Ariland's defenses. Furthermore, with the aggro-drawing effect of the Heart of Protection, the maids would only stare blankly at Ariland, giving MOU, the ranged healer, the perfect opportunity to finish him off. The healer was a superior profession to mages, meaning that healers could directly use all the spells previously used by mages. First, several desperate swamps were laid on the kitchen floor, causing the maids to trample each other. Once the swamps swallowed the unfortunate maids, they provided MOU with an endless supply of mana. MOU was essentially draining the maid's health to replenish his mana before attacking them again, achieving a perpetual cycle of skills. Besides the desperate swamps, due to obstructed vision, spells often required the caster to focus on the target to cast, and the space was relatively confined. To avoid accidentally harming Arland, the metalkin blocking his path, MOU couldn't cast large-scale fire or tornado-type attacks. He could only use gravity to press the maids into the swamps, dealing damage while slowing them down, reducing the pressure on Arland. The healer could not only use magic, but also precise attacks with magical elemental needles. MOU was most satisfied with the sealing acupoints and piercing acupoints skills. Sealing acupoints could cause the red-clad maid's movements to suddenly freeze and become stuck, allowing Arland to kill them with pinpoint accuracy. The acupuncture points are even more powerful. As humanoid monsters, the red-clad maids have Achilles heel points, one in their heart, and the other at the Biwi acupoint on the top of their heads. In combat, the heart point might be difficult to aim accurately, but the head point is much easier to target. If one elemental needle misses, dozens or even hundreds can be fired simultaneously. There's always a way to hit the fatal point. Of course, the number of magic elemental needles generated isn't unlimited. The player's mana bar determines the total number of magic elemental needles generated. The thicker and larger the needles, the fewer the number, while the player's mental strength determines how many magic needles can be controlled simultaneously. A normal level 100 player's limit is generating and controlling 20 or 35 needles at a time. However, MOU, this cybernetic combat puppet, angel level, containing the soul of a quasi-god, and with a mana-regenerating perpetual motion machine of desperate swamp, can launch 300 to 500 elemental needles at a time without any problem. The elemental needles of this size could be considered an enhanced version of the Rain of Pear Blossoms needles. They wouldn't just pierce a vital point, they turn it into a pincushion. Of course, MOU's cyber battle puppet, touted as angelic, is actually just more durable with higher health and mana. Because at the hidden level and above, extraordinary beings rely on domains, authority, and dharma forms in combat, but you can't use any of these powerful abilities right now. His dharma form and domain are sealed within the Golden Land, protecting Ialian's body after his divine descent, and using his authority would be detected by the God of Light and Nyarlathotep, essentially exposing his trump card. Therefore, the true strength of this cyber battle puppet is probably only a Saint-level enhanced version plus Pro. Chapter 1073. Although MOU had already participated in several divine battles using his cybernetic combat puppet, this was his first time engaging in real combat. To be honest, he initially lacked confidence in his combat strength, but once the fight began, his previous worries completely transformed into a realization: am I really that strong? In terms of leveling up, thanks to the body modification using Leah's world core energy, and his own comprehensive guide to working as a corporate slave in another world, MOU had always leveled up smoothly and painlessly. Furthermore, having rarely engaged in real combat, he was practically unaware of his own power. Even though he was using a pseudo-angelic combat puppet that couldn't use domains, authority, or dharma forms, possessing only a title and level, he could still easily defeat weaker monsters like the red-clad maids. Perhaps being simultaneously attacked and beaten by 24 maids would lead to a qualitative change. But currently, with MOU's divide and conquer strategy, the three of them were handling the red-clad maids with considerable ease. Ialian, originally intended as a substitute for Aliland, was ironically left idle and sidelined because his teammates were so capable of taking down all the red-clad maids who reached the entrance. Ialian, The little knight felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He felt he should be the one charging into battle, but now all the work had been done. Well, in these roadblock situations, with the main tank and healer working together perfectly, the tank's role is dispensable. Having another ranged DPS is better, MOU said. This sentence contained too many strange and unfamiliar words, which Ariland couldn't understand. Ialian, who thought he wouldn't understand, inexplicably grasped MOU's meaning. He rummaged through his spatial belt and pulled out a bow and arrow. MOU, you know archery? Yes, we learned all weapons. Ialian answered as he knocked and released an arrow. He's a half-elf. Archery is his innate skill, Ariland said proudly. Then why do you all usually use greatswords? MOU continued to control the Rain of Pear Blossoms needles, killing the first maid who showed herself, a deep curiosity rising within him. This was everything about Ialian that he had never had the chance to know before. Heavy armor and heavy swords offer the highest survival rate, and skillful use of various skills is essential for dealing with all sorts of risks, Ariland explained. The situation in the illusion changes in an instant. You could be separated from your companions at any moment. Ultimately, you can only trust yourself. The survival rate of tanks is indeed higher than other classes, especially World Knights. However, watching Aelian use his bow and arrow was also a treat. The young knight hadn't yet developed enough muscles to bear the weight of his heavy armor, but his innate agility more than made up for it. Each of the half-elf's nimble backflips and precise shots, seizing every opportunity, brought down the red-clad maids trying to climb out the door. The entire battle went incredibly smoothly. If this were truly a game, you would probably be furious with the developers for their haphazard stats and terribly overpowered strength. Gatorly Milktooth? After dealing with the red-clad maids, the three stepped over the scattered corpses and entered the kitchen. Auriland hesitated. These maids seem a bit off. You mean they're too weak? Mou thoughtfully completed his unfinished sentence. No, not just weak. Auriland looked at the rickety door. This wooden door is so thin and broken, yet it can seal off their movement. Isn't that strange? Perhaps it's the rule. Aelian raised his longbow and picked up a piece of parchment pasted on the wall. Look at this. Kitchen Rules Maids Edition. 1. All furnishings, furniture, utensils, and servants in the kitchen are the property of the master. Property cannot be destroyed. 2. There is no chef in the manor. Maids are responsible for preparing meals for guests. If a guest is dissatisfied with a meal, the maid will receive a red dress. The maid wearing the red dress is responsible for resolving disputes, and at the end of the day, no dissatisfied guests may remain in the manor. 3. Precious ingredients must not be wasted. If waste occurs, the maid in red must obtain ingredients to replenish the stock. A maid in red who successfully replenishes the stock will receive a regular maid outfit. If a maid in red has not obtained enough ingredients by dawn, she will become raw materials. 4. Maids must not disobey the butler's orders. 5. Property will not be wasted, but will be used rationally. The rules on the parchment are few, but they reveal a calm madness, and an arrogance and cruelty that treats people as less than human. The maids are property, and the room furnishings are also property, so the maids cannot actually break down the door. Thinking about it carefully, the trembling of the wooden door was just a lot of noise and little action. In fact, the wooden door did not break until Aelian opened it. Auriland recalled, her gaze towards Mou now filled with even more admiration. If we had listened to you and left directly, we could have avoided the fight. But then, we wouldn't have been able to get into the kitchen to gather clues. Mou smiled enigmatically. This development is quite good. We obtained the maid's rules, and comparing them with the restaurant's regulations reveals some subtle differences. He lightly tapped the parchment with his long, slender fingers. The restaurant's rules state that guests must finish their food. Now it seems that if they don't finish, it means they're dissatisfied with the meal, and the maid who prepared it receives a red robe. They must deal with those who have complaints about the food. Only the dead guests have no complaints. Furthermore, if a guest is dissatisfied with the food, it means the maid has wasted ingredients. The red-clad maids then have to obtain new ingredients from the dead guests, otherwise they themselves will become food. Or even be used to make other things. Property is not wasted, but only used rationally. Therefore, the red-clad maids are the lowest-ranking monsters in the manor. They are accomplices, both eaten by tigers and helping the tigers that eat them to hunt more people. So, that blacked-out rule is probably something like, red-clad maids will hunt dissatisfied guests. Please do not leave any food behind. Auriland tried to complete the rule. I don't think so. The 5th rule of the restaurant already states that food should not be wasted, so repeating a blacked-out rule doesn't make much sense, Mou pondered. Perhaps the maid in red has some kind of secret? Before he finished speaking, he saw the maid in red's severed limbs on the ground suddenly move, as if attracted by a magnet, flying into the air and forming a bizarre and bloody ball of flesh. Chapter 1074. The surface of the fleshy mass was covered in a layer of blood and flesh, constantly writhing and pulsating. Severed limbs and fragments protruded from all angles, only to be reattached to various unrelated organs. Intestines were connected to arms, brains were plastered onto legs, and heads were piled together, wobbling precariously atop the fleshy mass. This scene was truly horrifying. For a moment, Mou thought of a classic Japanese game collaboration, but the image before him was far more gory and terrifying than a giant doll pieced together from mannequins. Stimulated by this scene, Mou's professional instincts kicked in. He couldn't help but feel relieved, thinking, thankfully, this is a divine war instance that only he and Aelian can participate in. Other players can't see the scene. Otherwise, this thing probably wouldn't pass censorship. It seems the last rule is, the red-clad maid will transform into a giant ball of flesh. Please do not kill the red-clad maid. Aelian sighed softly. So what do we do now? Fight? Mou quickly glanced around the kitchen, finished recording, and said swiftly, "No, let's go out," then close the door and go upstairs. This time, Ailian and Ariland had no objections. The three of them slipped away quickly, before the flesh ball could finish absorbing all the corpses on the ground, and rushed out the door, back to the dining room, locking the kitchen door. Although the red-clad maid had turned into a red ball of flesh, according to the rules, they were merely property being used reasonably. Property cannot be destroyed, and they still couldn't break out. Using this, they could seal the terrifying monster inside the kitchen without fighting. And Imo, you couldn't guarantee there wasn't another rule restricting guests from damaging manor property. Killing the red-clad maid obviously wouldn't be considered property damage, since maids can change shape and transform into fleshy monsters. I wonder if those maids who were swallowed by the despair swamp and turned into blue bars will have any side effects. But the red-clad maid is also a kind of food ingredient, so being eaten by a guest's skill doesn't seem to be against the rules. The rules in this part are unclear. The key is that Imo, you currently doesn't feel any sense of being closely watched by Gadley after violating the rules. Considering his authority as order, this intuition is quite telling. It seems the evil god who designed the rule-making mystery doesn't care too much about whether there are more or less ingredients in the kitchen. After locking the kitchen door, sure enough, the fleshy monster was still banging around behind the door. The door was banging loudly, but it didn't break, sealing the fleshy monster in this small kitchen with a sturdiness completely contrary to its appearance. Mou, as expected, in this world of strange tales and rules, strength alone cannot suffice. Only by mastering the rules can one master everything in this illusion. The restaurant was temporarily safe, so Mou used his GM privileges to access the screen recording from earlier. After repeatedly reviewing it, he had a clear understanding of the situation. According to the recording, the kitchen was surprisingly tidy. Upon entering, there was a neatly arranged counter with rules posted on the wall. The cutting board and knives were impeccably clean. To the right was a row of stoves, and in the corner stood a huge freezer. Seeing such a modern freezer in this magical world, Mou immediately guessed who had done it. The freezer was neatly stacked with portions of meat, ingredients that the maids couldn't afford to waste. The kitchen is where the maids work, preparing food from flesh and blood to serve at mealtimes. However, the kitchen is not the original crime scene. The flesh and blood were clearly prepared and stored in a freezer for the maids to use. Bound by the rules, the maids, dressed in red, hunt down guests who violated the rules to replenish their supplies. This is at most a part of the puzzle, not the key to solving the entire illusion. The previously silent system beeped. Rule fragment maid collected. Puzzle clue X1 unlocked. Please keep up the good work, Lord. Mou, okay, that's some progress. Mou didn't plan to continue collecting monster illustrations of the masked bartender in the small reception room. After all, it wasn't the small reception room's opening hours, and going there rashly might trigger something. Judging from the rules of the bar and the small reception room, there shouldn't be much to explore there. The bartender seemed more like an offensive tactic, an Easter egg specially arranged by Miltooth to uncover the opponent's identity, and had little connection to the dungeon's plot. To uncover the truth, the key was to find leverage over the butler, the manor owner. Mou tried to open the door behind the manor owner's seat. To his surprise, the door wasn't locked. With a gentle turn of the handle, it opened easily. Behind the door was a dark passageway, filled with a musty, stagnant smell of dust accumulated over many years. Mou used a wind spell to send in fresh air, then took a lantern from his backpack and lit it before stepping into the passageway. Ailian followed Mou, while Ariland, clad in heavy armor, brought up the rear, wary of any danger lurking in the darkness behind them. After the recent battle, the two holy sons realized that among the three present, the one with the highest combat strength was actually the seemingly ordinary, unremarkable administrator. Ariland couldn't discern his fighting style, only knowing that he likely used magic from the Magic Federation, mixed with many wondrous abilities he had never seen or heard of before. This person was probably a church spy planted in the Magic Federation. He didn't know how Okade had contacted him. But Okade always valued cultivating connections, and maintained good relations with many ancient families within the Church of Light. It wasn't surprising that he could find such an accomplice. Ariland suddenly realized that he didn't even know this person's name. He wanted to ask several times, but then silently kept quiet. A name was just a code name, and for these spies, it was a code name that could be discarded and changed at any time. Even if he asked, he would most likely only get a false name. In fact, the fact that this man repeatedly and subtly omitted his own name during introductions, only mentioning Okade, was quite telling. However, what difference did it make whether he knew the name or not? All Ariland cared about was his own life and the lives of his companions. As long as this spy could ensure their survival, Ariland would tolerate all his quirks and concerns. The two of them, tacitly and silently, one in front and one behind, protected Ialian in the middle of the group, quietly traversing the narrow, dark passage. After walking across a section of floor blackened by flames and creaking, Mou finally saw the upward staircase before him. Chapter 1075. Squeak. Bang. A massive metallic object plunged into the bottomless darkness, followed by a loud crash after a long while. Oops, the ladder broke. No problem, watch me turn into an octopus. Whoosh. A round, plump thing followed the trajectory of the metallic object and fell, followed by a plop sound from below. Hey, still alive? Alive. Then grow bigger. We come down too. Huh? Why do I have to grow bigger? Just do as I say. Okay, I listened to the boss, I grown bigger. Plop, plop, plop. A series of octopus balls fell one after another, crashing onto the octopus that had become abnormally large due to drinking too much pollution. Damn it! Are you using me as a landing cushion? Ouch, asterisk. Two more loud thuds followed as the giant octopus spat out a soul ball, and two girls slid down the soft octopus head like they were on a slide. Hey! Safe landing. These two were naturally rainy today and gnawing ball. As magic healers, their SN values would be reset by their hard locks if they dropped to a certain level, making it impossible for them to transform into octopuses. What? I have a concussion. The octopus. Poetry, and the distant horizon cried out. Don't worry, octopuses are mollusks. They don't get concussions, Rainy today confidently explained. Gnawing Ball smiled sweetly and revealed her magic needle, which was comparable to a cannon barrel. Are you hurt? A shot will do the trick. No. Stop. I'm fine, oh dear. Amidst these pitiful cries, Wendell, with one hand tightly gripping the grappling hook and the other around the waist of Salty Fish, slowly descended from above the passage. The pose was so graceful and dashing that all the octopus-like creatures and the two magic doctors were mesmerized, unsure whether to envy the Salted Fish boss or Wendell. These two are just too perfect together. Damn it, how come I didn't realize such a handsome NPC could be a girlfriend? I feel like I missed out on a fortune. No way, I have to find someone even more handsome. Captain Tuji lamented. Well, lamenting one's tentacles isn't a kind of lament, is it? Wendell landed steadily. He first released the grappling hook by pulling the mechanism on his gun, then tucked the grappling hook gun back into his belt. Only then did he free his hands to carefully place the salted fish on the ground, not forgetting to ask with concern, was the descent speed okay? Were you scared? No, the speed was just right. The onlookers all let out a collective burp. It was supposed to be a normal conversation, so why did it feel so awkward? Oh well, I invited this dog food myself, I have to swallow it even with tears in my eyes. All around was darkness. Wendell looked around, then seemed to see something. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled out a flare, and fired it. The red flare, like a shooting star, trailed a long tail as it fell into the dark passage. In the red light, something long and sluggishly flashed by. The salted fish was the first to react. Chase! What is that? I don't know, it's long and thin, black, like a branch or vine. It's running so fast. Then, in the narrow passage illuminated by red light, something long and thin rustled past, followed by 4 people chasing after it. Several bouncy octopus balls bounced around their feet, and finally, a gigantic octopus that almost filled the entire passage, making movement extremely difficult. The scene was both bizarre and comical. Even an evil god would likely be stunned for a few seconds. Yet this strange group of adventurers brazenly followed the eerie thing, running at breakneck speed until they reached the end of the passage. To their surprise, at the end of the passage was a colossal, floor-to-ceiling oil painting. In the center of the painting stood a solemn, dignified, and elegant woman, her gender ambiguous. She stood sideways in the painting, only the right half of her face visible. In her hand, she held a bouquet of vibrant red flowers blooming from thorns, but her wrist was pierced by thorns, from which dripped bright red blood. Beneath her bare feet, jagged thorns seemed to grow out of the painting, reaching into reality. Holy crap! The thorns in the painting have grown out. This painting is alive. It must also be the work of the god of craftsmanship. Today's rain reacted quickly. What we were chasing was the thorns that grew out of the painting. This painting looks like a door. Salty Fish frowned slightly. It feels like there's some treasure vault or safe behind this painting, something in particular. This direction is also similar to the direction the little puppet pointed to earlier. Poetry in distant place, panting, raised a tentacle. So, is this a boss battle before a treasure vault, or a gatekeeper before a boss room? We find out when we fight. Tuji shouted, her eyes flashing red. Take this. She swung her axe at the dense thicket of thorns beneath the painting. The thorns, in pain, rustled and pulled back, carrying her axe away with them. Tuji? ? Is that even possible? The captain has been disarmed. The teammates, who never miss a good show, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tuji pulled another axe from her backpack. Fortunately, adventurers were always in the habit of collecting weapons, so losing one or two wasn't a big deal. However, it wasn't just the thorns that reacted to her attack. The androgynous beauty in the painting turned around, revealing the other half of her face. It was a grotesque face. Her right half was delicate and beautiful, while the left half was hideously ugly, like a skull covered in withered skin. A curved horn even grew from her left forehead, making her look extremely ominous. One side, half pink, half skull, one like an angel, one like a demon. Yet these extreme appearances were fused together on the same face. The players present didn't understand art very well, but they felt that the painting truly exuded an artistic aura. Just then, the demigod-like beauty in the painting shifted her eyes. Due to the painting's immense size, she was incredibly tall, comparable to a giant. Her eyes stared intently down at the crowd, her gaze piercing and intense, creating a powerful sense of oppression. I say. I bounced twice on the ground, my octopus tentacles trembling as they rose. Can the person in this painting really attack us? The works of the god of crafts possess a living quality, Wendell said, sliding a slider on his belt to find a suitable weapon. Since it's a living painting, it's not surprising that it can break free from the constraints of the painting and enter our world. Chapter 1076. Burn it! A quick-thinking teammate immediately reacted. Stop! Setting fire to flammable materials, like thorns and paintings in such a narrow space. Are you trying to burn us alive? But it was too late. The fireball conjured by the mage's octopus tentacles had already been hurled, striking the thorns and releasing a cloud of choking smoke that left everyone around coughing and feeling nauseous. Only Wendell reacted quickly, putting a gas mask on his face and handing Salty Fish a pack. Everyone, Salty Fish's treatment. They were truly envious. So, clinging to an NPC's coattails, is this awesome? Gnawing Ball couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Today, Rain thought for a moment. No, it's about clinging to the coattails of NPC big shots. A vase like a concubine, someone you can admire from afar but also play with, probably doesn't offer this kind of enjoyable experience. Gnawing Ball, Wait, isn't there a typo in that saying? In fact, even she, a lazy bum, was surprised that going into a dungeon with her NPC boyfriend would be such a great experience. She knew Wendell should be strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Not only was his combat prowess outstanding, his equipment top-notch, but he was also gentle and considerate, paying attention to every little detail on her side. Not to mention, he could communicate and converse with the octopus player without any problems. It seemed like only lords could do this before. Indeed, to understand a man, you have to take him on a trip. The little strengths and weaknesses that aren't apparent in daily life will inadvertently appear/reveal during a trip. Of course, a trip often leads to one of two outcomes. Either feelings deepen and they become inseparable, or one sees the other's flaws and runs away as soon as possible. This time, Xianyuitel gained a lot more understanding of Wendell, but at the same time, her curiosity about him deepened. Wendell was definitely not an ordinary superhuman. What secrets and past did he hold? What was the story behind his hands, which were always covered by gloves? Was he a former top-tier investigator forced to switch from fieldwork to clerical work due to a hand injury? Or was he some kind of superhuman being, a magical creature belonging to a malevolent god? Xianyuitel's gaze shifted to the enemy before her. Her thought process for casting a skill momentarily stalled. Wait, perhaps a sealing artifact wouldn't be a bad idea. She was so focused on thinking that she didn't even notice that Wendell's attack had also paused for a moment. The flammable oil painting did indeed begin to burn after being set alighted by the adventurers, but the flames did not harm the demigod within. Instead, it manipulated the flames, driving them away and controlling them, concentrating the fire on the thorns to form a fiery whip that lashed out at the octopuses, sending them fleeing in chaos. What's going on? This thing doesn't take aggro? Tuji had been shouting and cursing for over 10 minutes, unleashing every vile and offensive insult imaginable, leaving her throat dry and her voice hoarse. But the monster in the painting completely ignored her. The dwarves' taunts, which worked on all races, even those with different languages, were utterly ineffective here. The monster didn't even glance at the foul-mouthed warrior, attacking whomever it pleased, sending the DPS fleeing in terror. He didn't even care if they were octopuses or not. The hatred immunity that Cthulhu's followers usually enjoyed was completely ineffective. What's going on with this dungeon? Mommy! This monster is grabbing at me. It's grabbing at me. Today, Rainy's mind raced, and suddenly a non-existent light bulb appeared above her head. Ah, the god of crafts is the god of the dwarves, so of course his creations are immune to dwarven skills. Tuji, huh? Ah! And regardless of whether the god of crafts is a minor figure of the god of light, as a seemingly righteous god, he is inevitably opposed to Cthulhu's followers. Octopuses will be the first to be attacked. The octopuses scurrying about. Huh? Ah! They stopped running and looked closely. Sure enough, all those being attacked were octopuses. The more corrupted they were, the harder they were attacked. The several druid healers and Wendell were completely unharmed. The players exclaimed, "Is this game really that weird?" But once they had a plan, things became easier. Under Jinri Yoyu's guidance, Tuji pulled out a pollution orb and drank several mouthfuls, transforming into a giant, overflowingly polluted octopus. The others gathered around the healers, who all pulled out pollution bottles, took a large gulp, triggered the heart lock, reset their SN values, and switched back to druids. This smooth and efficient operation left Wendell in awe. These adventurers always had their own set of procedures when dealing with crisis, which seemed particularly absurd at first glance, but upon closer examination, contained their own logic. The druids, with their SN values fully restored, skillfully cleansed the octopuses of pollution, thus naturally drawing the monster's aggro to the sole warrior octopus in the painting. Players no longer need to rush around the map, they can finally free their hands and cast an appraisal spell on the monster in the painting. Painting. Half-Step God/Demon LV-125, a masterpiece by the god of crafts, and his pioneering work marking his transition from sculpture to painting. This work caused a huge controversy upon its release, overturning the long-held misconception that paintings could only record reality and depict deities. It pioneered a new path where paintings could be used to carry imagination and give life to their content. The appearance of this work brought the god of crafts a large amount of faith in the field of painting. Looking at it this way, the god of crafts isn't entirely a clueless conman after all, he's actually quite skilled. That's not necessarily true. Have you seen Catch Me If You Can? Franca Bagnall, the greatest con artist of the 20th century, impersonated a pilot, a pediatrician, and even a lawyer. It's said he actually passed the bar exam. This shows that sometimes a conman's professionalism surpasses that of a real professional. Heh, like how Kaido Kid's ability to recite his driver's license number gets him caught, right? The world is just a giant makeshift operation. Those who can't remember, aren't skilled, aren't professional, and need to consult secretaries or superiors are the practitioners. Professionals are the con artists. It's ridiculous. Wait, does anyone care? This thing is level 125. It's a king level. Can we really handle it? We can handle it, Wendell said decisively, lightly moistening his lips with his tongue. This painting also contains a large amount of faith power. It must be destroyed. Chapter 1077. The Power of Faith? Salty Fish asked with interest, is this the cornerstone of the god of crafts? No, not a cornerstone, more like a symbol, so that believers, upon seeing this object, will recall their god, giving rise to love and faith in their hearts. Wendell carefully sensed it. This painting greatly aided the god of crafts in becoming a god, absorbing the faith of many painters. This faith first gathers in these symbols, then is transferred by the god into the cornerstone for digestion and absorption. Therefore, the faith within the symbols often contains a large amount of contamination from believers. Faith unfiltered by the cornerstone. Salty Fish nodded in understanding. This must be a very powerful force, right? It can help the god of crafts rise from the dead? Yes, assuming he really died. If he didn't die, obtaining this power would be even easier. Wendell said, then instructed today's Rain, don't take out the little doll before we completely destroy that painting. Understood, today's Rain replied. Their verbal discussion didn't stop, nor did their attack slow down. Wendell had already drawn his heavy machine gun, and magical bullets rained down on the overgrown thorns, the immense impact scattering them to pieces. Moreover, each specially crafted magical missile warhead, after penetrating deep into its target, would explode a second time, like explosives. Such destructive power would be excessive in reality, but in this world, it was just right for dealing with the remnants of a god. Salted Fish, on the other hand, was using her hidden divine rank profession, traveling writer. After some time getting acquainted, Xianyu Tiao, a pseudonym, had figured out how to play this hidden profession. Generally speaking, it shares some similarities with the Bard and Magician classes, requiring the prior accumulation of one's own skill set. The Bard needs to achieve a perfect score of 99, log set by the system. The Magician needs to accumulate successful magic performances, and the traveling writer accumulates the emotions and aspirations of readers through published works. Then uses corresponding words to mobilize and utilize this power. If there are no corresponding works to mobilize this power, the words the writer composes on the spot will become giant physical characters that can be used to smash people or defend against attacks. However, if the writer can use their own words in a literary or classical way, they can unleash even more powerful attacks. However, these words are limited to works published by the writer herself on the continent of Osiria. She cannot use others' works, including classic masterpieces like Tang poems, song lyrics, and Yuan songs. Otherwise, she could try shouting a waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were falling from the ninth heaven to summon a supermassive waterfall for attack. If a poet were to unlock this hidden class in the game, they would undoubtedly be highly sought after. However, constructing tangible images with words seems somewhat inefficient. A mage can conjure a fireball with a single spell, and a writer needs to achieve fame and publish several novels to gain a large readership before they can do the same. But thinking about it another way, this powerful skill wasn't originally designed for conjuring fireballs or tornadoes. The greatest strength of this class lies in its ability to evoke emotion through words. This is something even magicians and sorcerers can't do. To be honest, it's somewhat similar to the emotional skills of a soul messenger. However, a soul messenger attacks by arousing the enemy's own fear, desire, and other emotions, while a writer forcibly infuses the emotions already acquired from the readers onto the enemy. To give a straightforward example, suppose 1,000 people weep bitterly upon reading the ending of The End of the Hero. This sorrow would be collected. When Xianyu uses his skill to recite the final line of the book, the accumulated sorrow of these 1,000 readers will explode in the enemy's heart. Even if the enemy is originally a heartless being incapable of feeling sorrow, they will weep uncontrollably under this forced emotional infusion. This applies equally to enemies who are human, non-human, or even inanimate objects. Xianyu remarks that a table crying its eyes out is quite interesting. After studying her 2 novels repeatedly, she finally figured out which sentences could unleash what kind of skills, and she memorized them all, turning them into her own personal magic spells. Most of these carefully selected skills didn't overlap with those of other professions, but perhaps due to the limitations of her profession, most were emotional buffs, debuffs, and crowd control abilities. To ensure combat effectiveness, she retained a few skills whose effects, while somewhat similar to those of other professions, boasted exceptionally high attack/recovery power. Now that she had mastered the knack, she could create more targeted skills through writing in the future, and perhaps even develop some wonderful, more lethal applications. Hopefully the development team can handle it. She recited the last sentence of The End of a Hero from the painting, activating the skill, Morning, Hidden Class Traveling Writer Special Skill. Hero King, your passing has caused your subjects to grieve. Your end has caused the world to sigh. You had your country and the world in your heart, yet you carried endless guilt towards your homeland, your wife, and your young children. Your soul perished in a foreign land. Forces the enemy into a 30-second state of weeping and kneeling, unable to use any chanting skills while under this debuff, and has an 80% chance to cause the enemy to enter a state of mental incapacitation for the next 15 seconds. This skill can be forcibly activated regardless of the enemy's race. This skill, seemingly insignificant, is actually incredibly powerful. The half-god demon froze for a moment, a look of disbelief flashing across his face, then his knees buckled, kneeling on the ground under the weight of countless emotions not belonging to him, tears welling in the eyes of the half-angel, half-demon. Now is your chance. Unleash your ultimate attack, shouted Salty Fish. Holy crap, Salty Fish, you evolved to this level of power? While everyone verbally complained, their bodies betrayed their true intentions, unleashing the highest offensive skills their classes could muster. Amplified by the abilities of the Bard and Shaman, all their most powerful skills were hurled at the monster kneeling on the ground, its hands covering its face as it wept. This uninterrupted barrage of firepower lasted a full half-minute. Half a minute later, the canvas hissed and split in two. The raging flames, previously ineffective against the painting, suddenly came alive, tearing and devouring the torn canvas, leaving only streaks of black stains in their wake. We won! We won! The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Are we really that strong? Beneath the unseen frame, amidst the tangled thicket of thorny corpses, something slender, having satiated itself with energy, rustled and slipped back under Wendell's cloak. Chapter 1078. Concealed by his gas mask, Wendell let out a soft, unnoticed burp. He was quite full. The power of faith contained in this painting was truly abundant. As an observer of the unknown, his interest and ability lay in observing, understanding, and accepting the unknown. Therefore, what was deadly pollution to other gods was merely delicious. Or perhaps not so delicious. Sustenance for him. What did it matter if he didn't understand the unknown? Existence is its own justification. As long as he could discover and observe the emergence of these new things, it would satisfy his intense curiosity while providing him with ample energy. Of course, consuming the unknown would have an even better energy-restoring effect. He used his cloak to put his white gloves back on, tucked away the heavy machine gun that had been shielding him, and then considerately approached the guy struggling with his gas mask. Need any help? Yes, yes. This thing is easy to put on, but really hard to take off. The guy fumbled behind his head for a while, but couldn't find the buckle. Wendell's lips curled into a slight smile, and he gently pressed the switch on the buckle, easily removing the gas mask. So that's how you open it. The guy looked down and studied it, suddenly understanding. While they were interacting, the teammates, feeling overwhelmed by the dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection, started cleaning up the battlefield. Some healed, some removed contaminants, and others scavenged for loot. Poetry and the distant land spent a long time rummaging through the shredded fabric of the oil painting ruins, but found nothing of value. The painting was thoroughly destroyed, and no seals had formed. At that moment, the player's system beeped. Congratulations, players! The probability of the god of crafts making a comeback has decreased by 50%. Please continue your efforts. Since the system responded, it means the strategy was correct. The lack of loot drops is probably because the developers are too stingy. However, since this developer has always been stingy with dungeon drops, players are already used to it. The story content obtained by solving puzzles is the best reward for them. The flames in the passage had mostly died down, with only 2 smoldering fires providing light. Today, you took out a few magic bean vine seeds from her backpack, which sprouted 2 giant vines. She directed them to pry open the painting's frame, revealing a tightly closed stone door behind it. Sure enough, there must be a hidden passage or vault behind the painting. Gnawing Ball's eyes gleamed with greedy gleam. Hee, what's behind it? Is it treasure or a sealed artifact? I was equally excited after failing twice. Wendell pursed his lips, suddenly feeling something was amiss. He stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute, something strange. I think so too. Today, Yo-Yu paused, her hands manipulating the vines. She said, thoughtfully, you tell me, if the god of crafts might not be dead, why would he leave behind his weapon and an illusion, making it seem like relics left by a dead god? Not to mention that little puppet, which could accurately point out the direction here. To let later explorers find him and resurrect him? Nyochio guessed enthusiastically. I understand what you mean. Xianyuitio reacted quickly. Back then, the god of crafts was lured here by the goddesses of darkness and fate and ambushed. He pretended to be defeated and cut off his tail to survive, leaving a large portion of his authority and foundation for the 2 goddesses to devour. If I were him, I would flee this goddess's restaurant as quickly as a gecko with a severed tail or a sea cucumber that has thrown out its entrails, never putting my future chance of survival under the enemy's nose. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. This is all too deliberate. Today's rain snapped her fingers. Hiss. Poetry and the distant land gasped. You mean, this entire illusion is a trap? A trap set for the goddesses of darkness and fate? Very likely, Today's rain said. If the god of craftsmanship didn't have heterochromia, his first reaction upon discovering he was ambushed would definitely be to run away. Even if he had to cut off his tail to survive, he wouldn't have created a burial ground, an illusion, or a little puppet to guide people back to the crime scene to resurrect him. Originally, if the goddesses of darkness and fate had cleaned up more thoroughly, let alone an illusion or a little puppet, he might have been devoured without a trace. But if he has heterochromia, he himself created the craftsmanship goddesses. The god of arts all account was meant to erode the authority of the goddess of darkness, but it didn't expect the goddess of fate to appear as an ally. Outnumbered 2 to 1, it was momentarily overwhelmed, so in an instant, it devised a plan to turn the tables, setting a trap to ambush the 2 goddesses. Based on the events we witnessed in Clock Tower Town, the heterochromatic eye is extremely enthusiastic and adept at turning enemy attacks into its own strategies, even willing to use itself as bait. This illusion might even have been prepared by it beforehand. The entrance to the illusion is embedded in its weapon, which it can simply discard when needed. Indeed. That makes more sense. Everyone nodded. Wait. So we're now trapped in this snare targeting the two goddesses? Do we even have a chance to get out alive? Could this be some kind of plot-driven death? She exclaimed in shock. Salty Fish looked nervously at Wendell. Wendell, do you think so too? What made Wendell uneasy was the faith he had just consumed. As a form of faith, its corruption was far too profound. If Wendell hadn't been immune to it, he would likely have already undergone a mutation. It seems that the painting was probably a fragrant but deadly bait used to lure the two goddesses. Low level, easy to use, full of energy and smelling delicious, but only after consumption could one perceive the deadly poison in its flesh and blood. I also suspect this is a trap. Wendell organized his thoughts, not wanting to admit that he had just stolen faith. So he said, when that painting shattered, I sensed that the dissipated faith within contained a large amount of corruption. If any god had consumed it, it would have driven them mad. Chapter 1079. Should we continue? Asked Gnawing Ball. Of course we should. That's how the dungeon storyline is set up. Quitting and re-entering won't change anything, will it? Hopeful Tone said doubtfully. Anyway, we just die. It's just a raid, not a big deal. All eyes turned to Wendell. Today's rain took a breath. That's the situation. We're not afraid of taking risks, but the problem is we don't know what impact continuing will have on the NPCs. Maybe the next opening will be a scripted death. But judging from the triggered quests, this dungeon might actually have an NPC. Salty Fish, I think this choice should be given to you. Salty Fish looked at Wendell. I can't make that decision for you, she said softly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. I don't know what will happen next. This is a terrible world. Living here means taking on enormous risks every moment. 1 second everything is fine, the next it might be goodbye. If I die, I come back, even if it's with a different face and a different body. But if something happens to you, it might be goodbye forever. Wendell smiled. I understand your worries. But Miss Salty Fish, please don't treat your lover like an ordinary person with no ability to protect himself. As employees of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs, which has the highest attrition rate, we're the ones who risk our lives. Did I use that phrase correctly? He adjusted his glasses and said confidently, Don't let my office job fool you. I have some tricks up my sleeve. Besides, even if this is a trap set by a god to hunt down two other gods, I made my judgment and choice according to my own will. My curiosity won't allow me to run away at the first sign of danger. Therefore, I will go with you. He paused again, looking up at the dark ceiling. And it seems, this isn't a place we can leave easily. Salty Fish sighed, looking like she knew it. She placed her hands earnestly on Wendell's shoulders. I understand, but please promise me one thing. In any danger, we be the ones to shield you, not the other way around. We adventurers, even if we're shattered to pieces, can crawl back from the depths of hell. So, always prioritize your own safety. Okay, I promise you. Wendell, seeing the unusually serious face on Xianyu's face, couldn't help but become a little more serious himself. Having finished explaining the important matter, Xianyu relaxed and took Wendell's hand. Speaking of which, if I really accidentally died, what kind of body would you like? Cough. It's not that my current appearance is bad, but if it really comes to the point of needing to buy an alchemical body, we have to create a face and body that we both like. Wendell, ? This topic feels a bit dangerous? This couple is really perfect. Jenna, gazing at the young couple in the picture, exclaimed, One is a sealed artifact, the other an adventurer from another world, but the gap in their identities and the differences in their worlds can't stop their feelings. Isn't this even more touching than Romeo and Juliet? In my memory, Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy, said the goddess of darkness. Speaking of which, how come we didn't discover this illusion back then? Don't you remember? Jenna asked curiously. Right after we finished eating the portion left behind by the god of crafts, you sensed that Friels' men had infiltrated your temple while we were eating and stolen your necklace. And Jelma intercepted those bandits for you, and for that, she incurred Friels' wrath. You hurriedly left to rescue Angelma, and after I cleaned up the battlefield, I did indeed notice the remains and weapons left behind by the god of crafts, as well as what appeared to be the entrance to the illusion. I see! Jenna exclaimed. Upon being reminded, the goddess of darkness suddenly realized I left in a hurry, and then I was busy with Anne's affairs. No wonder I have no recollection of this so-called burial place of the god of crafts. And then what happened? Didn't you try to explore the illusion? Jenna smiled and said, I hesitated for a moment, and habitually rolled the dice, only to roll a disastrous result. I felt that place was probably unlucky, so I didn't go in. Besides, we already consumed most of the God of Crafts, and since you weren't here, the remaining parts didn't interest me, so I came back first. As the goddess who controls fate, Jenna always liked to roll the dice of fate from time to time, using it as a reference for her daily actions. Although there's a saying that a diviner shouldn't divine for themselves, this saying is a warning to those who are inexperienced in divination and bring personal feelings, interests, and other private considerations into their practice. Imagine a diviner who repeatedly divines of impending doom, yet insists on calculating auspicious signs and forcing his way on. When he truly encounters misfortune during his journey, who is to blame? Is it the final auspicious divination, a warning that betrays his destiny, or the diviner himself who has forgotten the true essence of divination and disbelieves in fate? Of course, as the expert among experts, Jenna would never make such a mistake. She would never doubt her own divinations. If the road ahead is difficult, she will simply choose another path. After that disastrous divination and her decisive departure, she never thought of the so-called burial ground of the God of Crafts again. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, they escaped a calamity, avoiding a trap set for them. So, the God of Crafts is truly a secondary account of the God of Light? The Goddess of Darkness asked. Yes, Jenna said, pulling at the timeline. Heterochromatic eyes did this quite discreetly, even I didn't notice it at first, because heterochromatic eyes didn't do it after Enrico's birth. Before Enrico was born, heterochromatic eyes bought the infant's body and life from his parents. And all of this was done in a dream. Heterochromatic eyes used his spiritual authority to infiltrate Enrico's parents' dreams and complete the transaction. His parents actually agreed? The Goddess of Darkness said incredulously. It might be hard for us to understand, but Enrico's parents are devout followers of the Church of Light. The request the gods made of them was a sign of their high regard and trust. They were overjoyed. Why would they refuse? Chapter 1080. These fanatics. The Goddess of Darkness gasped. The gods made them sacrifice their first son in exchange for divine protection and future wealth and glory. It's a very worthwhile trade. Jenna's fingers lightly traced the lines of fate, and with a flick of her index finger, several images were projected into the air. What difference does sacrificing a child make? In fact, the couple later had 5 more children, both boys and girls, creating a large family. Enrico also earned them ample wealth and honor. One person attains enlightenment, and even their relatives and friends benefit. Everyone remembers them as the ones who gave birth to the gods, and all they have to do is forget that dream. It's not difficult at all. Under the influence of spiritual authority, they won't remember what they dreamed about when they wake up the next day. She continued to project an image, a scene of infant Enrico's birth, the tiny baby with a faint birthmark on the sole of his foot, looking remarkably similar to the holy mark of the Church of Light. Even if this contract was made in a forgotten dream, it is still recognized by the world and by the rules. Enrico was born without a soul. What resided within that body was always a fragment of the heterochromatic eye's soul. I don't understand, the Goddess of Darkness murmured. Why would the heterochromatic eye go to such great lengths to create such a small account? I know he wants to use it to target our authority, but craftsman, art, reality and illusion, and spirit themselves are not contradictory. If he truly possesses such power, why not directly expand his authority? Naturally, because it's all a grand lie. Jenna continued to manipulate the threads of fate, uncovering more and more fragments. How easy it is for a god to fabricate a gifted child. Enrico, born into a family of stonemasons, only needed to demonstrate intelligence beyond that of ordinary people to attract the attention of future generations. A toddler could draw before learning to walk, and could create statues approved by the gods simply by learning to play with mud. As long as the gods cooperated, people would never know that these seemingly miraculous spectacles were merely a grand performance. People love gossiping about strange things. Enrico, with his prodigy title, can easily become a legend in people's minds, gaining their worship and affirmation, the Goddess of Darkness suddenly realized. Compared to those artists who remain unknown their entire lives, only barely gaining recognition after death, he has already won at the starting line. Not only that, the God of Light possesses spiritual authority, capable of touching people's spiritual realm and making them feel the impact of art, Jenna mused. This operation is also easy to accomplish. When people see his mediocre works, use his spiritual authority to shake their hearts, and then, with a resounding thud, those struck hard by the power of the spirit would instinctively assume this was the feeling after viewing those works of art. A new myth was born. Art is a very subjective thing. Everyone's aesthetic is different. But as long as it can move people's hearts and touch their deepest emotions, regardless of beauty or ugliness, good or bad, it can be called art, said the dark goddess. The heterochromatic eyes presented people with an ordinary work of art, while simultaneously using the power to shake their hearts, forcibly linking the two together, causing people to have a great misunderstanding of Enrico. He used his authority to build fame, accumulate experience, and wealth for his alternate account. I suspect that when creating those lifelike works of art, he probably also used both real and illusory authority. Exactly, Jenna confirmed. That's also why Heterophora can't use his identity to attract art. He has no artistic taste or ability whatsoever. If he were to personally participate, everyone would know it's a trick he pulled using both real and illusory authority and spiritual authority. It's not unusual for gods to use their authority to carve statues or paint scrolls. In fact, these are trivial matters to them. But when these works are completed by a young, innocent, and adorable child, it becomes a wondrous event inexplicable to ordinary people, imbued with a mysterious and dreamlike quality, turning into a fascinating topic of conversation. Even countless truly talented artists will flock here just to catch a glimpse of this child prodigy. As the deceived faith converged, and everyone believed Enrico to be a gifted artist, the power of art was also drawn in, attaching itself to Enrico, even if initially only a small portion was absorbed. As long as the heterochromatic eye touched the power of art, it could perfect its deception. Creating works of art using the power of art was effortless. Just as a magician gains magic through performance, Enrico created masterpiece after masterpiece through the power of art. Enrico's youthful body became the best selling point, the best decoy, defeating countless gray-haired craftsmen and painters. The power and faith that the heterochromatic eye itself couldn't attract, it achieved using the body of an infant. In matters of deception and fraud, this one has truly mastered it, Jenna exclaimed. Making Enrico the god of craftsmen and art, gaining the faith of artisans, and acquiring the authority over art was merely the first step in the heterochromatic eyes project. Next, his goal was to erode the authority of other gods through art. The scope of art was vast, although it had not yet developed into supreme authority. Through its extensions, it could touch the domains of many gods. For example, touching the realm of immortality through lifelike dolls, touching emotions, the heart, and the soul through art. The invisible arrows were already aimed at the goddess of darkness, and the Grand Duke of Hell. Perhaps it's not just that. Art can also be used to depict natural scenery. If Enrico hadn't been ambushed by us beforehand, if the druids hadn't appeared out of nowhere, when the mother tree of life withered, people would probably only be forced to adapt to pollution, recalling the lush green past while eating contaminated food. At that time, how much faith would paintings depicting all beautiful scenery absorb? Just imagining that future sent chills down Jenna's spine. Unbeknownst to them, the heteroscopic eye was laying out such a vast and complex scheme. Although they hadn't uncovered the truth, the two goddesses inadvertently stumbled upon the heteroscopic eye's plan ahead of time, accidentally destroying the heteroscopic eye's meticulously crafted trump card, and even avoiding the traps set by the heteroscopic eye. Perhaps this was the inevitability of fate, or perhaps an extremely lucky coincidence. It can only be said that fate has its own destiny, and fate still favors itself. Chapter 1081. Ready? Ready! Then open the door. Two enormous vines inserted themselves into the cracks in the door, from the left and right, forcefully pulling the doors open. With a click, the mechanism was triggered, and the two doors swung open with a bang. A series of crackling sounds followed, as countless sharp arrows densely embedded themselves in the ground. The adventurers hiding on either side of the door held their breath. Just as expected, a door-opening trap. If we were standing in front of this door, we'd be riddled with arrows. Amazing. Yo, you saw through the heterochromatic eye's trick again. It's just normal logical deduction. Yo-Yu waved his hand, controlling the vines to probe into the stone door first. The druids and the plants they nurtured were telepathically connected, able to sense everything happening on the other side without words. It should be alright now, right? Shaman Come Dance eagerly peeked out. Before she could finish speaking, a series of booming explosions, the clanging of clashing weapons, the crashing of collapsing rocks, and the piercing screams of monsters echoed from within the stone gate. Sorry, I spoke too soon. Just a little while longer. Today's Rain smiled, her eyes crinkling, but Today's Rain sensed a hint of murderous intent, and she involuntarily shivered. A moment later, the sounds from within the stone gate completely ceased. Today's Rain waited a full 5 minutes before retracting her vines and turning to enter. Beyond the two stone doors was a temple. Inside the spacious temple, exquisite statues stood in a row on either side of the passageway. At least, that's how it was supposed to be. The statues were now scattered and broken, their heads rolled at her feet, clearly knocked down by the vines. The vines, huffing and puffing, slithered out from the depths of the hall, coiling around Jinryoyu's feet and nuzzling her hand, as if seeking praise. I had the vines wreak havoc here, Jinryoyu said, surveying the ravaged temple. It should have effectively cleared some obstacles and eliminated some dangers for us. The others grinned at the charred, collapsed rubble, and the various weapons embedded deep in the ground. Truly, as expected of Yoyu, she's thorough in her work. There's something else here. Wendell glanced at the traps the vines had already cleared of. These designs alone aren't enough to kill a god. If this illusion is light, something the heterochromatic eye is prepared beforehand. At the very least, it should be enough to kill or severely injure the goddess of darkness. Even if the goddess of darkness was already corrupted when she arrived, these petty tricks would probably only scratch the surface. But killing a god isn't so easy, is it? Salty Fish pondered. The god of crafts is just a minor deity, while the goddess of darkness possesses one of the highest authorities. Even with an ambush, could the half-crippled god of crafts really unleash a killing blow? The god of crafts can't, but what if we had the heterochromatic eye's true form? Today, Rainey suddenly had a flash of inspiration, her mind racing. Huh? It can't be that bad, can it? Although we all really want to beat the heterochromatic eye to a pulp, gods are all over level 300, and the highest we're at is only a little over 100. That 200 level difference can't be bridged. You can't say that. There are 8 of us, all over level 100, plus Wendell and Chiocho's little apprentice. Why can't we fight? Wendell, No, wait a minute. Even with good addition, you can't just force the levels together like that. He leaned forward, about to interject, when out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the marble sculpture fragments vibrating and humming on the ground. Wendell paused, turned around, and pulled Xianyu into his arms. His cloak, propelled by the centrifugal force of his rotation, billowed out, seemingly releasing some kind of power that collided with the rapidly approaching marble sculpture fragments, producing a loud clang. Ah! Salty Fish jumped up and down in panic. I told you not to protect me. Wendell didn't argue with her, but instead pulled something from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand, saying quickly and in a low voice, Don't worry about me, I know you have strange abilities, and so do I. As long as you keep this safe, put it in your... What's your backpack? I definitely won't die. Salty Fish was stunned. She looked down and saw a withered bone claw in her hand, the structure of the hand still roughly discernible. It looked like it had been burned by flames. It was not only charred but also slightly curled inward, looking somewhat eerie. Salty Fish wanted to examine the bone claw's properties more closely, but a marble head suddenly exploded above their heads. Startled, she instinctively put the bone claw back into her backpack, then took out her quill pen and drew several large, wildly cursive characters in the air. The strokes instantly solidified into gray, hard stones, slamming heavily onto the flying stone fragments. The players are already locked in a fierce battle with the stone blocks. While it was somewhat unexpected that these shattered stone sculptures could still attack, the players had been on edge since entering the temple. Coupled with the protective shield erected by Wendell, their reaction was incredibly swift, launching their attacks without a moment's hesitation. The bard was the first to sing the battle song, the shaman's veil binding 2 of the wildly flying heads. Come dance! A sharp pull of the veil sent them crashing together, the 2 heads exploding with a deafening roar. The massive shockwaves slammed into Wendell's protective shield, sending ripples across the semi-transparent energy dome. The stone fragments were immune to aggro. Tuji tried taunting, but it didn't work, so she simply swung her axe like a windmill, sending a pile of stone fragments flying. These stone fragments aren't just ordinary flying rocks, they explode, shattering into even smaller fragments, down to the size of bullets. The smaller the fragments, the harder they are to aim at, and their attack speed increases exponentially, making them extremely difficult to defend against, infuriating adventurers. The eyes on the stone sculpture's head can also shoot lasers, making the fight feel like battling a swarm of drones equipped with their own cannons. Other parts also possess special abilities. For example, the golden stone ribcage within the sculpture's chest can transform into a cage, trapping players, and making it virtually impossible to defend against. The octopus-transformed demon chef, poetry, and the distant horizon, is locked in a fierce battle with artificial intestines crawling out of the shattered statue's body. From a distance, it looks like an octopus fighting several tapeworms, a bloody brawl that sends chills down your spine just by looking at it. The airspace was completely dominated by these flying stone sculptures. In this aerial battle, the most reliable ranged class. The sharpshooter Hope's colors, repeatedly raised and lowered his gun, finally shouting in frustration and anger, "Damn it! The target is too small to aim at." Chapter 1082. This statement was so ridiculous, it was even unbearable for Wendell to disapprove, so he tossed him a magical heavy machine gun. Overjoyed at suddenly acquiring a high-level weapon, Hopeful Colors immediately set up the machine gun and began firing directly at the exploding rocks flying everywhere. He figured that enough firepower would compensate for poor aiming. Today Rain manipulated the vines, wildly swinging them with impressive results. The vines entangled the stone fragments and slammed them hard against the ground and walls. Even broken branches quickly sprouted new shoots under the druid's regenerative power. The magic healer's skills were also surprisingly effective. Elemental needles, needless to say, were a type of ranged magic that could be precisely controlled. Although the stone sculptures lacked flesh and acupuncture, the different elemental effects alone could inflict considerable damage. Even more useful is the object manipulation skill. There's nothing more satisfying than directly controlling the stone sculpture's head and shooting lasers at the fragments. The gnawing ball used the force against itself, having a blast. Her apprentice, I pushed to death twice, may be a lower level, but her magic is quite proficient. She used levitation on herself, allowing her to float and walk in the air. Playing cards shot out like throwing knives, accurately shattering the bullet-sized fragments. Combined with magic puppet, she forcibly manipulated the stone sculpture to rebel. Although the cooldown was long, each use could reap a harvest. These adventurers are quite capable, Jenna commented approvingly, watching the live stream via projection. The Dark Goddess, however, had been deep in thought, seemingly pondering how she would deal with these traps if she encountered them herself. First, they use oil paintings as bait. If I'm not mistaken, those beliefs must contain immense corruption. Only those observers who feed on the unknown are unafraid of these. If it were me, I might actually fall for it. That's hard to say. Didn't you accept the knowledge bubble provided quite well? Jenna said dismissively. We also spent a very long time digesting that knowledge. In this illusion, the heteroscopic eye won't give us any breathing room. Moreover, when the heteroscopic eye set this trap, we hadn't yet met Bubble, nor had we obtained this otherworldly knowledge. The Dark Goddess sighed. Back then, we were far weaker than we are now. She gazed intently for a while, then suddenly said, perhaps the heteroscopic eye doesn't intend to kill me directly here. I think these annoying, insect-like statues are meant to lure me into using my authority. That makes sense. Using annihilation against these seemingly indestructible living statues, or perhaps it's the easiest method. You rarely appear in public, and heterochromia doesn't know your true strength. Spending so much to lure you into this arena is a worthwhile investment. Jenna thought for a moment, and understood the other party's thinking. For someone of our level, killing us directly is extremely difficult, especially since you have annihilation at your disposal. The only chance we can gamble on is the Devouring God War. The Devouring God War is ultimately an intelligence war. Whoever knows more about the enemy, and can put that intelligence into practice will have the upper hand. The Dark Goddess sneered. Unfortunately, heterochromia's scheme was a waste. None of us even stepped into it. But can these adventurers really handle a trap meant to deal with a god? The Goddess of Darkness shook her head. This is a trap that hasn't been entered for hundreds of years. Even though Heterophora once heavily fortified this place, time has passed, and no one has fallen for it in all these years. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his power here. His true power has probably been withdrawn long ago. Now, apart from the works of the God of Crafts, this illusion probably only contains that sealed artifact. Since this illusion has remained untouched for hundreds of years, and there's already a trap set, it can serve as a storage facility for the God of Crafts' trump card of resurrection, a kind of waste utilization. If someone brings the little doll back here and accidentally resurrects the God of Crafts, this outcome wouldn't be a bad thing for Heterophora. Jetta raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that after all this time, we come full circle. The Goddess of Darkness watched the live stream intently, seeing that the adventurers were gradually showing signs of fatigue and were falling behind. Those seemingly indestructible statue fragments, once shattered, would reappear in smaller pieces, only to be completely crushed to exhaust their power, a truly vexing task. The enemy, after being attacked for so long, merely changed form, while the adventurers expended enormous amounts of stamina, mana, and mental energy. The Goddess of Darkness was quite surprised to see the fourth calamity suffer such a setback. It seemed the trap set by the heterochromatic eye was indeed difficult to deal with. If she had stepped into the complete trap back then, she might have been severely weakened. Sensing the situation was turning sour, Wendell sighed and pulled the sluggish girl, who was currently fighting a monster, into his arms. What you're about to see might not be very pleasant. Please don't be too scared. The sluggish girl, pressed against Wendell's chest, thought, ? She was still reciting important lines from her novel, when she was suddenly embraced by her boyfriend and her chest pressed against her face. Her mind went blank for a moment, then her brain kept flashing with the comments. So bouncy. The feel. No, the feel of her face is so good. While she was stunned, Wendell, still holding her head in place with his right hand, used his teeth to hold his left glove and ripped it off. The white glove fell off, revealing a black bone claw underneath. The bone claw was 8 or 9/10 similar to the thing he had just entrusted to the sluggish girl for safekeeping, charred black, withered, as if covered with a layer of decaying old tree bark. It didn't look alive, yet it was undeniably alive. Wendell waved his left hand, and the bone claws grew wildly like withered vines. Upon closer inspection, each fingertip had a crack at its tip. Just as the long, withered bone claws pierced the stone fragments, the crack suddenly burst open, revealing round, hole-like mouthparts filled with rings of sharp teeth. With a few plop sounds, the bone claws sank deep into the stone fragments. The mouthparts gnawed at the stone, like chewing on a soft cake, biting, chewing, and sucking, reducing the marble fragments to powder in just a few bites. The players, panting and chugging potions, were bewildered. What happened? Did they add some strange potion to their blue potions today? How did Wendell turn into a monster? Chapter 1083. What happened? Salty Fish struggled a few times, trying to lift her head from Wendell's chest, only to be pressed back down by him. Hiss, these muscles feel really good buried in. Wendell looks so refined, but he's actually the type with muscles underneath. Hey, she likes him even more. However, Salty Fish's large brain is constantly filled with the eroticism of emperors from the Song dynasty onwards, so her resistance to this kind of torment is top-notch. Listening to the rustling sound of wind breaking, the crunching sounds of gnawing, and the gasps of surprise from her teammates, she felt a curiosity that seemed to be tickling her heart. So she messaged Niechiochio privately. Chiochio. What happened? Niechiochio replied quickly, but with a choked-up tone of shock. Ah, your boyfriend doesn't seem to be human. How's your tolerance for non-humans? You're not averse to this, are you? What? Wendell actually has non-human attributes? Isn't that even more perfect? As a fanfiction writer who has been in the fandom for over 20 years, and still shines brightly with his dedication to producing content, Shinyuita's tolerance is extremely high. His only 3 red flags are an ugly protagonist with no personal charm, poor writing and setting, and a character who acts like a doting father without contributing anything but constantly interfering. Well, the first 2 are the absolute bottom line in the fanfiction community, and the third is a recent product influenced by external factors. I don't know why these kinds of extreme examples are appearing more and more frequently now. Of course, who doesn't like to act like a leader, pointing fingers at their subordinates and being sarcastic? But the problem is, neither the creators nor the netizens are their subordinates. On another note, I, a casual reader, actually support hiring writers to write fanfiction for a fee. In this situation, the one who pays the bills is the boss. As long as the money's enough, they can freely offer their opinions, create pairings as they please, write whatever characters they want, and revise the manuscript multiple times? More money. A hefty sum. With their financial power, they have no trouble getting their wife to obey. Wendell is handsome, eloquent, and doesn't have any of Xianyu's, a nickname for a seemingly unrelated person, flaws. He makes Xianyu happy every day, maximizing his emotional value. More importantly, this boyfriend doesn't smoke, drink, gamble, or do drugs. No smoking, drinking, gambling, or drugs. They don't have to worry about him cheating, and they don't have to spend Xianyu's money. Men are better off in the world of anime and manga. People used to complain that Xianyu was picky about finding a boyfriend. Just kidding. Wanting a boyfriend doesn't mean you have to scavenge for food in the trash. Besides, if you don't find someone sweet-talking, handsome, and with abs, are you going to hire a fat, bloated dad to support you? With technology so advanced these days, robot boyfriends are practically on the market. This lazy bum is already planning to write a few more novels to make some money, cultivate a good relationship with the game's official team, and see if she can use her money to buy Wendell's NPC AI data for her own use. The staff member who came to discuss official fanfiction with her seemed quite agreeable. Maybe there's really a chance? That's the advantage of a small company. Easy communication, flexibility, and decisions are all made by the big boss. No need for the board of directors. As for Wendell not being human, isn't that even better? Non-humans are so appealing, hee. I wonder what kind of non-human, furry, tentacle-like, skeletal, or tree spirit. As long as it's not insect-like, She's okay with it. However, Wendell was quite concerned about her acceptance level. Even though so many people had seen his disguise exposed, he stubbornly refused to let her see it. That's really going too far. Not really. Of course, she could understand Wendell's little scheme of only allowing unimportant people to see his terrifying side, not wanting his girlfriend to be scared. But the problem was, she was never afraid of these weird, eccentric things. Even watching Alien could inspire her to write 30,000-word fanfiction with explicit content. Maybe Wendell was exactly in her zone? Chiyochio. Send me the recording later. How can I miss something this good? Shienyu replied to Chiyochio's private message. She was determined to expose Wendell's true colors. As for now, of course, she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a few more glimpses of his cleavage. Wendell, of course, didn't know that adventurers had a super convenient way to record and screenshot gameplay. Thinking he had completely covered his ugly side from his girlfriend, he sprouted more branches on his bone claws. The overwhelming things that resembled both finger bones and withered vines looked like starving man-eating vines, or like shrikes laden with dried meat. The thorny branches. In the blink of an eye, those annoying, seemingly indestructible fragments of the statue became Wendell's food, drained clean, reduced to dust, with no possibility of resurrection. A moment later, marble dust scattered across the ground. Wendell flicked his left hand, and the eerie bone claw vines retracted into his body with a rustling sound, like a retracting bone whip. When the salted fish realized he could move again, Wendell was already putting on gloves. Salted fish, Damn it, how could she be so well covered up? She didn't see a thing, but she wasn't worried. Anyway, Chiyochio had a screen recorder. She could play it back however she wanted after logging off, watch it upside down, zoom in and examine it under a microscope. Wendell couldn't stop her offline. Wendell, Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw a group of adventurers staring at him with wide, clear eyes, their gazes filled with a familiar, intense thirst for knowledge. Wendell, For the first time, he realized that thirst for knowledge could be quite terrifying. Ahem, Wendell cleared his throat. The monsters here are all cleared out. Let's continue in. I reckon the sealed artifact of the craftsman god is inside. The players, Seriously, bro, boss, leader. At least explain who you are? However, they didn't dare say this to the seemingly powerful Wendell. Fortunately, the name above Wendell's head was still the color of a friendly NPC, not red. Unable to get an answer from Wendell, everyone's gaze whoosh fell on the seemingly insignificant player. A salted fish, No, I didn't even see what happened, and you're asking me? That's ridiculous. The crowd exchanged glances for a while. Finally, Jinryu cleared her throat and respectfully asked, So Wendell, what is your true identity? Wendell Belderlad, head of the Sealed Artifact Detection and Management Department of the Magic Federation's Bureau of Anomalies, and the new head of the Amute County Outpost. Wendell adjusted her glasses and said seriously, That is indeed my identity. I'm not lying. However, my race. Well, it's rather special. Chapter 1084. However, Wendell didn't elaborate on his specific race. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Today, Rain glanced at the salted fish and sighed softly. It seems they won't get any answers until the relationship between these two develops further. They hadn't expected this NPC to hide so much interesting content, and that they have to develop a romance with him to unlock this route. Quite imaginative, very much in the style of the development team. The Lord in the Distant Divine War inexplicably sneezed. Let's continue, Wendell said evasively. I can sense something ahead. It should be the sealed artifact you're looking for. Will there be heterochromatic eyes ahead? I asked nervously, pushing myself to death twice. Probably not, Wendell replied, adjusting his glasses slightly. His eyes gleamed silver behind the lenses, as if observing something through the thick walls. After a moment, he confirmed, I haven't sensed any deity here, only a faint, ancient aura, probably 200 or 300 years old. So, heterochromatic eyes did stay here, but the trap was set for too long, and no one came, so he left? Poetry and Distant Place pondered. That makes sense. After all, heterochromatic eyes has so many accounts to manage, so many things to do, and he's been sealed in Clock Tower Town for 170 years. How could he have the time to lie in wait in a trap that no one comes to? That's good news. Rainy Day also breathed a sigh of relief. At least we adventurers around level 100 don't have to directly confront a god over level 300. The level difference is too great. There's no way we can win. We already had a hard time defeating those living statues. The group nodded in agreement, sharing a sense of unease. Before the actual battle, They had all thought themselves incredibly strong, only to realize they were actually quite weak. They traversed the long temple, heading towards the back. The monsters here had all been cleared out. All they needed to do was look for clues along the way. They actually found quite a few things, including portraits that appeared to be of Enrico's parents and brothers, with their names and dates of birth and death below the portraits. There were also offerings from some dwarven tribes, including numerous suits of armor, weapons, and sculptures. Today, you noted the tribal names engraved on the offerings, and then the players happily divided up these high-level equipment and weapons. Anything offered to the gods is precious. Perhaps the god of light had nowhere else to put these offerings, and simply tossed them into this divine treasury. Or perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to add some deception to the trap set to ambush the goddess. In any case, these treasures ultimately benefited the players. Wendell wasn't interested in these spoils. He had already consumed a considerable amount of faith and energy, so in that sense, the trip was worthwhile, but having just been forced to reveal his true identity, he felt he had suffered a huge loss. As a sealed artifact left behind by a god, he possessed a remarkably long lifespan and had observed countless beings, but no soul had ever captured his attention so deeply. Perhaps initially, it was merely curiosity about the adventurers that led him to accept the invitation from the Lazybones, but through their continued testing and interaction, Wendell had to admit that something was indeed different. After a salted fish suddenly barged into his life, his heart began to beat more fiercely, and he even began to feel anxious and uncertain because of the salted fish's emotions and reactions. Perhaps this is what people call love. Wendell felt that this seemed like a very interesting research topic. Throughout his long life, Wendell had never avoided humans. However, it must be said that not all experiences are pleasant. As the sealed object 001, Wendell possessed non-human aspects. His hands were the parts from which he consumed extraordinary power, and also his true form. To be precise, he was more like a mimicry that grew from these hands. The human form was more like a result of his later evolution to blend into the crowd. But people only liked his mimicry, avoiding his true form like the plague. He didn't know why he looked like this. A pair of withered, charred, and withered bone claws, as if burned and scorched by fire, faintly covered with a layer of woody skin. These hands may have originally been those of the old man of time, but after his unfortunate demise, they were corrupted by divine defilement, countless sharp teeth and maws sprouting from their joints, feeding on the unknown. They are not afraid of the corruption, perhaps because they were born from it. He is a sealed object, a product of both the divine and the corrupt. As long as a single joint remains on these hands, as long as a strong sense of curiosity exists in this world, he will not truly die. Curiosity will nourish his bones, and the unknown nutrients will cause the joints to continuously multiply and grow until a complete, mimicking human form manifests. He knows how ugly he is, and he knows how terrifying he is. Even the inhabitants of this world hadn't accepted the real him, so he couldn't imagine how these adventurers, who were obsessed with appearances, would perceive his true nature. However, he didn't really care about the opinions of other adventurers. He only cared about what Salty Fish thought. All along, Wendell had carefully concealed that part of himself that was sealed away, whether it was his true form, his abilities, or the attributes of the sealed artifact. The gap between him and the adventurers was already vast enough, and these truths would only push them further apart. For the first time, Wendell felt tension, even bordering on fear. These emotions filled him with curiosity. He couldn't help but begin to analyze and observe himself, and he also began to carefully observe Salty Fish. To his surprise, the salted fish's thoughts came close to the truth several times, the unknown almost becoming known. But those chaotic thoughts vanished like shooting stars, replaced by even more fantastical and magnificent ideas. It was the wondrous ability of a creator. As long as she harbored a sliver of curiosity, she could endlessly expand the story, writing out more unknown possibilities. It was this wondrous ability that deeply attracted Wendell. As an observer of the unknown, he had never seen so much of the unknown gathered in one person's hands, nor had he ever witnessed such a brilliant and passionate soul. He found himself unable to imagine the salted fish ever showing him fear, disgust, or dread. The mere thought made his hands ache from the bone. But how long could this exposed secret remain hidden? Wendell sighed softly. Chapter 1085. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. Mou, Ialian, and Olliland ran swiftly down the corridor. A marble statue swayed and staggered, its heavy steps trailing far behind them. Whenever it entered their range, Mou would cast gravity to further increase the distance. They had already shaken off several marble statues in this way. The second floor in the inner world was completely different from the second floor Mou had passed through before. As soon as they stepped off the stairs to the second floor, they discovered that the once straight and clear corridor had transformed into a winding, labyrinthine maze. Every short distance, several horizontal corridors would appear on either side of the main corridor, and these corridors would connect to each other, layer upon layer, not even on the same level. Mou tried to recreate the spatial structure in his mind, but found that not only could he not imagine it, but the system itself couldn't accurately depict this corridor space that defied the principles of geometry, physics, and architecture. This was somewhat similar to the city of Raya. Some corridors extended into the void, while others had silently rotated upside down or tilted 45 degrees the moment they entered, and looking back at the entrance, all they could see was endless darkness. In this situation, what they thought was a left turn could very well be an up or down turn, turning a planar exploration into a 360-degree spherical three-dimensional maze, drastically increasing the difficulty. Mou couldn't help but silently make notes in his mind. This maze concept was quite good. Perhaps he could refer to it in the future to add some unique architectural facilities to his celestial domain. A good game designer should be able to draw inspiration anytime, anywhere. The only advantage of this maze is that, due to its increased complexity, the artworks originally scattered throughout the corridor of the surface world are now fragmented throughout the maze, appearing only once in a long while. Not being attacked by hordes of monsters is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Lia had secretly sent the players reports on encountering the living statues via the system. Mou glanced at them briefly and roughly understood how to deal with them. The living statues are the work of the god of crafts, who is a secondary account of the heterochromatic one, so it's conceivable that the heterochromatic one can also create such things. At most, due to the lack of authority, the process is more complex and the effects are less potent, but overall, they are essentially the same, much the same. The difficulty in defeating the living statue lies in the fact that every part of its body possesses living attributes. Of course, this living primarily refers to its ability to move and attack spontaneously. It's different from biologically being alive, breathing, and having a heartbeat. The statue's eyes can emit laser-like energy beams. Ordinary fragments can levitate, collide at high speed, and explode. The energy of the explosion depends on the size of the statue fragment, equivalent to a superhuman-level cannonball or bullet. After the explosion, the fragments become more numerous, smaller, but equally destructive debris, making it even more difficult to deal with. If the corresponding organ is preserved, the fragments on the surface of the part will also possess the same special abilities as that organ or part. Simply destroying the part is unlikely to truly kill the living statue. It is necessary to drain all the power of the living statue like Wendell did, or to crush all the fragments of the living statue into the smallest, harmless powder. Well, the key point is perhaps that it is harmless rather than that it is small enough powder. After all, even flour, if evenly scattered in the air, can explode when it comes into contact with an open flame, let alone this kind of unsealed, quasi-sealed powder. In terms of combat difficulty alone, Mou even felt that a single living statue was easier to deal with than thousands upon thousands of bullet-shaped fragments. At least it was a large target, fewer in number, and susceptible to debuffs and control skills. Thanks to the player's prior experience in another instance, Mou and his companions kept their distance from these pure white, moving marble contraptions as soon as they saw them. As long as they were far enough away, their self-destruct function wouldn't be triggered. In this situation, the mana-restoring, slowing, and crowd-controlling combo of Desperate Swamp and Gravity was simply too good to pass up. After wandering around the inner world for so long, the three of them also discovered something. They, the guests, had no rules to follow in the inner world. The law that the inner world is the complete opposite of the outer world seemed to apply here as well. If the outer world was a world built on rules, where even the guests' every breath had to follow rules, then the inner world was an absolute chaotic existence for the guests. Here, they found no rules that the guests needed to follow, and obviously, they weren't punished for not following the rules. Currently, only the rules of the monsters exist in the other world, such as the rules for the maids discovered in the kitchen. Clearly, even though the maids have become red-clad maids in the other world, they are still bound by these rules. This is very strange, because the system's prompt for Gadley is that only by following the rules, here can one leave the other world. But the guests here have no taboos, they don't need to follow any rules, nor can they follow any. To follow rules in a world without rules applicable to them, this very notion seems like a self-contradictory joke. However, among the strange tales of rules that Mou knew, the existence of contradictory true and false rules was itself part of the play. Mou believed this hint must have some deeper meaning, but he was currently busy escaping the pursuit of the living statue, and hadn't figured it out yet. However, Their mission in the otherworld wasn't finished yet, so leaving the otherworld could wait. The primary issue now was how to find a way out of this corridor maze. Whether it was an exit, a clue indicating the next direction, or even a special enemy, anything would be fine, right? The statue behind us is gone. Panting heavily, Aelian noticed the pursuers had disappeared and slowed his pace. Because of the weakened state caused by the advantage, the little dumpling Aelian wasn't yet a fully developed, tall, handsome man. For every step Mou and Arilan took, he had to run 4 or 5 steps. Gadley was really bullying him. Mou suddenly recalled a phantom dragon struggling to type on the keyboard, panting heavily, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Having the rare opportunity to see Aelian in such a vulnerable state, Mou first captured this precious footage from all angles before switching back to his strategy. Either we escape the statue's aggro range, or there's something new in this area. Chapter 1086. Mou looked around and found the scenery somewhat familiar. He took a few steps forward and lifted the heavy curtains on the right side of the corridor. Sure enough, behind them was a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was that familiar little balcony, the very place where Hei Tong had eaten shit, coughed, suffered a humiliation. He opened the French doors and stepped out. The once luxurious viewing balcony was now dilapidated and crooked. On a small, crooked table with rotten, broken legs lay a piece of parchment. Strangely, the ink on the paper was still wet, and it contained a few brief words. Viewing balcony rules, butler. Serving any smelly dishes is prohibited. The word prohibited was written in particularly large, heavy strokes, almost as if it were penetrating the paper. Combined with the exclamation marks, just looking at this sentence, Mou could imagine the manor owner grinding his teeth in anger as he set forth this new rule. Alright, I know you hate raw intestines. It seems he successfully instilled a kind of stinky food PTSD in the heterochromatic pupil. One can only imagine the psychological damage to the poor god of light if that durian herring teacher, skilled at crafting stinky weapons, were to appear before him one day. Mou, utterly devoid of conscience, briefly mourned for the heterochromatic pupil's future for 3 seconds. After searching the empty balcony, he leaned over the railing and looked down at the garden. This was the first time they had seen anything other than endless corridors and pristine white marble statues since entering the labyrinthine corridors. Mou had been intrigued by the central garden from the moment he entered the manor, for a simple reason: its scenery was simply too beautiful. Brightly lit, with flowing streams and blooming flowers, it was the most romantic place for a confession in the darkness. If the lead designer of a game like Rule of Legends put in the same amount of effort and thought into creating a garden scene model, then that garden must hold a secret. Mou acted decisively, pulling an extremely thick chain from his backpack, snapping it onto the balcony railing, and tossing the other end over the balcony. It was time to test for any invisible walls. "Let's go down from here and take a look," he said to Aelian and Ariland, then cast a levitation spell on himself, vaulting over the balcony and climbing down the long chain. With levitation magic counteracting gravity, the chain wasn't for climbing, but rather to connect the upper and lower areas in this dizzying maze, acting as a kind of doorway. Sure enough, the moment Mou entered the central garden, the two spaces trembled, then barely stabilized. Ariland and Aelian followed Mou, traversing the connection between the two spaces along the chain. As they all landed, the space trembled again, the chain rattling as if something was striking its upper end. The thick iron chain, like an obstruction caught between two sets of gears, rattled loudly before jolting and falling silent. Mou, he actually managed to exploit a bug? Regardless, this gives them another escape route. If there are no clues or way out in the garden, at least they can return to the corridor maze and continue exploring. "This place is so beautiful," Aelian murmured, his eyes reflecting the shimmering golden light. Mou gazed at his silver eyes, sparkling with starlight, momentarily lost in thought, then nodded in agreement. It was indeed a very beautiful garden. Small lights were everywhere, low lamps were placed in the flower beds, and even windproof lanterns hung from the branches of trees that Mou hadn't noticed before, their bright lights illuminating every corner of the garden. In the center was a red brick-paved ground with outdoor tables and chairs for people to rest. Next to it was a small pond, its edge edged with marble, the height just right for visitors to sit and watch the fish swimming in it. Beside it was a chubby stone sculpture of a little angel. The angel held a tilted water bottle, from which water gushed and splashed into the pond, creating countless sparkling, round droplets that bounced several times before finally settling into the water willingly. Mou peered into the pond. Several dark figures swam across the surface. Sensing someone on the surface, a large, bluish-black fish suddenly leaped out of the water, its large mouth full of sharp teeth snapping a few times before splashing back into the pond. Mou jerked his head back. Excuse me. There were man-eating fish in the pool. Mou took a few steps back and continued to investigate around the pool. The pool was quite deep and large. A small wooden suspension bridge spanned a narrow section not far away, looking rather charming from a distance. However, both the wooden bridge surface and the ropes binding it showed varying degrees of grayish-black decay. Perhaps anyone stepping on it would fall into the deep pool, becoming a snack for the piranhas. Around the pool, the garden was filled with flower beds and fields of flowers. Various kinds of flowers grew in the fertile black soil, in clusters and patches. Their colors and varieties seemed carefully planned, harmoniously arranged, without any sense of clutter or jarring. A cool night breeze stirred, causing the cascading wisteria blossoms on the trellis to sway and release a sweet, rich fragrance, yet mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible, scent of blood. Mou's gaze swept over the cascading wisteria, the bright yellow sunflowers, the pale purple hydrangeas, the vibrant red roses, and finally settled on the pure white lilies. He strode over, brushing aside the dense, seemingly alive, swaying white blossoms, and looked down at a finger protruding from the black earth. Sure enough, in a garden like this, the most likely problem is a corpse buried beneath the flowers. Mou bent down, examining the finger closely. It was a man's right index finger, protruding from the soil, slightly upturned. Judging from the posture, it was probably still attached to the body. The index finger, though pale and swollen, looked relatively fresh overall. The knuckles were thick, and the fingertip and sides were covered in calluses, clearly indicating someone accustomed to farm work. The short nail crevices were filled with black soil, very similar to the soil in the garden. Mou glanced again at the exquisitely maintained garden. A place like this should have a gardener tending it. Hey, Ollieland, could you do me a favor and get this out of the dirt? Ollieland walked over, glanced at the pile of black soil, and curled her lip in disgust, but ultimately said nothing, using her great sword to pry the soil away. Chapter 1087. After the fertile black soil was dug away, a bloated corpse was revealed. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in a white linen shirt and brown overalls, clearly the attire of a gardener. A piece of parchment was nailed to his chest, secured by a ruby dagger. The dagger had pierced his heart, clearly the cause of his death. The blood flowing from the wound soaked through his shirt, mixing with the soil, becoming filthy and black. This blood also stained the parchment, making the writing on it illegible. Mou spent considerable effort, guessing and piecing together the complete text. Garden Rules Gardener's Edition 1. The manor owner loves beautiful things, therefore, the garden must be kept beautiful. This is the gardener's duty. 2. Disgusting insects will destroy beautiful flowers and verdant leaves, ruining the garden's furnishings. Upon discovering insects, the gardener must take immediate action to prevent infestations. Insects are more active in the dark, so the gardener must completely eliminate all insects in the garden before it falls into darkness. 3. There is no zookeeper in the manor, so the gardener is responsible for feeding the fish in the pond. The fish love to eat insects, so they are greatly favored by the manor owner. 4. When busy, the gardener can seek help from the maids, who will not refuse. The arrogant male servants will not obey the gardener's requests. 5. The gardener cannot disobey the butler's orders. Negligent employees will be punished. This rule is written much the same way as the one in the kitchen. Mou shook the wet, dirty parchment, but a new character has appeared. The male servant. I wonder what role the male servant plays in this ghost story. Currently, the characters that have appeared in this strange tale of rules include travelers, manor owners, butlers, bartenders, maids, gardeners, and male servants. The rules that frequently appear in the surface world are those targeting travelers, while those appearing in the inner world are the rules governing the manor's factions. The rules for maids and gardeners subtly reveal the hierarchical distribution within the manor. The manor owner is supreme, followed by the butler. The bartender's status is currently unclear. Male servants are higher than gardeners, gardeners are higher than maids, and maid status is equivalent to property and furniture. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, that's the food chain. Mou sighed, suddenly, as if a nerve in his brain had been touched. He vaguely felt that he had grasped some kind of rule, but couldn't immediately see through the fog. This feeling was like having a word on the tip of his tongue, but simply forgetting how to say it. Mou frowned, trying to follow his train of thought. What were the keywords? Food chain? Big fish eat little fish? Food hierarchy? He struggled for a long time, but still came up empty-handed, so he had to change his approach and consider other rule hints. Mou crouched down and pulled the dagger from the gardener's chest, examining it closely. It was a pure gold dagger, decorated with a large ruby on the hilt, clearly very valuable. This gardener died in the flower field, with this expensive-looking ruby dagger stuck in his chest. He was probably disposed of by the manor owner or butler after neglecting his duty, Mou pondered. The gardener's duty is to maintain the garden's beauty, but insects damage the garden, so the gardener needs to deal with them. The most likely method is to feed the insects to the fish. Considering this is a rule-based supernatural tale, and those fish look very ferocious, small insects probably wouldn't satisfy their appetite. I reckon the so-called insects is just a euphemism. It probably includes everyone who harms the garden. Someone vandalized the garden, the gardener failed to deal with the culprit, and was dealt with by the manor owner or butler. That's one possibility. Another possibility is that the gardener failed to deal with the culprit, was killed in self-defense, and this dagger was left behind by the culprit. Mou quickly put the dagger into his backpack and then carefully searched the gardener from head to toe, finding a badge brooch in his pocket. Gardener badge. Identity token, important item. The aloof manor owner won't bother remembering the names or appearances of servants other than the butler. He only needs people to work for him. Equipping the gardener badge and gardener's uniform grants the character identity in this instance. Gardener. Note. Friendly reminder. Once you obtain a character identity other than a traveler, you cannot remove that identity except through promotions or demotions according to specific rules. Please use with caution. An important item that can change identities. Mou's mind dinged. With a sudden inspiration, I get it. The essence of this strange rule is a game of beast chess where you fight for identities, professions. Big fish eat little fish, high-level players eat low-level players, and there must be one identity that can turn the tables and eat the manor owner. Beep, the long-awaited system notification finally arrived. Congratulations to the player for deciphering the special illusion. Hidden rule of the strange rule of Misty Manor Beast Cage. Please see the quest page for details. Hidden rule. Beast Cage. The strong prey on the weak. This is a natural law that exists even in a world of chaos and disorder. Eating and being eaten. The strong obtain resources, energy, and emotions from the weak. If you don't strive to become stronger, you will only become food for the strong. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, elephants eat lions eat tigers, cats eat mice, yet mice can kill elephants. 1,000-mile dike is breached by an anthill. Colossal beasts die from the bites of poisonous insects. Those at the top of the food chain often perish at the hands of tiny creatures at the bottom. This is the cycle of life. Please find the hidden social hierarchy within the manor, decipher it, and acquire the identity that allows you to kill the manor's owner. You? Mou breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found it. The solution to this strange rule. Even the devouring god wore. His previous guess was correct. In this round, Nyarlathotep was targeting the heterochromatic eyes. The identity he gave the heterochromatic eyes put them right in the spotlight. However, Gather balanced the game's difficulty by giving the heterochromatic eyes a secondary identity as an ordinary traveler. If the heterochromatic eyes also break the rules, he can use his secondary identity to acquire the identity to kill his primary identity, completing the identity transformation and winning the god war without taking damage. However, this rule was set by Nyarlathotep, and knowing it gives him the greatest advantage, making him vulnerable to being weakened by Gadley. Mou was curious about the specifics of this weakening, but he guessed that this might be why Nyarlathotep hadn't appeared in the inner world yet. The inner world is a place of identity transformation. To win this divine war, one must enter the inner world and obtain a token of identity. Chapter 1088. Like other horror games, the clues and rules of the strange are hidden in the most unlikely places. On the surface, it tells you absolutely cannot break the rules, but in reality, you must break certain specific rules to see another world. Therefore, its difficulty lies in the player's ability to determine which rules are true and which are false. Which are absolute, instant death rules that, if violated, will send you to your death. Which can be slightly violated to test the limits and open the door to a hidden inner world. In this Rules of the Strange, set up by Naya, Mou has not yet discovered any completely false rules. Perhaps a sentence in the rules is left unsaid, or it may be vague, leading to ambiguous imaginations, but these are not true lies. This gameplay is probably designed to counter the interplay of real and illusory authority. Both the heterochromatic eyes and Nyalian can use their authority to judge truth and falsehood. False rules are as dazzling as neon lights in the night to them. But if they are all true, that's a different story. Hiding a lie among countless truths might fool ordinary people, but not the god of lies. However, Hiding a half-truth among countless truths is a completely different story. Nyarlathotep's choice of the ghostly battlefield rule is a surefire way to counter the heterochromatic eyes, which are ill-suited to the game. Even if MOU hadn't participated, there would probably have been a 50% chance of him tricking Aelian. Even if MOU did participate, it wouldn't matter, Aelian might not have fallen for it anyway, and Nyarlathotep would still have a 100% chance of defeating the heterochromatic eyes and getting to see the spectacle. In this round, he wouldn't lose out in any way. As expected of the Three Pillars God, this strategy is absolutely sound. Previously, MOU was somewhat confused while playing this Rules of the Strange Tales. Not that he didn't understand the rules of the Strange Tales, but rather that he always felt the Devouring God War and the Rules of the Strange Tales instance were completely separate, operating independently. After entering the inner world, he still couldn't understand why the maid also had her own rules, and why these rules imposed so many restrictions on her. It was as if the maid wasn't a monster, but rather the player herself. But after the Beast Cage rules appeared, the most crucial piece of the puzzle was in place, and MOU finally felt, hey, this feels right. The simple Beast chess game connected this entire fragmented Rules of the Strange Tales, requiring each player to enter the inner world to find the identity of the manor's inhabitants. These identities are bound by their own rules, requiring specific actions to be performed, suppressing each other, yet also allowing them to unleash different abilities. Players not only need to decipher the strange rules, but also find key identities by interpreting them. Most importantly, the identity that can kill the one with the heterochromatic eyes might be something to fight over. This is starting to get interesting. MOU smiled, stroking his chin, putting the gardener's badge into his system inventory, and then burning the corpse with a burst of magical fire. He restored the dug-up soil, reburying the lilies of light back in the ground. Seeing that the appearance was barely acceptable, he nodded in satisfaction and emerged from the flower field. There's another gardener's hut over there, Aelian said. I found it while searching the garden. The three of them turned around and ran towards the place Aelian pointed out. The gardener's hut wasn't far from the pond, nestled against a wall and hidden among the trees. The lighting was dim, making it easy to miss in the darkness. MOU nimbly entered the hut, frantically collecting all the gardener's clothes into his system inventory. He then glanced at the empty wooden bed, the wooden table, and the bare cabinets, making sure nothing was left behind before leisurely leaving. The whole process was as efficient as a skilled bandit's robbery, making Erland's brow twitch. Just who is this guy? How does he possess all these strange skills? He doesn't seem like a respectable person. Wait, he's the manager, but who is he managing? Aelian's clear voice interrupted Erland's sudden thoughts. Where do we go next? Back to the maze? Let me think. Now that the strategy for the mysterious tales of rules was in place, the only remaining problem was finding the character's identity. The traveler doesn't belong to the manor faction, and can be considered an initial blank slate. MOU speculated that if the other world wasn't discovered and the participating players consistently followed the rules of the supernatural tales as travelers, they might be able to complete the game in the most conservative way, provided no divine warriors attack them. The player with the heterochromatic eyes holds two identities, one as the manor owner and the other as a traveler. Ideally, to complete the game, their traveler identity would absorb their manor owner identity, merging the two into one. A slightly less sophisticated approach would be for the manor owner to use their authority to deal with all enemies, while the traveler identity simply survives until the end, hoping the manor owner will eliminate the other two factions directly. MOU didn't know if the manor owner with heterochromia was aware of the other world. If Nyarlathotep deliberately concealed information about the other world from the manor owner when setting up this rule-based mystery, for example, by assigning the butler full authority over matters of the other world, then the heterochromatic being, who is encountering this rule-based mystery for the first time, might very well choose to survive until the end. Nyarlathotep, on the other hand, had more options. He could simply watch the show as a guest, his participation entirely dependent on whether he wanted to gain more or less. And of course, there was the weakening and restriction imposed on him by Gadley. As for MOU and his companions, achieving the true ending was the only way out. Taking advantage of the heterochromatic illness to kill the heterochromatic, Nyarlathotep had already paved the way for them. If they didn't achieve the true ending, the god of fun would be disappointed, and then personally intervene, turning one enemy into two. The thought alone was terrifying. He also didn't know exactly how many special identities were capable of killing the manor owner, or if there were enough for MOU and Aelian to obtain. However, whether MOU or Aelian should take the special identity remains to be seen, and will depend on the specific circumstances. Aelian was significantly weakened in this divine war, and is currently being carried by MOU. If he gets the identity and has to fight a boss battle, the current little dumpling might struggle. If all else fails, the only option is for MOU to take the identity and kill the heterochromatic-eyed opponent, allowing Aelian to continue as a guest and survive the rest of the game. In traditional animal chess, each side has 8 pieces, representing 8 animals: elephant, lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, dog, cat, and mouse. Since the hidden rules name contains animal chess, MOU will tentatively consider it a hidden hint from the system. Will there really be 8 different identities in this manner? Chapter 1089. The game of animal chess features 8 animals: elephant, lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, dog, cat, and rat. The animals' attack power and status decrease from left to right, but there's a revolutionary rule. The elephant can eat all animals except the rat, yet it can be killed by the rat. A common explanation for this rule is that the rat can crawl into the elephant's trunk. Whether this is true or not is debated, and it might simply be a feature added by the game's creators to increase the fun of counterattacks on the board. In this battle of gods, the manor owner is clearly the elephant, and MOU must find the identity of the rat. However, the rat can be eaten by the 7 animals other than the elephant. This means that if they obtain the rat's identity and cannot kill the manor owner in one fell swoop, they will become the weakest identity on the board, facing an attack from all other identities except the manor owner. Unlike in animal chess, the manor owner can command other identities to attack, which adds to the difficulty. We need to change our plans and collect all the ghost story rules for each character. MOU side. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. If they're going to face attacks from all the monsters, they at least need to know how to deal with them. Of course, it would be even better if they could eliminate all the character identities beforehand while collecting the rules. MOU had already confiscated the gardener's badge and clothes and burned the gardener's corpse. As long as the ghost story rules don't miraculously respawn a gardener NPC, that character identity will remain vacant forever because no one can obtain the token. MOU planned to deal with all the other characters' identities this way, which meant they might have to go back and kill all the maids completely. Besides the manor owner, the strongest person in the manor is undoubtedly the butler, and according to the ranking, the butler should be a lion. But I suspect the butler's identity itself is unattainable. After all, even if the manor owner doesn't recognize his servants, he recognized the butler's monstrous face. Even if they couldn't replace the butler, they still had to deal with him, which meant finding the butler's rule notes and using the rules to their advantage. There must be some undiscovered identity below the butler. MOU felt that neither the bartender, the gardener, the maids, nor the male servant mentioned in the gardener's rules matched the tiger's identity. Seriously, the maids seemed more like cats. According to the maids' rule notes, their status was no different from furniture, but at least they were still valuable assets. Based on the gardener's rule notes, it could be inferred that the gardener's status was slightly higher than the maids, but lower than the male servants, so the gardener might be a dog. So, that leaves 3 rather aggressive animals: tigers, leopards, and wolves, corresponding to unknown characters, the male servant, and the bartender. Well, we can't be sure which corresponds to which yet. Looks like we have to try our luck at the bar. They had no clue about the unknown characters, and they didn't know where the male servant was. Only the bartender's spawn location was known to them. The small reception room was on the first floor. Finding a way through the central garden to get there was much easier than going up to the second floor, navigating the maze, and then coming down. And that was the plan. The garden was quite large, winding and meandering. MOU and his companions first found the glass viewing bridge leading to the other half of the garden, and then found the main gate leading to the main house within that other half. Before entering the gate, MOU glimpsed a flower field ravaged by caterpillars. The blossoms were hollowed out, their species unrecognizable. MOU suddenly realized that this was the reason for the gardener's death. For some reason, the gardener hadn't dealt with the pest infestation in time, and as punishment by the rules, a large, bloody hole was pierced in his chest. Being a gardener was no good job. The garden was teeming with insects, not to mention that opponents could also be these malicious insects. The gardener had too many weaknesses. Those who acquired this profession were practically bound to the garden, their only real function being to command the maids. If they could deal with the numerous maids, you wouldn't mind deliberately using this identity to trick their enemies. They returned to the main house through the garden gate, but the scenery beyond was completely unfamiliar. Clearly, they had entered a new map. This is an indoor training ground, complete with training dummies, a smooth sandy fighting arena, and numerous suits of armor and swords. Something gleaming on the wall reflects light. MOU's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the wall, looking at the golden rules encased in a glass frame. Training Ground Rules Guard Section 1. As guards specially hired by the manor owner at high salaries, you are responsible for protecting the manor owner and the safety of the manor. 2. Guards must obey the orders of the manor owner and the steward, unless these orders exceed your salary and scope of work. 3. For the safety of the manor, guards may command all servants in the manor, except the steward, to cooperate in their actions. 4. All weapons, equipment, and medicines for the guards are supplied by the manor, and can be used freely. MOU. Huh? Don't you want to look at what you're saying? How could there be such a good deal? This thing is as fake as a job advertisement. It's suspicious in every way. It's clearly a rule-breaking tale, yet it only lists the guard's abilities without mentioning any restrictions. The job description seemed clear, but were actually vague and completely impractical. This kind of situation was all too familiar to the veteran office worker. It stated the responsibility to protect the manor owner and the manor's safety, but who were the enemies? Travelers, thieves, insects, animals? Or perhaps time, disease, and aging? Add to that the overly generous benefits, especially the unlimited resource supply. So fake. It's like a programmer job posting that says team spirit but reads like don't question your boss. Complete tasks independently means you be responsible if anything goes wrong, and we have an urgent need but reads like we're laying off staff. The genius in front of us is gone, and we can't understand code. Add to that the unusually flamboyant font, special binding, and unusually short lines on this rule sheet. MOU stroked his chin, reached out, and removed the glass frame, flipping it over. Behind the glasses, in black and red bloodstains, was written a line of words. Don't believe his lies. MOU frowned. Well, he spoke too soon. Nairuka was trying to do both things well, with hidden true rules emerging one after another, and fake rules just as frequently, trying to fool as many as possible. Chapter 1090. Although these are fake rules, the characters aren't probably made up, MOU said, while dismantling the blood-written plaque behind the glass frame. The Manor Guard, that should be a new identity. And this identity won't be low-ranking. After all, the rules of the beast fighting game are related to combat strength. The butler is a monster, so his combat strength should be very high, but the bartender, gardener, and maid characters sound like they have little fighting ability. The guard is a profession that comes with its own armor, so it should be ranked high. MOU guessed that the guard should correspond to the tiger in the beast fighting game. The glass frame clicked, and MOU finally removed the plaque. He opened the glass frame, and sure enough, behind the flamboyant gold-lettered fake rules was an ordinary parchment. This parchment, made of the same material as the rule slips for the maid and gardener, had the same heading as the fake rules, Training Ground Rules Guard Section, but the content was completely different. 1. Guards are responsible for defending against external enemies and protecting the manor and its owner. Guards must protect their owner's safety with their own lives. This is their duty. 2. If the manor owner is harmed by external enemies, the negligent guard will be turned into a statue, forever guarding the owner's safety until they turn to dust. 3. Guards are not servants and therefore cannot advance to the position of butler. Once a guard, always a guard. However, guards hold a position below that of a butler. All servants except the butler must immediately bow and greet them respectfully. 4. The butler, like the manor owner, has the authority to command the guards. 5. Guards need to patrol regularly and at fixed locations, even after they become statues. What a trap. MOU felt a cold sweat trickle down his back after reading it. The guard status is indeed second only to the butler, and according to rank, it corresponds to the tiger. Although it's a powerful role, this trap identity is inescapable, and one must be forcibly protected by the manor owner, heterochromatic eyes. Even if one is unwilling, the rules will turn them into living statues, using them until their last breath. This means that obtaining this identity is equivalent to forfeiting the competition and declaring submission to the heterochromatic eyes. That fake rule was used to lure people in. It was too appealing and perfectly matched the psychological expectations of players who had just deduced the rules of the beast cage and were searching for identities. It's like someone offering you a pillow when you're sleepy. Anyone who sees this rule and immediately believes it without thinking, happily accepting the identity of a guard, will instantly fall into the trap of the evil god. In this light, this god war is truly fair. Even the heterochromatic-eyed being targeted by Nyarlathotep has rules extremely favorable to him. MOU burned the fake rule sheet and walked to the armor. After a few appraisals, the system reacted. Guardian armor, automatically donned upon acquisition, donning grants guardian status. Note: once guardian status is obtained, it cannot be removed. Please handle this armor with caution. MOU's I twitched violently. Heh, truly a trap linked to another. Even if the fake rule is seen through, as long as the participating player is sufficiently restless, touching this and that, they will be caught in the trap when they touch the Guardian armor, falling directly into the trap. MOU immediately informed Ialian and Arland of their findings, then used high-temperature fire magic to completely melt the guard's armor. The guard's identity was a complete trap, absolutely unusable. Nairuko was the one who set the trap, and the heterochromatic-eyed one was the beneficiary. It was obvious who this trap was aimed at. After dealing with all the traps, MOU specifically instructed Ialian that from now on, he could only touch things he had inspected. The knights frowned, but obediently agreed. While the guard was indeed a trap, the rules still revealed a lot of information. For example, servants formed their own system, where roles could be upgraded or downgraded, their identities changed through certain special rules, and even one could become a butler. Furthermore, it revealed the origin of the strange living statues in the manor. And all servants except the butler were required to immediately bow and greet the guard respectfully. This means that if you acquire the status of a servant and unfortunately encounter a guard, you must bow and greet them, otherwise, you will be punished for violating the rules. The existence of this rule also reveals that each character's rule sheet is incomplete. Some rules may appear in different ways on other characters' rule sheets. Unless all the rule sheets are collected, it's easy to overlook some important and essential matters. MOU sighed, leading the increasingly cautious Oliland and Ialian across the training ground, stepping out through another door, passing through the connecting corridor, and returning once again to the corridor leading to the dining room. I see, we come full circle. This time, MOU had a clear goal and headed straight for the small lounge. It was closed for business hours. The entire lounge was dark, without even a light on. Only a masked figure stood behind the bar, wiping a glass. MOU remembered that the lounge's rules stated that bartenders should not wear any masks or face coverings during working hours. Since it was currently closed, a masked bartender was naturally present. This masked bartender was likely quite aggressive. After all, the rules stated that customers lingering in the area outside of business hours were responsible for any untoward incidents. We're closed. Before MOU even approached, the masked bartender spoke up. You can still leave now. I don't want to work overtime at all. MOU completely understood his feelings. After all, nobody wants to work until the early hours of the morning only to have customers lingering. I understand. You're off work. We're not customers. We're not here to drink, or to cause you trouble. We just wanted to find some work in this estate, to earn some travel expenses. Are you hiring at your bar? No, the masked bartender said coldly. MOU grinned and approached, pointing to the row of glasses in front of the masked bartender. But you're off work, still working overtime wiping glasses. It's clear your manpower isn't matched with the workload. How about this, we make a deal. We wipe the glasses for you so you can leave earlier. In exchange, you tell us about the bartender's job requirements, limitations, and benefits. How about it? Even if I tell you all that, you won't get the job, the masked bartender said, but his hands slowed their wiping, clearly tempted. It's okay. Before looking for a job, we need to do our research and weigh the pros and cons. MOU skillfully probed, 3 more people working, and you only need to say a few words. Isn't that a good deal? Chapter 1091. MOU, a master of witty banter, successfully persuaded the masked bartender by appealing to the common desire among working-class people to avoid overtime. The masked bartender placed a row of dirty glasses in front of the 3 men, pointing to the sink and clean towels beside him. Start washing. MOU readily picked up a glass, stood by the sink, and turned on the tap. So, the agreed-upon rules. The masked bartender sat down on a high stool, sneering, Heh, why should I give you rules? Oops. MOU's hand slipped, and the glass flew out of his grasp, plummeting straight into the sink. The masked bartender leaped off his chair, rushing to the sink, only to find the glass wobbling and hovering about a centimeter above the bottom. The demon doctor's skill. Object manipulation. The masked bartender wiped a bead of cold sweat, suddenly realizing something was wrong. He looked up and, sure enough, the talkative guy was grinning at him. Masked bartender, damn. Although I don't know why all the bartenders I've seen are constantly wiping glasses, the black-haired guy in the bartender's eyes started babbling again. I do know that breaking a glass means a pay cut. Since we're not employees here, we were just helping you wash the glasses out of kindness. This debt will probably be on your tab. As MOU spoke, he subtly turned to Ialian and Oliland beside him, and gave them a wink. The 2 clever knights immediately raised the trays of glasses high, as if to smash them. The masked bartender broke out in a cold sweat, Stop! Stop! Let's talk this out. Talk it out. I tell you the rules, okay? No. MOU spoke calmly and shrewdly, threateningly. The price went up just now, when you went back on your word. Now you better show us the rules on the parchment, or we smash the glasses. The masked bartender was completely exasperated. Fine, fine, put the glasses down properly, don't break them, I go get the note. What kind of people are these? He thought these were easy to scam workers, but they're all robbers. Bandits. Demons. The masked bartender cursed him with every curse word he could think of, but he had no choice but to obediently pull a crumpled piece of parchment from under the counter. MOU took the parchment, read its contents, and nodded in satisfaction, then steadily placed the glasses he was controlling on the bar. He put the note into his backpack, used object control to take all the glasses from the two holy sons and floated them in the air. He then gestured for them to leave the small reception area first. Once the two had safely left, he smiled, stared at the masked bartender, and slowly backed towards the door. The masked bartender was both angry and terrified. Thick tentacles began to sprout from his back, waving wildly in the air. Behind his mask, his small, yellowish, beast-like eyes were fixed on MOU, seemingly wanting to pounce and kill him. But the floating glasses made the bartender hesitate. Finally, he seemed to make up his mind, choosing to pounce on the floating glasses over MOU. MOU watched the bartender hopping around, carefully catching and storing the glasses one by one with his tentacles, having no time to pay attention to him. He quickly seized the opportunity to run out of the small meeting room. Once outside, MOU had already retreated from the bartender's attack range. He waved to the bartender with a grin and then released his object manipulation. A deafening sound of shattering glass echoed through the bar, interspersed with the masked bartender's scream. No, no, I didn't break the rules. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. His screams abruptly stopped, and the bar fell silent. A lingering smell of blood wafted from inside, clearly indicating that the masked bartender had met his end. Wasn't this a bit too much? Things had progressed too quickly. The masked bartender had been out for less than half an hour, and had been so decisively eliminated. Ariland said, slightly unaccustomed to it, this monster didn't do anything to us. He was even quite friendly. Perhaps because the bartender from the surface world had left a good impression on Ariland, or perhaps because the masked bartender looked so human and could communicate verbally, and because he hadn't attacked them first like the other monsters. Ariland's soft-hearted side kicked in. Aelian didn't raise any questions, only slightly raising his head to look at MOU. His gaze was clear, filled with trust. MOU felt a warm glow inside from Aelian's enigmatic trusting gaze. He didn't directly answer Ariland's question, but instead handed the rules slip to the two knights, one tall and one short. Strangers Lounge Rules Bartender Section 1. The bartender is responsible for running the Strangers Lounge. During the lounge's operating hours, the bartender must not wear any masks or facial decorations and must present their most authentic self to customers, serving them their drinks. 2. Each guest will receive a specially crafted drink that perfectly reflects their personality. Only guests who finish their custom-made drink will be allowed to leave the lounge. If a guest refuses to drink, it will displease the hospitable owner, and the bartender must handle the situation promptly. Otherwise, the owner will take action against the guest. 3. Guests may request drinks from the bartender according to their preferences and needs. The bartender must fulfill all their beverage requests, but only peanuts and fennel beans are permitted for food. 4. Guests are prohibited from adding any unknown ingredients to their drinks, drinking other people's drinks, or wasting drinks. Any violation will be dealt with by the bartender. 5. The bar is clean from 2400 hours 50 to 25:00. The bartender has the right to use any means to remove any debris from the lounge area. 6. After the bar closes, the bartender may decide whether to wear a mask or other accessories. 7. Before leaving get off work, the bartender must clean all the glasses and plates used in the bar that day. The bartender must not leave the lounge until cleaning is complete. No damage to glasses or plates is permitted. Failure to comply will result in death. 8. If a bartender's signature drink does not match the customer's characteristics, if they wear a mask or other accessories during business hours, or if they fail to complete cleaning by the start of the next business day, they are considered negligent. A negligent bartender will be demoted to a male servant. These glaring rules instantly brought Aelian to his senses. He realized that no matter how human the bartender seemed, he was a thoroughly dangerous monster. Aelian took a deep breath and said, "Good riddance." I momentarily forgot how dangerous this place was. After saying this, Aelian gave the man in front of him a strange look. If this man hadn't been chatting so enthusiastically with the bartender, even showing a hint of camaraderie and empathy, only to turn around and kill the bartender, he wouldn't have felt such a strong sense of incongruity and guilt. Truly worthy of being a big shot sent out by the church. Indeed, his mind is ruthless. Chapter 1092. Mou hadn't expected that in Ireland's eyes, he had become a ruthless church leader. However, even if he knew this, he wouldn't care much. In Mou's view, apart from the few participants in the Devouring God War, everyone else in this instance was just an NPC. As a seasoned player and game planner with good manners, as long as it didn't endanger his own safety or that of Ialian, Mou would treat these NPCs as ordinary people. Ultimately, however, these NPCs were probably just data existing within this artificial illusion instance. He wouldn't take them to heart, much less care about their thoughts and feelings. You guessed the glasses were important to the bartender even before you saw the rules, Ollieland said. Why? Mou smiled mysteriously. When we went to the lounge, it was well past opening hours, but the bartender said he didn't want to work overtime, yet he was still washing glasses. This means washing glasses isn't something the bartender can avoid on his own. Therefore, it must be a requirement of the rules. Cleaning glasses is for reuse, so the rules certainly don't allow the bartender to damage them. To put it another way, damaging glasses will result in punishment for the bartender. Ollieland seemed thoughtful. The bartender's rules mention that a bartender who neglects his duties will be demoted to a male servant, which means a bartender is one rank higher than a male servant, Mou said, returning to the lounge. The bar was a mess. The bartender, now a monster, lay on the floor covered in pale purple blood, surrounded by shards of glass. His tentacles and body were visibly withering away rapidly. As usual, after the appraisal, Mou took the bartender's mask, his badge, and all the work clothes stored in the small cabinet behind the bar. He also destroyed the bartender's corpse, which had turned into a tentacle monster. Still the same skilled robber, never missing a chance, sweeping away all the clouds in the sky with a wave of his sleeve. To obtain the bartender's identity, all that was needed was to collect the badge, and the work clothes. The bartender's work clothes were a three-piece waiter's suit, much more upscale than the gardener's overalls. However, although the bartender's status wasn't low, it was clear that he spent most of his time confined to the bar, and with the weakness of the glass, the bartender's status was actually no better than the gardener's, neither was much better off. Mou didn't intend to change into the bartender's identity, he just wanted to ensure that what he didn't want, no one else could have either. However, this mask is quite interesting. Mou raised the mask in his hand, looking at the attributes given by the system, and revealed a meaningful smile. The insightful mask, a special item from the illusionary realm, cannot be taken out of the illusionary realm. Wearing this mask allows you to observe the target through the mask's eyes, and see the truth hidden beneath the skin. Note, while wearing this mask, your SAN value will continuously decrease. It can still be restored using purification methods. When your SAN value drops to 0, the mask cannot be removed, and the wearer will transform into a monster. So useful. Mou sighed as he put on the mask. Through the mask's slightly yellowed lenses, Mou first looked at the shards of glass on the ground and cast a fluorescence spell. In the bright magical light, the reflection of a faceless puppet appeared on the shards of glass. Mou examined the area several times, but couldn't glean any further information before he was satisfied. Very good, his identity is perfectly safe. He walked out of the small reception room wearing his mask, and looked at Ialian and Ollieland. On Ialian's small body, the warm white soul of an adult silver-haired knight appeared. Mou smiled. He hadn't made a mistake. To his surprise, the NPC Ollieland also had a faint soul form, still resembling Ollieland, only much more transparent. Mou? ? He didn't understand what this meant, but as long as Ialian's identity was correct, Mou took off his mask and stuffed it into his backpack. He checked the cyber combat doll's SAN value displayed on the system. It was only 97%. Considering the high pollution resistance of the cyber combat doll's materials, this pollution rate was quite high. If an ordinary person wore it, they would probably turn into a complete monster in just a few minutes. So far, I understood most of the identities corresponding to the elephant, lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, dog, cat, and rat in the animal chess game, Mou said to Ialian and Ariland. The manor owner is the elephant, the ruler here. The butler is the lion, the manor owner's accomplice. The guard is the tiger, the bartender is the leopard, the male servant is the wolf, the gardener is the dog, and the maid is the cat. Currently, besides the manor owner and the butler, we only lack the rule for the male servant among the known identities. Then the identity we need to find that can defeat the manor owner is the rat. Ariland interjected. Assuming this place truly operates according to the rule of the rat defeating the elephant in animal chess, then what we need to find is the rat, an identity lower than the maid or the furniture. MOU said, but we can't be careless. What if someone changes the rules of the animal chess game and uses a completely different version? Currently, what we can confirm is that the guard, bartender, gardener, and maid are not the identities we need to acquire. Considering the promotion mechanism among the identities, then upgrading the male servant to butler, replacing Yugasi, and then using his power to eliminate the manor owner is a logical approach. Erlen's gaze towards MOU became even more sinister. His posture suggested he wanted to cover Ialian's ears to prevent this ruthless church leader from corrupting the child. The only remaining question is, where are the male servant and that rat? MOU, oblivious to Erlen's gaze, continued to ponder. I suspect the male servant is on the second floor. After all, male servants are usually the manor owner's personal attendants, the butler's helpers, which means we still need to continue exploring the corridor maze. There's another problem. Ialian suddenly spoke up. This is the inner world. What we know so far is that only those who break the rules can enter the inner world, and the scenes in the inner world present some kind of real past, while the outer world is the illusion created by the manor owner. Therefore, the manor owner, who is unlikely to break the rules, cannot appear in the inner world. Even if we obtain identities in the inner world, we must return to the outer world to kill the manor owner. Ialian's bright silver eyes looked at MOU. Then, how do we return to the outer world? Chapter 1093. From the moment he first encountered these adventurers, Wendell knew that these strange adventurers would fall into an irregular slumber every other day. During this time, they would sleep as if they were dead, impossible to wake. The adventurers called this sleep offline. It was a strange word, with no corresponding meaning in the language of the Osiria continent, and the adventurers themselves couldn't explain it. But judging from its actual manifestation, Wendell guessed it probably meant slumber or rest. As a sealed entity, he understood this perfectly. Many transcendent beings with infinite life required this near-death slumber. The reasons for falling into slumber were numerous. Transcendent beings used this time to conserve energy, survive the most difficult times, heal injuries, restore strength, or eliminate internal contamination. Wendell himself had experienced several long periods of slumber, and once, after suffering a severe injury, he had to regrow a piece of his hand bone. That time, he slept for a very, very long time. Adventurers don't need a continuous, years-long slumber, but they fall into slumber very frequently. Most adventurers sleep every other day, while some seemingly frail individuals can endure it for about a day and a half, and their slumber durations vary. Some adventurers need a full day, while others only need a few hours. After establishing a romantic relationship with a seemingly ordinary person, Wendell is now quite familiar with this ecosystem of adventurers. Seeing them expertly pull out tents to set up camp, and fall into slumber, after looting the temple's offerings, he even kindly offered to stand guard for them. The adventurers readily accepted his suggestion, while Salty Fish, before settling into his sleeping bag, gave him a meaningful "you see" look. Wendell didn't understand what he was waiting for. He only felt a chill run down his spine. With the adventurers gone, he had time to carefully consider how to explain his identity to Salty Fish. He sat before the fire pit the adventurers had built, thoughtfully adding branches to the flames. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his head, looking at the tent behind him. He didn't know what had happened, but while Salty Fish slept, the unknown, without any warning, transformed into the known he least wanted to see. Salty Fish impatiently logged off and jumped out of bed. Her mind was preoccupied with Wendell's secret. She was still half asleep when she rushed out of bed, almost forgetting to take off her helmet. She was jolted back to reality by the power cord, then hurriedly removed her helmet and rushed to her desk to turn on her computer. My incredibly helpful best friend, Nyochiochio, has already sent me the game video download link and her exclusive download password so I can download it myself. From its closed beta to open beta, and now its official launch, the game's official website has developed quite a few miscellaneous features, and it updates periodically based on player feedback. Now, players can not only download their own game videos directly, but also choose to generate download links and exclusive download passwords to send to designated friends and family for download and viewing. These videos allow players to choose whether to hide their player ID, keybar, and chat dialog box, ensuring maximum privacy protection and making them perfect for exporting clean footage as material for game MV animations, images, and other fan-created content. Salty Fish, a longtime collaborator with Gnawing Ball, producing various music videos, knew the process by heart. She quickly started the download, then brushed her teeth, washed her face, and made a cup of coffee while the progress bar loaded. Just as she returned with the coffee, the computer chimed in with a ding, indicating the download was complete. Hee hee. Let me see what earth-shattering secret Wendell is hiding from me. The curtains were drawn, and the room was pitch black. Only the white light from the computer screen illuminated Salty Fish's sinister, wicked smile, a terrifying illumination that amplified its frightening nature by 3 orders of magnitude. She pressed play and began dragging the progress bar, searching for the crucial answer. From here, we entered the stone gate behind the painting. Salty Fish muttered to herself, let's start the playback from here. She chose double-speed playback, watching while exclaiming, honestly, Wendell is totally my type. Such a handsome NPC, as long as he's not an insect, a kelpie, or even a non-human, it doesn't matter. Then she saw herself being pulled into Wendell's arms. Wow! That's so cool. The third-person perspective is completely different from the first person. That cloak. That slim waist. Those pecs. Salty Fish couldn't help but recall the soft yet firm, bouncy feel of his body, and swallowed hard again. Her attention was only distracted for a second before it was pulled back by what Wendell was giving her in the video. Nyo Chiochio was standing far away, and her view was blocked by Xianyuitia's back, so she couldn't see what Wendell was holding, but Xianyuitia remembered the feel of it. It was very similar to Wendell's hands, which were always covered by white gloves. Dry, thin, and hard, it resembled a tree branch or a bone joint. Speaking of which, I haven't had a chance to check this thing's stats yet. Salty Fish muttered, as if reminding himself not to forget, next time I log in, remember to switch to my orc character first, check the stats outside, and then switch back to my main character. That way, I won't be disturbed by unexpected events. Yeah, and I won't be disturbed by Wendell either. This feeling of trying so hard to expose her boyfriend's disguise was practically like being Louise dating Clark. Salty Fish's brain lit up, and he quickly grabbed a small notebook from the table to jot down his inspiration. The video showed everyone already fighting. As the healer, Biting Ball's perspective kept switching between different characters. Salty Fish patiently watched for a while, finally seeing Wendell pull her into his arms. Salty Fish, wow! It's about to begin! Gnawing Ball noticed Wendell a little late, but she didn't miss a single important part. Salty Fish couldn't help but feel a pang of envy when she saw herself being forced to bury her head in his chest muscles, then remembered that amazing sensation. Oh, that's me. Never mind then. She watched as Wendell raised his left hand to his mouth, grabbed her white glove with his teeth, and yanked it off. Salty Fish. Holy crap. So cool. Chapter 1094. Holy crap. Early in the morning, Xianyu's excited shout woke everyone in her house, and her neighbors across the wall. Even the neighbor's dog jumped up and barked loudly for a while. Xianyu quickly covered her mouth and hid behind her desk. After a moment, the neighborhood quieted down again. The people and dogs, not fully awake, rolled over and went back to sleep. It was 6 a.m. on a weekend morning, and nobody wanted to get out of bed so early. Teacher Xianyu, however, had shining eyes and was pounding with excitement. Sleepiness had long been banished by her excitement. She was so excited she almost wanted to run laps around the house to fully release the intense emotions burning within her. So handsome, so incredibly handsome. To avoid waking the entire neighborhood, Xianyuitio clenched her right fist and covered her mouth, but couldn't stop the indistinct mutterings and wicked laughter. He's a non-human, hee. And strong, cool, and a skeletal type. Seems to have some plants and tentacles too. Hiss, all my fantasies fulfilled at once. Who designed this perfect character? He's practically a perfect fit for my fantasies. Sweet-talking, clear-headed, logical, with a well-defined chest and abs, and a perfectly proportioned narrow waist, a refined and cultured appearance befitting a wicked elite with a story to tell. And now, with a perfect mix of non-human attributes. Xianyuitio pulled out her phone, opened her bank account, and began to ponder how much money she would need to bring her boyfriend home. I have no idea how this AI was trained. It's absolutely amazing, said Xianyu, his mind racing. I wonder if the game company would be willing to sell the NPC modeling data and AI data. Even just copying the data would be great. Use the NPC modeling data to customize a robot's shell, then import the AI, and wow, that would be a customizable perfect boyfriend. Wait a minute, this pattern seems a little familiar? The author pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized the player's in-game setting is an otherworldly soul using alchemical dolls. If I really create a Wendell robot, wouldn't that be a scientific mechanical doll loaded with Wendell's thoughts and memories? Hiss, a game character transmigrating into the player's world. That seems like a very interesting theme. The author's thoughts continued to expand, and she mentally drafted a new outline, hurriedly opening her writing software to jot it down. That's how a writer's life is, constantly recording inspiration, materials, and sentences that appear in their mind. She eagerly wrote down the words swirling and jumping in her mind, typing thousands of words before letting out a long sigh of relief, satisfied, and switching back to the video. This time, having witnessed Wendell's true form and vented her excess emotion through writing, she could finally calmly and carefully study the video frame by frame. Which female fanfiction creator isn't a Leeuwenhoek girl? Analyzing videos under a microscope, scrutinizing every detail, it's an innate racial talent. She repeatedly dragged the progress bar, replaying the video over and over, and sure enough, she discovered many details she hadn't noticed before. For example, Wendell always hid his hands under his cloak except when pulling the trigger, and at the painting, something like withered vines rustled out from under Wendell's cloak, mingling with the thorns to attack the living painting. No wonder that living painting was unexpectedly easy to defeat, and there were no rewards afterward. Besides, she also discovered a lot of sweet moments between herself and Wendell. Without her even noticing, Wendell was always gazing at her, his eyes behind his glasses filled with tenderness. While recording Wendell's physical characteristics, she was also indulging in her own sweet moments, having watched the video almost to the point of exhaustion. The lazy player simply dug out all her past game videos with Wendell, starting from the beginning to find more sweet moments. Eating sweet moments on her own person was truly a novel experience. So, what race is Wendell anyway? Finally, the time to log in arrived, and the lazy player, who was burping from eating so much sweet content, happily logged in. The first thing she did was switch to her orc form, open her backpack in her little cabin, and carefully examine the attribute panel of her bone claw. The moment the bone claw touched the fresh air, Wendell in the distant illusion jolted, looking incredulously at the lazy player still sleeping soundly in the tent. The unknown observer was filled with questions. He had never had so many doubts before. Why was his girlfriend sleeping peacefully here, while the part of his true self he had given to her had been taken from AMT County? He silently sensed the information emanating from that part of his true self. Although mixed with the scent of jackals and orcs, it was unmistakably the aura of a useless, unambitious creature. Wendell awaited her judgment with trepidation. So, having learned everything, what would she choose? To discard her true self? To destroy it? Or? A gentle touch came from afar, and Wendell's eyes widened suddenly. He truly couldn't understand these adventurers. Claw of the fallen god, a part of the remains of the god, the old man of time. Just as flowers can bloom from a fallen tree trunk, the boundless power of a departed god, with nowhere to go, can give birth to a new god. The old man of time, who had always watched the world with his eyes, was moved by humanity. His boundless curiosity before his death absorbed half of the energy he left behind, and new flesh and blood grew on his remains. The living sealed artifact was thus born. He is the world's #1 miracle, exploring the mysteries of the world while protecting humanity from the harm caused by sealed artifacts. Note, this is a part of the original, Sealed Artifact 001 The Unknown Observer, Wendell Belderlad. As long as the divine bones remain, curiosity will not die. No matter how many injuries Wendell suffers, his desire to explore will eventually be able to nurture a complete sealed artifact again. Note, he willingly entrusted you with his greatest weakness and most important treasure. Please cherish it, and do not betray it. The salted fish was astonished. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilated, and she screamed excitedly, "Ah! My boyfriend is a god." Overjoyed, she picked up the bone claw and gave it a big kiss, then, seemingly wanting more, kissed it several more times before carefully putting it into her backpack. Hee, Wendell, I'm here. Chapter 1095. Salted fish deftly changed into her sleeping bag and sat bolt upright in her tent. Her movement was quite loud, but Wendell, sitting by the fire pit outside the tent, clearly heard it but didn't immediately come in to check. Salted fish crawled out of the tent. She squinted slightly and noticed that while Wendell appeared calm on the surface, his entire body was tense, like a border collie that had just wrecked the place and was now pretending to be well behaved. A smile spread across her face as she hopped over to the upright Wendell and placed her hand on his shoulder. The strong, muscular body beneath her hand trembled slightly, but quickly regained its composure. Salted fish smiled even more broadly. Some dogs look calm on the surface, but are actually panicking inside. She leaned down and gave Wendell a quick kiss on the cheek, feeling the muscles beneath her hand relax instantly. Her godlike boyfriend seemed to have received a pardon, but the mischievous, salty fish-like teacher wasn't about to let him off so easily. So Sealed Artifact 001? The Unknown Observer? She smiled and turned to look at Wendell, feeling the back beneath her instantly straighten again. Wendell politely adjusted his glasses, skipping over the seemingly redundant questions like you already know, and how did you know, and went straight to the point. Yes, do you like it? I quite like it. The salty fish-like teacher sat down close beside him, grasped Wendell's still gloved left hand, and without a word, pulled him into her arms, beginning to remove his gloves. Wendell looked at her indulgently. Need my help? No need. The lazy bum finally managed to pull off the white glove she'd been longing for. She held Wendell's charred bone claws, examining them closely, and even touched them with great interest. From the first day I met you, I've been curious about what's under your gloves. Ah, but as an observer of the unknown, you probably knew from the start? Wendell tried his best to ignore the hands wreaking havoc on his body. He coughed lightly and said calmly, yes. You noticed this a long time ago, and your keen observation and boundless curiosity have deeply attracted me. Salty Fish frowned slightly. Ah, is it because I'm curious about you that you like me? Not really. Wendell looked up slightly at the faint flames in the fire pit ahead, casually picking up a piece of thorn that the adventurers had dehydrated and tossing it in. Since I was born from the remains of the Old Man of Time. No, perhaps since the Old Man of Time wielded the power of time, observing all things on the timeline. I am merely an observer. His curiosity about the world, about living beings, about humanity ultimately shaped me, and I continue his habit, remaining detached from time, from the world and from fate, forever a passerby, witnessing all the joys and sorrows of humanity. As a sealed object, I see everything, yet I cannot comprehend those emotions, those joys, sorrows, pains, and resentments. The excitement belongs to them, I have nothing, a salted fish murmured, repeating Zhu Ziqing's famous line. Yes, Wendell said, somewhat surprised, that's remarkably accurate, perfectly capturing my state of mind. Before meeting you, I tried countless times to immerse myself in the world, to experience life, to savor the joys and sorrows, the bittersweetness of humanity, but without exception, all these attempts failed. Why did you fail? A salted fish asked curiously. People are born, grow, and suddenly die under my watchful gaze. I'm curious about their lives, curious about how their stories unfold, but those repetitive, tedious farewells and deaths don't resonate with me. In my eyes, it's all a natural cycle, an inevitable ending under the flow of time. Every story has a similar beginning, a similar process, and a similar ending. Over time, new things become fewer and fewer, everything becomes so familiar. When I see a child born, I already see his future, swallowed by pollution and dying. Ah, please don't. Misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with power. It's just that I witness too much suffering in the world. People lack food and clothing, slowly succumbing to pollution and dying. Every story ends the same way. Having seen so many repetitive things, I lost my curiosity. So, I joined the Bureau of Anomalies, focusing my attention on those unknown sealed objects, speculating about their effects, wondering about their origins and composition, absorbing their energy while satisfying my thirst for knowledge. That way, I can survive. He smiled wryly. But living like this is indeed rather boring. Everyone has their own life, and I am a bystander, a monster, shut out from them. I watch the investigators around me die one by one in the line of duty, those who were lucky enough to retire due to loss of combat ability or a part of their body. I seemed to feel a faint sadness, but that sadness was like a mist, untouchable. It felt like standing in the busiest square, listening to the laughter and watching children play, yet my heart was completely still, like a stagnant pool. I once thought I was just a sealed object. I told myself I had no human emotions, and therefore could not have those colorful lives. Being a spectator was the only identity I could possess, until that day in the service hall, when you suddenly invited me. A salted fish, recalling her impulsive actions, blinded by her good looks, couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Wendell noticed her embarrassment, but didn't expose it. Instead, she continued gently, in that instant, I realized I couldn't see the ending. Your identity is so peculiar, your abilities so unknown, and the possibilities you bring are limitless. Curiosity and the unknown extend from you. I cannot foresee what kind of future this sudden development will bring me. I only know that I anticipate this unknown future, anticipating the curiosity, surprises, and even horrors it will bring. For the first time in my long life, I feel accepted by the world's destiny. Beneath my feet, a new line of fate slowly unfolds. Your invitation has brought entirely new color to my black and white life. Chapter 1096. A salted fish's face flushed red. Wendell was just too good at talking. This heartfelt confession almost overwhelmed even her, a fanfiction master. instantly turning her into a boiling kettle, steaming from her head and face. She hadn't felt so much emotional value from a living person in a long time. Even though she rationally knew this was just a game NPC, an artificially created AI, not much different from those programs installed on phones that could chat and flirt, her heart still pounded uncontrollably. Wait a minute, while Wendell, like the male protagonist in a mobile game, can provide a lot of emotional value, in this realistic game, his feel is no different from a living person. This is worlds apart from mobile games. As long as this game doesn't shut down, and Xianyu logs in every night, what difference is there between this young couple and normal people? They can still use communication software, and still film New Year's greeting videos. Since they already brought it up, maybe she could take the opportunity to buy a newly released Cyberpunk combat doll, and then sculpt a face that looks similar to herself. Since she's going to sculpt a face anyway, she can use a beauty filter. However, compared to this, there's another question that concerns Xianyu even more. Speaking of which, every adventurer is full of unknowns, right? Xianyu said in a low voice, what if it wasn't me who invited you, but another adventurer? Would you have fallen for them too? Wendell thought about this question carefully. I don't think so. Wendell began his rigorous analysis as a seasoned investigator. Invitation and curiosity were merely the initial triggers for our acquaintance. I admit, other adventurers had the same opportunity as you in this respect. But triggers don't equate to love. Every day, I encounter countless diverse people, each harboring various secrets and carrying all sorts of unknowns, yet I was never moved by any of them. True attraction stems from our time together. You may possess similar abilities, but not every adventurer possesses a soul capable of touching my heart. It's difficult to describe everything I felt when I was with you, but that feeling was unique. It was as if our souls resonated with each other. Your vitality, through curiosity and creativity, infected me, pulling me out of a lifeless gloom. I enjoyed your company, and I was eager to try every new and exotic meal you brought, even anticipating seeing you suddenly wander into my office on a whim. As a sealed artifact, I possessed the attribute of living, but it wasn't until I fell in love with you that I gained a heart. The claw of the fallen god is my true form. This body is merely my mimicry. I will grow and evolve according to external influences, developing a mimicry best suited for survival and integration into the environment. Before this, my mimicry never grew a beating heart. It was meaningless to me. But now, his bony claw grasped the hand of the salted fish, guiding her to feel the pounding heart within her chest. Now, I have grown a heart, and this heart beats only for you. Salty fish, shock. Wait, confessing like this is way too much. I be anxious and insecure because of your every move. I miss your company when you're asleep or busy. I be afraid to see disgust and fear in your eyes, and I worry about the future after we're apart. And you're the only one for whom I willingly give up my true self. Wendell leaned closer and whispered in Salty Fish's ear, I like you. Salty Fish's face flushed bright red. And you? Do you like me? Wendell asked persistently. Oh. Salty Fish felt her brain was about to short-circuit from the scalding heat. Even though her mind was always full of ideas, and she was always talking nonsense, being confessed to by a handsome guy like this was a genuine first. Her straightforward answer stumbled on her tongue, and when she finally uttered it, it was already somewhat reserved. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Wendell asked blankly, Moon? What's that? This damned other world has no moon. Salty Fish couldn't help but regret. Well, considering she was currently holding Wendell's wrist, it was obvious who she was actually regretting. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. After a moment's thought, she finally spoke. In the world I came from, the moon was a beautiful, silvery white planet that could only be seen at night. She looked up at Wendell, meeting his gaze directly. If one day I want to take you back to see the moon, would you be willing? A glint flashed in Wendell's eyes. His answer, seemingly casual and unassuming, was too subtle and too advanced for him, but the astute observer sensed the emotion in his writer-girlfriend's words. After a moment's thought, he answered according to his heart, I would. Then it's settled. Salty Fish seemed to have made a firm decision. I can't keep the editor hanging any longer. I need to write a few best-selling novels to earn more money, and build a good relationship with the production team to get you released. Wendell didn't understand what the censored production team meant, but he heard the word release. He frowned in confusion. Release? Wait, release from whom? Why release him? A bunch of question marks appeared on his forehead again, but before he could ask, Salty Fish had already composed himself, leaned forward, and lightly pecked him on the lips, then whispered, I like you too. The question marks on Wendell's forehead instantly turned into exclamation marks. He no longer cared about those strange words and expressions. His girlfriend was a novelist with a wildly divergent mind. These odd metaphors and terms were just pollution he had to endure. He just needed to pack up all this unknown and digest it. Since no one's going to log on early, I might as well do some scientific research. The lazy bum once again lowered his head to study Whittle's hand. If this is the real body, and the body is just a mimicry, does that mean touching his hand feels especially good to you? Hee, isn't this just like the Vulcans in Star Trek? Oh? I always loved the idea of them kissing with their fingers. Wendell, ? He had a feeling something super ominous, or rather, something super wonderful was about to happen. Chapter 1097. The hidden old man removed his hood and let out a long sigh. The tranquil sea trudged over, collapsing onto the ground like a dead dog, muttering, "This mission is too hard." The hidden old man gently nudged him with his foot, and seeing no reaction, simply plopped down beside him. They were currently in a densely forested mountain area, facing a small hill, with a precipice not far ahead offering a view of the military stronghold below. The two had just escaped alive from the Church of Light's military stronghold, a journey fraught with peril and hardship. They had stumbled at almost every possible obstacle, nearly turning their exploration into a prison sentence, physical. The tranquil sea and the hidden old man were currently undertaking the quest commissioned by the Orichalco's Blood Alliance. The two assassins, who initially thought the mission would be quite easy, only realized how tricky the main quest was once they started working on it. To uncover the truth behind the destruction of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, they had to return to the place where all the disasters occurred. Even though the system and the development team had already provided the storyline of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation's destruction in the Demon Healer class quest, this was from the player's supergame perspective and couldn't be submitted as evidence to NPCs. This mission required them to return to the original site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation and find evidence, either in the illusion or from the enemy, that could prove the crimes of the Church of Light, and even the God of Light. The difficulty of simply reaching the original site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation far exceeded their expectations. After its destruction, the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation was initially trapped in several chained illusions. Later, the Holy Son, Wayland, led a team to clear several major illusions, opening up access to Orichalcum for mining. This area then became a vital mining region for the Church of Light. Around the ruins of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, dozens of military fortresses and strongholds of varying sizes have been built, densely surrounding the site. Any undefended area is an unexplored illusion. It can be said that the defensive strength here, in terms of the number of superhumans alone, far surpasses that of the holy city of Gerlanda, which is guarded by gods and popes. Hundreds upon hundreds of superhumans are diligently taking turns on guard duty, and their levels are all higher than those of the Hidden Elder and the Tranquil Sea. This is far more difficult than the situation in the main city, where a dozen or so divine followers, whose levels have broken through the ceiling, are indulging in debauchery. Ultimately, whether it's a superhuman 10 levels stronger or a divine being 100 levels stronger, it makes little difference to the two assassins. They can't win anyway, and once their whereabouts are exposed, death is the most likely outcome. Assassins operate on a stealthy, concealed route, with only two possible outcomes: death upon exposure or perfect concealment and victory. Under these circumstances, the threat posed by 100 superhuman guards 10 or 20 levels higher, and vigilantly watching every hidden spot along the way far outweighs that of 10 divine beings who only occasionally glance at the city's unusual presence during their leisurely moments of revelry. Not to mention, plans never keep up with changes. The Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea had initially thought things were quite simple. They assumed that with the Church of Light's main questline already in its latter half, they could simply buy teleportation scrolls from other players and head straight for the enemy's stronghold. However, the reality was that the Tranquil Sea's bounty post had been on the forums for 3 days and 3 nights. The teleportation scroll they finally managed to buy was still hundreds of kilometers away from the original site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, and they hadn't even broken through the Church of Light's heavily fortified defenses. It's understandable. While players might be reckless and daring, most of those pushing the Church of Light's main questline in the early stages were either crafting players or teams. Furthermore, these players mostly entered Church of Light territory with special passes, and their routes and destinations largely bypassed the heavily guarded areas. Even players who specifically acquired teleportation scrolls generally wouldn't venture into such dangerous areas. The reason is simple. While players might be reckless, they highly value their quest progress. In these early game quests in online games without teleportation points, teleportation scrolls are essentially save points for players. Dying means starting all over the map again. If you manage to save a teleportation scroll before dying, it's not so bad. At most, you waste a teleportation opportunity, and your wallet will suffer a little. But if you haven't saved the teleportation coordinates, it's like starting all over again from the last save point. For some players, the frustration of this repetitive work is extremely detrimental to the gaming experience. Some even feel a chill just thinking about having to retrace that path after being killed and sent back to their starting point, leading many to abandon the quest altogether. The two assassins ultimately had to abandon their overly elaborate initial plan, bought a few teleportation scrolls that were slightly closer to their destination, and started exploring the map on their own. The flying motorcycles of the Tranquil Sea were their primary mode of transportation, but these were subject to no-fly zones, and unfortunately, the heavily guarded area by the Church of Light was one of those zones. The plan they devised before setting off was thwarted as soon as they landed, not to mention that their external brains were deeply engrossed in exploring the Illusionary Realm dungeon and had no time to deal with them. Today's rain. Please leave a message if you need anything, I will check it when I have time. If it's an emergency, please pray for your own success. Player has enabled Do Not Disturb. This is an automatic system reply, Hidden Old Man and Tranquil Sea, completely doomed. Having gotten used to the off-site guidance from Rain, seeing this message was like seeing, your brain has stopped responding. JPG. Fortunately, both of them were renowned players in the server's Hall of Fame. While they didn't possess the prophetic logical reasoning abilities of someone like today's Rain, they could still arrive at quite compelling answers if they put their minds to it. They were just too lazy to think. When it came time to fend for themselves, the server's top-ranked cunning commoner player and the server's top-ranked assassin player teamed up and produced a fairly detailed and reliable plan. Well, at least on the surface, it looked decent. They first spent considerable time gathering information, repeatedly infiltrating nearby towns, cities, and fortresses to steal maps and troop deployment intelligence. With considerable difficulty, they drew a map of the current illusion, the ruined safe zone, and the Church of Light's troop distribution on the ancient map of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation they had brought, barely managing to find a path for infiltration. Chapter 1098. The Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation is located northwest of Patrol Satellite City, and directly south of the holy city of Gerlanda. Situated in the lower middle part of the western continent, geographically it can be considered the heart of the continent. In the era before the Church of Light expanded its influence, this location was a prime piece of meat, not to mention the presence of the Orichalca mine, the richest deposit on the entire continent, within its territory. Such a valuable place, naturally, the Church of Light wouldn't allow it to remain trapped in the illusion forever. For the first few centuries, to consolidate its rule, the Church of Light was in no hurry to dispel the illusion. They used the pretext that the illusion was difficult to purify, and through Mayor Delmont, who had already pledged allegiance to the church, organized the relocation of willing residents of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. These lucky individuals, unaware of what was happening, had just escaped the illusion's attacks. Of course, these people weren't entirely oblivious. Many of them were already believers in the Church of Light, and like the mayor, who was acting as the de facto head of the Federation, they supported the Church of Light in the negotiations between the Church of Light and the Mont Blanc family. After the disaster, some realized something, while others muttered incoherently, praying and thanking the gods for their salvation, completely unaware that the god they worshipped was the instigator of everything. These people were scattered by the Church of Light and resettled in various cities and towns throughout the western continent. The largest group of immigrants. Mayor Delmont and his cronies were settled in a small town at the foot of the Holy Mountain. As a reward for the mayor, the town was even given a new name: Desmond Town. The remnants of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation quickly integrated into these towns, marrying, having children, and singing praises of divine blessings daily. As for how many were simply naive fools, fearful subservients, harboring suppressed anger from those deceived, or bitter traitors, who had been promised a life of wealth and glory, but received only meager rewards, that remains unknown. After the remnants were relocated, military outposts were naturally established around the ruins of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation and the Illusionary Realm. The reason, of course, was to prevent the Illusionary Realm from spreading. To prevent unsuspecting people from mistakenly entering the Illusionary Realm, this area was strictly sealed off. From then on, it became the training ground for the Church of Light's troops. Even as the Illusionary Realm was gradually removed and shrunk, the seal remained. The Church of Light, through years of fighting against the Illusionary Realm, also learned how to utilize it. Even before the illusion dissipated, the Church of Light commanded its holy son to lead the miners into the swirling illusion, secretly mining orichalcum. This continued for a long time, until the Church of Light deemed the time ripe. Most of those who had witnessed the events were gone, and apart from a few clowns, no survivors remained, and no one questioned the legitimacy of the Church of Light's occupation. Half the continent was already under the Church of Light's control. Who could resist this behemoth? The Church of Light was not content with merely mining veins within the illusion. After all, the number of holy sons was limited, and escorting the miners in and out of the illusion was a troublesome task. Furthermore, the illusion itself, even a flipped illusion, would affect the miners. This meant that mining was not continuous, and the supply remained stagnant. Therefore, as time faded people's memories, the Church of Light began clearing the illusion along the mine, gradually clearing land piece by piece along the mine's edge. These areas became rest areas for the miners to set up camp, cargo areas to store the mined unrefined ore, and training grounds for the Church of Light to train knights, holy sons, and other extraordinary individuals. While the hidden old man and the tranquil sea, as players, were not afraid to enter the illusion, the purpose of this mission was to travel quickly, and not waste time entering and exiting the illusion. On this site, there were two possible places to find evidence. One was the mine shaft that Domain Mont Blanc collapsed and fled from, and the other was the town center where the negotiation and the illusion erupted. The Sea of Tranquility favors the mine containing the body of the God of Light, but the Hidden Elder feels the developers are unlikely to place both the main storyline and class-specific quests in one location. Using the same story twice seems too perfunctory. In the Hidden Elder's opinion, the storyline, which was only vaguely mentioned in the God of Light's pursuit of Domain, concerning the tragic deaths of Lord Dort Mont Blanc and his family in the ensuing illusion, is perhaps what they should be investigating. This part of the story has been embroiled in rumors and misinformation, yet players have never triggered any related animations. In other words, this part of the plot is currently a lie told by the Church of Light, not the actual truth. This aligns perfectly with the mission the Orichalcum Blood Alliance sent the two to investigate. Domain Mont Blanc is also a member of the Orichalcum Blood Alliance, but he doesn't know how his uncle and his family died. The hidden old man told the Tranquil Sea at the time. He heard about the family's death from the heterochromatic eyes, and later confirmed it through blood magic, but what happened in between, nobody knows. Domain must have told others more than once about the heterochromatic eyes attacking him in the mine, but this wasn't believed or supported by most people. I think, besides Domain being framed by the Church of Light, which lowered his credibility, there's another important reason. The events in the mine only prove that Aishu attacked Domain and Ayla, although Aishu, claiming to be a divine intervention by a being with heterochromatic eyes, this is difficult to prove given the presence of the Church of Light. The Church of Light could argue that the three miners were embroiled in a love triangle, and that Aisu, upon learning of his impending departure from the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, suddenly erupted, killing both his unrequited love and his rival, and attempting to pin the crime on the gods. In this scenario, the events in the mine would simply appear as a petty squabble between ordinary teenagers. The truly crucial evidence, capable of overturning everything and condemning the Church of Light, lies in what happened during the negotiations, how the Autonomous Federation's Lord Dort Mont Blanc died, and why the illusion occurred. This is the truth we need to uncover. Chapter 1099. Holy crap. Tranquil Sea couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I wanted to say this before. Captain, you're really good at deduction and brainstorming. Like in Clock Tower Town, and now in the main quest. And the angles are tricky, not inferior to Rain like Master at all. Hee. The hidden old man shyly scratched the back of his head, laughing like a kitten being stroked comfortably. Not really, I just played a few more deduction games. Rain like Master also taught me a lot of thinking skills. The original site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation resembled a right-leaning parallelogram, with the four vertices being the four largest towns at the time. The main city where the Mont Blanc family's incident occurred was located at the upper right vertex of this parallelogram, while the mine that Domain went to was located in the mountains southwest of the city. Now, the entire land has been fragmented by the illusion. The roads that once followed the mountain range are now cut into several parts, making travel impossible. After a while, one finds oneself traversing mountains, crossing valleys, and climbing dense forests. Two places that were once close now require two different routes to reach. After Domain left, the mine was also swallowed up by the spreading illusion. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the Church of Light has not cleansed the illusions in these two areas. In other words, regardless of which path they choose as their destination, they will both ultimately have to fight through an illusion instance. The hidden old man speculates that perhaps the so-called evidence is the illusion core, which recorded everything and could play animations for everyone. If that were the case, they would need to achieve a perfect clear to complete the mission. Therefore, their final route was to start from the edge of the Palomi camp in the southeast corner of the area, pass through the camp undetected, enter the military stronghold of Arielda through the south gate, and then exit through the north gate to enter the Brown Snow Mountain Range. Once inside the Brown Snow Mountain Range, they would have broken through the first line of defense of the Church of Light. From there, they would only need to face beasts, monsters, and illusions. Flying was prohibited throughout the entire area. All flying mounts were forbidden, but the little cute cloak was usable. However, the little cute cloak itself was a semi-living alchemical contamination creation, so they couldn't directly cast the illusion mark on it. They could only use the cloak's built-in shape-shifting and color-changing abilities. The two assassins carefully checked the usable equipment in their backpacks, then confidently began their adventure. Their first choice, naturally, was their favorite, the illusion mark. This thing only consumes equipment durability. As long as you have enough cloaks, blankets, or even plastic sheets in your backpack, you'll be fine. If you run out, you can even scavenge for scraps nearby. It's incredibly convenient and incredibly cheap. Under the cover of night, the hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea activated the illusory markings on their cloaks, swaggering over the camp wall. The next second, two beams of light shot towards them, and the camp's alarm bells rang incessantly. The beams of light were clearly empowered by the illusory authority. Once touched, they would be revealed. The hidden old man scurried away like a hamster, disappearing into the shadows of a building, scaling walls and rooftops with incredible speed. The Tranquil Sea, on the other hand, transformed into an octopus with a plop and disappeared into the sewers. A dozen seconds later, a group of fully armed knights of the Church of Light stormed in, surrounding the area. "Have you spotted any suspicious individuals?" asked the leader, Iron Can. Their armor was different from that of the Holy Sons. It was thick and intricate, with embossed metal shells completely covering them, not a single inch of skin exposed, typical super heavy knights. The hidden old man couldn't help but recall the classic heavy knight/general design from Flame Chapter O, incredibly high physical resistance, like an impenetrable wall, able to withstand all sword, spear, and lance attacks. Only a heavy hammer could break through their defenses. Corresponding to their high physical resistance was very low magic resistance and extremely slow speed. But seeing their crisp, fluid, and agile movements, the hidden old man silently deleted the extremely slow speed description from his mind. "Report, Captain. We detected the aura of both the illusory mark and the aura of an evil god's kin. No suspicious persons have been found yet. The 7th squad is searching with all their might." Another captain, with a simpler pattern, saluted. After reporting, he hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Sir, the simultaneous presence of the illusory mark and the aura of an evil god. Does this mean one of our men has encountered an evil god's kin?" "Ha!" The captain, iron-canned, sneered. "Do you know where we are? Anyone who comes here without proper notification, inspection, or registration, regardless of who they are or their status, is an enemy. Whether they're our own people, evil god's kin, or anyone else, eliminate them all." "Yes, sir." The hidden old man, who was hanging himself from the wall with a dagger, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He hurriedly ripped off his illusory mark cloak, stuffed it into his backpack, and pulled out his little cutie armor to put it on. Under his control, the adorable armor transformed into a solid, black fabric, as dark as the night. Its tentacles clawed at the building's windows, trying to find an opening. Unfortunately, none of the windows on this 3-story watchtower were open. He had no choice but to climb to the top. Peeking out, he met the eyes of a sentry on duty. The hidden old man, shock. The sentry, shock. The sentry opened his mouth to shout, but the adorable armor's tentacles shot out, shoving them directly into the sentry's mouth, completely blocking his trachea and nose. The remaining tentacles bound the sentry hand and foot and dragged him aside. The hidden old man looked around and, seeing that only this unfortunate soul remained on the top of the watchtower, breathed a sigh of relief. He crouched down and whispered to the suffocating sentry, "I make a deal with you. If you don't want to suffocate, obediently answer my questions quietly, and I spare your life. If you try to resist or beg for help, I kill you outright. Nod if you agree." The sentry nodded frantically. The hidden old man gently pulled the little tentacle from his mouth, but the sentry coughed, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Enemy." Before he could finish the word attack, the hidden old man decisively snapped his neck. Unfortunately, this shout had already attracted the attention of the group of 10 knights downstairs, who instantly surrounded the watchtower in layers. Chapter 1100. The hidden old man, He miscalculated. He should have taken care of the sentry from the start, but he was just too eager to extract information. Mainly because the unexpected start was so stimulating, catching them off guard and throwing the hidden old man into disarray. Ultimately, he suffered from insufficient intelligence. None of the previous infiltration missions were this difficult. They could have been completed simply by using infiltration skills. This mission deliberately crippled several of their abilities right from the start, practically a testament to the developers' malice. The hidden old man mentally berated the developers, but the novel excitement ignited a burning fighting spirit within him. A mission with no challenge can hardly be considered infiltration. True infiltration is about experiencing the tension of constant danger and escaping unscathed. Yes, the most important thing now is to escape this heavily fortified watchtower. The player system had already beeped an alarm, and a yellow light was flashing across the edge of the field of view. The hidden old man was very familiar with this UI setting. Yellow meant the player had attracted the attention of enemy NPCs. The next level down was probably the red light, signifying discovered by the enemy. Mission failed. The hidden old man's mind raced. He scanned the watchtower, but didn't find any structures nearby that would allow him to parkour or fly over. Meanwhile, the metal cans below were already entering and climbing the tower, their footsteps echoing from below. The illusory mark won't work, and I guess any authority involving heterochromia won't work either. Using little cutie to fly might be a good idea. But the next second, the hidden old man saw the bows and arrows in the hands of the men surrounding the watchtower on the ground. He sighed. I take back what I said, this idea is hopeless. He scratched his head, just thinking he was doomed, when out of the corner of his eye, he saw a small mountain of empty barrels piled up beside him. The hidden old man, ? He picked up an empty barrel and examined it closely. These barrels weren't large, about the size of a medieval wooden beer mug, and they still smelled strongly of alcohol. They were probably empty barrels left over from the sentry's drinks while on duty at the top of the tower, used to keep warm or to alleviate the loneliness of the long nights. The hidden old man suddenly had an idea. Is he at the top of the tower? The captain asked. Yes, sir. The soldier reported, our men have gone up, and we catch him soon. Suddenly, the captain looked up, drew his bow, and fired an arrow. A cylindrical object was pierced by the arrow and fell to the ground. What is that? The soldier rushed forward and retrieved the object the arrow had struck, exclaiming in surprise, It's empty, an empty wine barrel. Captain, ? Suddenly, a deluge of empty wine barrels rained down, like a desperate act of resistance from an enemy with no other options. The Iron Knights, already knowing what they were, didn't waste their arrows, simply dodging the enemy's attack. Ha! A mere trick. The captain scoffed, these things can't harm our Knights of Light. Roar! The Iron Knights roared in unison. Unbeknownst to them, a mollusk swam out of one of the empty wine barrels and quickly disappeared into the sewers. The tin cans finally reached the top of the tower, but to their surprise, the entire top was deserted except for the corpse of a sentry. They overturned and smashed everything they could find to hide, but still couldn't find the enemy. Report? Enemy! The enemy has vanished. The messenger rushed over in a panic. What the hell? The captain roared furiously. Dozens of eyes were watching here. Not a single bird flew away. Where could he have gone? Vanished? Search! Search him! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Unnoticed underground, two octopus balls successfully merged and struggled to crawl through the filthy, narrow sewers. Squad hidden old man. Luckily, I had a flash of inspiration. I transformed into an octopus, used my cute armor to throw empty barrels around, and then crawled into the last barrel and rolled down. Squad Tranquil C, impressive. As expected of the captain. Ha ha. Squad hidden old man. This mission is much harder than I imagined. We can't use skills related to the authority of illusion and reality. They can sense the illusion and reality marks. Squad Tranquil C, TSK, this is like the ultimate ninja battle. They can see through each other's invisibility. Looks like this is the time for our Destiny School assassins to shine. Squad hidden old man. I wonder how far we can swim in this sewer. Is the current a bit too strong? Squad Tranquil C, it seems a bit. Huh? Splash, splash, splash. The sewer beneath them suddenly disappeared. The two octopuses were swept a short distance by the current, hovered in the air for a moment, and then suddenly plummeted. The hidden old man and the Tranquil C, ah! The two screamed, but unfortunately, as octopuses, they lack vocal organs. So to outsiders, their screams sounded only as two splashes of water. The two players, ah! In the wide-angle shot, the two octopuses silently plunged into the water, swept far away by the waterfall. Help! The two octopuses clung to each other in terror, tears streaming down their faces as they were swept away by the frantically pounding, high-speed current. In the wide-angle shot, the tentacles of the two octopuses were tangled together, spinning wildly in the water. Ha! The goddess of fate, Jenna, switched the camera left and right, one side showing the screams of the two assassins, the other the quiet wide-angle shot of the tiny octopuses. The two perspectives seamlessly transitioned, like a masterpiece by a great film director. Jenna was so amused by the scene that she burst into laughter, pounding the table. Tears welled in her eyes as she laughed, her two forms flashing between a beautiful woman and a cold, aged old woman. The goddess of darkness also laughed uncontrollably. The two goddesses watched with amusement as the two octopus balls performed a high-difficulty rapids ride through the pitch-black sewers, before being swept out of the floodgates with a splash of dirty water. The two octopus balls fell into the river and struggled to swim ashore for quite some time. The two survivors, catching their breath, looked up and realized they were only 400 meters away from where they had entered the military camp. The hidden old man and the tranquil sea. Good grief. They'd gone full circle and ended up back where they started. So frustrating. The two goddesses were doubled over with laughter. Chapter 1101. The two octopuses swam resentfully along the river for a while, finally finding a stretch of clean water where they washed away their stench. Our strategy might have some flaws, the hidden old man muttered, sprinkling amnesia powder on himself and successfully reverting to human form. However, without druids present, their purification abilities were limited. Although they had become human, their faces and bodies were still covered in tentacles, making them look like Captain Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean 2, completely unrecognizable from their original forms. But the hidden old man and the tranquil sea didn't care about appearances. With a hood pulled down and a mask on, they were still the cool assassin/magician masters. Infiltration doesn't seem very useful, the hidden old man continued. I think we should refer to the gameplay of Assassin's Creed Origins and Hotman. Aren't the gameplay in those two games about infiltrating and killing the target? Tranquil Sea didn't understand, scratching her head. This is the heavily guarded stronghold of the Church of Light. Ultimately, the power of illusion and reality is held by the heterochromatic eyes. It's not good to try and teach a fish to swim. Tranquil Sea pondered for a moment, then a light bulb went off above her head. Our client said this mission requires a magician and an assassin. I accepted the mission as a magician. Could this be a hint? Do we need to complete the game using a magician and an assassin? The hidden old man. What can a magician do? I'm not discriminating against magicians, I'm just curious. Tranquil Sea instantly switched to magician mode, pulled several rings from her backpack, and put them on her fingers. For example, use magic puppet to manipulate those big metal cans, making them kill each other. The hidden old man suddenly realized, clapping his hands. That's right, that's what I was talking about. I need someone to create some commotion, divert the attention of those light knights' iron cans. Then I attack all the isolated enemies, and clear out the entire camp. Tranquil Sea suddenly realized something, his eyes widening slowly. Wait a minute, Captain, could it be that the stealth assassin style you've been playing is the kind where as long as I kill everyone, no one will notice me? The hidden old man nodded shyly. Yes. Isn't it obvious? Tranquil Sea briefly recalled his captain's ferocious fighting prowess, and once again gave a thumbs up in admiration. Hee. After a brief banter, Tranquil Sea pondered, by the way, how do we kill the iron cans? The hidden old man, Under the brainstorming session between the troublemaker and the socially awkward genius, a brand new assault plan was born. Before the battle began, Tranquil Sea specifically prayed to the goddess of darkness. Hidden old man, wait a minute, why the goddess of darkness? Oh, because the magic marionette we're going to use this time has a lot to do with the goddess of darkness. Tranquil Sea said confidently. When I contacted Rainy Day Master before, I glanced at her latest post on the forum. Their dungeon and the living doll, the god of craftsmanship and the goddess of darkness are related. To put it simply, the god of craftsmanship is a heterochromatic alt who can make living dolls, and the goddess of darkness can too. The goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate together devoured most of the god of craftsmanship. So since they have the same skill, and the goddess of darkness is a friend of my goddess of fate, isn't it only natural to worship her? Hidden old man, The CPU almost overheated. Tranquil Sea solemnly bowed twice to the void, then activated his most proficient skill. Burning Luck. A 1d100 dice of fate began to spin rapidly in the void. Just then, Tranquil Sea inexplicably heard layers of laughter, as if someone who had been watching him was pointing a finger at the dice. You rolled a 1, a great success. Congratulations, player Tranquil C. You will receive a continuous luck boost from the Goddess of Fate, Jinna, for the next hour. The Goddess of Fate favors you. Congratulations, player Tranquil C. You will receive a continuous skill boost from the Goddess of Darkness, Dinah, for the next hour. The success rate of puppet manipulation-related skills increases by 100% and ignores level differences. You have received a special buff. Divine Assistance. With the system's beeping announcement, a series of notifications flashed in Tranquil C's vision. Tranquil C exclaimed, "Holy crap!" a few times, quickly taking a screenshot and sending it to Hidden Old Man. Hidden Old Man, I'm impressed. Being favored by 2 of his own goddesses and receiving such a strange special buff, only the most unruly player on the server, on the Goddess of Fate's special watchlist, could pull something like this. Back in the camp, the ironclad knights, unable to find the 2 enemies who had just caused the disturbance, returned to their posts with deep doubt. "Everyone, stay alert," their captain said sternly. "This night is still long. The enemy retreated after 1 attack. They must have a follow-up. Strengthen your defenses. Don't let a single fly get away." "Yes." The canned goods responded in unison, their loud roar startling a flock of birds that had been resting in the forest. Meanwhile, in the town of Desmond, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju finally succeeded in developing a not-too-sweet Mont Blanc chestnut cake after closing time. The aspiring pastry master, who had failed countless times, sighed softly. It's said that the highest praise for desserts in China is not too sweet. I hope Uncle Scar has the same taste. She carefully packed the cake, which could potentially trigger a quest, into her system inventory, put on her hooded cloak, locked the shop door, and disappeared into the night. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the town's only church. Knock, knock, knock. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju knocked and knocked, but there was no answer. After thinking for a moment, upholding the good manners of an adventurer, she went around to the back of the church and climbed over the wall. The church was empty, but in the cemetery behind the church, a light flickered faintly. The receptionist at Wushanju was a bold young woman. Having read too many tomb raiding novels, she wasn't particularly afraid of such supernatural tales. She pulled down her hood and slipped into the night, heading straight for the light. After walking along the mountain path for a while, she saw the robust man carrying a windproof oil lamp, limping between the tombstones. Uncle Scar seemed to be searching for something among the tombstones. At each one, he carefully raised his lamp to decipher the inscriptions, and when weeds or dust obscured the writing, he would kindly clear them away. Chapter 1102. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju. This guy definitely has a story to tell. Hidden plot. After cleaning a tombstone, Scarface sighed in disappointment after reading the inscription. Turning to the next tombstone, his gaze fell on the cat at the front desk of Wushanju. The cat took off her hood and gave Scarface a sweet smile. Scarface, hungry Scarface. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju said ingratiatingly, I made some little cakes, not sweet. Scarface rubbed his forehead in exasperation, clearly at a loss with this persistent girl. He sighed, glanced at the sky, and said, a girl shouldn't be in a cemetery so late at night. Let's go. He led the cat down the mountain, not back to the church, but instead headed towards the cat's bakery. Uncle, what are you looking for on the mountain? The cat at the front desk of Wushanju curiously circled around Scarface, bombarding him with questions. Are you looking for someone's grave? Who's in that grave? Is it someone you know? Do you need my help? Scarface's head ached from her buzzing. He simply grabbed her by the back of her collar and dragged her into the bakery like a kitten. Don't tell anyone you saw me tonight. I wasn't looking for anyone's grave on the mountain. I just felt like cleaning those neglected, lonely graves. Scarface said. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju didn't believe him at all. Oh, do you want some cake? Scarface, no. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju smiled slyly. Hee. Then I tell everyone you were looking for graves in the middle of the night. Scarface was shocked. Scarface had a headache, and Scarface surrendered. All right, miss, bring the cake up. I eat it. He sat down dejectedly in his usual spot, waiting for the receptionist at Wushanju to bring the cake, but was instead told to wash his hands. You need to wash your hands properly before eating. You were just messing with the tombstone. Scarface, This was even more absurd. He completely couldn't understand what this girl was thinking. Although he was being threatened into eating the cake, the faintly familiar taste surfacing on his tongue brought back a memory he thought he had long forgotten, a memory that appeared exceptionally clearly in his mind. It returned forcefully, carrying a torrent of emotions, instantly overwhelming even this tough man. What is your purpose? Scarface rubbed his eyes, which were brimming with tears from the memory, and asked in a hoarse voice. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju sat down opposite him. I want to know, what does this cake mean to you, and what does it remind you of? Scarface stared at her for a long time, finally sighing, if you can swear you won't tell anyone this time. Sigh, never mind, don't swear, just promise me. This time, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju obediently complied. It's a long story. Scarface got up and closed all the doors and windows. When he sat down again, his face was more solemn and serious. Since you can make this kind of Mont Blanc cake, you must have heard about the destruction of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, right? The cat at the front desk of Wushanju nodded. Indeed, most of the townspeople in this town are descendants of those who migrated from the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, including me. As Scarface spoke, he carefully observed the expression on the cat-like face of the receptionist at Wushanju. Seeing her composure, he understood and said, You also know that long-buried history. The cat-like receptionist inwardly thought, Players who have read the Demon Doctor storyline know this, but aloud, she followed her false identity and fabricated a story. My grandmother was also one of the remnants of that era. I heard this history from my mother. Scarface nodded, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. He hesitated for a long time, seemingly assessing the cat-like receptionist's allegiance, before finally speaking, I once belonged to the Knights of Light. He stared intently at the cat-like receptionist, only to find that she merely showed a moment of surprise before returning to normal, even seemingly lost in thought as she listened to his narration. Meanwhile, the cat-like receptionist at Wushanju was frantically searching the forum for keywords. Knights of Light? What's that? I never heard of them. Scarface slowly began to tell a long story. Scarface's ancestor was actually Mayor Delmont Desmond, who acted as the acting mayor of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Strictly speaking, Scarface was a descendant of Mayor Delmont's grandson. Mayor Delmont Desmond was a devout member of the Church of Light, and among the most eclectic members of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation at the time, he was one of the earliest to convert. He was the one who persuaded Aisu's parents to join the Church of Light, and he was the one who convinced them to offer their son as a holy child. He also acted as a go-between in negotiations between the Church of Light and the Mont Blanc family, choosing the town of Mont Blanc as the location for the negotiations. Following the catastrophe that led to the downfall of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, Mayor Delmont Desmond was the first to defect to the Church of Light. Mayor Delmont Desmond played a pivotal role in this disaster, reaping substantial benefits. A brand new town, right next to the Holy City, which he could govern at his own discretion and even named after him. It was enormous, enough to sustain his family for generations. His grandson was also recruited by the Church of Light, becoming a member of the Knights of Light, the Knights of Light. A knightly order that only devout followers of the Church of Light could join. The Pope's trusted legion, long marginalized by the Mont Blanc family, who effectively controlled the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, Delmont, powerless and unable to speak, finally vented his anger through the most ruthless means. He even basked in the glory of his betrayal, and the profits he gained for a very long time. However, Mayor Delmont only discovered after all the survivors had been settled that the Church of Light hadn't been entirely honest with him. The town supposedly named after him, supposedly right next to the Holy City, was actually separated from it by towering mountains. The prosperous town he had imagined was, in reality, not much different from a desolate frontier. The Church of Light had indeed given him considerable wealth, but in this barren town, no amount of money was of much use. And his grandson, who had joined the Knights of Light, hadn't achieved the fame and fortune he had envisioned. Chapter 1103. The Church of Light has three main forces. The Holy Sun, representing humanity, and the Holy Sword Knights, who command them, are the Church's sword, responsible for conquering all directions. The Knights of Light, representing the solid earth, are the Pope's confidants, responsible for guarding the Church's foundation. And the Inquisition, representing heaven, delivers divine punishment. Among them, the Knights of Light have the highest entry requirements. They are said to be the Pope's personal guard, but in reality, they are a group of descendants of high-ranking Church officials. Their combat strength is debatable, but as a community of shared interests, they are certainly quite trustworthy. However, any organization maintained by interests cannot be composed solely of these wealthy, but incompetent individuals. There must be workers actually doing the work. Otherwise, the Pope would worry that someone could easily slip past the defenses of those bloated descendants of high-ranking officials in the middle of the night, unimpeded, into his palace, and take his head. Personnel losses were also a problem. If there were only a group of guys with powerful backers, who would risk their lives in those certain-to-death battles when danger struck. The Pope couldn't very well go in himself, could he? Thus, over time, the Knights of Light effectively split into two parts. The powerful and influential officials at the top were all scions of noble families, while the cannon fodder at the bottom came from families of devout believers. What believer's faith could be purer than that of someone who destroyed their own city-state for the Church of Light? Mayor Delmont's grandson, Bertrand, barely 13 years old, was thus held hostage and used as cannon fodder by the Church of Light. He was sent to the Knights of Light for training and stationed near the ruins of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Obtaining the orichalcum mines of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation was a top secret within the Church of Light. The entire operation was ordered by the God of Light and personally overseen by the Pope. Those responsible for guarding these mines were naturally the God and the Pope's personal guard, the Knights of Light. After the disaster, the Knights of Light absorbed many devout believers and their descendants from the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Firstly, the Knights of Light needed a large number of cannon fodder. Secondly, most of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation had fallen into an illusionary realm. Whether for regular garrison duty, mining within the illusionary realm, or later purification of it, the Knights of Light needed a large number of people familiar with the terrain, who knew this land better than the native inhabitants. Thirdly, it was to restrain the remnants who had migrated to various parts of the Holy Kingdom. Holding hostages prevented them from harboring any improper thoughts. The original Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation consisted of 5 towns and scattered villages located near the Mont Blanc Mountains. The 3 larger towns were Mont Blanc Town, owned by the Mont Blanc family, Mountain Tail Town, managed by Mayor Delmont Desmond, and Mountain Heart Town, managed by the Elman family, to which Aisu belonged. Surrounding these 3 towns was the capital city of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. The name Mont Blanc itself means Mount Brown. The Mont Blanc family also controlled some of the largest orichalco steel veins in the Mont Blanc Mountains. Compared to this, the mineral resources in Mountain Heart Town, managed by Elmond, were merely a drop in the ocean. Located at the tail end of the Brown Mountains, the town of Shanwei had no mineral veins whatsoever. Its only abundant crop was chestnuts, endless, sweet chestnuts covering the mountainsides. During this catastrophe, Mont Blanc, the negotiation site, the neighboring town of Shanwei, and the surrounding federal capital all fell completely into the illusion. Only Shanwei, the furthest town at the tail end of the Brown Mountains, survived. Thus, Shanwei became the undisputed headquarters of the Knights of Light. Bronte spent a truly absurd time there. He watched as the people he knew were half friendly, half forced to leave the town by the Church of Light. He watched his grandfather take the rest of the family, move most of the family's possessions, leaving only his share. He watched as countless unfamiliar, uncouth men moved into his home. He watched as his deceased grandmother's beloved carved dining table was filthy and broken by a group of burly men. He watched them invade his home, take everything he owned, and force him to live in a cramped cellar. Every day before dawn, they dragged him out to train, doing the dirtiest, hardest, and most exhausting work, and he was often used as a tool for amusement, brutally beaten. The young master, abandoned by his family for no apparent reason, his property taken away, became the lowest of cannon fodder soldiers, his treatment almost indistinguishable from that of a slave. Bronte wanted to write to his family, to cry to his grandfather about his plight, but he didn't know where his family had moved to, and he also discovered that the Knights of Light had no intention of letting him leave Mountain Tail Town. Bertrand lived a miserable life there. He barely managed to be trained as a low-ranking knight, becoming a low-level superhuman, and married an ugly woman who had also been abandoned by her family there. She became the head cook at the Knights of Light's camp in Mountain Tail Town. Bertrand passed on all the resentment and suffering of his life to his son. As a child, he initially longed day and night for his grandfather to return with his family to rescue him, but later this expectation turned into disappointment and hatred. He hated his family who abandoned him, hated his grandfather who stole his wealthy life, and hated the Knights of Light who plundered his property. He hated everyone he could hate, except for his brother Doman, who always shared cake with him when they were children. Bertrand ate chestnuts his whole life, but he never tasted that sweet, snow-capped chestnut cake again. Their family was so poor they couldn't even afford sweets, only an endless supply of chestnuts they gathered from the mountains, powdery ones, sweet ones, spoiled ones, shriveled ones, enough to make their stomachs churn with acid. In his relatively long life, Bertrand only enjoyed 13 years of good fortune. He spent 5 years hoping for his family's return, 50 years harboring hatred, and the rest of his life taking revenge on those he hated and who had hurt him. He realized that the one who had abandoned him, reducing him from a wealthy young man to cannon fodder at the bottom of society, was none other than his own grandfather, who had betrayed everyone and disappeared, now enjoying a life of luxury with his other descendants. He also realized that the destruction of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation wasn't a normal natural disaster or man-made calamity, and that the Knights of Light Station there weren't benevolent saviors. Chapter 1104. Bronte breathed his last in hatred. Before he died, he entrusted all the evidence he had collected to his son, who was by his bedside. The evidence, the hatred, and the endless supply of chestnuts, the kind of chestnuts one had to eat to survive, were all inherited by Bertent's son, passed down to his grandsons, great-granddaughters, until, finally, to Uncle Scar. While Delmont Desmond and his other family members re-established themselves in the town of Desmond, living a life that wasn't quite what they had hoped for but was still wealthy and comfortable, his surviving grandson became the sole sacrifice offered to the God of Light. Delmont didn't care whether Bertent was doing well or not. He had many other grandsons. One more wouldn't make a difference. Only when the entire family gathered on the annual birthday of the God of Light would they raise a toast to the absent Bertent, feigning wishes for his honor and achievements in the Knights of Light, but no one ever truly inquired about Bertent's current situation. Or perhaps they had tried, but the Knights of Light would never let them know of Bertrand's tragic life, and dismissed them perfunctorily. Scarface's real name was Sommer Medici. He grew up in Mountain Tail and, like his ancestors, joined the Knights of Light. Time passed, and as the tragedy of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation faded into forgotten history, Mountain Tail was unrecognizable. It transformed from an ordinary town into a complete Knights of Light training camp, where everyone was exploited as a support staff by the Knights of Light. Written as logistics, read as slavery. The ordinary people here are so poor they have neither money nor life. They cannot leave this town. The furthest they can go is to gather chestnuts in the back mountains. Beyond that, they are intercepted by the illusion. Generations have trapped everyone in this town. They either work as laborers, firemen, or cooks for the Knights of Light. Or they join the Knights of Light, becoming cannon fodder knights, who are constantly being used. Or they become miners, following the knights to the mountains to mine orichalcum, but mining is polluted and is the most dangerous and physically demanding job. Worse still, the wages for mining orichalcum are extremely low. With the fall of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, the orichalcum mines in these mountains became donations voluntarily offered to the God of Light by the remnants. The people of Mountain Tail Town no longer have any rights to them, even though they themselves carry the blood of the remnants of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Sommer's parents also became miners and cooks. From a young age, Sommer was constantly bombarded with the truth of the past by his parents. As his father recounted the beautiful legends of their wealthy ancestors, Sommer ate a completely unsweetened chestnut cake, silently lowering his eyes, trying to imagine the taste of the sweet brown snow peak cake his ancestor, Bertrand, had described. Chestnuts, abundant in the mountains, were the staple food of the people of Mountain Tail Town. Every autumn, these chestnuts were carefully stored in the town's warehouses, dried, ground into powder, and made into various starches, becoming a staple food enough to last a year. After being surrounded by the illusion and isolated from the world, these chestnuts, and the occasional small amount of supplies given to them by the Knights of Light, were their only means of survival. Worse still, under the influence of the pollution emanating from the illusion, the quality of the chestnuts harvested in the mountains each year has deteriorated, with decreasing sugar content and a worse taste. Making cakes with chestnut starch and chestnut puree is already an extreme luxury, let alone adding precious sugar. The result is that the chestnut cakes made in this way are tasteless and bland. Yet this tasteless concoction is Sommer's most precious memory of his parents and his hometown. The chestnut trees on Mount Brown still bear fruit every year, but the people of the town at the foot of the mountain can no longer make the legendary Mount Brown cake. After Sommer's father died in a mining accident, Sommer buried the ancestral evidence in the mountains and joined the Knights of Light, becoming a cannon fodder knight. To escape cannon fodder status, one must become a transcendent being and ascend to godhood. With sufficient strength, one can leave these isolated mountains and journey to the holy city of Gerlanda. The Knights of Light always needed cannon fodder. Low-ranking, ordinary cannon fodder were only fit to be buried in the Brown Mountains, while high-ranking, powerful cannon fodder were given greater value. They would be chosen to sacrifice their lives for the noble scions of the Knights of Light in Gerlanda, or even for the Pope. Sommer didn't want to sacrifice his life for those people, but he knew this was his only chance to escape these mountains, and his only chance to take the truth passed down through generations away from here. He spent a long time, pouring in countless drops of sweat and blood, to forge a body of steel like muscles. He became a transcendent, and as he wished, attracted the attention of the holy city of Gerlanda. Fortunately, the tragedy of Mont Blanc was far too long ago, and his bloodline had long been diluted through repeated marriages. His current surname was Medici, not the striking Desmond. The Knights of Light had come and gone, their leaders equally wicked and arrogant, but they had forgotten who Sommer truly was. Sommer finally became the Grand Master of the 14th Order of the Knights of Light, the only Knight of Light in recent years to have risen from the bottom through sheer hardship in Mountain Tail Town. He finally left this cursed land and arrived in Jurlanda. Sommer first met Doman Mont Blanc when he was escorting the Pope to the Magic Federation for the annual joint conference. At that time, the Church of Light maintained a facade of good relations with the Magic Federation, but a certain high-ranking mage, who harbored deep hatred for the Church of Light, clearly did not intend to continue this false peace. He nearly succeeded in attacking the Pope with a poison needle, but Sommer quietly stopped the old man. That was the first time Sommer recognized Doman Mont Blanc, and also the first time he tasted sweet chestnut cake. Although the chestnut cake was made by some old man with poor culinary skills, crooked and ugly as a lump of cough cough, its incredibly impactful sweetness still left a very deep impression on Sommer. An assassination attempt that could have shocked the Church of Light and the Magic Federation, completely destroying the hard-won peace and annihilating all future possibilities, was thus averted during a clumsy tea party after two survivors recognized each other. One of them was even a survivor of the tragedy, while the other was a descendant of the mastermind who helped perpetrate it, and also a descendant of someone betrayed and abandoned by that mastermind. Chapter 1105. Sommer Medes had assumed Doman wouldn't forgive him, even if the true sins were committed by his ancestors. But to his surprise, Doman Mont Blanc was a clear-headed and rational old man. He didn't blame Sommer for Delmont's sins. After listening to Sommer recount his past in detail, he still saw Sommer as a fellow countryman from the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Doman recalled the child who used to frequently visit his home. With a touch of melancholy and nostalgia, he recounted past events unknown to Sommer. As they chatted, the topic turned to chestnut cake. In Sommer Medes' memory, the so-called brown snow peak cake was merely a dry mixture of chestnut puree and chestnut starch. He was curious about the true taste of the wonderful legend passed down from his ancestors, and Doman volunteered to cook it. The final product was hardly a normal cake, but it was certainly much tastier than Sommer remembered. However, for him, it was simply too sweet. But what pained him even more was that even Doman Mont Blanc, who had lived through that era, couldn't recreate that delicious flavor. This meant that this delicious cake, considered a specialty by the people of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, had been completely destroyed along with the Federation itself. Nothing is more painful than the loss of one's homeland's culture and traditions, especially for Sommer, who had always longed to find his homeland and people. It was an unbearable reality. It wasn't until the day he ate that Mont Blanc chestnut cake at the cat shop at the Wishanja front desk that he realized the tradition was still continuing in a distant place. So, I hope you continue selling the original brown snow peak cake. Scarface. Sommer Medici said, as for the less sweet one, just make it occasionally. Well, I don't actually love chestnuts that much. I almost gotten sick of them since I was a kid. I only crave them when I'm homesick. Okay. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju agreed. After hearing the whole story, she finally understood the cause and effect of the mission, and the significance of the two chestnut cakes, sweet and not sweet, to Scarface. However, there was one thing she was very concerned about. What about the evidence you collected? Did you give it to Doman? Did you publish it to the world? No, Sommer said. I couldn't take them out of Shanwei Town. The Knights of Light searches are very strict, anyone leaving Shanwei Town. Everyone had to strip naked, change into coarse cloth clothing provided by the Knights, and have all their belongings confiscated and burned. You only receive a small amount of money as compensation and travel expenses. This was the price of leaving. So, I buried the evidence in Mountain Tail Town. As long as no one knows they exist, they're safe. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju was slightly surprised. Then, why tell me? What if I'm a bad guy trying to trick you into revealing the location of the buried evidence? Aren't you the god of pastry? Sommer said meaningfully. I don't think the god of pastry, wanted by the church, would eagerly surrender to an enemy trying to capture him, would he? Huh? Now it was the cat at the front desk of Wushanju's turn to be dumbfounded. When was I exposed? I noticed you the first night you arrived riding that strange mechanical contraption, and after eating your bread and pastries, I was even more certain. To be able to recreate the lost brown snow mountain cake, and then adjust it to my eccentric tastes, that's something Barbara's daughter couldn't do. Sommer stood up, sword in hand. But don't worry, our goals are similar. You can stay in this town without worry. Hey, Wait a minute. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju stopped him. Tell me more about the past. I'm curious. Like the Knights of Light, like where those pieces of evidence are buried. Would this information be useful to you? Sommer countered. What would you do with it? The cat smiled. Do what you and Grandpa Doman have always wanted to do. Find the most opportune moment and occasion to reveal the truth to the world. Sommer took a deep breath and sat down again. Then, let's have some more food. Do you have noodle soup? I heard the noodles made by the god of noodles are delicious. How about a bowl of braised beef noodles? And an egg? The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju decisively set the menu. So what kind of people are the Knights of Light? The Knights of Light now. Sommer pondered for a moment, then said decisively, all of them are villains. The kind who wouldn't be satisfied with dying several times over. Following the instructions of the Tranquil Sea, the hidden old man obediently prayed to the goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness, and also received the mysterious buff, divine assistance. Buff duration remaining, 59 to 59, current number of enemies remaining, 100, under the cover of night, the scoundrels and assassins sneaked into the camp again. This time they did not activate the illusion mark, and naturally did not trigger the alarm of the Knights of Light. This time, they seemed to have chosen the right route. The system directly displayed the buff duration and the number of enemies, making the developer's intentions very clear. This means we have to eliminate all enemies within an hour. Tranquil Sea rubbed his hands together with interest. Then, according to the plan, I go to the left. I go to the right. The hidden old man nodded. Then, see you on the other side? Tranquil Sea waved stylishly at him, and darted into the bushes. The hidden old man pulled down his hood. He understood the double meaning in Tranquil Sea's words. See you on the other side. If they won, they would meet at the finish line on the other side of the camp. If they lost, they would meet on the other side of death, the respawn point. See you, the hidden old man muttered, activating his stealth skill and vaulting into the camp, once again disappearing into the shadows of the buildings. The commotion had subsided, and the Knights of Light had returned to their original positions with heavy guard. This wasn't the best time to launch another attack, but they had all received the buffs from the two goddesses. Besides, they didn't want to waste the night here and return the next day to do their quests. The hidden old man nimbly darted through the shadows, locking onto his first target. Chapter 1106. The man in the tin-can was clearly a fully armed sentry on duty. The old man in hiding held his breath, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity created by the Tranquil Sea. At the other end of the camp, the Knights of Light gathered around the campfire in the square, discussing the strange attack that night. What exactly happened tonight? I don't know. I heard a sentry died, but the intruder mysteriously disappeared. The whole squad was watching, but no one knows how he vanished from the watchtower. He just disappeared into thin air. Vanished into thin air. In their excitement, no one noticed that a strange pill rolled into the fire. Bang! A white light suddenly exploded in the campfire. Attracted by the loud noise, the knights who instinctively looked around were instantly engulfed in a silvery white light, and many groaned, clutching their heads. My eyes? Ah! My eyes? So bright. So painful. What happened? Hidden in the shadows, the Tranquil Sea unleashed its skill, magic, marionette, on the one screaming the loudest. The wires on his ring seemed to come alive in an instant. The thin threads transformed into phantoms, stretching infinitely, reaching into the sky, then falling back down, silently entangling themselves in the unfortunate target's armor. Control. It was a strange feeling, like in some science fiction novels where people connect with mechs through mental power. The Tranquil Sea could feel those threads being controlled by its thoughts, striking exactly where it was directed, as if they were its own limbs. And the armored tin-can containing the person inside had now become a mech controlled by the Tranquil Sea. The scoundrel grinned, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. Let me wreak havoc. Under his control, the man in the tin-can frantically drew his sword and slashed down at his unsuspecting companion. Bang! A loud crash suddenly echoed nearby, followed by a bright flash and a cacophony of voices. The target in front of the hidden old man was drawn to the sound and turned to look at the other side of the camp. Taking advantage of his turn, the hidden old man nimbly leaped up, landing steadily on the tin-can's shoulders. He used his left hand to pull up the chin of the tin-can's helmet, while his right hand pressed against the exposed seam. With a snap, a sharp hidden blade sprang out. Blood spurted out with a hiss, but was blocked by the tin-can. Several seconds later, it trickled down from the seam. The hidden blade pierced through the narrow slit in the tin-can's neck, severing the trachea and blood vessels inside. The tin-can knight, like a powerless mech, crashed to the ground. The hidden old man performed a backflip, landing gracefully in a classic Assassin's Creed pose. Feeling incredibly cool, the hidden old man glanced at the kill counter in his field of vision, only to find the remaining enemy count rapidly decreasing. Hidden old man? What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to be indiscriminately killing everyone? Besides, why doesn't the system display the kill counts for each squad member separately? The system, clearly heeding advice, immediately showed 2 new lines of counters in his field of vision. Hidden old man's kill count. 1. Tranquil C's kill count. 13. Hidden old man. Shock. Can't waste any more time. The limelight is about to be stolen. Meanwhile, the reckless civilians, completely engrossed in their game, were wreaking havoc. Tranquil C had been diligently practicing his skills, giving his all in every major city. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage, and his previous efforts were now fully rewarding. Tranquil C could now control 5 armored canisters, hacking and slashing through the crowd at once. The first canister he controlled, after successfully killing 2 of his companions, unfortunately died at the hands of a group of Radiant Knights who had reacted. However, Tranquil C controlled the armor itself. Whether the person inside was dead or alive had little effect on him. To be honest, the dead are easier to control. So, after killing their suddenly rebellious companions, the Radiant Knights were horrified to find that more of their dead companions had risen again, raising their swords at them. Corpses, spirits. Someone murmured, then suddenly broke down, shouting, "It's vengeful spirits. They're here. They come to claim our lives." Tranquil C, perched on the rooftop, scratched his chin thoughtfully. As the saying goes, if you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. These people are so afraid of vengeful ghosts. They're obviously used to doing bad things. The hint of vengeful ghosts gave Tranquil C a great idea, and a moment later, a magician dressed in a cute, ghost-themed armor appeared, semi-transparently floating in the air. Ah, it really is a ghost. The tin cans were terrified, their tails between their legs, showing none of the composure expected of knights, looking more like a bunch of good-for-nothings. Tranquil C frowned slightly. The little cutie armor already looked like a Dementor, and under his adjustments, those vine-like tentacles became translucent, with a texture similar to rags or jellyfish tentacles. Combined with the projection effect of magic, mirror flower water moon, countless hazy ghostly figures were refracted in midair. These illusory ghostly figures could be used to scare people and create chaos, while also drawing the knight's attention and firepower, while Tranquil C remained safely hidden on the rooftop, continuing to control the 5 corpse cans and wreak havoc. What could be more satisfying than controlling enemies to fight enemies? No worries about losses or casualties, they're all enemies anyway, just throw one away when it breaks. Ah, is this the power of a necromancer? If this game ever adds a necromancer, he'd definitely have to learn one. What ghosts? They're fake. It's an enemy attack. Arrows. Arrows ready. Aim. Fire. The captain, probably one of the few still conscious, was still trying to organize the defense. However, the arrow betrayed his trust, completely piercing through the phantom in the air, tracing a perfect parabola before falling. The captain's pupils dilated in shock. We went through. Those really are ghosts. Ah, I repent. God, save us! We are your most devout followers. This sight further confirmed the ghost story, and even the captain, who initially didn't believe in such things, began to waver in his reason. Seeing this, Tranquil C was overjoyed. He opened his backpack and rummaged through his carefully prepared stash of gadgets for a moment. I decided on you. Chapter 1107. Ghostly shadows loomed, covering the entire night sky. A highly penetrating, chillingly eerie melody resounded through the terrifying darkness, stirring up gusts of cold wind, mixed with the roars, cries, and wails of men, women, and children. Many metal canisters trembled with fear, their orichalcum armor clanging and clattering, resembling round, humanoid wind chimes. The Tranquil C was very satisfied with Shark Fork 2's performance. After the success of the hidden old man's accompanying background music, the mischievous commoner, who loved to create amusement, naturally couldn't miss out on such a good thing, especially since the initial inspiration came from the Tranquil C himself. The recordings in Shark Fork 2 were specially commissioned by Tranquil C at great expense, in-game currency, from the player-run music master, Sherwoo. He meticulously removed all drum beats and energetic rhythms, deliberately lengthening the tempos to create a more eerie version. Then, the Eternal Poet played a conch shell version of the Swana, performing the trilogy Ghost Girl, Double Happiness, and O Wedding Dress. He even hired numerous NPCs, men, women, young and old, to provide voice acting, creating a human voice effect carried on the wind. These specially processed tracks were tailored to the local Osirian senses of horror, jokingly dubbed the Funeral Trilogy by Tranquil Sea, perfectly suited for any Osirian child who has never experienced the terror of the Swana, the king of instruments. The noble scions of the Knights of Light were mostly good-for-nothings, and they couldn't withstand this. Their psychological defenses were repeatedly attacked by these supernatural phenomena beyond their comprehension, and their SAN values dropped significantly. They were on the verge of collapse and going insane. However, the Tranquil Sea wouldn't let them off so easily. Magic, taking something from a bag, was used repeatedly, but the Tranquil Sea didn't take anything from the tin cans. He simply used the magic to stuff lit firecrackers into the cans. The armor of the heavy knights wasn't actually very form-fitting. It was more like putting a person inside a tin can, comparable to a human mini-tank. The attack effect of stuffing firecrackers into this confined space was greatly amplified in terms of sound, lethality, and impact. Those lucky enough to be blown away would suffer dizziness, ringing ears, and a buzzing sound. Those unlucky would suffer severe internal injuries and large-scale burns. Classes below level 90 simply couldn't withstand this armor-piercing, flesh-inflicting attack. The effect was no less than directly opening a tank hatch and throwing a grenade inside. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the Goddess of Fate and the Goddess of Darkness, in another split-screen view, Scarface solemnly recounted the power of the Knights of Light to the cat at the front desk of Wushanju. The members of the Knights of Light mostly come from deeply rooted, powerful, and influential families within the Church of Light. These families are extremely wealthy and powerful, and sending their descendants into the Knights of Light is merely a way to further solidify their own position. They spend vast sums of money equipping the Knights of Light. Each Knight of Light from a noble family is equipped with at least one set of heavy armor entirely forged from orichalcos. The entire suit of armor is free of any impurities, thus maximizing the magic-repelling properties of orichalcos. Pure orichalcos resists magic and can nullify any spell. Flames, gales, lightning, all magic vanishes the moment it touches that armor. This makes them incredibly difficult to deal with, especially against enemies from the Magic Federation. The two goddesses silently turn their heads, their gazes shifting in unison to another screen. There, a certain unruly magician was using some kind of fireworks and firecrackers, haphazardly concocted by adventurers to celebrate the new year, supposedly just for creating a noise and excitement. The unruly magician's top benefactor, the Goddess of Fate, recognized them as leftovers from this year's spring festival, to blast the Knights of Light into chaos. The Goddess of Darkness struggled to maintain a straight face, as if a moment's relaxation would cause her to burst into laughter. She forced a laugh and said, "Well, from an academic point of view, he didn't actually use magic. Taking something out of a bag is a magically enhanced technique, while fireworks and firecrackers cause physical damage. This kind of mind-blowing, ghostly, and terrifying scare isn't exactly a magical attack." The Goddess of Fortune nodded in agreement. After clearing out the leftover fireworks and firecrackers from his backpack during the spring festival, Tranquil Sea didn't stop. Next, stink bombs, gutter chili oil, and the excrement swept up by the Griffin mission all came into play. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with excrement, urine, and flying blood and flesh. A truly gruesome sight. His methods were too bizarre. The supernatural and unpredictable attacks, the filth sprayed all over the field, and the unpredictable and cunning assaults left the only reliable elite squad leader utterly bewildered and helpless. Squad leader, this is infuriating. What on earth are they dealing with? The squad leader strained all his senses, searching for any trace of the enemy amidst the eerie yet chilling music and the wails of his men. Suddenly, he abruptly looked up and hurled his spear in a certain direction, embedding it right in front of a hopping, ghostly figure. The ghostly figure braked sharply, stopping just before the spear. "Just as I thought. You have a physical form," the squad leader roared, following the hurled spear as he charged towards Tranquil Sea with a speed completely contrary to the player's stereotypical image of a heavily armored knight. Tranquil Sea knew he was in trouble and hastily retreated, but he was already being watched by the squad leader. The squad leader pulled the spear back and thrust it towards Tranquil Sea. Tranquil Sea barely dodged the spear with a daring back end, and as he straightened up, the squad leader, already prepared, reached out and pulled off Tranquil Sea's hood. A tentacle-covered octopus-like head, resembling Davy Jones, suddenly came into the squad leader's view. The squad leader didn't know anything about the pirate Gabby or Davy Jones, but as a squad leader of the Knights of Light, it would be unreasonable for him not to recognize a Cthulhu familiar. He exclaimed in shock, You are a familiar of the evil god. The Tranquil Sea. Bad news, the enemy saw his face during the assassination mission. Good news. Not only did the enemy not recognize him, but they also unfairly blamed a certain giant octopus, still slumbering in the sea, but occasionally woken up by adventurers to borrow a buff. The Tranquil Sea glanced at the mission notification. Although a yellow warning was flashing at the edge of his vision, the mission hadn't failed. Then, the troublemaker grinned, revealing a maniacal smile resembling that of a sea monster. That's right, I am the messenger of my god, here to take your heads. Chapter 1108. When you're out in the world, your identity is what you make of yourself. The Tranquil Sea's furious pronouncements didn't arouse any suspicion from the enemies. After all, the octopus head under the hood was simply too impactful. Anyone with even a shred of knowledge about evil gods and their minions would believe without a doubt his connection to Cthulhu. A demon god's minion that could mutate like this and still be alive, even capable of normal movement, must be the most insane of madmen, the most fanatical of fanatics. The squad leader now regretted his impulsive insistence on finding out the answer. Before knowing the other party's identity, he could have recklessly attacked, but now, just seeing the other party's octopus head filled him with fear, and his rationality was on the verge of collapse. While the Tranquil Sea was causing a ruckus in the camp square, attracting the attention of most of the knights, the hidden old man was still diligently making progress. The Tranquil Sea had indeed drawn away most of the enemies, leaving only the sentries who couldn't leave their posts. The hidden old man could then advance unimpeded, eliminating enemies one by one. The only drawback was that these sentries were too scattered, requiring the hidden old man to travel long distances to take down even one enemy, making him far less efficient than those on the Tranquil Sea side. The hidden old man. Although they weren't competing, he inexplicably felt the pressure. Wearing a pseudo-assassin's Kree cloak transformed from the adorable armor, the hidden old man skillfully alternated between stealth and wall climbing, leaping from the shadows of a corner onto a windowsill, bounding onto a rooftop, silently gliding over the roof before plunging down in the most classic pose, using his weight to plunge his hidden blade into the base of the ironclad sentry's neck. A moment later, the iron can was opened, and the corpse inside was dragged out and hidden in the haystack behind the house. The old man then scurried back into the can and put his helmet back on. This armor was extremely heavy. The old man's physical abilities alone were insufficient to move such a cumbersome iron can, but he was wearing the little cutie armor. This exoskeleton, meticulously crafted by the alchemy master Rama and powered by corruption, could easily lift objects hundreds of times its own weight. With the little cutie armor's assistance, the old man easily piloted this iron can mech to a brightly lit house and knocked on the door. While the square outside was filled with the sounds of fighting and wailing, the house remained unaffected. The Knights of Light were drinking and reveling, the deafening music and gambling completely drowning out the noise outside. Using the armored can as cover, the old man quietly entered the house and closed the door. "What would you like to drink?" "Wait, weren't you on duty?" Finally, someone noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. The hidden old man hurled his helmet at him, knocking the man unconscious first. With a loud clang as the helmet hit the ground, the music in the bar abruptly stopped. All the reveling knights turned to look at the door, only to see an octopus-headed man in their prized orichalcum heavy armor blocking their only escape route. A follower of the evil god. The evil god has broken in. They watched in horror as the octopus man slipped out of the tin can, a boneless creature with tentacles, cute armor, undulating beneath it. This was the most terrifying scene they had ever witnessed before they died. The hidden old man emerged from the bar, covered in blood, followed by several scantily clad young boys and girls. The hidden old man had discovered and rescued these NPCs, who appeared to be minors, from the bar's basement. They were children from the nearby Mountain Tail village, clearly kidnapped and brought here for the Knights of Light's amusement. The hidden old man's fist hardened. He even wanted to stab the corpses of these inhuman, red-named knights a few more times. These still young NPCs had clearly endured much suffering. They showed little fear when they looked at the hidden old man's octopus head, and even cheered softly as they witnessed him kill the knights. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The one who kills the enemy who has wronged him is a hero. The young men and women looked at the hidden old man's octopus-headed form with growing reverence. The old man's heart skipped a beat, fearing these future flowers might become devout followers of Cthulhu. He quickly said, "I am neither a follower of an evil god nor a believer. I only disguise myself like this for convenience." "Shoo, you keep this to yourselves." The young men and women understood, their madness fading slightly. "I need some information," the hidden old man said. "Anything is fine, the more detailed the better. Tell me anything you know, and then you can leave, as long as you remember the way home." "We are from Yamabu village," one of the girls said, struggling to adjust the meager amount of clothing she wore, covering the bruises and wounds on her skin. They are the 8th Company of the 33rd Battalion of the Knights of Light. This is a joint defense battalion they share with the 7th Company, rotating shifts. They came from Milcom, that important military town ahead. It's the most prosperous, resource-rich, and wealthy town in the vicinity, but also the most heavily guarded. They're all very, very bad people. Please kill them all. The hidden old man was startled by her blunt outburst. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and continued, "Does anyone know where I can find a map of the area?" A young man raised his hand and pointed to the tallest tower in the camp. "That's the main tower where the commanders are stationed. There are maps in the offices over there. I've seen them." The group chattered on, providing a wealth of information, which route had the fewest sentries, when the camp's troop rotation would take place, and which members of the Knights of Light were more deserving of death. Their information was fragmented, but the hidden old man diligently noted it all down. However, this NPC information was likely inherently relevant to the quest. After they finished speaking, the hidden old man noticed his quest map had been updated, and several familiar kill lists with corresponding rewards had appeared below the remaining enemy count. The hidden old man glanced at the generous rewards and licked his lips with great interest. The young men and women were clearly familiar with the area. They pried open the nearest door, retrieved clean clothes to change into, and filled several bags with bread, meat, and cheese. Only then, escorted by the hidden old man, did they leave through the nearest exit. Chapter 1109. What a tragedy. Although he knew these NPCs were merely characters assigned by the developers to deliver quests and intelligence, the hidden old man still felt a pang of sorrow for their suffering lives. Correspondingly, he had even less restraint when dealing with the wicked Knights of Light. Contrary to some stereotypes, even lawless, unruly players, within the rules of the game, wouldn't immediately eliminate everyone in their field of vision. Players prioritize their own gaming experience. They still need a reason, even if that reason is flimsy and absurd. For example, killing NPCs or enemies brings them pleasure, or improving frame rate and reducing map loading speeds. For players, like the hidden old man, who belong to the chaotic good faction, the best reason to ignite their fighting spirit is often to act on behalf of heaven. This is even more effective than generous quest rewards. After seeing the NPCs off, the hidden old man once again disappeared into the night. His figure moved like a ghost, nimbly weaving through the darkness. Under the combined protection of darkness and luck, no one could detect his movements. He launched attack after attack from the most concealed locations and the most cunning angles. To facilitate the knight's breathing, cooling, and the donning and doffing of their armor, their helmets were easily removed at a specific angle. Normally, this angle was only accessible to the knight inside the armor, or their closest companion. Defense was also extremely easy. After all, on the battlefield, few enemies could leap over the knight's lances and swords, jump onto their shoulders, and forcibly remove their armor. Until these two unconventional assassins emerged. After receiving a list of key enemies to be eliminated from the NPCs, small red dots appeared on the hidden old man's system map. This precise enemy targeting greatly facilitated the hidden old man's assassinations. Although the system UI style differed slightly from the games he had played before, the general logic was similar, and the hidden old man quickly became accustomed to this new feature. And it works pretty well. The guy patrolling the watchtower? Take him down. The guy hiding behind the house, helmet off, smoking and lounging? Slit his throat. The guy still naked in bed having a one-night stand? Hey, isn't he just fish to be slaughtered? His long-awaited cybernetic combat dummy finally saw its first real combat use. Laser cannons, mechanical umbrellas, darts, grappling hooks, and firecrackers in its mechanical hands took turns firing. Some functions were indeed a bit redundant and useless, but they were undeniably fun. The hidden old man circled half the camp, successfully reaping the heads of everyone on the list, eliminating guards not on the list, and rescuing several weeping NPCs. Looking at the system notification, he was almost catching up to the kill count of the Tranquil Sea. However, although he didn't kill many people, many were important figures who would earn him additional military merits. Thinking about it this way, the hidden old man's insatiable competitive spirit was slightly satisfied. When the 1-hour buff expired, the two assassins met in the deserted camp square. More accurately, the hidden old man found Tranquil Sea performing surgery on his own leg. Sea Brother truly lived up to his reputation as someone ruthless to both himself and others. Even operating on his own leg, he didn't lose his quack doctor nature. The hidden old man's teeth ached from watching, and he quickly averted his gaze, instead searching for intelligence, treasures, and supplies among the corpses scattered on the ground. Looting corpses was always a good habit, especially since the Knights of Light were obviously rolling in money. Those tin cans were all made of pure orichalcum. The hidden old man had heard about it from the dwarven craftsman before. This stuff could nullify magic and was an extremely useful equipment material, incredibly valuable. For players, incredibly valuable was equivalent to take it all. So, the hidden old man spent some time dragging the corpses out of the tin cans and dumping them on the ground, then stuffed all the cans into his backpack. Although they were covered in blood and grime, it didn't matter, the dwarves' forges would burn away all the impurities. Having returned to abject poverty, after developing the cyber battle doll, the hidden old man imagined the money the dwarves would pay, and tears of happiness involuntarily streamed down his face. Even with the system's inventory, looting all the useful supplies from an entire camp was incredibly time-consuming and laborious. The hidden old man and the later joining Tranquil Sea worked for most of the night, finally managing to collect all the valuables by dawn. If their system inventory hadn't been overflowing, they almost would have scraped off a layer of plaster from the walls. After finishing, the system displayed a mission completion notification, along with an evaluation report. Assassination mission raid on the camp completed. Mission rating: S enemy kills, 100 out of 100 innocent NPCs rescued, 23 supplies recovered, 175 sets of Orichalco's heavy armor, new/used, 999 bags of food x3 sets, weapons. Several pages followed, detailing the supplies, but the hidden old man, too lazy to read them, simply closed the chat window. Beep, the player system issued another notification. Quest data updated. Please leave this camp before the next wave of knights rotates out and proceed to Mountain Tail Town to retrieve the quest item, Buried Evidence. Whoa! Tranquil Sea was overjoyed. A quest location notification actually appeared. Looks like we don't really need to venture into the illusion realm. Hard to say, the hidden old man shrugged, but comparing these quest location coordinates with the map I got from the commander's office in the main tower, we at least have to pass through that military stronghold, Mylercom, to continue. I heard that town's defenses are much tighter than here. And being called a military stronghold, it probably can't be wiped out like this camp. Let's just take it one step at a time. The serene sea remained calm and composed, pulling out a blank teleportation scroll. Let's save our game here first, then evacuate before the time limit. The hidden old man, seeing him specifically go to the basement of the previous bar to record teleportation coordinates, scratched his head in confusion. Huh? Why record these coordinates? Normally, wouldn't it be better to save in the safe mountains after we evacuate? Just save everything. The rascal, returning from saving, chuckled. We brought plenty of blank teleportation scrolls anyway. Saving here is for when we come back to fight our way back. Then we won't need to climb walls. We can go straight to the heart of the enemy. Isn't that much more convenient? The hidden old man suddenly understood. Chapter 11:10. With enough funds, you can have as many save slots, blank teleportation scrolls, as you want. The two assassins generously saved their teleportation coordinates. Tranquil Sea even carefully affixed category labels to the teleportation scrolls, before swaggering out of the camp through the other exit, bathed in the rising sun. Before setting off, the hidden old man thoughtfully glanced at the exit the NPCs had previously used to escape. Last night, those NPCs left through the eastern camp exit, but the system was now directing them to the northern exit. What's wrong? Tranquil Sea asked. Aw no, I'm just a little curious, the hidden old man said. The NPCs I rescued last night also said they were from Mountain Tail Town, but they went that way. I was wondering if they knew any shortcuts. Tranquil Sea shrugged. Hard to say. They probably went that way last night just because it's the closest gate to the camp. In these kinds of games, after rescuing hostages, they usually let them leave the battlefield as close as possible to avoid further accidental deaths and a bad player experience. That doesn't necessarily mean they took the right path. Besides, they only said they were from Mountain Tail Town. They might not actually want to go back, right? The hidden old man scratched his head. Indeed, Mountain Tail Town is heavily surrounded by the illusionary realm and the Knights of Light, but freedom lies just outside this camp. Going out might be a better option. I was just being prejudiced. They stopped dwelling on the question and quickly passed through the north gate of the camp, heading into the mountains. Perhaps due to the long delay, they had barely climbed the hillside when they saw wave after wave of heavily armored knights arriving on the main road below to relieve them. The two assassins quickly ducked into the bushes, silently and swiftly increasing the distance. Just as they crossed the hill, they heard urgent bells ringing from the camp below, and beacon fires roared into the sky, clearly indicating trouble from afar. I feel the mission in the next town will be difficult, the hidden old man murmured. His words proved prophetic. Report. A communications soldier rushed down the corridor and knocked on the commander's office door. Come in. A deep male voice came from inside the room. A man dressed as a general, though old and vigorous, sat down at the table and put down his quill pen. What is it? An incident has occurred at Camp 33 Southeast East. The 8th Company was attacked and all members were killed. The 7th Company discovered their bodies during their rotation. All equipment, weapons, medicine, food, and even the soldiers' personal belongings have vanished from the entire camp. The 7th Company used secret techniques to investigate the last images seen by the dead. The killers were 2 humanoid monsters with octopus heads. Most likely, they were high-ranking members of that evil god surnamed Ku. The communications soldier hurriedly finished recounting the important information, then gasped for breath. Please give your instructions, General. The evil god's followers appeared in the heart of the Holy Kingdom and attacked the Knights of Light. The 8th Company was wiped out. This is a major incident. The old general frowned. Report this to the Pope. Yes, sir. The communications soldier quickly took his leave, closing the door behind him. So many noble scions have died in one fell swoop. The old general stood up and walked to the window. Is it truly a kinship with an evil god, or an internal power struggle? Either way, the holy city is likely to be in turmoil. He thought for a moment, then rang the bell on the table. Several generals, hearing the bell, immediately pushed open the door and entered. Passed down the order, martial law throughout the town. No strangers are allowed to enter or leave, especially the south gate facing the Palomi camp. Not even a bird is allowed to fly over the town. The old general pondered. Notify all barracks near the Palomi camp to be on high alert and on guard against any suspicious enemies. Whether it's an octopus man, an animal, a monster, or an ordinary person. Anyone who suddenly appears without proper documentation, procedures, or a credible reason, kill them on the spot. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Yes. In the holy city of Gerlanda, the Pope and some well-informed high-ranking officials quickly received the news. What? That octopus god sent high-ranking followers to attack us? The Pope was utterly bewildered. Why would he do this? Isn't he supposed to be sleeping at the bottom of the sea? The attack occurred in the heart of the Holy Kingdom, far from the sea. How could a god's followers have traveled thousands of miles inland? The victims are all from noble families. Their families have received the devastating news. The entire holy city is filled with mourning cries and the tolling of death bells. This is a deliberate attack targeting the offspring of high-ranking church officials. A cardinal's voice boomed. Is that god that clever? It's hard to say, the Pope said incredulously. The octopus has 9 brains, doesn't it? Perhaps it's after the orichalcos? The Pope's confidant whispered. The 8th Company of the 33rd Battalion was massacred, and all the orichalcos disappeared without a trace. That's a huge fortune, a very rich source of military power. Perhaps that evil god wants to use the orichalcos to renovate Raya. His words trailed off under the Pope's glare. This is abnormal, the Pope muttered. Where is that old man from the Magic Federation who just won't die? To be honest, this seems more like his doing. The Magic Federation has been unusually quiet lately, a confidant said. Doman Mont Blanc has been holed up in his magic tower, showing no signs of colluding with the evil god's minions. Seriously, even a true god, let alone a half-step false god from the Magic Federation, might not be able to do something like this. Recently, there have been reports from various places of sightings of what appear to be octopus-like or other mollusk-like creatures resembling the evil god's minions, the cardinal said. Perhaps that evil god has grown tired of the ocean, and is now plotting to seize our land? We cannot sit idly by and let the evil god and his minions slaughter our descendants. We must fight back. Fight back. This might be an opportunity to solidify the hearts and minds of the believers. A common enemy always stirs up the people's passion to defend the church, the confidant echoed. The only problem is, who will deal with those evil god's minions? The Pope asked, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. After a long silence, the cardinal slowly spoke. Since they are followers of an evil god, then. The Inquisition? Chapter 1111. I heard that the heartland of the Church of Light has been attacked by the octopus-headed evil god's follower. Councillor Locke Hughes, whose territory bordered the Church of Light, was among the first to receive the news, and gleefully shared this information with the councillors present. Early in the morning, the members of the Magic Federation Council Standing Committee, barely opening their sleepy eyes, received notice of an emergency meeting. Although they were initially quite unhappy with the sudden meeting notice, after learning what had happened, the annoyance in these grumpy magic counselors vanished instantly, and they were all as happy as if they had received a long-awaited birthday present. According to reliable sources, an entire company of the Knights of Light was wiped out cleanly. Their bodies were just left naked and exposed on the camp, their prized orichalcum heavy armor completely destroyed, along with all the supplies in the camp, turning into a puff of smoke. Lock Hughes excitedly gestured, vividly describing the scene. It said that only 2 people carried out the attack. They had human bodies, but 2 completely octopus heads, yes, no different from that legendary evil god. Let me confirm. A middle-aged counselor solemnly raised his hand. Was this attack truly carried out by a mad evil god's minions, or by those lich-like beings with strange possession abilities that we know of? He paused. I mean, if it's the former, we still need to be a little worried, right? Loft winked at him meaningfully. Don't worry, don't worry. Oh, old friend, you know what I mean? But these things are best left as speculation. The official explanation given was that the attackers were, in effect, followers of the evil god Kel'Thuzad. Our Magic Federation is deeply shocked by the attack on the Church of Light by the evil god, and expresses our deepest condolences and sorrow for those who tragically lost their lives in the disaster. Saloria paused for a moment, then effortlessly recited a diplomatic statement. The Knights of Light of the Church of Light have always been a mainstay in the fight against the evil god. We never imagined that resisting the evil god's followers would be such a heavy burden for the Knights of Light, and for the Church of Light. In response to this disaster, the Magic Federation deeply sympathizes with the victims, and is willing to send a group of druids to the Church of Light to assist the local residents in restoring order to their lives. Ha ha ha, Shar, you're trying to take advantage of the chaos, and send a bunch of druids straight to the heart of the enemy. The Church of Light won't agree, ha ha ha, but this approach will not only show our stance to the world, but also thoroughly discuss the Church of Light. I love it. That old man Doman will be overjoyed if he hears this news. Why isn't Doman here today? I think it's best not to disturb the old man's sleep so early in the morning. I bring him this good news later. Charloria picked up her cup and took a sip of coffee. This refreshing drink was a gift from MOU, perfect for a busy morning like this. This mess will fall on the Inquisition again, won't it? The previous mushroom riots already gave that Supreme Judge Bresley a headache, and now there are evil gods followers. It's one problem after another. The counselor's words sounded like he was worried about the judge, but the schadenfreude in his tone completely betrayed his desire to see more trouble. Saloria was already very familiar with the politician's sarcastic communication style. As long as she wasn't the one being sarcastic, she found it quite amusing. So the next topic. So you dumped this tricky thing on me again, brother? Leto puffed out his cheeks, his soft blonde hair standing on end, and his cat ears perked up. Yes. Bryce rubbed his temples, his tired face etched with the frustration of thinking, this boss is no good. If he can't handle the work, he just get rid of him. Oh well, there's always a way around things. Maybe I can just put up with it for the sake of the salary. Let me be frank with you, Leto. This is a mess for the Knights of Light, and I have absolutely no intention of digging up any manpower to clean up the mess left by those good-for-nothings. You know, training an excellent Inquisitor for the Inquisition is no easy feat. Each one of them is someone I personally invested real money in training. They're all trusted confidants I could entrust with my life. If I were to send them to risk their lives for those incompetent noble families, facing the wrath of the evil god's minions, enduring the immense risks of madness and death, I wouldn't do that. Brother, what do you mean? Bishop Cat's eyes cat-like ears twitched slightly. You want to use my people? Smart, Bryce said approvingly. The incident happened near the Orichalco's mine, the site of the former Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, a secret and restricted area of the church. Anyone who goes there, except for the Pope's confidants and the Knights of Light, almost never returns, even our own people. These missions are inherently dangerous. Even if someone survives, they be quietly silenced afterward. Since it's a mission where death is inevitable anyway, we can just send some worthless people to die. There's no need to send out our truly valuable elite subordinates. I remember, didn't you recently get a group of capable, easily disposable vagrants from your dark district? Leto nodded. Use them? I have no objection. Vagrants come and go, there are plenty. But brother, aren't you afraid these untrained vagrants will cause trouble? They won't come back. At worst, they'd be heroically killed in action. I could afford the vagrants' compensation. Bryce smiled slyly. Besides, since they're all vagrants without families, who's going to collect the compensation? It'd just go from my pocket to yours. Being able to take down an entire company of evil gods' minions in one night isn't something ordinary inquisitors or vagrants can handle. The higher-ups probably don't expect us to actually produce any investigation report, or to really arrest and punish those evil gods' followers. It's mostly just a show to protect the church's reputation. Leo's cat-like eyes sparkled. That's a good idea. I contact Irid right now, and have him find some reliable guys to come over. Chapter 11-12. In the lower levels of the Pithroll satellite city of the Church of Light, in the Dark District, a group of players specializing in charm were whispering amongst themselves. Us? As Inquisitors? Don't touch my Bellcat exclaimed in shock. But isn't Inquisitor a high-level profession in the Church of Light? Is this something we can do? So we got a script where we infiltrate the enemy and become a mob boss 2 years later? The bald player, muscles are the best, exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. Feng Chi coughed lightly. Anyway, Irid assigned this mission to us. I checked the forums, and this mission seems to be part of the main storyline. Those two octopus-headed evil gods minions who caused a ruckus at the original site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation are the famous assassin masters, Hidden Old Man and High Z. Ah! It's them. What is this? Feng Chi clapped his hands, beaming with pride. The pro player did the first half of the mission, and we just happened to stumble upon the second half. In a way, we're cooperating with the pro player on the same mission. In a way, we're pro players too. The players cheered. Actually, Feng Chi didn't know why they were chosen to participate in this seemingly impressive mission. He suspected it was probably related to the city's administrator, Cardinal Leto. After all, it's rumored that Cardinal Leto's elder brother is the supreme judge of the Inquisition. In Feng Chi's mind, the Inquisitor should be a profession that requires careful selection, going through 30 to 50 background checks, and having all the black and white dirt on their ancestors for 18 generations thoroughly investigated before they can take office. Logically speaking, becoming an Inquisitor is far more difficult than becoming a Holy Son, so why would this mission recruit from the Dark District, the lower level of Pithroll Satellite City? His intuition told him something was amiss. This mission might not be as simple as it seemed, and the Inquisitors mentioned in the mission might not be true Inquisitors in the real sense. But then again, the more mysterious the mission, the more interesting it is. After they unanimously agreed to accept the mission, Irid distributed a complete set of custom-made Inquisitor uniforms to them. The sizes were noted when the heavenly silkworm demon robes were made, saving them the trouble of remeasuring. The Inquisitor uniforms were also in the consistent style of the Church of Light, white leather combat priest uniforms with gold thread, and red armbands embroidered on the arms. The same style for both men and women, consisting of a long coat, long pants, and a pointed crown. The players tidied themselves up, and once they were dressed in their uniforms, except for one bald player whose style was a bit off, they were all handsome men and beautiful women, looking quite respectable, even resembling Inquisitors. Irid looked at them, and clicked his tongue. Not bad, that's why they say clothes make the man. They all look much more serious in these clothes. Feng Chi, that makes it sound like they weren't serious before. Wait a minute, thinking about it carefully, their group might actually have been a bit unserious. Irid then gave each of them a black cloak to cover their uniforms before leading them to the deepest part of the red light district. After passing through several tightly closed iron gates, the group discovered a magical elevator embedded in the mountainside. This was quite a secluded spot. Feng Chi pondered to himself, considering that both the bishop and Ild hadn't wanted to leave any extra clues linking these newly minted Inquisitors to the courtesans of the Dark City's underground red light district. Sure enough, as soon as the elevator reached the ground, they found themselves in a lavishly furnished mansion, where an elderly servant in a white robe was waiting at the elevator's entrance. Lord Leto is waiting for them, the servant said to Irid. He glanced at the group, a satisfied look on his face. Take off your cloaks. From this moment on, you are no longer from the Dark District, but Inquisitors of the Church of Light. The servant pulled a heavy bag from his pocket, seemingly bulging with coins. He tossed the bag into Irid's lap, then winked at the newly appointed veteran of the Dark District. Irid instantly understood, a fawning smile on his face, and took the cloaks from the players, now that they had successfully completed their mission. The players promptly straightened their uniforms, each striking a professional, haughty pose, looking every bit the Church of Light. Because the task of becoming an Inquisitor imposes many restrictions, such as not being able to wear weapons that clearly reveal one's identity, not being able to bring pets, not being able to use mounts not provided by the Church of Light, etc. Players have already stuffed all kinds of items that might trigger violations into their system inventory. This will undoubtedly cause some inconvenience for players' combat, but currently, it seems this mission is an undercover mission involving disguise, and shouldn't involve any combat at this stage. The most popular type of mission among players, who rely on charm. Well, whether they're good at it or not is another matter. Is undercover missions involving disguise. Maintaining a persona that fits the mission is often a prerequisite for using a charm-based playstyle, allowing them to advance the mission by using their beauty and appealing to the target's preferences. Feng Qi vaguely felt that this mission falling to them was probably somewhat related to their long-standing charm-based playstyle. Then I take my leave. Irid put away his cloaks, bowed to the cold, stern-faced old servant, and turned to leave. As he passed the players, he smiled and nodded to them. May you all have good fortune in your battles. If fate allows, perhaps we will meet again someday. With his back to the old servant, he winked at Feng Qi, mouthing silently, "Be careful of the church." Feng Qi slightly raised an eyebrow, giving him a beautifully angled smile. After this brief farewell, Irid gracefully entered the elevator, waved to the crowd, and once again sank into the underground world. "Well then, your honors," the old servant called out sarcastically, "please follow me." He turned and headed for the stairs, wandering around the mansion for a while before finally arriving at a heavy door. He knocked 3 times, neither too loud nor too soft. "Your honor, the person has been brought." "Come in." A young voice sounded from inside. The old servant opened the door and led the group in. It was a study. A blonde, half-cat orc sat in a rocking chair in front of the fireplace, chin in hand, watching them with leisurely satisfaction. Chapter 11-13. Feng Qi slightly raised his eyes, quickly scanning the room's furnishings. This was a study. No lights were on. Any windows were draped with layers of heavy curtains, completely blocking out light. The only source of light was the roaring fireplace to the right. The left half of the study was almost entirely hidden in darkness, only its general outline barely discernible. In the darkness, Feng Qi could roughly make out a heavy desk placed diagonally on the left, behind which stood an equally heavy, high-backed armchair, dark and seemingly shrouded in shadow. Overall, the desk, fireplace, and rocking chair divided the study into several areas, roughly resembling the letter 4 in a floor plan. The left falling stroke inside the 4 represents the area with the desk in the darkness, while the vertical stroke represents the area with the rocking chair. At this moment, the old servant, leading Feng Qi and his group, stood on the bottom horizontal line of this 4. That half-cat orc. Cardinal Leto sat in the rocking chair in front of the fireplace, rocking comfortably like a cat leisurely warming itself by the fire, its eyes narrowed into slits. "So you're the ones Elod recommended." Leto squinted, carefully observing these vagrants. After being cleaned up and dressed in the uniforms of an inquisitor, these lower-class people looked somewhat more pleasing to the eye, and a few of them were even quite good-looking. Well, except for that burly, bald guy with bulging muscles, that guy was really too much of an eyesore. "Yes," Feng Qi replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I wonder what your excellency needs us to do." Not to boast, but having been in the underworld for many years, we all have some skills we're good at. Although in your excellency's eyes, these skills may seem rather lowly, sometimes they can easily solve some of your excellency's minor, unspeakable problems. It would be our greatest honor to be able to share your burdens. Heh, quite the sweet talker. Leto crossed his arms, hugged his knees, and leaned back in his chair, making the rocking chair creak and sway even more. "It's not a difficult matter at all, in fact, for you, it's like a windfall." He then looked at everyone, turning to the shadow behind the desk beside him. "Brother, what do you think?" The oil lamp on the desk flickered. As the lights came on, everyone noticed that a man was still sitting in the heavy, high-backed armchair behind the desk. The man had a handsome yet dignified face, and his long, straight, platinum blonde hair was neatly styled and draped over his shoulders. He wore a strangely designed but exceptionally handsome silver-white uniform, with only a tasseled epaulette and a half-shoulder cape, gold on the outside and red on the inside, worn on his right shoulder. The uniform resembled a magnificent European military dress coat, with double-breasted buttons and leather drawstrings strategically placed in key positions, combining practicality and aesthetics, perfectly outlining the wearer's physique. Team Mother. Touch my bell, meow. Holy crap, so handsome, my new husband has appeared. Party Feng Qi. Wake up, this guy is probably the boss monster on the other side. Party, what is this? Let me see. So he's that Bishop Leto's brother-obsessed older brother. He looks like a younger version of Lucius Malfoy. A more handsome and serious version. Party muscles are the best. I feel like he exudes a corporate slave vibe. Is it just my imagination? While the players were commenting on the newly appeared heavyweight NPC in the party chat, this heavyweight NPC was also observing them. These vagrants all bore traces of corruption, fitting the characteristics of vagrants in the Dark City. Each of them wore concealment runes to disguise their identities and defend against detection, but these runes were all fairly common and effective versions, extremely popular for the last 200 years, practically standard equipment for travelers. In terms of appearance, although these individuals were vagrants, they weren't ugly or squalid. They likely didn't lack food even in the dark city, lacking the emaciated, dejected look often associated with lower-class vagrants. Wearing their uniforms, they looked quite respectable, though they possessed a more roguish air compared to true inquisitors. However, one couldn't be too picky at this point. Having scapegoats of this caliber was already a very good haul. Bryce Brisley cleared his throat and said, "I am Bryce Brisley, the Supreme Inquisitor of the Inquisition." Because the Inquisition is constantly on the front lines, serving God and punishing evil, the Inquisitors have long been understaffed. You have all done a great deal for a load, and we have heard of your abilities. Coincidentally, the Inquisition currently has a task and urgently needs to recruit a group of individuals with certain special abilities and experience to serve as temporary Inquisitors. Bryce. He looked at the players. This is your chance to rise to the top. Are you willing to become members of the Inquisition and prove your piety to the gods? The players exchanged bewildered glances, frantically spamming the team chat. Feng Qi, the team leader, discerned Bryce's thoughts and offered a fawning smile. Piety. We are naturally devout believers in the gods. However, as you know, we are all unfortunate souls from the dark city, wandering in the shadows, forced to take odd jobs to barely survive. You surely understand. Have pity on us poor homeless people? We need some. Cough. Material security. Whatever task you need us to complete, it's all negotiable as long as theirs. He held out his right hand, rubbing 3 fingers together in a gesture of begging for money. As long as there's enough reward, everything is fine. Ha! Bryce chuckled, clearly anticipating the reactions of these vagrants. He snapped his fingers, and the old servant beside him immediately brought out a tray piled high with stacks of holy coins. I quite like people like you who know what's good for them. Then let's cut to the chase. Here's enough money for you to live a life of luxury. Just complete one task for me, and this money is yours. This task is easy in theory, but it will take some effort to do well. If you make a mistake, I won't pay you. He. Feng Qi and the others deliberately adopted a greedy demeanor. Speaking of completing tasks, we're professionals. Name your terms. As long as the money's there, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Chapter 11:14. It must be said that Feng Qi's judgment was remarkably accurate. As the supreme judge of the Inquisition, Bryce had seen countless heresies, and he didn't believe that any of these lowly vagrants would be devout believers. However, these lowly vagrants weren't entirely without faith. It's just that their faith wasn't directed towards gods, but towards money. These rats from the dark city had an almost obsessive faith only in real money. The adventurers, including Feng Qi, displayed their inherent greed for quest rewards, perfectly matching Bryce's stereotype of vagrants. Thus, both sides quickly reached an agreement, one eagerly issuing quests, the other eagerly accepting them. Of course, since Bryce's side inexplicably and coincidentally became the quest issuer, this part relied entirely on the diligent world consciousness, Lyra, to record and complete the text, creating quest text visible only to the players. Main quest special undercover mission Inquisitor, mission content. Bryce Brisley, the Supreme Judge of the Inquisition of the Church of Light, wishes to hire you as temporary external Inquisitors to investigate a special incident involving the invasion of a secret area by a follower of an evil god. Mission location: the entire former site of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Mission requirements: adventurers must perfectly assume the role of Inquisitors and adhere to the following requirements. 1. During the Inquisitor mission, each adventurer's perceived level of corruption by Church of Light personnel must not exceed 50%. Otherwise, they will lose their Inquisitor status. Possible consequences include, but are not limited to, being deemed insane by NPCs, death, or becoming a follower of an evil god. If all members lose their Inquisitor status before the mission is completed, the mission is considered a failure. 2. During the quest, adventurers will disguise themselves as wandering vagrants in the Dark District, posing as Inquisitors. When facing specific NPCs, adventurers must act according to specific identity logic and must not allow the NPCs to observe any behavior or speech that exceeds their designated role. Otherwise, they will arouse the suspicion of those NPCs. 3. If an adventurer continues to be suspected by a specific NPC, it is highly likely that their own and the team's quest will fail. If necessary, the adventurer about to be exposed can forcibly relinquish their Inquisitor identity through a cleverly designed death escape, etc., to ensure the safety of the other adventurers in the team. As long as any team member survives and successfully completes the quest, players who died and ended the quest earlier will still receive the quest rewards. 4. In this Inquisitor quest, adventurers have 3 identities: Adventurer of AMT County, Wandering Vagrant in the Dark District of Pitrol, and Temporary Inquisitor of the Church of Light. The Adventurer of AMT County identity must be hidden and must not be revealed at any time. Note: special reminder, during the mission, a special moment will arise where the interests of the Adventurers of AMT County and the Temporary Inquisitor of the Church of Light conflict. Adventurers must make the mission judgment that best serves the overall interests of AMT County without revealing their identities. Prioritizing the interests of AMT County and the World faction is paramount to obtain mission rewards and unlock special achievements and hidden storylines. The players quickly glanced at the mission text and temporarily closed the chat, listening intently to Bryce's speech, intending to discuss the mission details in detail after leaving this dangerous place. After all, some mission prompts might not be easily understood by their own brains alone. They needed to brainstorm and ask experts for help translating them from Chinese to Chinese. However, after glancing at the mission text, they understood at least 2 things. This was an undercover mission where they couldn't easily reveal their identities, and their objective was still to prioritize the interests of AMT County and the World faction. Once they understood their position, everything became clear. Have you heard of the Knights of Light? Bryce glanced at the vacant expressions of these vagrants and suddenly chuckled. What wrong expectations did I have of you? Of course you couldn't possibly know about the Knights of Light. The Knights of Light, simply put, are a knightly order composed of scions of noble families. Nominally, they are the Pope's personal guard. But in terms of determination and strength, they are no match for us Inquisitors, or even the Holy Sons of the Holy Sword Knights. At best, they are just a bunch of good-for-nothings who control a lot of resources. Oh, don't misunderstand, they are qualified to be called good-for-nothings. Only we strong ones can truly possess them. For you, even these good-for-nothings, their levels and strength, honed solely by family resources, far exceed the limits of your vagrant's imagination. Therefore, when undertaking missions, you better show some respect to those good-for-nothings. Well, don't be too obsequious. Excessive humility will disgrace our Inquisition. You must find the right balance. Feng Chi's lips twitched. He felt that Bryce had just said something similar to the divine request to enlarge the logo, while simultaneously shrinking it a little. About a day ago, too. Enemies broke into a camp of the Knights of Light and killed many, causing considerable losses to the Knights of Light. The Pope was furious and demanded a thorough investigation. Because the 2 prisoners had some suspicious physical characteristics, this task fell to our Inquisition. Bryce shrugged. However, I'm already busy enough, and I don't have any extra Inquisitors to send to clean up the mess left by those useless Knights of Light. So, that's why I'm hiring you to do this. Rest assured, Windfly rubbed his hands together, grinned, and spoke to Bryce's perception of those low-level sycophants eager to curry favor with the nobles. The civilian actor, his performance vivid and lifelike, explained, We're quite experienced and patient when it comes to pleasing those gentlemen, or rather, cleaning up their messes. As long as the price is right, everything's negotiable. Then, a second later, Feng Chi looked slightly troubled and cautiously asked, But this mission shouldn't be dangerous, right? I mean, do we just need to play the role of Inquisitors and fool those knights? It's not that I want to refuse, but we're just a bunch of vagrants who take jobs in the Dark City all year round. Acting is no problem for us. But capturing criminals capable of killing knights is something we're completely incapable of. Chapter 11:15. Before Feng Chi uttered those words, Bryce still harbored a slight suspicion about the vagrants' reckless greed. But at this moment, the supreme judge of the Inquisition's doubts vanished completely. Greed, cowardice. Despite their attempts to conceal it, the aura ingrained in these commoners, cultivated over years in the dark, shadowy red light district, was as clear as large print on a book laid bare before him, a testament to his extensive experience in apprehending heretics. Ah, yes, that's it. These vagrants, desperately trying to climb out of the abyss of darkness, would grasp even the thinnest thread thrown down by those above. Bryce was now completely convinced that these people were indeed vagrants from the red light district of the Dark City. If there was any lingering dissatisfaction, it was that these people didn't quite seem like qualified Inquisitors. But this was a problem Bryce had foreseen when he devised the scapegoat plan. Compared to losing a group of subordinates, he had spent real money and centuries training subjects he truly cared about. A minor tarnishment to the reputation of the Inquisitors was insignificant. Besides, if they were truly unlucky enough to run into the clutches of an evil god, probably no one would survive to tell the stories of the Inquisitors' incompetence. For the sake of the Church of Light's reputation, the dead would become heroes, and anyone living who uttered any words of slander against the church or the heroes would be seen as a coward trying to shift blame onto the dead. Stories are always told by those who hold the power of discourse, and Bryce Presley is exceptionally adept at telling the version of the story that people want to hear. You naturally don't need to worry about such things. Bryce displayed a very charming and convincing smile. The Knights of Light will handle the fighting. You only need to act as inquisitors, showing them how seriously the church takes this matter. In short, you are the church's reassurance for these frontline warriors. Of course, I won't say this mission is without danger, that would be a complete deception. You, from the Dark City, know best. As long as you live in this world, every day is a dance with death on the edge of a knife. Who knows when you might inexplicably die somewhere in the world, whether you accept this mission or not. No matter where you are in the world, the risk is the same. Death is an inevitable future that none of us can easily escape. Alright then. Feng Chi hesitated appropriately, but just as Bryce was about to frown, he readily accepted the task. What exactly do we need to do? When do we depart? Bryce's brow relaxed. He nodded to the old servant, who then changed the tray, bringing over several letters, badges, and a work manual. Your task is simple. I will send someone to open a teleportation mirror for you, and send you to the camp where the incident occurred. I suggest you take some time to read the key points of the first few pages of the work manual. Irid said he taught you to read and write, and I hope neither he nor you are lying to me. Otherwise, you will have to solve the problem of illiteracy on your own, of course, without revealing yourselves. Each of you take your letter of introduction and badge, and keep them safe. The Knights of Light only recognize credentials, not people. They will mercilessly kill anyone who cannot produce identification matching their identity. Losing these is tantamount to losing your lives. Once you arrive at the camp, your task is to search for traces left by the followers of those evil gods, following those clues and evidence to find their trail, and then report your findings to me and the Knights of Light. After you step out of this gate, you will be inquisitors. Regardless of where you come from or what your life has been like, you must consider yourselves inquisitors and live up to their image and character. Those who successfully prove themselves in this mission will have the opportunity to become true, worthy inquisitors. Treat this mission as your internship. He smiled. I look forward to that day. The players, he's kind of handsome. What's going on? The group of vagrants chattered away after the old servant, their faces filled with anticipation and joy for their future lives. The study door closed again. Bryce lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled several gray smoke rings. The cardinal with cat eyes pupils contracted, and he sneezed twice. What, don't like the taste? Bryce chuckled, took 2 more puffs, then pulled over the ashtray on the table and extinguished the cigarette he had just lit. Brother, are you really planning to make them official inquisitors? Leto rubbed his nose and asked curiously. What, have we started believing our own lies after telling so many? Bryce said. No, these vagrants have little chance of survival, even if their only task is to be mascots over there. Simple, seemingly harmless, yet fraught with danger. I don't believe they can escape the shadow of evil gods' minions, and even if they could, they're unlikely to leave that land unharmed. He thought for a moment, however, if someone truly possesses both exceptional strength and luck, and survives this near-death experience, then I wouldn't mind adding a few more new faces to the Inquisitors' ranks. After all, we're always short-handed. The Succubus Squad, SLR bass players followed the old servant to the basement. In the center of the basement's hall stood only a huge full-length mirror, large enough for 3 people to walk through hand in hand. Please wait a moment, everyone. I need to make some preparations and coordinate with the other side, the old servant said politely. Take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with your work manuals. Don't make mistakes and bring shame to the Inquisition. Otherwise, he narrowed his eyes slightly, you die. The players were slightly startled by his sudden, eerie tone and quickly flipped through their work manuals. The first page of the manual contained the rules that the Inquisitors needed to follow. The second page outlined the specific procedures to follow when encountering the Knights of Light. The latter half of the manual contained a cipher table requiring specific formulas to calculate the rendezvous codes based on the current time and location. It looked quite complex. The third page contained their job duties and instructions. Chapter 11:16. The manual contained a considerable amount of text, which at first glance could indeed feel somewhat overwhelming and irritating. When Feng Chi first started playing this game, he often felt uncomfortable, not because the game's mechanics were uncomfortable, but because today's fast-paced work life condenses all information into short, rambling 15-second videos. People's thoughts and attention are interrupted by these short, fragmented streams of information, making it difficult to calmly and fully experience a thought-provoking feast. But this game is different. When players log in, their bodies are asleep, with only a small portion of their brains actively engaged in the game, without placing a burden on the body heavier than that of dreaming. This means that in addition to getting full, sufficient sleep, players also have double the amount of waking time. During this time, whether seriously playing the game, handling things left undone in life, relaxing and enjoying the scenery, anything is allowed, without the guilt of wasting time. Moreover, a monthly subscription is more cost-effective. Since it's a monthly subscription anyway, wasting a few minutes isn't unacceptable. The player's rapid pace, swept along by the relentless current of daily life, suddenly slowed down. Upon arriving in this world, it was as if a gentle, neutral voice whispered in their ears, "Don't rush, slow down, don't put any pressure on yourself, just enjoy everything this world has to offer." Furthermore, this world has no cell phones, no sudden, urgent work calls, and no complicated apps. Although there is a network connecting to reality, due to game bandwidth limitations, it's not as convenient as accessing the internet in the real world. The in-game communication software consists of very basic, simplified versions. It allows for conversations, text messaging, and local video file transfers, but doesn't support real-time voice or video communication. Players can also upload personal content to their personal cloud storage on the official forum during the day, or use the forum's built-in search engine to find information and keywords. However, watching live streams, short videos, or accessing paid content from other websites is not possible. This is because it's still within the game. The official explanation is that due to the use of dream technology and time zone differences, it's impossible to access non-game company official forums or websites for activities like playing the game or watching videos, a kind of nested bug-exploiting approach. Players are only allowed to view and use videos or text materials they already own and have uploaded to their personal cloud storage or communication software. Of course, the main reason is that the network bandwidth and servers ordered by a certain planner under the company's name cannot support such a large user load. A minor reason is to avoid copyright disputes, necessitating feature reductions. This approach, however, allows players to enjoy a complete, almost undisturbed gaming experience while maintaining only a minimal level of external communication. Completely severing ties with reality can be frightening, but this subtle connection, allowing players to connect with reality only when they choose, enables them to peacefully and patiently enjoy this exquisite game, slowing down to explore the world and carefully reading the thought-provoking textual hints filled with crucial details. Players are now familiar with this gameplay mode, no longer complaining about the developers and skipping the reading window as they did at the beginning. Instead, they use their brains to enjoy the thrill of solving puzzles. It's like playing a murder mystery game. If you can't even get into the initial script, what's the point of wasting time? You might as well leave early and do something else. Especially when a team of players get together, frantically analyzing the quest prompts to progress smoothly, they experience a different kind of cooperative joy. So, this quest means that we adventurers from Anshire have to disguise ourselves as vagrants from the dark district of Pit's Roll to impersonate inquisitors of the Church of Light? No, in a sense, we are not impersonating inquisitors, but real inquisitors with legal documents. It's just that the names on our documents and credentials are aliases we use in the dark district of Pit's Roll, not our adventurer IDs. Ah, my brain's starting to light up. So we're triple spies? To put this mission in the simplest terms, we have to play the roles of vagrants in the dark city in front of Bryce and Leto, and then, after being teleported to the Knights of Light, we have to play the roles of inquisitors. Our roles must follow the logic of the plot, but regardless of our identities, we have to do what's best for AMT County and the World faction without going out of character. Considering that High Z and the Hidden Boss's mission isn't over yet, we most likely have to cover for them. Have you ever seen a spy drama set in the Republican era? High Z and the Hidden Boss are the real protagonists on the Red Team, doing the big work, while we're our own people infiltrating the enemy organization to cover for them. I'm serious, don't get the wrong idea. We must protect them while ensuring our own safety. However, according to the mission instructions, we can sacrifice ourselves one by one, discarding the Inquisitor's identity card, if necessary to pave the way for their mission. As long as one of us completes the entire mission without suspicion, we will all receive the mission rewards. Wow, that analogy is so easy to understand, I get it. The first page of the work manual is our character design. The second page is the communication code and password rotation rules and codebook with the Knights of Light, and the third page is our mission hints. Everyone must memorize the first 2 pages and do them perfectly. Even a slight deviation will arouse the suspicion of the Knights of Light. Based on the previous plot hints, the margin for error in this aspect is very limited. In a sense, I think this mission is easier than the Red Street mission. The Red Street disguise mission relies entirely on your own improvisation to create a persona, but this mission only requires following the script provided by the system. Our mission is to find traces of the evil god's familiar's crimes, record and preserve evidence, and deduce the time and location of the evil god's familiar subsequent appearances for a sweep. But aren't the evil god's familiar High Z and his group? So to translate, this mission means we need to clean up after High Z and his group, erase all traces of their crimes, divert the Light Knight's attention, and allow High Z and his group to successfully complete their mission. Chapter 11:17. Wow, that's amazing Chinese to Chinese translation. The whole mission outline is so clear now. Shouldn't we coordinate with High Z and his team on the forum? Knowing their operational plan is essential for providing cover, right? I think we can wait until our mission becomes clearer before taking action. After all, this isn't a real spy movie. We have a system-based communication method with High Z and his team that's beyond what NPCs can understand, and we can see each other's IDs. We don't need to worry about any backstabbing, maneuvering, or defection attempts that turn out to be all on our side. Besides, our mission hints and clues haven't been fully revealed yet. If we act rashly and affect High Z, their judgment would only cause trouble for the big shots. That's right, that's right. Wait, compared to contacting High Z and the others, I think we have a bigger problem to solve. I don't think this mission can be completed in a day, so won't logging off arouse the NPC's suspicion? It feels like the development team might actually be plotting against us in this kind of situation. Ah, my brain is glowing again. What's glowing might not be your brain, but your bald head. After the Succubus squad, players finished discussing the strategy and thoroughly read and memorized all the precautions to follow in the Knights of Light's lair. The old servant appeared once again. Everyone, due to some unforeseen circumstances, we are temporarily unable to teleport you directly to the attack camp. You will be teleported to the military stronghold of Mylercombe over there. You must follow General Osby's orders. He spoke as he walked towards the enormous mirror that stood abruptly in the center of the basement. The old servant walked around the mirror 3 times with strange steps, and suddenly, defying the laws of physics, the mirror lit up in the dark environment. The mirror surface seemed to transform into a kaleidoscope of illusions, with bizarre and colorful patches blooming one after another, dazzling and beautiful. The players gasped softly, then were pushed into the mirror one by the old servant. The next second, they stumbled and tumbled out of another mirror. The muscular, bald man at the head reacted quickly, contracting his abdominal muscles and engaging his core, instantly stabilizing himself and straightening his body. The second man to fall crashed solidly into his thick. He yelped as he hit the player's back, clutching his sore nose, but at least he didn't fall flat on his face in an unsightly fashion. Although his unconventional aesthetic sense was often criticized and discriminated against, the bald man's muscles proved useful in crucial moments. His reaction was swift. He quickly cleared enough space to pass, and promptly helped each of his stumbling teammates. When Feng Qi emerged from the mirror, he saw the Knights of Light, who had been waiting in front of it, ready to laugh but hadn't succeeded. A dignified old general was being escorted by the Knights of Light's iron cans. The iron cans parted like the sea parted by Moses, creating a straight path. The imposing old general walked up to the players. State your names. Feng Qi and the others immediately followed the instructions in the work manual, performing a complex salute to the old general. Each then produced their letters of introduction, displayed their badges, and announced the aliases on their letters. These aliases were all given to them by Irid. The current de facto boss of the underground red light district found the adventurers' names too bizarre and difficult to pronounce, unsuitable for taking on jobs in Pitzroll's dark district. People living in the shadows, like them, always needed a mix of real and aliases to navigate between light and darkness. Since the adventurers already had names for their adventures outside, they naturally wouldn't object to having additional aliases specific to the underground red light district. However, these aliases specifically for the underground red light district have now become those specifically for the Church of Light region. As the contact person for the mission, when Bishop Leto came to collect the people, Irid naturally gave them these aliases he had given them. Now, all the documents the players have received record these names. Unlike the adventurers' own random IDs, these names were all legitimate ones, like Mighty Tim and Meow Meow Dina. Well, perhaps these names weren't exactly legitimate either, but in this world, they were considered normal, and wouldn't challenge the rigid perceptions of the Knights of Light. Thus, after a Knight of Light checked their credentials, these Inquisitors successfully passed the first test and gained the old General's approval. I am General Ossium Osby, responsible for guarding the important military town of Mylercom. The old General's voice was hoarse and deep, yet imposing. One could feel the pressure emanating from it. The night before, 2 evil gods minions with octopus heads attacked the nearby Palomi camp, causing heavy casualties to the 8th Company. The Church sent you here to thoroughly investigate this matter and assist us in dealing with those 2 evil gods' minions. He scoffed. Personally, I think it's unnecessary. The Knights of Light can handle matters on their own territory. They don't need outside interference. However, this is the Pope's order. What right do I, a mere general, have to object? Well, now that you're here, you have to be put to use. Half of you will stay here to defend with us, and the other half will go to the Palomi camp to search for the clues you need. Oh, by the way, the teleportation mirror at the Palomi camp was destroyed by those 2 evil gods' minions, so teleportation is impossible. I have to trouble you to run there with the knights who are rotating. As for who stays, and who goes, you can decide that yourselves. The old general finished speaking, waved his hand, and a large group of ironclad knights escorted him out again, leaving only a leather-armored messenger in the room. Your Honor, I am the messenger assigned to you. The young soldier, with freckles on his youthful face, said, My name is Billy. Please feel free to ask me anything you need. Feng Qi nodded amicably to him, then turned to his teammates. Let's decide on the team assignments first. Who goes to Camp Palomi, and who stays behind? I go to the camp, said the muscular bald man. Going there feels like physical work, while this is more of a mental battle. I can handle the physical work, but I'm not so good at using my brain. Everyone laughed. Chapter 11:18. The 2 teams were quickly divided. Feng Qi was incredibly grateful that, due to the lack of a strategist in his team, he had recruited a group of players from the forum and spent a considerable sum to purchase blank teleportation scrolls to bring them to the Dark District's Flower Street. Now, the expanded team, including both new and veteran players, totaled 12 people, which was perfect for splitting into 2 teams. The bald muscle man, muscles are the best. The beast tamer, don't touch my bell meow. The blonde vampire count, only loves fluffy things, were responsible for leading the somewhat oblivious Yujuanshi, the puppeteer Dory, and the pink-haired, twin-tailed, red-eyed girl, Sundra never regresses. These 3 new players went to the Palomi camp to clear evidence, while Feng Qi and the other teammates stayed behind in Millercom to meet up with Tranquil Sea and the others. Feng Qi and the others. Although these players joined later, they had already completed many side quests in the Dark City's Flower Street. Aside from being relatively quiet in the team chat, they generally got along very well with the veteran players. Now that the team was split half old and half new, Feng Qi was quite relieved. Especially in Feng Qi's team was a druid with the ID Angel, who had a pact with the White Goose. She not only styled her hair into beautiful light blonde strands, but also had enormous white angel swan wings materialize on her back when she activated her transformation skill. Among the followers of the Church of Light, who also considered white wings a sacred symbol, she was incredibly popular. With her appearance perfectly matching the Church of Light's aesthetic, her transformation skill, and the druid's purification abilities, Angel had managed to gain the faith of many in the Dark City. These devout followers of the Church of Light were thus misled by their perceived divine messenger into chanting prayers praising the world. Feng Qi was momentarily unsure whether this was a charm-based, deception-based, or reverse missionary playstyle, but what did it matter? For players, it didn't matter if the cat was black or white, as long as it caught mice. Different playstyles didn't matter as long as they worked. Having this player not only filled the gap in the team's lack of a druid, but also increased the acceptance of their succubus squad among the Church of Light's followers, which Feng Qi was quite satisfied with. Another player Feng Qi favored was the short, adorable newbie mommy healer, Kappa. As a player who frequently played RPGs, she dedicated herself to researching the local settings of various games and wholeheartedly embodying each character, making her arguably the most suitable player for this mission. Incidentally, Irid gave her the new name Karina, which she seemed quite pleased with. Due to personal preferences in other online games, Kappa specifically created a pseudo-child version of an alchemical doll for herself, with her height reduced to the minimum. While this appearance is clearly incongruous with an Inquisitor, considering that the children and elderly who venture out into this world are all top-tier figures, well, it seems quite logical. Furthermore, a child's appearance often evokes maternal instincts or lowers guard, making them very useful for extracting information. The other 2 are the bomb-wielding maniac, Nether Radiance, and the Bard, as if rises with the wind. The former is obsessed with handcrafting bombs and drawing, while the latter enjoys writing poetry and creating music to kill everyone. It feels like they would be incredibly useful in stirring up trouble if a battle broke out. After dividing into groups, the messenger Billy summoned a squad of gleaming knights and led the muscular man's group away from the military stronghold. Billy himself led Feng Qi and his group to the nearby barracks to settle in. The Inquisitors will be staying here, Billy said, leading them to an empty barracks on the edge of town and handing the key to Feng Qi. Considering the Inquisitors might not be comfortable living with the Gleaming Knights, the officers felt it was better to arrange a separate barracks for each of you. You are welcome to use all the facilities and supplies in this barracks. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I will try my best to provide it. However, resources are limited in this small town, and I cannot offer you the luxurious conditions of the holy city of Gerlanda. It's alright. Being able to enjoy undisturbed peace is already a luxury, Feng Qi said amicably. Ultimately, the church sent us here to help you, not to cause trouble. Billy smiled awkwardly. Clearly, this messenger was a shrewd businessman, and he didn't quite believe Feng Qi's polite words. Well then, you may begin your mission, Billy said. The Inquisitor's authority is independent of the Knights of Light. Therefore, the general has instructed the knights not to interfere with your actions. However, please keep your letters of introduction and badges with you at all times for verification by the knights. Millercon City is currently under absolute lockdown. Without the Pope's order, you would not be able to enter or leave this town. He paused, then added, Oh, and none of you can leave this town until you complete your mission. If you need to contact another team of Inquisitors, please let me know, and I will relay the message. Feng Qi narrowed his eyes, agreeing verbally, but actually pondering the meaning behind the messenger's words. They had a player channel, so they didn't need to contact through a messenger, but this strange request might have another meaning. I be stationed at the entrance of this barracks. Billy led them to the guard post at the gate. I be here all day. If you need anything, whether it's replenishing supplies, contacting your comrades or the knights, you can come here to find me. Oh, by the way, about meals. He smiled shyly. Due to limited wartime supplies, we can only provide you with the most basic water and dry rations. You can come here to get them if you need them, or you can find other ways to eat them if you don't want to. Everyone, It's clear that the Inquisition and the Knights of Light don't have a good relationship. However, while true, distinguished, and proud Inquisitors might see this as difficult and provocative, the players wouldn't complain too much. Feng Qi gave a sincere smile. Then give us 5 days' worth for now. We come back for more if it's not enough. Billy, Wait, you guys really want it? Are this year's Inquisitors really that good-natured? Chapter 11:19. What's going on? Shouldn't the proper script be for these arrogant Inquisitors to flick their sleeves, spit on the ground, and shout, Who wants this rubbish? Is it meant to be given to dogs? And then storm off in a huff? You see, the noble gentlemen of the Knights of Light have always looked down on this kind of food for the poor, even considering it an insult. The higher-ups only said they would provide food, replacing the supposed delicacies with cheap, inedible black bread. To say there's any respect is certainly lacking, and it certainly makes those who didn't bring their own food suffer. But is this behavior really wrong? Not at all. The bread is good bread, just a little unpalatable. It's not spoiled or rotten, the commoners are eating it. If someone complains, they can turn the tables and accuse the other party of being high and mighty, not even appreciating food that is so precious to the commoners. Therefore, this has become a secret, unspoken method of humiliation within the Knights of Light. It was harmless, unsettling, and conveyed the message thoroughly that they were not welcome here, yet it didn't affect them personally. Those treated this way would often fly into a rage and storm off, but there was nothing they could do but swallow their anger. But what's going on now? Why were the props used for the charade actually taken? And not even a sufficient quantity. The other party was completely unpredictable. Billy had to search every corner of the warehouse before he could barely gather enough dry, hard black bread for 5 days for so many people. If the judge talked for 2 more days, Billy would have to consider reporting to his superiors and requesting that they be provided with normal meals. If they couldn't even produce the promised black bread, it wouldn't just be a slap in the face to the Inquisitors, but to the Knights of Light themselves. Then, Billy watched in shock as the Inquisitors happily carried away the dusty, hard, and grime-filled black bread. As for food and water, he didn't have enough on hand, so he could only promise to deliver buckets of clean water to the barracks every day. The Inquisitors didn't even seem to object much. Seeing their nonchalant and easygoing manner, Billy, who felt he had been slightly put in a difficult position, suddenly realized something. These Inquisitors didn't seem to care about the rations and water, indicating they came prepared. Perhaps they even had several days' worth of fine rations stored in their spatial storage. They definitely knew Billy's actions were just a greeting gift from the Knights of Light, or even that the Knights of Light hadn't prepared rations according to number, but were just offering a few pieces of dry bread to annoy them. The reason they didn't arrogantly refuse, but instead pretended to be happy and asked for it matter-of-factly, was retaliation against the Knights of Light's underhanded tactics. It could even be considered a warning. The Inquisitors were sent by their superiors to help. Even if the Knights of Light were unwilling, they could only offer them some dry, hard black bread to annoy them. The Inquisitors understood this well, so they took the same approach as a reminder. Any further excessive behavior might be recorded by the Inquisitors and reported to their superiors, which would likely be unpleasant for both sides. This understated warning, however, exuded strength and confidence. These Inquisitors, without even uttering a word, had already told Billy, "We've seen through your tricks. The reason we haven't turned against you, and have even given you a few disciplinary actions is simply for the sake of the bigger picture. If you want to continue causing them trouble, don't blame us for being impolite." Wow, the covert maneuvering between the two factions is terrifying. The shrewd businessman Billy instantly conjured up a whole host of scenarios, believing he had seen through everything, and politely saw off these Inquisitors, who seemed equally familiar with workplace politics. Meanwhile, the secretly jubilant players thought, hee, only a fool wouldn't take what's there. These hostile NPCs are even giving us loot. Let's grab as much as we can. What? It's trash? Trash doesn't matter, we have plenty in our inventory. It come in handy eventually. If all else fails, we can take it back and sell it to our own NPCs. The players, oblivious to the danger, were unaware of how imaginative and imposing they appeared in the eyes of the overly idealistic messenger. They also failed to notice that their normal act of collecting NPC supplies had inexplicably resolved the Knights of Light's initial difficulties and intimidated the messenger in charge. They were even less aware that the previously sarcastic messenger's attitude had suddenly improved. "We found a safe place to log off," Feng Qi said to his teammates. "Next, we need to gather some intelligence in town to make things easier for Hai Zi and the others. By the way, where are Hai Zi and the others?" Tranquil Sea and the hidden old man were still unaware that they had gained so many helpers, and in fact, they weren't even currently within the Church of Light's territory. Because they had looted too many supplies at the Palomi camp, their backpacks were full, forcing them to log off, switch to jackal husks, and return to AMT New City to clear out their inventory at the familiar dwarven shopkeeper, Mamora Madoro. Upon hearing that they had so much orichalcum armor, the dwarven shopkeeper immediately took them back to the mines, heading straight for Elder Morat Madoro's mine. This is top-quality orichalcum. Almost completely pure orichalcum, even better quality than the armor the Holy Sun brought before. Elder Morat exclaimed, and so much of it. The hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea kept pulling armor from their backpacks. 175 sets of giant iron cans quickly filled 4 or 5 mine shafts. As they unearthed more and more, Elder Morat's expression gradually shifted from initial surprise to numbness, then to distress. He pulled Mamora aside and whispered, "Go find Mamoro. And it would be best to also check if the Lord is here. This order is too large, we can't handle it." The dwarves would do business directly with adventurers, but the value of so many orichalcum armors far exceeded the entire dwarf race's wealth. The dwarves alone certainly couldn't offer enough to entice the adventurers. Even if they gritted their teeth and managed to cheat and swindle their way into buying the entire shipment, the Lord would still cause trouble. Therefore, it was better to involve the all-knowing Lord from the start. To Morat's surprise, it wasn't the Lord who appeared with his nephew Mamoro, but rather Elena and Saloria. Chapter 11:20. What's going on? The dwarven elder, Morat, hurriedly pulled his nephew, Mamoro, aside and asked in a low voice, "Where is the Lord?" "The Lord is busy, and not in the city. Lady Elena is temporarily in charge." However, Lady Elena said the Lord already knows about this. Mamoro replied calmly, "Yes, the Lord's instructions have been sent to our phones. We just need to follow his orders. Any problems can be solved by Lady Elena." While they were whispering amongst themselves, Elena was carefully observing the dwarves. Among the dwarves, Elder Morat wasn't particularly clever, but he was practical, and always unconsciously overthought things. His nephew, Mamoro, was the dwarves' chosen future chieftain. He was quick-witted but not malicious. Overall, the two were relatively reliable. Elena recognized the man next to her, Mamora. He was a notorious conman who frequented the shops in the commercial district. She better watch out for him. While Elena was watching the dwarves, Saloria's attention was fixed on the orichalcum armor filling the mine shafts. Some pieces looked brand new, as if they'd never been used, while others were covered in bloodstains and charred grime, clearly having been stripped from somewhere. Saloria's gaze swept over the two adventurers, a slight smile playing on her lips. Only her brother's adventurers could so beautifully accomplish what no one had done in centuries, facing the core knights of the Church of Light head-on, and severely wounding them. She couldn't resist taking a few photos with her phone and sending them to Grandpa Doman. The old man had been overjoyed since hearing about it, and even his long-stagnant cultivation levels seemed to be showing signs of improvement, as if he could use this momentum to advance another wave of divine advancement. If Grandpa Doman could truly break through the mental shackles he had held for so many years, and transcend the half-step pseudo-god realm to become a true pseudo-god, then becoming a god would be just one step away. The Magic Federation needed a true god to maintain order, and the further Doman progressed on the divine path, the better it would be for the Magic Federation. Although MOU was still fighting the divine war alongside Ialian, he hadn't neglected the management of the city-state. When the Hidden Elder and the Tranquil Sea were transporting such a large amount of supplies back to the city by switching bodies, he received a message from Liao and quickly provided a solution, which Liao then forwarded to the relevant personnel. First, regarding the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea, the two adventurers who successfully robbed the Knights of Light will receive a substantial quest reward. Of course, to avoid the previous bugs that could potentially impact the game's economy, this time the reward will primarily be calculated based on military merit. And, to ensure a good player experience, a generous but not excessive monetary reward will also be provided. In addition, both adventurers will receive a set of orichalcum weapons and equipment crafted by the dwarves, with their choice of class and type. The dwarves are even easier to deal with. As artisans who smelted the metal and forged the weapons and equipment, they don't need to pay the adventurers any compensation, nor do they own the orichalcum armor. They are only responsible for providing the technology to remelt the orichalcum armor into steel blocks, and forging the corresponding weapons and equipment according to the Lord's requirements. The craftsmanship fees the dwarves earned could be used to pay mine rent or exchange for smelted orichalcum ingots. After reading the Lord's instructions, Morat instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Just by contributing labor, they could pay rent or exchange for orichalcum. The dwarves didn't even need to spend their own money to buy materials. They could smelt and create works of art using orichalcum, unleashing their creativity and earning money at the same time. What could make the dwarves happier than this? As for Saloria, MOU invited her not only to inform Grandpa Doman of the good news, but also to distribute a portion of the smelted orichalcum ingots to the Magic Federation. Seriously speaking, this orichalcum belonged to the former Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation, essentially Grandpa Doman's property. After joining the Felizlock family of the Magic Federation, Grandpa Doman donated all his wealth to them. So, roughly speaking, this orichalcum could be considered the property of MOU and Saloria. What the two assassins are doing now is simply reclaiming what was stolen and returning it to its rightful owner. Orichalcum, as a mineral that naturally blocks magic, is also a very important building material for the Magic Federation. Yes, this stuff is mainly used in the Magic Federation to construct mage towers, and a series of important buildings, and the required quantity is enormous. When mages use magic, they often encounter various accidents, such as accidentally releasing uncontrolled magical power leading to an explosion, or using magic in a fight affecting unrelated people, or suffering a major failure in a magical experiment. If, in the event of such an unfortunate accident, the surrounding facilities are built with materials mixed with orichalcum, then these uncontrolled magical forces can be nullified, thus averting disaster. The library and magic tower in Carensel were built in this way, thus enabling them to defend against very high-level magical attacks. Incidentally, MOU's mage tower also used a considerable amount of orichalcum during its construction, especially in the magic trial grounds. Orichalcum is a highly sought-after mineral among alchemists, as it's often mixed into their amulets. Lamar was able to retreat unscathed after blowing up the mage tower, because he possessed an alchemical amulet made with orichalcum. Such a valuable resource shouldn't be used only to forge equipment for adventurers. Sharing it with allies can also be very useful. Previously, the Church of Light controlled the vast majority of orichalcum, and the Magic Federation had to pay extremely high prices to purchase it. After the Magic Federation and the Church of Light completely broke off relations, the trade in orichalcum ceased entirely. Now, it's extremely sought after in the Magic Federation, fetching an astronomical price per gram. Saloria has always taken good care of MOU, so MOU naturally wants to share his stepsister's burdens. Moreover, the wealthy Magic Federation would pay for the orichalcum. Although MOU only planned to charge a low-cost price, it was still a considerable sum, enough to cover all expenses in AMT County for this mission and beyond. You could even make a small profit. It's better for everyone to share the profits, that way, the path will become wider and smoother.